not have the right to annul his domain in the courtyard. XLIX Yerushalmi Arabin 6:3 The men of a courtyard, one of whom forgot and did not participate in the ERUB with the others, his house is prohibited, both for him and for them, from bringing things in and from taking things out. And theirs are permitted both for him and for them. They gave him their right, he is permitted, and they are prohibited. They were two, they prohibit one another. For one person gives or takes the right of access. But, for he has annulled his right of domain. What is the rule as to retracting in return? 2i2, it has been taught, one person who did not join in the Arab gives up his right to one who did participate in the Arab. And two who shared in the Arab give their right to one who did not share in the Arab. Two who did not share in the Arab give their right to the courtyard to two who did share in the Arab, or to one who did not share in the Arab. But two who shared in the Arab may not give their right to two who did not share in the Arab, and two who did not share in the Arab may not give up their right to two who did not share in the Arab. For so long as they are living in the courtyard, and one of them forgot and did not share in the Arab, lo, this one prohibits use of the Arab to the others who live there. 3i3, His day said, each of 10 Israelites dwelling in a single house has to annul his right of domain. Said Yase, each of 10 Gentiles dwelling in a single house has to rent out his right of domain. El Yerushalmi Arabin 6:4 By what time must they hand over? The house of Shammai say, while it is still day. And the house of Hillel say, after it has gotten dark. 1. The meaning of the Mishnah is, by what time must they nullify the right of access? The house of Shammai say, while it is still day. And the house of Hillel say, also after it got dark. He who gave his right of access and then took something out. 1. 2:1, the meaning of the Mishnah is, he who nullified his right of access and took something out. Whether he did so inadvertently or deliberately, lo, this one prohibit, the words of Meir. Judah says, deliberately, he prohibits the others. Inadvertently, he does not prohibit the others. 1:3:1, the meaning of the Mishnah is, he does not prohibit the others. 2:3:2, 3 who were living in a courtyard, one of whom died, and the property fell as an inheritance to someone else before it got dark on the eve of the Sabbath does not prohibit. After it got dark, lo, this one does prohibit. A stranger had a house in that courtyard and he died, and his share of the courtyard fell as an inheritance to one of the people who already was living in the courtyard, before it grew dark, lo, this one prohibits. After it got dark, he prohibits use of the courtyard to the residents. 3:3:3, what is the law as to acquiring rights of access through rental once it has gotten dark? 4:3:4, what is the law as to renting a right of domain from an innkeeper? Li Yerushalmi Arabin 6:5 A householder who was a joint holder with neighbors. 1i1, RBA in the name of Judah, the Mishnah speaks of common practice. With one in wine and with the other in wine, they do not need to prepare an ERUB. 1:2:1, since the householder will not take account of a mixture of the wine, it is not necessary to prepare an Arab. Is in wine and the other is in oil, they do need to prepare an ERUB. Simeon says, all the same is the rule for this case and for that case, they do not need to prepare an ERUB. 1:3:1, since the householder will take account of a mixture of the two, it is necessary to prepare Arab. 2:3:2, RBA bar Kahana, Arhaya bar Ashi in the name of Rab, the Mishnah speaks of a case in which the food is located in a single utensil. 3:3:3, said Zerakin, the reason for the view of Simeon is that it is the usual way to drink an oil and wine drink. 4:3:4, it has been taught, Eliezer b. Tadai says, one way or the other, they are prohibited unless they prepare an Arab. Leah Yerushalmi Arabin 6:65 Associations who observed the Sabbath in one eating hall Tihi house of Shammai say, an ERUB for each and every association. And the house of Hillel say, one ERUB serves all of them. But they concur that, when part of them are staying in private rooms or upper chambers, they require an ERUB for each and every association. 1I1, the eating room is before them, then they are in a situation parallel to houses opening up onto a common courtyard. 2I2, BA in the name of our Judah, in the case of two houses, one inside the other, if one has prepared an Arab for the inner house, the outer house does not have to prepare an Arab. If one prepared an Arab for the outer house, the inner one still has to prepare an Arab. Said Arphinius, also with respect to courtyards there is this exchange. If one has prepared an Arab for the inner room, he has to do the same for the outer one. If he has done so for the outer room, he does not have to do so for the inner room. R. Jacob bar Aha, R. Abahu in the name of R. Joshua b. Levi, even if the people in the inner room have not prepared an Arab, the outer room does not require an Arab. Why? It is treated as a gatehouse. 3I3, BA in the name of R. Judah, in the case of two men, one of whom enjoys domain and one of whom does not, if this one who has domain in the courtyard prepared an Arab, the one who does not have domain in the courtyard also has been permitted. If the one who does not have domain prepared an Arab, the one who does have domain has not thereby been permitted to utilize the courtyard. Lii Yerushalmi Arabin 6:7 brothers who ate at the table of their father but who slept in their respective houses require an ERUB for each one. Therefore if one of them forgot and did not prepare an ERUB, he annuls his right. Under what circumstances? When they bring their ERUB to some other place. 1I1, where is the principal location of residence? But if the ERUB was brought to them, or if there were no residents with them in the courtyard, they do not have to prepare an ERUB. 1:2:1, Haya bar Ashi in the name of Rab, the Mishnah speaks of a case in which the brothers collect food from their father. In any event, are they not partners in what they eat? Said RBA, R. Samuel explained that their father gives them rights of ownership only over what they eat alone. If that is the case, then even if the Arab was brought to them, they treated the case in the way in which the house in which they leave the Arab meal is deposited is treated. 2:2:2, Samuel said, the householder, his sons and dependents make an Arab meal through a single loaf of bread. Now does Samuel differ? There he has said that the principal place of residence is where they eat, and here he has said this. 3:2:3, as to the house in which they leave the Arab meal? The mother of our Jacob bar Aha died. Said our Yase to our Abahu, repeat the following tradition, so he repeated as follows, the house of Shammai prohibit, and the house of Hillel permit. Our Hamnana said, the house in which they leave the Arab meal requires no further. Our Hisday said, is treated as an partner. 4:2:4, our Jacob bar Aha, our Yase in the name of our Yohanan. Residents of an alleyway who placed their Arab meals in two separate places if it was because they had no single satisfactory utensil to hold the lot, lo, this procedure is valid. If it was so as to divide up their Arab meal, it is forbidden. 5:2:5, it has been taught, they keep an Arab meal in the house in which it has usually been left, for the sake of peace. Live Yerushalmi Arabin 6:85 courtyards open to one another and open to an alley 1I1, and prohibited from doing so in the alley, for the alleyway is to courtyards as a courtyard is to houses. The operative consideration is that they are open to one another and also open to the alley. But if they were open to one another and not open to the alleyway, even if they had prepared a common Arab, they would be forbidden. They prepared an ERUB for the courtyards but did nor prepare a shidduch for the alley, they are permitted to carry things about in the courtyards and prohibited from doing so in the alley. If they prepared a shidduch for the alley, they are permitted in both places. 1:2:1, this is the view of our Meir. For our Meir has said, by the Arab and shidduch. Everyone follows the law in accord with the view of our Meir. 2:2:2, it is self-evident that people prepare an Arab for courtyards and a shidduch for an alleyway. If people have prepared an Arab for courtyards, if they then wanted to take a share in the shidduch covering the Courtyard, they may not do so. If they have taken a share in the courtyard's shidduch, if then they wanted to share in an Arab for a courtyard, they may participate in the Arab. 3:2:3 How many courtyards are there in an alleyway? 4. 2:4 Said Aryase, when I was over there I heard Judah asking Samuel, if one separated his coin for the shekel tax for the temple and then dropped dead. He said to him, it is to go to the fund for a freewill offering. As to the excess of the tenth of fine flour? Yohanan said, one must dispose of it in the salt sea. Eliezer says, the proceeds are to go to the fund for a freewill offering. They asked before him, what is the law as to nullifying one's right of domain in a courtyard in which he does not dwell? He said to them, one may do so. They asked before Aryase, just as you maintain there that utensils which were in the courtyard when the Sabbath came into effect may be carried throughout the courtyard, so also do you maintain that utensils which were in the alleyway when the Sabbath took effect may be carried throughout the alleyway. They prepared an erub in the courtyards and prepared a shidduch in the alley. But one of the people who lives in the courtyard forgot and did not share in the erub, they are permitted both here and there. The people who lives in the alleyway did not participate in the shidduch, they are permitted to carry things in the courtyards but prohibited from doing so in the alleyway. For the alleyway is to courtyards as a courtyard is to houses. 1:3:1 It is self-evident that people may rely on a shidduch for an alleyway. What is the law as to relying on a shidduch in the case of courtyards? 2:3:2 It is obvious that it is necessary to put an Arab in a particular house in a courtyard. But does a shidduch require location in a house? In the name of Rab, one places it either in the open air of a courtyard, or in the open air of an alleyway. LV Yerushalmi Arabin 6:9 Two courtyards, one inside the other. The inner one prepared an erub, but the outer one did not prepare an erub. The people in the inner courtyard are permitted, and the people in the outer courtyard are prohibited. Outer not, then both of them are prohibited. This one prepared an erub for itself and that one prepared an erub for itself, this one is permitted by itself, and that one is permitted by itself. Akabo prohibits in the case of the outer one. For the right of access restricts it. And sages say, the right of access does not restrict it. 1:1, said Aryase, this represents the view of Akaba, for Akaba has said, the right of access constitutes grounds for prohibiting. Said Law in the name of Aryane, one who has rights of access both is forbidden to carry in that courtyard and imposes a prohibition on others in the courtyard. Lvi Yerushalmi Arabin 6:10 One of the people in the outer courtyard forgot and did not loin in the erub, the inner one is permitted, and the outer one is prohibited. Inner did not prepare an erub, both of them are prohibited. If they made their erub in a single location, and someone forgot, whether in the inner courtyard or in the outer courtyard, and he did nor join in the erub, both of them are prohibited. But if they belong to individuals, they do not have to prepare an erub. 1:1 If one of the residents of the outer courtyard forgot and did not join in the Arab, the outer courtyard is forbidden, for it has not been covered by an Arab meal valid for all its residents, and the inner courtyard likewise is forbidden, for the people have placed their Arab meal in a location which, in any event, is forbidden. If one of the residents of the inner courtyard forgot and did not join the Arab meal, the inner courtyard is forbidden, since it has not been provided with an Arab meal, and the outer one is also forbidden, for they have located their Arab meal in a forbidden place, since the right of access imposes a prohibition. If one of the residents of the inner courtyard forgot and did not join in the Arab meal, there is no problem in understanding why the outer courtyard should be forbidden, for it has not been covered by a valid Arab. But as to the inner courtyard, why is that the case? Because they have placed their Arab in a forbidden place? Lo, they did not place their Arab meal in a forbidden place. Rather, the operative reason is that the right of access imposes a prohibition. 2:2 Huna in the name of Rab, the law of the courtyard's partition does not pertain to a Gentile, the law of partition does not apply to a Gentile. Our law in the name of our Eliezer, the law of the courtyard does pertain to a Gentile, so that if there were an Israelite and a Gentile living in the inner courtyard or in the upper room, the Gentile imposes a prohibition only if there were 2 or more Israelites living there. Lvii Yerushalmi Arabin 7:1 A window which is between 2 courtyards, 1. I1, a web of rope diminishes the dimensions of a window for purposes of the Sabbath, but not for purposes of establishing ownership through usurpation of the window. Stubble and straw do not diminish the dimensions of the window. Dirt and pebbles do diminish the dimensions of the window. Said Ar Yase Arbun, if grass grew up in the window it does not serve to diminish its dimensions. They asked before Ar Abba, does the rule applicable to the case of a window between 2 courtyards also apply to a window between 2 houses? He said to them, yes. And along these same lines, to a window between 2 gardens. He said to them, yes. 4 handbreadths square, within 10 handbreadths they make an ERUB individually. But if they wanted, they make a single ERUB. Less than 4 handbreadths square or above the ground by more than 10 handbreadths, they make an ERUB individually, and they do nor make an ERUB jointly. 1:2:1 It is not the end of the matter that all of the area of 4 handbreadths square must lie within 10 handbreadths of the ground. Even if only part of the 4 handbreadths of the other 2 dimensions lie within 10 handbreadths of the ground, it is as if the whole of the 4 by 4 handbreadths lies within 10 handbreadths of the ground. If the window had a circumference of 96 handbreadths, even if any part at all lay within 10 handbreadths of the ground, it is as if the 4 handbreadths square lay within 10 handbreadths of the ground. 2:2:2 What is the law as to diminishing the dimensions of a window through placing utensils there? Ar Hayabar Ashi said, they do diminish the distance through the use of utensils. Ar Jonah, Ar Isaac Bar Tabela said Ar Yohanan, they do not diminish the distance of a window from the ground by placing utensils there. La'in Yerushalmi Arabin 7:2 A wall between 2 courtyards, 10 handbreadths high and 4 broad they make an ERUB individually, and they do not make a single ERUB. There was produce on top of it, these climb up from this side and eat it, and those climb up from that side and eat it, on condition that they not bring down. 1:1 Now why should the Mishnah specify that the wall is 4 handbreadths broad? Even if it were not 4 handbreadths broad. It is on account of the later clause of the same passage of the Mishnah, these climb up from this side and eat it. If the wall were not 4 handbreadths broad, RBA in the name of Rab, it is forbidden to people on both sides. Arzira in the name of Rab, it is permitted to people on both sides. 2:2 RBA, Arjuda in the name of Samuel, a wall which one surrounded by ladders on both sides they nonetheless prepare an Arab separately, and they do not have the option of preparing a single Arab covering both courtyards. Said Ar Yaseb Arbun, since the ladders are not placed opposite one another, the ladders do not serve as doorways. If one made a porch along the whole front of the wall, if it is 4 handbreadths broad, the courtyards joined by the wall prepare an Arab separately, and if they wanted, they may prepare a single Arab. If it is not 4 handbreadths broad, they prepare an Arab individually, and they may not prepare a common Arab. If it is 4 cubits broad, they prepare a single Arab for both courtyards, and they may not prepare separate Arabs. The wall was breached to a height of less than 10 cubits, they make an ERUB individually. But if they wanted, they make a single ERUB, because it is equivalent to a doorway. Larger than this, they must make an ERUB jointly, and they do not make an ERUB individually. 1:2:1 That which you have said applies to a large wall, but in the case of a small one, the appropriate measure is the larger part of the wall. What is the definition of a large, and what is the definition of a small wall? A large one is any, the larger part of which is taller than 10 cubits. Lo, if it was breached over the greater part. Lix Yerushalmi Arabin 7:3 A trench that is between 2 courtyards, 10 handbreadths deep and 4 broad they make an ERUB individually and they do not make a single ERUB, even if it is full of straw or chopped hay. It was filled up with dirt or stones, they make an erub jointly, and they do not make an erub individually. 1I1, lo, so far as the straw is concerned, if one had the thought of nullifying the effect of the straw, that intent is null. 2I2, members of the house of Aryana said, if one covered the trench with mats, its effect is null. LX Yerushalmi Arabin 7:4 one put over it a board 4 handbreadths broad, and so, 2 balconies opposite one another they make an erub singly. But if they wanted, they make an erub jointly less than this, they make an erub individually and they do nor make an erub meal. 1I1, there is a Tannite authority who teaches, they prepare an Arab separately, and they do not prepare an Arab jointly. There is a Tannite authority who teaches, they prepare an Arab jointly, and they do not prepare an Arab separately. LXI Yerushalmi Arabin 7:5 a heap of straw which is between 2 courtyards, 10 handbreadths high they make an erub individually, and they do not make an erub jointly. These feed their cattle on one side, and those feed their cattle on the other side. The straw diminished to a height of less than 10 handbreadths, they make an erub jointly, and they do nor make an erub individually. 1I1, said R. Eliezer, this is the meaning of the statement of the Mishnah, these fill their baskets on one side and feed the cattle, and those fill their baskets on the other side and feed their cattle. 2I2, a heap of straw which is between 2 courtyards break open an entry on one side and feed their cattle, and residents of the other courtyard break open an entry on the other side and feed their cattle. If the pile of straw diminished to a height of less than 10 handbreadths, both of them are forbidden, unless they prepare an Arab. Therefore, if one wanted, he may seal up his door or annul his right to make use of the courtyard, in which case he is prohibited from using the courtyard, but his fellow is permitted to make use of the whole thing. LXII Yerushalmi Arabin 7:6 how do they make a partnership in an alleyway? One sets down a jar and states, lo, 2 US belongs to all the residents of the alleyway. 1I1, it has been taught, one does not impart ownership through a jug of wine in the cellar. And thus he effects possession for them through his adult son or daughter, his Hebrew slave boy or slave girl, or his wife. 1:2:1, how shall we interpret the matter? If we deal with an adult, then she has acquired puberty signs? If it is of a minor, does a minor effect acquisition? Said R. Yudan Bar Shalom before R. Yase, interpret the law to accord with him who said, a minor may set aside heave offering. He said to him, and even in accord with him who said, a minor may not set aside heave offering, may a minor effect acquisition. But he does nor effect possession in their behalf by means of his minor son or daughter, or by means of his Canaanite slave boy or slave girl, because their hand is as his hand. 1:3:1, there we have learned, he who borrowed a cow and the one who lent it sent it along with his son, slave, or messenger, or with the son, slave, or messenger of the borrower, and it died, the borrower is exempt. Does this not indicate that the slave made acquisition of the object from his master in behalf of the other party? Said R. Eliezer, interpret the passage to speak only of a Hebrew slave. Said R. Yohanan, no, you may as well interpret the passage to apply to a case in which it was a Canaanite slave. But interpret the passage to speak of a case in which the lender said to him, open the gate for it, and it will follow along on its own. For we have learned that leading the cow is tantamount to drawing it. If one has called the cow and it came after him, he is liable for what happens to the cow just as if he had borrowed it. L8 Yerushalmi Arabin 7:7 the food diminished in volume, one adds to it and effects possession for the others. And he need not inform them. The number became larger, one adds to the food and effects possession for them. And he does need to inform them. 1I1, what is the meaning of informing them? LXIV Yerushalmi Arabin 7:8 what is its prescribed volume? When they are numerous, food sufficient for 2 meals for all of them. When they are few in numbers, a dried fig's bulk such that may be taken out on the Sabbath for each and every one. 1I1, Rab said, the definition of numerous is 17, and the definition of few is 16. R. Yohanan said, wherever, if divided among them, would not be sufficient to allow for each a volume of food as much as the size of a dried fig, the residents are held to be many, and a quantity of food for 2 meals suffices, otherwise they are regarded as few. LXV Yerushalmi Arabin 7:9 said RYOSE, under what circumstances? At the beginning of the ERUB. But for what remains in the ERUB, any amount at all. For they have spoken about preparing an ERUB for courtyards only so that children will not forget. 1I1, what is the definition of what remains later on in the Arab? 2I2, said R. Joshua B. Levi, on what account do they prepare an Arab for courtyards? It is for the sake of peace. LXVI Yerushalmi Arabin 7:10 with anything do they prepare an ERUB or a shidduch, except for water or salt, the words of R. Eliezer. R. Joshua says. A loaf of bread is an ERUB. A baking, even of a whole sea of flour, if it is only part of a loaf they do not make an ERUB with that. A whole loaf the size of a small coin which is whole they do make an ERUB with that. A man pays over a MAAH coin to a storekeeper or to a baker so that he will acquire for him a portion in an ERUB, the words of R. Eliezer. And sages say, his coins alone have not acquired for him. But they concur that with any others, his coins do secure for him a share in the ERUB. 1I1, as to M7:10 Fr Abau in the name of R. Yohanan, that is to say that, on the authority of the law of the Torah, coins do not affect acquisition. No, that case is different, for the baker may forget and take out. If that is the case, then even if one came to the storekeeper, and sages say, his coins alone have not acquired for him a portion in an Arab. That is to say that the coins do affect acquisition on the authority of the law of the Torah, for the storekeeper transfers ownership through a third party. For they prepare an ERUB for a man only with his knowledge and consent. Said R. Judah, under what circumstances? In the case of an ERUB serving for the mingling of Sabbath/limits. But in the case of Arabs serving to join together courtyards, they prepare an ERUB for a man both with his knowledge and consent and without his knowledge and consent. For they acquire a benefit for a man not in his presence. But they do not exact a penalty for a man not in his presence. 1:2:1, for they prepare an Arab for a man only with his acknowledge and consent. This statement of the Mishnah represents the view of R. Meir. Both with an Arab meal. R. Zira in the name of R. Yohanan, in the laws of Arabin and in those governing a public fast, everyone follows the law in accord with the view of R. Meir. R. Jacob in the name of R. Yohanan, also in the laws governing the reading of the scroll of Esther, everyone is accustomed to follow the law in accord with the view of R. Meir. 2:2:2, Isaac B. Hakola in the name of R. Yudan the Patriarch, they prepare an Arab for a person against his will. And so it has been taught, residents of an alley may impose the requirement upon one another to provide a side beam and a cross beam. And has it not been taught, lo, if they told someone to join in the Arab, and he does not decline? But if he had declined to participate, would they have forced him? Said R. Yudan, the cited passage accords with the view of R. Meir. Said R. Yaseh B. R. Bun, you may interpret the passage to accord with the views of all parties, in an instance in which the man was a Sadducee. L'Xi Yerushalmi Arabin 8:1 how do they prepare a shidduch for the Sabbath line? One puts down a jug and says, lo, this belongs to all the residents of my town, to whoever goes to the house of mourning or to the house of celebration. Whoever accepted for himself while it was still day is permitted. After it gets dark is prohibited, for they do not prepare an ERUB once it gets dark. 1I1, now we note that we have not learned that assign ownership. Why is that the case? Samuel said, there we have learned that the one who sets it up assigns ownership to all the others, from which it follows that it is necessary so to assign ownership, while here, where we have not learned that the one who arranges the shidduch for the Sabbath line assigns ownership to all others, it is not necessary to do so. R. Yohanan said, in fact it is an argument a fortiori that one must do so. That is to say, since, in regard to preparing and rub for courtyards, which derives from the authority of scribes, you maintain that it is necessary to assign ownership, in the case of an Arab for the Sabbath boundary, deriving, as it does, from the authority of the Torah, is it not an argument a fortiori that one indeed does have to assign ownership? THIRD Yerushalmi Arabin 8:2 What is its requisite measure? Food sufficient for 2 meals for each one. 1 Our Meir says, on an ordinary day, for he does not have much to eat, so he eats only a small quantity of bread. On the Sabbath, when he has much to eat, he also eats a great deal of bread. Our Judah says, on an ordinary day, on which he does not have much to eat, he eats a great deal of bread. On the Sabbath, on which he has much to eat, he eats only a little bread. The food he eats on an ordinary day and not on the Sabbath, the words of our Meir. Our Judah says, on the Sabbath and not on an ordinary day, and this one and that one intend to give a lenient ruling. Our Yohanan B. Baraka says, a loaf worth a pondian, from wheat at 1 selah for 4 seahs of flour. Our Simeon says, 2/3 of a loaf of a size of 3 to a qab. Half of that measure is what is required for a house afflicted with a nega, and half of that is the measure to invalidate the body. 1:2:1, so it has been taught, the opinions of the two in fact are close to one another. LXIX Yerushalmi Arabin 8:3 The residents of a courtyard and the residents of a gallery above a courtyard who forgot and did not prepare an ERUB all the area above 10 handbreadths is assigned to the gallery. Lower than this is assigned to the courtyard. 1:1, but to be assigned to the residents of the lower part? Said R. Yudan, that is to say that if the ruin of Reuben is located in the courtyard of Simeon, and Simeon makes use of it, it is as if it belongs to 2:2, it is self-evident that if this side has an entryway to the area, and that side likewise, both parties are forbidden to utilize the area of the house between the two courtyards so far as tossing an object or letting down an object. Samuel said, as to letting something down, it is permitted, for that is an ordinary way of doing things, while as to tossing an object, it is forbidden, for that is not an ordinary way of doing things. Rab said, one has done nothing. 3:3, if between two courtyards was a ruin, R. Yohanan said, one assigns the ruin to its owner. The bank around a cistern and the stone, higher than 10 handbreadths, are assigned to the gallery. Lower than that they are assigned to the courtyard. Under what circumstances? In the case of what adjoins. But in the case of that which is distant, even if it is 10 handbreadths high, it is assigned to the courtyard. 1:2:1, said R. Yohanan, the standing part of a partition and the empty spaces in it join together to form the 10 handbreadths and the 4. And that is the case only if the standing part is greater than the empty spaces. What is the definition of adjoining? Whatever is not distant by more than 4 handbreadths. 1:3:1, R. Jeremiah in the name of R. Samuel bar R. Isaac, the Mishnah from 3 to 4 handbreadths from the gallery. Less than 3 handbreadths, even if it is taller than 10 handbreadths, it is permitted. Less than 10 handbreadths high, it is forbidden. More than 3 handbreadths from the balcony. But it is less than 4 cubits away. LXX Yerushalmi Arabin 8:4 He who places his ERUB in a gatehouse, portico, or gallery is not a valid ERUB. And he who lives there does not prohibit him. In a shed for straw, cattle, wood, or stores low, this is a valid ERUB. And he who lives there does prohibit him. 1:1, R. Judah in the name of Rab, that which you have said applies in the case of a gatehouse belonging to an individual. But in the case of a gatehouse belonging to the public, lo, it is a valid Arab, and he who lives there does prohibit others from carrying objects in the courtyard. R. Judah says, if the householder has the right of storage there, the other does not prohibit him. 1:2:1, members of the household of R. Yanai say, if even a peg for hanging his sandal. Rba bar Hinana said, even a lid, even a tray. Rab said, but that is on condition that it is something which may be handled on the Sabbath. LXXI Yerushalmi Arabin 8:5 He who leaves his house and goes to spend the Sabbath in another town all the same are a Gentile and an Israelite. Lo, this one prohibits, the words of Meir. Judah says, he does not prohibit. Ryose says, a Gentile prohibits, an Israelite does not prohibit, for it is not usual for an Israelite to return on the Sabbath. Simeon says, even if he left his house and went to spend the Sabbath with his daughter in that very same town, he does not prohibit. For he already has banished from his mind. 1:1, this ruling illustrates the position of Meir, for Meir says, a house that is locked nonetheless imposes a prohibition. Can the Israelite not come along, relying upon an Arab, coming by and returning home? L'Zi Yerushalmi Arabin 8:6 A cistern which is between two courtyards they do not draw water from it on the Sabbath, unless they made for it a partition 10 handbreadths high, whether it is above, beneath, or within its rim. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, the house of Shammai say, below and the house of Hillel say, above. 1. I1, the views of rabbis differ. For R. Jacob in the name of R. Joshua b. Levi said, the law applies if the partition goes down into the water, so that one may let down a bucket. Said R. Judah, the partition should not be more powerful than the wall which is between. 1:2:1, the opinions assigned to R. Judah are confused. There he has said, spice, water, or salt for her dolo, they are in the status of the two of them. 2:2:2, said R. Huna, the rule applies to a case in which the partition protrudes into the open area of the cistern itself. L'Ziath Yerushalmi Arabin 8:7 A water channel which passes through a courtyard they do not draw water from it on the Sabbath, unless they made for it a partition 10 handbreadths high, at its entry point and at its exit point. R. Judah says, the wall which is above it is regarded as a partition. Said R. Judah, there was the following precedent, from the water channel of Abel did they draw water at the instruction of the elders on the Sabbath. They said to him, it was because it was not of the requisite size. 1:1, the Mishnah speaks of a water channel which is 10 handbreadths deep and 4 broad. But was the water channel not open at both sides? 2:2, it is obvious in the case of a water channel 10 handbreadths deep but not 4 broad that it is permitted to carry objects in that area, and it also is permitted to draw water from it. It is obvious that if it is 4 handbreadths broad but not 10 deep, it is permitted to carry objects about in it. What is the law as to drawing water from it? L'Siv Yerushalmi Arabin 8:8 A balcony which is above water they do not draw water from it on the Sabbath, unless they made for it a partition 10 handbreadths high, whether above or below. 1:1, R. Zira, R. Judah in the name of Rab, and this rule applies on condition that the partition extends beneath the surface of the water to the extent of a bucket. And so two balconies, one above the other. They made for the one on top and did not do so for the one on the bottom, both of them are prohibited unless they prepare an ERUB. 1:2:1, does it not turn out that residents of two distinct domains are utilizing a single domain in common? 2:2:2, said Arhuna, and the rule applies only if the partition sets within 3 handbreadths of the balcony. 3:2:3, it has been taught, R. Hananiah b. Akabia says, a balcony that overhangs the sea at a distance of 10 handbreadths in height. One makes a hole in the plaster and draws water through it on the Sabbath. 4:2:4, already said before Arhaya, it is permitted to draw water but forbidden to pour out slops. 5:2:5, said R. Yohanan, R. Yase has made this statement only with regard to the Sukkah. But as regards the laws of the Sabbath, also R. Yase will concur. 6:2:6, R. Abahu in the name of R. Yase, that which you have said applies to a case in which the residents of the balconies make use of holes in the floor of the balconies for drawing water. But if they made use of the space outside, it is permitted. LXXV Yerushalmi Arabin 8:9 A courtyard which is less than 4 cubits they do not pour slops into it on the Sabbath, unless they made for it a hole holding 2 seas, from the edge downward, whether inside or outside. But, that which is outside one has to cover. And that which is inside one does not have to cover. R. Eliezer B. Jacob says, a drain which is covered over for 4 cubits in the public domain they pour water into it on the Sabbath. 1I1, they estimated that a place sufficient to absorb the amount of water used by a person in a given day is 200 cs, and 4 cubits absorb the equivalent in volume to 200 cs. If the hole in the ground should be perforated, there is a Tannite authority who says, one has to stop it up. There is a Tannite authority who says, one does not have to stop it up. If the hole in the ground should be filled up, there is a Tannite authority who says, one has to empty it out. And there is a Tannite authority who says, one does not have to do so. 2I2, the Mishnah passage before us differs from the view of R. Yohanan, the courtyard and the portico join together to constitute the 4 cubits. Interpret the Mishnah to speak of a case in which the courtyard and the portico are on a level plane. 3I3, said R. Jeremiah, R. Meir and R. Eliezer B. Jacob have both said the same thing. R. Eliezer B. Jacob, as we have learned, R. Eliezer B. Jacob says, a drain which is covered over for 4 cubits in the public domain they pour water from the courtyard into it on the Sabbath. And sages say, even if a roof or a courtyard is 100 cubits in area, one should not pour water directly into the mouth of the drain. R. Meir, for it has been taught, culverts that are in cities, even though they are perforated one may pour slops into them on the Sabbath, the words of R. Meir. And sages say, even if a roof or a courtyard is 100 cubits, one should not pour water into the mouth of the drum. But he pours it onto the roof, and the water goes down into the drain. The courtyard and the portico join together to constitute the 4 cubits. And so 2 stories opposite one another some made a hole, and some did not make a hole those who made the hole are permitted. And those who did not make a hole are prohibited. 1:2:1, so too it has been taught, if it was flowing along, it is permitted to. If it was the rainy season, it is permitted to do so. In the case of spouts which pour out into public domain, it is forbidden to pour water into them. LXXI Yerushalmi Arabin 9:1 All roofs of a town are a single domain, so long as one roof is not 10 handbreadths higher or lower, the words of R. Meir. 1. I1, Yaseh B. Arbun said, there is a dispute between Rab and Samuel. Samuel said, up to 2 cs of space. Rab said, they may carry in a space even of a core or 2 cores. 2. I2, they propose to interpret the dispute between R. Meir and rabbis to pertain to a case in which the residents did not prepare an Arab. But if they did prepare an Arab, and sages say, each and every one is a domain unto itself. R. Simeon says, all the same are roofs, courtyards, and outer areas. Each constitutes a single domain in regard to utensils which have been kept, therein, for the Sabbath, and not for utensils which have been kept for the Sabbath in the house. 1:2:1, the Mishnah speaks of a case in which the entries serving all the residents were connected to the roofs with a Tyrian or an Egyptian ladder. But if all entries to the roof went up on an Egyptian ladder, except for one which used a Tyrian ladder, that one utilizing the Tyrian ladder is deemed to constitute a gateway, and the rest are regarded as a case in which one goes up or down through climbing. 2:2:2, what is the law as to carrying objects about on the whole of the roof? Samuel said, one may carry throughout the whole of it. Rab said, people may carry only for 4 cubits. 3:2:3, it is prohibited to carry something up or to bring something down from the courtyard to the roofs, or from the roofs to the courtyard. But all which were kept for the Sabbath in the courtyard may be carried about in the courtyard. And those kept for the Sabbath on the roofs may be carried about on the roofs, the words of R. Meir. And sages say, each one constitutes a domain unto itself. Said to them our Meir, do you not concede that it is prohibited to bring in or to take out objects from the courtyard to the houses and from the houses to the courtyard? Yet all which were kept for the Sabbath in the courtyard are permitted to be carried about in the courtyard. So what is the difference between the roof and the courtyard? They said to him, if you have stated the rule in regard to the courtyard, underneath which there are no distinct residences, will you state the same rule in regard to roofs, beneath which there are distinct residences? He said to them, so too in the case of a courtyard, sometimes there are distinct residences underneath it? They said to him, no. If you have stated the rule with regard to the courtyard, in which case everyone will not recognize what is his, will you state the rule in the case of roofs, in which case each person recognizes what is his? He said to them, no. If it was divided up, or if it was made in mosaics, will not everyone recognize what is his? Said our Simeon b. Eleazar, up to this point was the reply. 4:2:4, said our Judah, here is a precedent, in the time of the danger, we would bring a scroll of the Torah from the courtyard up to the roof, and from one roof to another, where we would read in the scroll. They said to him, one may not disprove from what was done in the time of the danger. Said Rabbi, when I was studying with our Simeon in Tekoa, we used to bring oil in an unguent from the courtyard to the roof, and from the roof to the shed, and from one shed to another shed, until we reached the spring. And there we would wash ourselves. 5:2:5, it turns out that there are 3 items under dispute. All roofs of a town are a single domain. Our Judah says, the courtyard and roofs constitute a single domain. Our Simeon says, the courtyard, roof, outer area, constitute a single domain in regard to utensils which have been kept therein for the Sabbath, but not for utensils which have been kept for the Sabbath in the house. THIRD Yerushalmi Arabin 9:2 a large roof near a small one, the large one is permitted, and the small one is prohibited. A large courtyard which was breached to a small one, the large one is permitted, and the small one is forbidden, for it is like a doorway to the large one. 1:1, the Mishnah speaks of that same roof. But as to a roof belonging to another party, it is forbidden. Speaks of a case in which the 2 roofs are not on the same plane. But if they are on the same plane, it is permitted. 2:2, the following passage of the Mishnah stands at variance with Samuel's position, a large roof near a small one, the large one is permitted as an area for carrying, and the small one is prohibited. But why should it not be permitted to carry in the smaller area up to the point at which the partitions had stood? Associates said before our Yaseh in the name of our Ahiah, that which Samuel has said applies to the very same Sabbath, while what the Mishnah passage before us says pertains to the Sabbath thereafter. THIRD Yerushalmi Arabin 9:3 a courtyard which was breached to the public way or to any other distinct domain, he who brings from within it to private domain, or from private domain into it, is liable, the words of our Eliezer. And sages say, from within it to the public way, or from the public way into it, is exempt. For is in the status of neutral domain. 1:1, Zerika, our Jacob Barbun in the name of our Hananah, our Eliezer's rule applies only to the space in the area of the walls themselves. The rule further applies to a case in which the comers were removed on both sides. A courtyard which was breached to public domain on 2 sides. 1:1, why on 2 sides? Even if it were only at one side. And so too, a house which was breached on 2 sides, and so too, an alleyway the beams or side posts of which were removed, they are permitted on that Sabbath, but prohibited in time to come, the words of our Judah. Our Yose says, if they are permitted on that Sabbath, they are permitted in time to come. And if they are prohibited in time to come, they are prohibited on that Sabbath. 1:2:1, if it was breached in the middle, it remains permitted. Samuel said, it is forbidden. 2:2:2, said our Yohanan, our Eliezer has made his statement only in regard to a courtyard and an alleyway. But as to a house, is it in the status of a bridge? 3:2:3, Rab and Ar Yohanan said, it is forbidden, both on that Sabbath and on the coming Sabbath. 4:2:4, said Ar Yohanan, Koschus, a gourd, an alleyway, a proselyte, and an ordinary person are subject to a strict rule. LXXX Yerushalmi Arabin 9:5 He who builds an upper room on top of two houses, and so too, viaducts they carry objects below them on the Sabbath, the words of Ar Judah. And sages prohibit. And further did Ar Judah say, they prepare an erub for an alleyway which is a thoroughfare. And sages prohibit. 1:1, Ar Huna said, an area that is roofed over does not fall into the category of public domain. 2:2, what is the law as to having to provide a partition? RBA said, it requires a partition. Ar Yase said, it does not require a partition. Lxi Yerushalmi Arabin 10:1 He who finds tefillin brings them in one by one. 1:1, he who finds tefillin brings them in one by one, just as they are worn as clothing, one on the head, one on the arm. Rabban Gamaliel says, 2 sets at a time, 2 on his head, 2 on his arm. 2:2, Ar Abahu, Ar Eliezer, he who puts on tefillin at night violates a positive commandment, for it is said, you shall therefore keep this ordinance from day to day. In the daytime and not by night. Rabban Gamaliel says, 2 sets at a time. 1:2:1, said Ar Yase, the meaning of the Mishnah is, and that is on condition that one bring them in 2 at a time. Ar Yase br bun in the name of Ar Aha, one puts on even 2 at a time. 2:2:2, it has been taught, all the same are a man and a woman. The statement poses no problems to him who maintains that there is ample proof. But from the viewpoint of him who says that there is not ample proof, it cannot be clearly the case that men, while it is clearly the case that women. Said Ar Eliezer, who stands behind the statement concerning the woman? It is Rabban Gamaliel. Under what circumstances? In the case of used ones. But in the case of new ones, he is exempt. He found them arranged in sets or in bundles, he waits until darkness while standing over them, and he brings them in. 1:3:1, under what circumstances? In the case of used ones. But in the case of new ones, he is exempt from the obligation of putting them into a protected place. Why is this the case? It is because old ones have been inspected, while new ones have not. But in a situation of danger, he covers them up and goes along. 1:4:1, but in a situation of danger, he covers them up and goes along. If it was raining, lo, this one covers himself up in a piece of leather, and he covers. Lxi Yerushalmi Arabin 10:2 Ar Simeon says, he hands them to his fellow, and he to his fellow, until it reaches the outermost courtyard of the town. And so in the case of his son, he hands him over to his fellow, and his fellow, even 100. 1:1, both Ar Eliezer and Ar Abadimi in the name of Armana one of them said, speaks of an infant in the time of danger. His fellow answered him, if it deals with an infant in the time of danger, let them bring him in by hand. He replied to him, we deal with a case in which he can bring him in a permitted manner. Ar Judah says, a man hands over a jug to his fellow, and his fellow to his, even outside of the Sabbath line. They said to him, this object should not go further than the feet of its master. 1:2:1, Ar Simeon b. Lachish in the name of Levi Sokaya, the Mishnah speaks of a case in which one pours water from one jug to the next. If that is not the case, one cannot interpret the passage in accord with Ar Judah's views expressed elsewhere, for Ar Judah says, flowing liquid. Lxi Yerushalmi Arabin 10:3 He who was reading in a scroll on the threshold, it rolled out of his hand, may roll it back to himself. He was reading on the top of the roof, and the scroll rolled out of his hand. 1:1, on the threshold it is permitted, but outside of the threshold it is forbidden. One may interpret the case to involve someone sitting and reading in the scroll while it was still day, who forgot and then brought it out to the threshold. Before it falls to within 10 handbreadths, he may roll it back to himself. 12:1, R. Jacob bar Aha in the name of R. Yaseh, this represents the view of R. Judah, who has said, it is forbidden to make use of the airspace within 10 handbreadths of the ground. Once it has fallen to within 10 handbreadths, he turns it over onto the written side. 13:1, why? So that the actual writing will not be ruined. R. Judah says, even if it is distant from the ground by only so much as a hair's breadth, he may roll it back to himself. R. Simeon says, even if it has touched the ground itself, he may roll it back to himself. For nothing which is prohibited by reason of Sabbath rest stands against the sacred scriptures. 14:1, the principles assigned to R. Judah are in a state of confusion. There he has said, it is forbidden to make use of the airspace within 10 cubits of the ground, and here he has said this. THIRD Yerushalmi Arabin 10:4 a projection before a window, they put things out on it and take things back from it on the Sabbath. 1:1, single projection, but if there were two, it is forbidden. Residents of two different domains are forbidden to make use of a single domain in common. LXXXV Yerushalmi Arabin 10:5 a man stands in private domain and moves something about in public domain and moves something about in private domain, on condition that he not move the object outside of 4 cubits. A man should not stand in private domain and urinate into public domain. In public domain and urinate into private domain. And so too he should not spit. 1:1, it is not the end of the matter that a man stands in private domain and moves something about in public domain and moves something about in private domain, on condition that he not move the object outside of 4 cubits from where he picked it up. R. Judah says, also, he whose spit is loose in his mouth should not walk 4 cubits until he has spit it out. 12:1, Rab said, one's phlegm. R. Yohanan said, one's phlegm, for if that is not the case, R. Judah is consistent in maintaining that any sort of flowing liquid is regarded as connected. 2:2, it is not the end of the matter that one should not stand in private domain and urinate into public domain. But he should not even stand in public domain and urinate in public domain, so that the drops of water roll along down into private domain. That too is forbidden. Said R. Yaseh br Bun, it is not the end of the matter that one should not stand in public domain and urinate into private domain. But he should not even stand in private domain and urinate in private domain, so that the drops of water roll along down into public domain. That too is forbidden. Said R. Yaseh, that then implies, a pipe which stands in public domain, 10 handbreadths high and 4 broad, they do not pour slops into it, which will roll along down. LXI Yerushalmi Arabin 10:6 a man should not stand in private domain and drink in public domain and drink in private domain, unless he has poked his head and the greater part of his body into the same domain as that in which he drinks. 1:1, there is no difficulty in understanding why it should be prohibited to stand in private domain and drink in public domain. But if he stands in public domain and drinks in private domain, is his mouth not above a height of 10 handbreadths? 2:2, it has been taught, a camel, the head and greater part of the body of which are inside, they feed it inside. Are outside, they feed it outside. 3:3, R. Yaseh br Bun, the traditions assigned to him are confused. For did not R. Jacob bar Aha state in the name of R. Hananah, the 3 cubits nearest a partition are regarded as tantamount to the partition. Interpret the matter to involve an object which has fallen outside of 3 cubits, which is not 4 handbreadths broad. If one stuck a reed into the ground, and surrounded it with some sort of a partition, and one tossed something into it from the public domain, R. Isaac B. Eliezer says, the matter is subject to dispute. And so in the case of a wine press. 1:2:1, said R. Haya, and so is the case of a wine press. This has to do with the matter of tithing. A man scoops up water out of a gutter less than 10 handbreadths from the ground. and from a waterspout in any manner he may drink. 13:1, R. Judah said, this represents the view of R. Meir, for he has said, you regard the wall as leveled. R. Jacob bar Aha in the name of R. Eliezer, it represents the view of all parties. We deal with a case in which the wall slants at a grade of 10 handbreadths to 3. THIRD Yerushalmi Arabin 10:7 a cistern in the public domain, with its surrounding bank 10 handbreadths high, a window which is above it, they draw water from it on the Sabbath. A garbage dump in the public domain 10 handbreadths high, a window which is above it, they pour out slops into it on the Sabbath. 1I1, do you not regard depth as equivalent to height? In which the mouth of the cistern is not 4 handbreadths square. 2I2, up to this point close. What is the rule if the cistern or garbage dump is more distant? Rab and Samuel, one said, one puts a board. The other said, one places a reed between the window and the board. 3I3, if there were two Amoraim. One said, a space of 10 is required, and the other said, a space of 4. 4I4, on condition that the area of the cistern not be more than 2 cs, the partitions not be higher than 10 handbreadths, the breaches therein not be more than 10 cubits wide, and the area of the partition that is standing not be opposite another such area, and a breach opposite another breach. THIRD Yerushalmi Arabin 10:8 a tree which overshadows the ground if its foliage was not 3 handbreadths above the ground, they carry under it. Its roots are 3 handbreadths above the ground, one should not sit on them. 1I1, R. Aha in the name of Rab, it is forbidden to tread on the roots of a vine shoot on the Sabbath. The same rule applies to a tree and a cabbage, that is the case if the roots are 3 handbreadths high. But if they are not 3 handbreadths high, they are equivalent to the ground. A door in the rear court, bundles of briars in a breach or with mats, they do not stop up an opening, unless they are raised above the ground. 1:2:1, the Mishnah speaks of a case in which they do not have hinges. But if they do have hinges, that falls under the rubric concerning which we have learned the following: a door which is dragged, a reed mat which is dragged, and screens which are dragged, they open and close them on the Sabbath, and, it goes without saying, on the festival. A door which has a hinge, they open and close it on the Sabbath. A mat which is affixed and suspended, one may open and close it on the Sabbath, and it goes without saying, on the festival. 6 Yerushalmi Arabin 10:9 a man should not stand in private domain and open a door in public domain and open a door in private domain, unless he has made a partition 10 handbreadths high, the words of R. Meir. They said to him, there is this precedent. In the poulterer's market in Jerusalem they used to shut up their shops and leave the key in the window above the door. Ryose says, it was the market of the wool dealers. 1I1, R. Aha, R. Hinana in the name of Kahana, the law is not in accord with the view of R. Meir. 2I2, Abba bar Papi asked, to what does R. Meir compare the wall in which the lock is located? To a wall that is smooth or to one that is perforated? If you say that it is like a smooth one, then even if the lock is higher than 10 handbreadths, it should be permitted, and if you say it is perforated, then even if it is lower than 10 handbreadths, it should be forbidden. The doors of gardens which have gatehouses on the inner side, they open and close them on the inside. On the outside, they open and close them on the outside. On one side and on the other, they open and close them on one side and on the other. If they do not have any on either side, and so too, doorways of shops on the public way, R. Meir says, when the lock is lower than 10 handbreadths, one takes the key from the threshold and puts it into the lock and opens the door and carries it into the house. And he puts it back into the lock and locks the door and leaves in its place. When the lock is higher than 10 handbreadths, he brings the key on the eve of the Sabbath and puts it into he lock and opens the door and carries it into the house. And he puts it back into the lock and locks the door and takes it and leaves it in its place. And sages say, also, when the lock is higher than 10 handbreadths, he takes the key from the threshold and puts it into the lock and opens the door and carries it into the house. And he puts it back into the lock and locks the door and takes and leaves it on the window which is above the threshold. If the window is 4 by 4 handbreadths, it is prohibited to do so, for they do not carry objects from one domain to another. XC Yerushalmi Arabin 1010a bolt with a knob on its end Eliezer prohibits. And Ryose permits. Said Eliezer, MSHB, in the synagogue in Tiberias they permitted, until Rabban Gamaliel and elders came and prohibited it for them. Ryose says, they treated it as prohibited. Rabban Gamaliel and the elders came and permitted it for them. 1I1, said Yasebi. Rabbi, in accord with the view of him who permits, one treats the bolt as secondary to the knob. In accord with the one who prohibits, one treats the knob as secondary to the bolt. A bolt which is dragged on the ground they lock the doors with it in the temple, but not in the provinces. And one which rests on the ground both here and there is prohibited. Judah says, the one which rests on the ground is permitted in the temple. And the one which is dragged on the ground is permitted in the provinces. 1:2:1, What is a bolt? Said Yohanan, it is one that is fastened onto the door, even though it is not suspended from the door. XCI Yerushalmi Arabin 10:11 They put back the lower pivot in the temple, but not in the provinces. And the upper pivot of a door both here and there is prohibited. Judah says, the upper one, in the temple, and the lower one, in the provinces. They put back a plaster in the temple, but not in the provinces. And to begin with here and there it is prohibited. 1I1, said Yasebi Arbun, not every deed prohibited by reason of Sabbath rest have they permitted in the sanctuary. 2I2, it has been taught, one should not dry off a plaster so as not to turn out to spread, for one who spreads something on the Sabbath is liable for a sin offering. And has it not been taught, slip downward, one may push it back upward, and if it slipped upward, one may push it back downward? One may uncover a part of the plaster on one side and dry off the wound on that side, and uncover part of the plaster on the other side and dry off the wound on that side, but one may not dry off the plaster itself, so as not to turn out to spread the salve, for one who spreads on the Sabbath is liable to a sin offering. XCII Yerushalmi Arabin 10:12 They tie a string in the temple, but not in the provinces. And to begin with here and there it is prohibited. 1I1, said Yasebi Arbun, this represents the view of Simeon b Yase. For it has been taught, said Simeon b Eliezer, and is it not so that if they tie it, it produces no sound anyhow? But one threads it down from above and fastens it below. They cut off a wen in the temple, but not in the provinces. But if it is with a utensil, here and there it is prohibited. 1:2:1, there we have learned, cutting off a wen which is on it do not override the prohibitions of the Sabbath. Eliezer says, they do override the prohibitions of the Sabbath. How then can you say this? Simon in the name of Joshua b. Levi in the name of Petat, it is because of the disarray of the priestly lotteries. Skeen Yerushalmi Arabin 10:13 A priest who hurt his finger one ties reed grass around it in the temple, but not in the provinces. But if it is to remove blood, here and there it is prohibited. They scatter salt on the ramp so that they will not slip. 1I1, Judah b. Rabbi said, they have taught only in the case of reed grass. But as to using a bandage, it is forbidden, on grounds that it is an addition to the priestly garments. The theory expressed herein is that having too many priestly garments is equivalent to having too few of them. Jacob bar Aha in the name of Yase, this represents the view of Hananah, for Hananah said, that is on condition only if the covering does not interpose between the priest's flesh and the garment he is wearing, or between one garment and another. 2I2, it has been taught, they draw liquids by means of a siphon on the Sabbath, and water may be allowed to drip from a perforated vessel used in sick rooms on the Sabbath for a sick person. They draw liquids by means of a siphon, a kind of borer. And water may be allowed to drip from a perforated vessel. There is he who proposes to explain that this is in order to wake up the sick person. 3. In the case of a courtyard on which it rained, and in which was a house of mourning or a house of festivities, lo, this one may take up the stone and pour off the water, so long as one not do it on the Sabbath in the way he does it on an ordinary day. 1. It has been taught, they do not draw water with a scale on the Sabbath. But if he wanted to save the rope or the cord, lo, this is permitted. And they draw water from the cistern of the exiles and from the great cistern with a water wheel on the Sabbath, and from the hectare well on a festival day. 1. 2:1 They draw water from the cistern of the exiles and from the great cistern with a water wheel on the Sabbath, and from the hectare well on a festival day. On what account do they draw water from the hectare well with a water wheel on the festival? But when the residents of the exile came up and camped by it, the prophets permitted them to draw water from the hectare well on the festival. And not all hectare wells did they permit, but only that one by they had encamped. XCIV Yerushalmi Arabin 10:14 A dead creeping thing which is found in the temple, a priest removes it with his belt, so as not to keep Uncle Anas. The words of Ar Yohanan b. Baraka. 1:1, said Ar Yohanan b. Zerika 2, do you not turn out to keep uncleanness in the temple? Said 2, do you not turn out to increase uncleanness? He said to him, it is better to transgress a negative commandment but not through one's own deed, than to violate a negative commandment through one's own deed. 2:2, there we have learned, the leper put his head inside the temple court, and the priest placed blood on the tip of his ear. He put his hand inside, and he placed it on the thumb of his hand. He put his foot inside, and he placed it on the big toe of his foot. Ar Judah says, the three of them did he put inside all at once. The opinions assigned to Ar Judah are confused. There he has said it is permitted to practice deception, and here he has said it is forbidden to do so. There the consideration is that the man should not impart uncleanness 3 times. Here, by contrast, the uncleanness already is present and known. Ar Judah says, with the wooden tongs, so as not to increase Uncle Anas. From what areas do they remove it? From the sanctuary, the porch, and the area between the porch and the altar, the words of Ar Simeon b. Nanas. Ar Akaba says, a place in which deliberately, he is liable for extirpation, and inadvertently, he is liable to a sin offering, from there do they remove it. But all other locations, they simply turn over a scyther onto it. Ar Simeon says, wherever sages have permitted something to you, they have given you what already is yours. For they have permitted to you only by reason of Sabbath rest. 1:2:1, spelling out his argument, Judah adds furthermore, it is possible to leave the temple without any real delay in keeping the uncleanness therein. 2:2:2, has removed from a place in which, if a man entered while unclean deliberately, he would be liable for extirpation, and it fell down in a place on account of which, one is not liable to extirpation, that which he was carrying already has been subjected to the requirement of being taken out. If one found another alongside the one which he has to take out, does one take out both of them, or does he take out only one of them? 3:2:3, the laws of the Sabbath, festal offering, and sacrilege are like mountains suspended by a hair, with very little scripture and many laws. So they do not have that on which to depend. Among the 10 things created on the eve of the Sabbath at dusk were the tongs made with tongs. Tractate Pesahim. The topic of Pesahim, the celebration of Passover, is defined by Scripture, from which the basic rules derive. The most important passage is found at Exodus 12. Scripture deals with these topics in order, setting aside and killing a lamb for the Passover, unleavened bread and the taboo against leaven and what is leavened, with the festival of unleavened bread, and the lamb again. Deuteronomy 16:1, 8 is explicit that the sacrifice of the Passover lamb is to take place only in Jerusalem. Tractate Pesahim presents the topics in logical order, dealing in 2 sizable units, first with the prohibition of leaven and other preparations for the festival, and second, with offering the Passover sacrifice, roasting it, and eating it. The halakha thus focuses upon the cult, even in connection with the rite that is carried out in the home. A third, rather perfunctory unit, chapter 10 of the Mishnah tractate, takes up the rite of the Seder, the Passover meal itself. The halakha in the present topic takes for granted knowledge of the existence of a Passover ritual such as is contained in the Haggadah. The tractate provides no rules for conduct on the festival days, for these occur in the tractates Moed Katan and Bisa, which cover all festival days equally. The household is made ready to serve as part of the cult by the removal of leaven and all marks of fermentation from the home. Now man eats only that same unleavened bread that is God's portion through the year. The household is further made the locus of a rite of consuming other specified foods. The main point, however, is that the offering sacrificed in the temple yields meat to be eaten in the household, that is, at home, and not only in the temple courtyard. The festivals of Tabernacles and Pentecost, by contrast, do not entail a home offering of a similar character, nor does the celebration of the new month. The tractate Yoma describes an occasion that is celebrated at the temple or in relationship to the temple. In this wider context, the halakha of Pesachim alone sets forth an occasion in the life of all Israel that commences in the temple but concludes at home. Its message is that for Passover in particular season of our freedom, the home and the temple form a single continuum. The advent of Israel's freedom from Egypt is an occasion of sanctification. It represents the differentiation of Israel from the nations, represented by Egypt, by means of a blood rite. I. Preparation for Passover. A. Removal of leaven. B. Grains suitable for unleavened bread, herbs suitable for the bitter herbs. C. Removal and avoidance of what is fermented. D. Other requirements for the 14th of Nisan. 2. The Passover offering, slaying and eating it. A. General rules on slaughtering the lamb designated as the Passover offering. B. The special problems of the Sabbath. C. Roasting and eating the Passover offering. D. Uncleanness and the Passover offering. E. Not breaking the bone of the Passover offering. F. Eating the offering in a group other than the natural family. G. Dealing with unclean and other persons in whose behalf the Passover is not to be slaughtered. H. The second Passover. I. The animal designated for a Passover that is lost or for which a substitute is designated. 3. The Passover Seder. Yerushalmi Pesachim. Chapter 1. 1:1 On the night preceding the 14th they search for leaven by the light of a lamp. Any place into which they do not bring leaven does not require searching. And why did they say, 2 rows in the wine vault? A place into which they bring leaven. The house of Shammai say, 2 rows over the entire surface of the wine vault. And the house of Hillel say, the outermost rows which are the uppermost. It is written, and you shall observe the commandment of the unleavened bread, because on this very day I brought your hosts out of the land of Egypt. In the first on 14th of the month in the evening you shall eat unleavened bread. How shall we interpret these statements? If to eating unleavened bread, it is already written, 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread. And if to state that starts on the 14th, and is it not written, until the 21st day of the month? Rather, if is not relevant to the eating of unleavened bread, apply it to the destruction of leaven. Why by the light of a lamp? Said R. Samuel bar R. Isaac, because the lamp search very meticulously. Why at night? Said R. Yaseh, because searching with a lamp is good only at night. R. Mana did not say thus but rather derived the rule from a verse. And you shall observe this day throughout your generations as an institution forever. Act so that the day and the night are guarded. And let him start on the 13th so that he may have the day and the night guarded. He too accords with that which R. Yaseh said. And let him start on the night of the 13th. If thus, even from the new moon? R. Jeremiah said, R. Samuel bar Isaac asked, what is the law? Is it permitted to search by the light of a torch? Why does he ask? Because its light wavers. R. Samuel bar R. Isaac is consistent with views expressed elsewhere, for R. Samuel bar R. Isaac said because the lamp search very meticulously. Even though there is no proof for the matter, hint to the matter, on that day I will search Jerusalem with lamps. And I will punish the men who rest. untroubled on their lees, who say to themselves, the Lord will do nothing, good or bad. And there are those who want to say, let us derive this rule from this, the life breath of a person is the lamp of the Lord, revealing all his inner parts. Said Aryase, the teaching said that searching during the day is considered a searching, for we have learned, Arjuda says, we search on the night of the 14th and on the 14th during the morning and during the time of destruction. Not only Arjuda but even of the rabbis, for we have learned, and sages say, if one did not search on the night of the 14th, he should search during the 14th. And is one required to search by the light of a lamp? Let us derive the rule from the following, they search not by the light of the sun, and not by the light of the moon, and not by the light of the stars, but only by the light of a lamp. It makes sense, not by the light of the moon, and not by the light of the stars, but what of not by the light of the sun? And is the sun at night? This indicates that even during the day is required to search by the light of the lamp. Not only in a house lacking sunlight, but even for a house having sunlight even during the day is required to search by the light of the lamp. Concerning dark alleys, is one permitted from the outset to search them by the light of a lamp? The words of the rabbis indicate that it does not illuminate during the day as it illuminates during the night, for Arhuna said, when we fled in the caves of the great synagogue, lit candles for ourselves. When they became dim we knew that it was day, and when they became bright we knew that it was night. And this follows in accord with that which Arava bar Zira said, Noah on entering the ark brought precious stones and jewels with him. When they became dim he knew that it was day, and when they became bright he knew that it was night. Why? There are animals that eat by day and there are animals that eat by night. And lo, it is written, make an opening for the ark. Is in accord with the one who said that the heavenly bodies did not function during the year of the flood. R. Jeremiah asked, do synagogues or study houses require searching? Why does he ask? For bring therein for new moon meals. Let it be self-evident to him. He thus asks because their light is great. Is one permitted initially to search them during the day by the light of a lamp? Aryase asked, do the courtyards in Jerusalem in which eat loaves of the thanksgiving offering and wafers of the Nazirites require a search? Without it are they not searched because of remnant of sacrificial meat? Let it accord with that which our Zechariah the son-in-law of our Levi taught, a menstruant rubs and combs. The wife or does not rub and comb out. A menstruant who is the wife or daughter of a priest rubs and combs out in order not to distinguish between one menstruant and another. So here in order not to distinguish between one removal and another. Rabban Gamaliel bar Inyana teaches before Armana, a menstruant, who interrupts all 7 days, rubs and combs out, the wife or daughter of a priest who immerses herself every day does not rub and comb out. He said to him, was posed regarding a woman waiting 1 day for 1 day. The upper and lower holes of the house, and the balcony, and the cellar, and the upper chamber, and the roof of a house, the roof of a tower, a straw shed, and a cattle shed, and a wood shed, and a storage shed, the wine storage area, and the oil storage area, and the fruit storage area do not require searching. It is understandable the upper, but what of the lower ones? This indicates that they were not apprehensive regarding falling. Said Aryase, you may explain it that both were but in the wall, one above 10 and one below 10:19, and do we not learn a cellar? This indicates that they were not apprehensive of falling. A child fears to go there. Be concerned to say perhaps leaven has rolled into there. You may explain that refers to a cellar that has a rim. And the roof of a house and the roof of a tower, this refers to elevated 3 handbreadths. But if they are not elevated 3 handbreadths, they are considered as the earth. And applies to on which leaven was not used. But one on which leaven was used even if it was very high requires searching. Said Armana, and this makes sense, we would say thus, even a papyrus basket if it was very high up would not need searching. It is taught, Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, a bed which divides a house and under which wood and rocks are resting searches out the outer side and does not search out the inner side. Because wood and rocks are resting under it. Lo, if wood and rocks are not resting under it, is required to search out the inner side. This indicates that we're apprehensive concerning falling. I may say an infant crawled under the bed and brought leaven therein. A wine vault requires searching. An oil vault does not require searching. What is the difference between wine and oil? Wine is not determinable. Oil is determinable. A storage area, whether of wine or oil, does not require searching. What is a vault? All in the courtyard where is put along with bread. There is a vault that resembles a storage area, and there is a storage area that resembles a vault. A vault in which he is embarrassed to eat, lo, it resembles a storage area. And a storage area in which he is not embarrassed to eat, lo, it resembles a vault. There is a courtyard that resembles an alley, and an alley that resembles a courtyard. A courtyard in which the public crosses through, lo, it is like an alley. And an alley in which the public does not cross through, lo, it resembles a courtyard. Take account of the possibility that perhaps the servants bring leaven therein. It is not the custom of servants to bring leaven therein only sweet things, for the latter test fine wine. One who goes on a journey prior to 30 days, does not have to search, within 30, is required to search. This refers to a situation in which one intends to return. But if one does not intend to return, even prior to 30 days, one is required to search. And this refers to a case of uncertainty. But in the case of a certainty even at the new year, said RBA, and even if one intends to return, one is required to search lest change one's mind and not return. All are reliable concerning the destruction of leaven, even women, even slaves. R. Jeremiah in the name of R. Zira, delete even women. Women by their own right are reliable because they are slow and search very meticulously. Samaritans, as long as they prepare their unleavened bread as Israel, are reliable concerning the destruction of leaven. If they do not prepare their unleavened bread as Israel, they are not reliable concerning the destruction of leaven. Said R. Yase, this refers to houses, but regarding courtyards they are suspect, for they expound, shall not be found in your houses, not in their courtyards. It is taught, Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, every commandment that Samaritans follow they observe with greater punctiliousness than Israel. Said R. Simeon, this refers to the former when they were settled in their villages. But now, since they observe neither commandments nor remnants of commandments, they are suspect and they are corrupted. They ask concerning the laws of Passover on Passover, the laws of Pentecost on Pentecost, the laws of the festival on the festival. In the assembly house they ask prior to 30 days. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, 2 weeks. R. Yohanan accords with rabbis and the associates accord with Rabban Simeon ben Gamaliel. Said R. Yohanan, the reason of the rabbis is, for thus Moses on the first Passover stood and related to them the laws of the second Passover. And the associates accord with Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel, for thus Moses on the new moon stood and related to them the laws of Passover. And in what situation did they say, 2 rows in the wine vault? Arhuna in the name of Rab, investigates the outermost row like a gamma. Bar Kappara teaches, investigates it like 2 gammas. If was put in the middle of the house, according to the view of Arhuna one strips it of 1 layer. According to the view of Bar Kappara strips it of 2 layers. If was constructed steps one investigates each gamma. R. Jacob bar Aha in the name of Hezekiah, Simeon bar Ba in the name of R. Yohanan, the outermost row, is the upper, which faces the door and the beam, that is further in from it. It is taught that is further in from it with that is below it. They wanted to say that the person who said that is further in from it all the more so that is below it, the person who said that is below it, lo, further in from it does not. If one used 1/2 of a row, it is evident that the used portion requires that is further in from it and of the one that is below it. That unused portion, does it require that is further in from it and of the one that is below it? This refers to those that have spaces. but regarding those that are pressed tightly together, passes a lamp by them and it is sufficient. This indicates that we're apprehensive concerning falling. Said our Phinehas from Jaffa, I might say that on arranging them brought leaven into it. 1:2 They do not scruple that a weasel might have dragged from house to house and place to place. For if so, from courtyard to courtyard and from town to town, there is no end to the matter. Said our Jonah, thus should teach, from city to city and from courtyard to courtyard, from place to place and from house to house. Said our Yase, it is appropriate even according to the Mishnah, they do not scruple that a weasel might have dragged from house to house and place to place. For if so, from courtyard to courtyard and from town to town, there is no end to the matter. For if you are apprehensive from house to house, be apprehensive from place to place. If you are apprehensive from place to place, be apprehensive from courtyard to courtyard. If you are apprehensive from courtyard to courtyard, be apprehensive from city to city. Can all of Israel search out their leaven at once? 1:3 Our Judah says, they seek out on the night of the 14th, on the 14th in the morning, and at the time of removal. And sages say, one did not seek out on the night of the 14th, he may seek it out on the 14th. If he did not seek it out on the 14th, let him seek it out at the appointed time. He did not seek it out at the appointed time, let him seek it out after the appointed time. And what he wishes to hold over, let him leave in a discreet place, so that it shall not require examination afterward. Said our Yohanan, our Judah's reason correspond to the 3 times that there shall not be seen unto you is written in the Bible, and is it not written, you shall remove leaven from your houses? It is an instance of a positive commandment. And is it not written, no leaven shall be found in your houses for 7 days? Said our Yase, because this needs that and that needs this, they are considered as one. There shall not be seen unto you, I would have said deposited with him, it is permitted. The teaching says, there shall not be found in your houses. If there shall not be found in your houses, I would have said assigns it a space, would be prohibited. The teaching says, there shall not be seen unto you. How so? Deposited with him, prohibited, assigned it a space, permitted. The logic of our Judah is reversed, for it is taught, our Judah says, they search out on the night of the 14th and on the 14th both in the morning and at the time of destruction. And there says, if one did not search on the night of the 14th, one should search on the 14th. J4 is one required to search 3 times. Just as when the time of destruction has not arrived, you say one is required to search 3 times. Once the time of destruction has arrived, is it not all the more so? It is asked only, one did not search on the 14th, one should search during the holiday is required to search 3 times. Just as when the time of destruction has not arrived, you say one is required to search 3 times. Once the time of destruction has arrived, all the more so. If one did not search during the holiday, should search after the holiday. And what he leaves he should set in a hidden place so that it will not require searching after it. What does he do? He covers it with a utensil. He covered it with a utensil and did not find it, I may say a hand took it. He did not cover it with a utensil and did not find it. Does that house require searching, or do all the houses require searching? We may learn from this, lost an olive's bulk of corpse matter in a house sought and did not find it, the house is pure. When it is found, the house conveys uncleanness retroactively. This may learn from that and that may learn from this. This may learn from that, losing is like resting. And that may be learned from this, you are required to search only that house. And according to our Judah, is not even that house exempt from searching? We may learn from this, said our Judah, a case concerning the bondwoman of an olive harvester in Rimmon who threw a stillbirth into a pit. And a priest came and looked to see what she threw. And the case came before the sages. And they declared him clean, for it is the manner of a rat and a marten to drag it. It runs after meat, but it does not run after a loaf. And even if you say that runs after meat and after the loaf, Meat it drags and eats, a loaf it drags and leaves. The sages of Caesarea in the name of our Abahu, we are not concerned that a rat dragged but according to our Judah, are concerned. 1:4 Our Meir says, they eat throughout the 5th, and they burn it at the beginning of the 6th hour. And our Judah says, they eat through the 4th hour, keep it in suspense throughout the 5th hour, and burn it at the beginning of the 6th hour. Our Meir says, eat throughout the 5th hour. Our Meir says, from the 6th hour onwards by reason of their words. Our Judah says, from the 6th hour onwards by reason of the authority of the Torah. What is our Meir's reason? But on the first day this refers to the 15th. Perhaps once it has become dark? The teaching says, but how so? Give to it 1 hour before sunset. What is our Judah's reason? But on the first day this refers to the 14th. Perhaps the complete day? The teaching says, but how so? Divide the day, half for leaven and half for unleavened bread. Meir's logic is reversed, there he says, but to expand, and here he says, but to limit. Said our Samuel bar Abidoma, limiting it that it be without leaven. Our Meir says, you shall not eat anything leavened upon its eating. Our Judah says, you shall not eat anything leavened upon its preparation. Our Judah maintains that there is a positive and a negative commandment pertaining to its eating and a positive and a negative commandment pertaining to its destruction. For 7 days upon it you shall eat unleavened bread and not leavened. Every negative commandment that is derived from the force of a positive commandment is considered a positive commandment. A negative commandment pertaining to its eating, you shall not eat anything leavened upon it. A positive commandment pertaining to its destruction, you shall remove leaven. A negative commandment pertaining to its destruction, no leaven shall be found in your houses for 7 days. Lo, our Meir says, from the 6th hour onwards by reason of their words. The 7th is prohibited because of offense. The 6th, why? Because of offense. And is there offense for offense? Rather the 6th hour gets confused with the 7th. Lo, our Judah says, from the 5th hour onwards by reason of the authority of the Torah, the 6th is prohibited because of offense. The 5th why? Because of offense. And is there offense for offense? Rather because the 5th gets confused with the 7th. Our Judah's logic is reversed, there he says, the 5th hour does not get confused with the 7th. Said our Yase, there the matter is given over to a court and a court is scrupulous. But here the matter is given over to women and women are slow. Said our Yase br bun, there the beginning of the 5th the end of the 7th. But here the end of the 5th the beginning of the 7th. And it is taught thus, because in the beginning of the 5th the sun is in the east, and in the end of the 7th the sun is in the west. The sun never turns to the west until the end of the 7th. Rab said, according to our Meir, one who sanctifies with leaven from the 6th hour onwards has not accomplished anything, said our Huna, and this is correct. If Kortavnian wheat in the desert, would it be worth anything during the holiday? Once a person left a pledge of a saddlebag of bread pieces with Arhiah the elder. Said our Yase br bun, it was Yohanan of Huktak came asked Rabbi. He said to him, let it be sold on the authority of the court at the time of destruction of leaven, so that the owner of the pledge will not suffer the financial loss, for it would be prohibited to make use of the leaven after Passover. A person left a pledge of a vessel of Kyota with Arhiah b. Ashi. Came asked Rab. Said to him, let it be sold on the authority of the court at the time of the destruction. Which time of destruction? Our Jeremiah says, in the morning. RBA says, the 5th hour according to our Judah. Said our Yase, it is correct. Our Jeremiah said. Did they at all say that should touch them to sell them except in order to return a lost object to owners? The 5th according to our Judah is not worth anything. The associates say, the 5th according to our Judah, sanctified it, is sanctified, set it aside as heave offering, it is not considered heave offering. Sanctified it, is sanctified. The dedicated item has an assessed value to be redeemed. Set it aside as heave offering. It is not considered heave offering because heave offering is designed only for consumption. Aryase said to them, the opposite makes sense. Sanctified it, is not sanctified. Set it aside as heave offering, lo, it is considered heave offering. Sanctified it, is not sanctified, for they do not redeem sanctified items to feed them to dogs. Set it aside as heave offering, lo, it is considered heave offering from the Torah. It is pure, and it is you who have instituted burning for it. 1:5 And further did our Judah say, 2 loaves of bread of a thank offering which were invalid were left lying on the roof of the portico. So long as they are lying there, everybody eats. One of them is removed, they suspend, and do not eat, but also do not burn it. The second one of them is removed, everybody begins burning. Rabban Gamaliel says, in the status of unconsecrated food is eaten through the 4th hour, and heave offering through the 5th. Then they burn at the beginning of the 6th hour. Our Simeon b. Lachish said in the name of Aryane, were fit. Why does it declare them unfit? So that do not slaughter the offering over them. And do they not become sanctified by the act of the slaughter? So, let redeem and eat? Said our Hananiah, unconsecrated food lies before him yet uneaten, and you say, let redeem and eat? Our were unfit, since due to the leaven in the thank offering, they would rush to bring their thank offering, and it is impossible that the blood of one of them would not spill, and it become unfit. It is taught, 2 cows plow in Jerusalem. And is not Jerusalem a place where it was customary not to work on the 14th? It appears as if our plowing. Some Tannite authorities state, 2 lamps were burning, and some Tannite authorities state, 2 sheets. Said our Phinehas, and they do not dispute. The one who said 2 lamps refers to weekdays. The one who said 2 sheets refers to the Sabbath. Our Hananiah asked before Armana, let them assign a shofar blast for it. Said to him, if you say thus, it might be said that perhaps they were blowing for the daily whole offering and they would become confused. He said to him, and lo, we learned, 3 to stop the people from work and 3 to distinguish between holy and profane. He said to them, there, every Sabbath eve they sound, and therefore they do not err. But here, once a year they. If you say thus, even they would believe perhaps they were sounding for the daily whole offering, and they would become confused. Why? Because of its holiness, or because those who may eat it are not found? For what does the difference between these? Of the loaves of the thank offering. If you say that those who may eat it are not found, these, those who may eat them are found. If you say because of its holiness, these are holy. Our Nathan says, took fit loaves, waited an hour, eat them, and suspend but do not burn. Could you say that because those who may eat it are not found? Rather because of its holiness. So here because of its holiness. Said our Judah b. Pazi, it appears that the halakha should follow Rabban Gamaliel, because he says an abstract of both of them. Our Abun came our Yohanan in the name of our Simeon b. Yasetek. The halakha follows Rabban Gamaliel, for he says an abstract of both of them. 1:6 Our Hananiah, prefect of the priests, says, in the days of the priests they never refrained from burning meat which had been made unclean by an offspring of uncleanness with meat which had been made by a father of uncleanness, even though they add uncleanness to its uncleanness. Bar Kappara says, the father of uncleanness by reason of the authority of the Torah. The offspring of uncleanness by reason of their words. Our Yohanan says, both the former and the latter by reason of the authority of the Torah. Bar Kappara's position causes no problems. According, however, to our Yohanan, the father of uncleanness makes a first, an offspring of uncleanness makes a second. A second that touches a first, lo, it remains in its place as a second generation. Because the third that touches a first. It is taught, the house of Shammai say, do not burn clean meat with unclean meat. And the house of Hillel permit it? Bar Kappara's position causes no problems, they burn something invalid by reason of the Torah with something invalid with uncleanness by reason of the Torah. And, it is necessary for us to learn something unclean by reason of their words with something unclean by reason of the Torah. According to our Yohanan's position, if they burn something invalid by reason of the Torah with something unclean by reason of the Torah, all the more so something unclean by reason of the Torah with something unclean by reason of their words. Our Hananiah the prefect of the priests taught it in the name of both the house of Shammai and the house of Hillel. Said our Mana before our Yaseh, according to our Yohanan's position it is all right, for said our Yohanan, 6 doubtful they suspended judgment, and in Isha they imposed burning on them. Did not our Hananiah the prefect of the priests live prior to Isha? And prior lo Isha there was no burning by reason of their words. Said to him, you may explain that it became unclean through a glass utensil. He said to him, even if you say that it became unclean through a glass utensil, did not our Zirah say our Abuna in the name of our Jeremiah, Yaseh ben Yozer of Sareda and Yaseh ben Yohanan of Jerusalem enacted uncleanness on the Gentile lands and on glass utensils? Our Jonah said, our Judah b. Tobay. Our Yaseh said, Judah b. Tobay and Simeon b. Shada enacted uncleanness on metal utensils, and Hillel and Shammai enacted on purity of hands. Our Jeremiah considered making the ruling, Gentile land and glass utensils a state of suspension. Our Yaseh considered making the ruling, Gentile land suspension but glass utensils burning. These are the 6 cases of doubtful, on the doubt of the area of a grave, on the doubt of Gentile lands, on the doubt of an Amha Aries' clothes, on the doubt of spittle, on the doubt of human urine that is corresponding to an animal's urine, on certain contact with them when it is a case of doubtful uncleanness, on these burning of heave offering. 1:7 added our Akaba and said, in the days of the priests they never refrained from burning oil made invalid by one who had immersed in that same day, in a lamp which had been made unclean by one who had contracted corpse uncleanness, even though they add uncleanness to its uncleanness. According to the position of our Yohanan, there they burn something unclean by reason of the Torah with something unclean by reason of the Torah, and comes to add something invalid by reason of the Torah with something unclean by reason of the Torah. According to the position of Bar Kappara, there they burn something unclean by reason of their words with something unclean by reason of the Torah, and here something invalid by reason of the Torah with something unclean by reason of the Torah comes only to subtract. You may explain it treats a one who had immersed on that self same day from a plowed grave field, which by reason of their words. Our Hananiah the prefect of the priests taught it in the name of both the house of Shammai and the house of Hillel. On the basis of this logic, Yohanan's explanation here must likewise continue to maintain a position agreeable to both houses, but it does not, for our Akaba, who is supplementing the statement of Hananiah, would fail to teach in agreement with the Shammaites who explicitly prohibit burning together something biblically invalid with something biblically unclean. Said our Mana in the presence of our Yaseh, our Akaba follows his own approach, for our Akaba said, shall cause uncleanness usually rendered it shall be unclean, it shall cause uncleanness by reason of the authority of the Torah. Said our Yaseh b. Arbun, even though our Ishmael does not hold that it shall cause uncleanness in the case of food, he holds that it shall cause uncleanness in cases of vessels. There are teachers who teach, corpse uncleanness. There are teachers who teach, in corpse uncleanness, the one who said, corpse uncleanness, this refers to a vessel requiring rinsing. The one who said, in corpse uncleanness, this refers to a metal vessel. What is the reason? Every open vessel, it shall be unclean. It shall be unclean, truly unclean, and it does not become a father of uncleanness to impart uncleanness. 1:8 said our Meir, from their opinions we learn that they burn heave offering which is clean with that which is unclean on Passover. Said to him our Yaseh, that is not the right conclusion. For our Eliezer and our Joshua concur that they burn this by itself and that by itself. Concerning what did they differ? Concerning that whose status was subject to suspension, and concerning that which is certainly cultically unclean. For our Eliezer says, this is to be burned by itself, and that is to be burned by itself. And our Joshua says, both of them together heave offering which is clean with that which is unclean on Passover. What is on Passover? On the 14th. Said our Yohanan, from the words of our Akiba, from the words of our Hananiah the prefect of the priests. Our Simeon b. Lachish said, from the words of our Eliezer and from the words of our Joshua. Said our Zirah in the presence of our Yaseh, according to our Simeon b. Lachish is all right. According to our Yohanan, why do our Eliezer and our Joshua come here? He said to him, they are Tanite authorities. Our Yaseh in the name of our Yohanan, all concur that on the 16th they burn heave offering which is clean with that which is unclean. Our Yaseh objected, why does our Yaseh say, it is not an analogy? Our Yaseh because he heard that our Yohanan said, from the words of our Akiba and from the words of our Hananiah the prefect of the priests. And he heard that Bar Kappara said, the father of uncleanness by reason of the authority of the Torah. The offspring of uncleanness by reason of their words. And he did not hear that our Yohanan said, both the former and the latter by reason of the authority of the Torah. And he asked, just as it is permitted to burn something biblically prohibited with something biblically unclean, for thus they burn something biblically unclean with something biblically unclean, thus it should be permitted to burn something prohibited by reason of their words with something biblically unclean, for thus they burn something unclean by reason of their words with something biblically unclean. But something prohibited is different from something unclean. However, our Yaseh said in the name of our Yohanan, all concur that on the 16th they burn heave offering which is clean with that which is unclean, just as you did not distinguish for us between something prohibited by reason of the Torah and something unclean by reason of the Torah, for thus they burn something unclean by reason of the Torah with something unclean by reason of the Torah, thus you should not distinguish for us between something prohibited by reason of their words and something unclean by reason of the Torah, for thus they burn something unclean by reason of their words with something unclean by reason of the Torah. Rather, both the former and the latter by reason of the authority of the Torah. Came our Hiabar from Tyre and said in the name of our Yohanan, both the former and the latter by reason of the authority of the Torah. And I said, fine. There's something biblically unclean with something biblically unclean. Even here does something invalid by reason of the Torah with something unclean by reason of the Torah? Hence our Yaseh thus said, it is not an analogy. Now our Yohanan has a problem with our Meir, and this is what our Yaseh said, it is not an analogy. And Bar Kappara has a problem with our Yaseh, and this is what our Meir said, from their words we learned. Bar Kappara accords with our Simeon b. Lachish, for our Simeon b. Lachish said from the words of our Eliezer and our Joshua. Said our Abban, our Meir follows his own approach. For our Meir is as stringent regarding things by reason of their words as with those by reason of the authority of the Torah. Where do we find that our Meir is as stringent regarding things by reason of their words as with those by reason of the authority of the Torah? Said our Hananiah, as that which we learned there, one who sees a dark red stain, lo, she is in an unsettled condition, and she is apprehensive regarding a flux, the words of our Meir. And sages say, dark red spots are not probative regarding a flux. There we learn, a jug of heave offering regarding which a doubt of uncleanness occurred are. Eliezer says, if it was lying in an exposed place, one should lay it in a hidden place, and if it was uncovered, one should cover it. Our Joshua says, if it was lying in a hidden place, one should lay it in an exposed place, and if it was covered, one should uncover it. Then it may be burned. Rabban Gamaliel says, he should not make any changes. Said our Yaseh b. Arbun, from the rulings of the three of them suspended one is prohibited from burning it. Associates in the name of our Eliezer, the first jug accords with our Yaseh. The second one accords with our Meir. Associates say, the first jug accords with our Yaseh but our Meir does not concur with it. The second jug accords with our Meir but our Yaseh does not concur with it. Said our Yaseh to them, see, what do you say, the first jug accords with our Yaseh, but according to our Meir they burn, and according to our Simeon they burn, then let our Medir and our Simeon outweigh our Yase, and let burn. But we see rabbis a case comes before them, say, go and wait. Where do we find that our Simeon says, they burn? This what we learn, our Eliezer concurs with our Joshua that they burn this by itself and this by itself, said our Yohanan, our Simeon taught it. If you say, our Medir does not hold and lo, it is taught, heave offering that is of doubtful status and unclean they burn it on Sabbath eve when it gets dark, the words of our Medir. And sages say, in its proper time. Said our Ezra before our Mana, explain that it is a case of doubtful status concerning which it is possible to ask. Said to him, and thus said our Yase, everything to which we refer here deals with of doubtful status concerning which it is not possible to ask a sage. But in a case of doubtful status concerning which it is possible to ask, lo, it is clean. And it is taught likewise, a heave offering of doubtful status of which they said, it is clean it is unclean. If said, lo, I shall lay in order to ask about it, lo, it is clean. What is the upshot? Said our Yase B. our Bun, explain that the doubt in respect to uncleanness regarding it occurred at sunset, and we cannot derive implications, and you say that the second jug accords with our Medir, but our Yase does not concur with it? But lo, it is taught, in what cases? In the case of a tank that does not contain a sufficient amount to nullify. But in the case of a tank that contains a sufficient amount to nullify is prohibited to make unclean even any amount. And if accords with our Medir, then it is the same whether it is a tank that contains a sufficient amount to nullify or whether it is a tank that does not contain a sufficient amount to nullify is prohibited to make unclean even any amount. And further from this which we learn, said to him our Yase, it is not an analogy. A person does not say, it is unless by implication 108 he concurs with the former. What is the upshot? Said our Yase B. our Bun, there in order to have consideration for Israel's property. But here what can you? Even here, does he not cause Israel to lose property, for he needs wood to burn this by itself and this by itself? For a great loss were concerned, for a small loss they were not concerned. Said our Hananiah before our Mana, explain accords with the one who said the words of our Akaba and the words of our Hananiah the prefect of the priests, and one cannot learn anything from it. Our Zira our Ilah, both of them in the name of our Eliezer, the first jug accords with our Yase, and the second accords with both our Medir and our Yase. Said our Ezra before our Mana, does this not dispute our Yase? Said to him, and it does not accord with our Yase, I will surely say that it does not accord with our Medir. Because we find that our Yase burns of doubtful status in all cases, and, lo, we find has cited below that even our Medir burns of doubtful status in all cases. Said our Mana, I went to Caesarea, and I heard our Zerakin in the name of Zira, our Medir burns of doubtful status in all cases. And I said to him, for example, to the one that is of doubtful status by something by reason of the authority of the Torah. And he said to me, if I explain it that it became unclean by a Gentile dwelling, what can you do? It is taught, a Gentile dwelling consider doubtful. Our Yase B. our Judah says, burn. Our Huna in the name of our Zira, our Medir burns of doubtful status on the other days of the year. And lo, it is taught as a Tanite rule, when the 14th falls on the Sabbath eve offering that is of doubtful status unclean they burn it on Sabbath eve when it gets dark, the words of our Medir. And sages say, in its proper time. And let burn it in the morning? You may explain that he was slothful and did not burn. Know that it is thus, for it is taught, unclean is this not because was slothful and did not burn? Said our Abamari the brother of our Yase, explain that the uncleanness was contracted by it at that hour, and we cannot learn anything from. Said our Yohanan, our Simeon and our Joshua, both of them said the same thing. Said our Ilah, our Simeon of the firstborn and our Joshua of the heave offering, the former does not concur with the latter, and the latter does not concur with the former. Said our Zira, it makes sense that our Simeon concurs with our Joshua. Said our Bun Bar Haya to our Zira, according to your position that our Simeon concurs with our Joshua and, lo, we learned, our Eliezer concurs with our Joshua that they burn this by itself and this by itself. And let burn both of them together, clean by reason of the authority of the Torah. You are the one that imposed burning on it. In any event, has it not become unfit through interruption of concentration? Did not our Yohanan say, interruption by reason of the authority of the Torah, bleeding according to our Simeon by reason of the Torah? The second jug according to our Meir by reason of the Torah. It is not so. Rather he watches it lest it touch other clean things. Objected our Isaac the son of Arhiah the elder, consider if it were put on burning coals. He said to him, when he puts it. Said our Mana to our Shammai, you say that our Simeon concurs with our Joshua. But our Joshua does not accept our Joshua. He said to him, they are Tanite authorities. There are Meir in the name of our Joshua. But here are Simeon in the name of our Joshua. There we learned, a firstborn seized by of blood even if it would die, they do not bleed it, the words of our Judah. And sages say, may bleed as long as one does not make a defect in it. If one made a defect in it, lo, one may not slaughter in its place. Our Simeon says, may bleed even though one makes a defect in it. Our Abau in the name of our Eliezer, our Judah accords with Rabban Gamaliel, and rabbis are in accord with our Eliezer, and our Simeon is in accord with our Joshua. It is taught in the name of our Simeon, may bleed even though he intends to make a defect in it. And is in accord with the latter our Joshua. Said our Bun Bar Haya before our Zira, explain that is a case of dedicated for which he is responsible, and it is in accord with our Simeon our Abau in the name of our Simeon b. Lakish, the reason of our Judah is, you may not partake of it, you must pour it out on the ground like water. I permitted its blood only by pouring, objected our Abumari the brother of our Yase, and lo, it is written thus even regarding disqualified dedicated objects you may not partake of it, you must pour it out on the ground like water, which forms part of a pericope on sacrifices and is preceded by, but whatever you desire you may slaughter and eat meat. Said our Hayabar Atta, it was said in order to make fit for uncleanness, just as water makes an object fit, so blood should make fit. Our Abau in the name of our Yohanan, both of them expounded the same verse, it must, to be acceptable, be without blemish, there must be no defect in it. Our Simeon says, when it is acceptable, you are not permitted to make a defect in it. But when it is not acceptable, you are permitted to make a defect in it. And sages say, even if all of it were defects, you are not permitted to make a defect in it. Yerushalmi Pesahim. Chapter 2. 2:1 So long as it is permitted to eat, one feeds to domestic cattle, to a wild beast, and to fowl. And he sells it to a Gentile, and it is permitted to derive benefit from it. Once its time has passed, it is forbidden to derive benefit from it. And one should not kindle an oven or a double stove with it. Our Judah says, the only valid form of removal of leaven is through burning. And sages say, one also may crumble it up and scatter it in the wind or toss it into the sea. Said our Imi, who teaches, so long as it is permitted to eat, one feeds to domestic cattle, to a wild beast, and to fowl, is forbidden to eat, is forbidden to feed. Our Meir. But according to our Judah, in the fifth, even though he is forbidden to eat, he is permitted to feed. Our Ba retorted, and did we not learn, leaven should be burned, but one who eats it is exempt. And said our Huna in the name of Rab, one is permitted to feed it to dogs. Said our Yase, what did we learn, every leavened bread? Surely not, our. Who is the one who teaches ours? Our Meir. Said our Bun Bar Haya before our Zira, this indicates that it is permitted to feed it to ownerless animals. Retorted our Jeremiah, and did we not learn, one crumbles? Our Jeremiah thought that loaves. Said to him our Yase, spoke only of crumbling. Since he crumbled it, it is nullified. And what says this? No leaven shall be eaten today, even dogs. Lo, this comes see to forbid from deriving benefit from it. What do we treat of? If his dog, is that not deriving of benefit from that which is forbidden? Rather we treat even other people's dog. This indicates that it is forbidden to feed it to ownerless animals. Our Abau, in the name of our Eliezer, wherever it is said, you shall not eat, you shall not eat, they shall not eat, you should recognize a prohibition on deriving benefit like a prohibition on eating, until a verse comes and specifies to you. As it specifies to you regarding a limb from a living animal and regarding an animal that died a natural death. And what did specify to us regarding a limb from a living animal? You shall not eat flesh torn by beasts in the field, you shall cast it to the dogs. And what did it specify to us regarding an animal that died a natural death? You shall not eat anything that has died a natural death. Give it to the stranger in your community to eat, or you may sell it to a foreigner. Teaches Hezekiah, and who has prohibited it for a dog? And, lo, it is written, you shall eat no fat of ox or sheep or goat. Now, do you recognize a prohibition on deriving benefit like a prohibition on eating? It is different, for it is written, fat from animals that died or were torn by beasts may be put to any use, but you must not eat it. And, lo, it is written, but you shall eat of the blood. Now, do you recognize a prohibition against deriving benefit like a prohibition against eating? It is different, for it is written, you shall pour it out on the ground like water. Just as water is permitted for deriving benefit, so blood should be permitted for deriving benefit. And, lo, it is written, this is why the children of Israel to this day do not eat the thigh muscle? Said our Abau, I explained that in regard to the thigh muscle of an animal that died on its own, and, lo, it is written, until that very day, you shall eat no bread or parched grain or fresh airs. Said our Abamari, the brother of our Yase, it is different, for the verse has set a time. And, lo, it is written, you shall not eat them, for they are an abomination. Said our Nana, the verse excludes from it the prohibition against deriving benefit. Following the principle that a ban on eating does not necessarily include a ban on deriving benefit, said our Abau, in the name of our Yohanan, one who makes a bandage, from a stoned ox or from leaven which has passed through Passover is not liable for a lashing, for its negative injunction is not clear. From mixed seeds in the vineyard, is liable for lashes, said our Hananah, else may not be used, lest a fire must be lighted from. Orla is a question. A positive injunction to keep a person is written, a negative injunction eating is written, a negative injunction to keep a person is not written. The teaching is in dispute with our Yohanan. By logical conclusion, the ox shall be stoned. Do we not know that its meat is forbidden to be eaten? What does the teaching say? And its flesh shall not be eaten. It comes to inform you that just as it is forbidden to eat, so it is forbidden to derive benefit. What does our Yohanan it? He explains it to refer to the case in which the owners went and slaughtered it before the judgment was rendered. Our Zira asked before our Abau, here you say thus, and here you say thus. He said to him, this in the name of our Eliezer, and this was in the name of our Yohanan. The rabbis of Caesarea, our Abau, in the name of our Yohanan, wherever it says you shall not eat, you shall not eat, you should not recognize a prohibition on deriving benefit like a prohibition on eating. You shall not cause to be eaten, it shall not be caused to be eaten. You should recognize a prohibition on deriving benefit like a prohibition on eating. The construction of a leading rule for all but no sin offering may be eaten, from which any blood is brought into the tent of meeting for expiation in the sanctuary, any such shall be consumed in fire. Hezekiah teaches in support of our Yohanan, by logical conclusion from that which it says, you shall eat no fat of ox or sheep or goat. For what purpose is it said, fat from animals that died or were torn by beasts may be put to any service, but you must not eat it? Even for service of the Most High. By logical deduction from that which it says, but you shall not partake of the blood. For what purpose is it said, you shall pour it out on the ground like water? Just as water makes something susceptible to impurity, so blood should make something susceptible. By logical deduction from that which it says, you shall not eat anything that has died a natural death. For what purpose is it said, give it to the stranger in your community to eat, or you may sell it to a foreigner? It comes to inform you that a resident alien eats animals that died a natural death. By logical deduction from that which it says, you shall not eat flesh torn by beasts in the field. What does the teaching say? You shall cast it to the dogs. It you cast to the dogs, but you do not cast to the dogs profane animals that were slaughtered in the courtyard. A teaching supports this one and a teaching supports this one. A teaching supports our Eliezer, no leaven shall be eaten. To render the one who feeds as the one who eats. And you say to make the one who feeds like the one who eats. Or perhaps it is only to prohibit a person from deriving benefit. And when it says, you shall not eat anything leavened with it, behold, we have learned that he is forbidden to derive benefit. What does the teaching say? No leaven shall be eaten. To render the one who feeds like the one who eats, the words of our Josiah. Our Isaac says, is not necessary. Rather, just as crawling things which are light regarded the one who feeds as being like the one who eats, leaven which is severe, is it not logical that the one who feeds should be regarded as being like the one who eats? And what does the teaching say? No leaven shall be eaten. The verse comes only to prohibit him from deriving benefit, therefore it is written, it shall not be eaten. Lo, from you shall not eat cannot understand anything, and this supports our Yohanan. One should not light an oven or stove with it. If violated and lit, let it be in accord with this. If anew, it should be broken up, and if an old, it should be cooled down. It is taught, our Judah says, removal of leaven only by burning is a matter of logical deduction, just as the offensive sacrifice and the leftover sacrificial food, which are not subject to the prohibitions of not being seen and not being found, are only by burning. Leaven, which is subject to the prohibitions of not being seen and not being found, by logic should it not be only by burning? They said to our Judah, every logical deduction which you draw the intent of which is to make stringent but the end of which results in a leniency is not a logical deduction. Lo, if one does not find fire, should one sit and not destroy? Has the Torah not said, you shall remove leaven from your houses? In a similar vein said our Judah, when a woman at childbirth bears a male. What does the teaching say? Because it is said, she shall be unclean 7 days, on the 8th day the flesh of his foreskin shall be circumcised. I learn that when comes out alive he imparts uncleanness of birth to his mother, from where that when he comes out stillborn, he imparts uncleanness of birth to his mother. Said our Judah, lo, I may make a logical deduction, just as when one born alive who does not impart uncleanness of 7 days to his mother and to whoever enters with him into the tent, does impart uncleanness of birth to his mother, so the one born dead who imparts uncleanness of 7 days to his mother and to whoever enters with him and whoever enters with his mother into the tent, is it not logical that he should impart uncleanness of birth to his mother? Said to our Judah, every logical deduction which you draw the intent of which is to make stringent but the end of which results in a leniency is not a logical deduction. Lo, if the living purifies his mother, should the stillborn purify his mother? If I am unable through a logical deduction, therefore the Torah said, a male to include the stillborn. In a similar vein said our Judah, you shall live in booths of any matter, for our Judah says, logic suggests that the booth should be made only from the 4 species. Just as a lulab, the requirement of which does not apply at nights as during the days, is made only from the 4 species, is it not logical that a booth, the requirement of which applies at nights as during the days, should only be made from the 4 species? They said to our Judah, every logical deduction which you draw the intent of which is to make stringent but the end of which results in a leniency is not a logical deduction. Lo, if did not find anything of the 4 species, should one sit without a booth? But the Torah has said, you shall live in booths, a booth made up of any material. And thus Ezra said, and that they must announce and proclaim throughout all their towns and Jerusalem as follows, go out to the mountains, leafy trees, to make booths, a list which mentions items other than just the 4 species. R. Judah retracted and drew a different deduction: leaven is forbidden to eat and leftover sacrificial food is forbidden to eat, just as the latter through burning, so the former through burning said to him, an animal that died a natural death will prove to the contrary, for it is forbidden to eat but not through burning. He said to them, leaven is forbidden to eat and to derive benefit from, and leftover sacrificial food is forbidden to eat and to derive benefit from. An animal that died a natural death should not prove to the contrary, for it is not forbidden to derive benefit from. They said to him, and lo, an ox that was put to death by stoning should prove to the contrary, for it is forbidden to eat and to derive benefit from, and it is not through burning. He said to them, leaven is forbidden to eat and to derive benefit from and are liable for extirpation, and leftover sacrificial food is forbidden to eat and to derive benefit from, and are liable for extirpation. A stoned ox should not prove to the contrary, for one does not become liable for extirpation. Said to him, and lo, the fat of a stoned ox should prove to the contrary, for it is forbidden to eat and to derive benefit from, and one becomes liable for extirpation for it, but it is not through burning. He said to them, leaven is forbidden to eat and to derive benefit from, and are liable for extirpation for it, and it has a time, and leftover sacrificial food is forbidden to eat and to derive benefit from, and are liable for extirpation, and it has a time. The fat of a stoned ox should not prove to the contrary, for it lacks a time. They said to him, and, lo, a suspensive guilt offering according to your reasoning should prove to the contrary, for it is forbidden to eat and to derive benefit from, and are liable for extirpation over it, and it has a time, and it is not through burning. And R. Judah became quiet. It is taught, before its time of removal has arrived, you remove it with any means; once its time of removal has arrived, you remove it with burning. And it follows R. Judah. There are those who teach before its time of removal has arrived, you remove it with burning; once its time of removal has arrived, you remove it with any means. And it follows rabbis. Rabbi says, you shall remove leaven from your houses, a means which would make impossible to be seen and to be found. R. Jeremiah asked, the firstborn of a donkey which killed, with what is its execution? With breaking of the neck, with stoning. R. Benjamin bar Levi asked, loaves of thanksgiving that became leftover sacrificial food, shall I say, if they have become leftover sacrificial food? Before their time of removal arrived, you remove them with burning; once their time of removal has arrived, you remove them with any means. 2:2 Leaven belonging to a Gentile which has remained over Passover, one is permitted to derive benefit from it. But that of an Israelite one is prohibited to derive benefit from it, since it is said, let it not be seen with you. R. Simeon b. Gamaliel says, whatever a dog cannot search after, lo, is it forbidden to eat? The teaching speaks about a place where they were not accustomed to eat Gentile bread. But where they are accustomed to eat Gentile bread, it is permitted even to eat. What is the law as to during Passover? R. Jeremiah said, it is permitted. Yaseh said, it is forbidden. Objected R. Yaseh, and lo, it is taught, an Israelite should not rent his beast to a Gentile to carry leavened bread on it. Explained it, he came with it. And lo, it is taught, an Israelite should not rent his boat to a Gentile to bring leavened bread on it. He explains it, he came with it. And lo, it is taught, an Israelite should not rent his house to a Gentile so that he put leavened bread therein. Can you say it is when he resides with him? A Gentile's roof that was adjacent to an Israelite's roof, and leavened bread rolled from the Gentile's roof to the Israelite's roof, lo, this one pushes it with a reed. If it was the Sabbath or the holy day, Rab said, one inverts a vessel on it. Rab said, is required to say, all leavened bread that I have in my house and of which I do not know, let be nullified. Rab said, is required to say, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us regarding the commandment of removal of leavened bread. Rab said, who plastered his house with leaven is required to remove it. Is taught, said R. Simeon b. Eliezer, dough that made into a seating block is considered nullified. Explained it, either are in disagreement with R. Simeon b. Eliezer or that was disgusting. an Israelite and a Gentile who were traveling on a boat, and leavened bread was in the possession of the Israelite. Lo, this one sells it to the Gentile or gives it to him as a gift, and after Passover he buys it back, provided that he gives it to him as a real gift. That Israelite should say to the Gentile, before you buy for 100, come and buy for 200. Before you buy it from a Gentile, come and buy it from an Israelite, lest I need and buy from you after Passover. One who rents a house to his friend before entered therein, the lessor is required to remove. Once entered therein, the renter is required to remove. Said our Simeon, when? When he gave him the key. But when he did not give him the key, is not required to remove. Said our Judah B. Pazi, what if he gave him the key, what is the law? Said our Zechariah the in-law of our Levi, it is a dispute between our Simeon and sages, for we learned there, one who gave his key to an Amhaeres the house remains pure for he gave him only the guarding of the key. It is taught, our Simeon declares impure. A Gentile who visited an Israelite with leavened bread in his hand, is not required to remove. If he deposited with him, he is required to remove. If, he is not required to remove. Did not remove, after Passover what is the law? Our Jonah said, it is permitted. Our Yase said, it is forbidden. Said our Jonah, it is the leavened bread of the Gentile the Israelite, he is the one who violated in not removing the leavened bread. Who teaches, shall not be found. Our Judah, for it is taught, one who eats leavened bread from 6 hours and on, and likewise leavened bread which remained over Passover. Lo, this one violates a negative commandment but is not subject to extirpation. The words of our Judah. R. Simeon said, whatever does not entail extirpation does not entail a negative commandment. Our Simeon admits regarding the prohibition that it is forbidden. What is the nature of its prohibition? Our Jeremiah said, its prohibition is a matter of the Torah. Our Jonah and our Yase, both of them say, its prohibition is from their words. What is the reason of our Judah? Leavened bread shall not be eaten today. With what do we deal? If during the festival, it is written 7 days, you should eat unleavened bread. How does our Simeon understand the reason of our Judah, leavened bread shall not be eaten today? Said our Bun Barhaya, he explains it according to our Yase the Galilean, for it is taught, our Yase the Galilean says, I say the Egyptian Passover was only 1 day, for it is said, leavened bread shall not be eaten today. Leaven shall not be found unto you. There are those who teach, leaven shall not be found unto you. Of yours you are not to see the leaven, of the Most High you may see. There are those who teach, even of the Most High. The one who said, yours you are not to see, of the Most High you may see, when they sanctified it before its removal. The one who said, even of the Most High, when they sanctified it after its removal. Said our Bun Barhaya before our Zira, explain that is a case of dedicated for which he is responsible in accord with our Simeon. Leaven shall not be found unto you. There are those who teach, leaven shall not be found unto you. Of yours you are not to see the leavened bread, of the street you may see. There are those who teach, even of the street. The one who said, of yours you are not to see, of the street you may see, when they renounced ownership before its removal. The one who said, even of the street, when they renounced ownership after its removal. Said our Bun Barhaya before our Zira, explain that is a case of dedicated. If renounced ownership of his leavened bread on the 13th, after Passover, what is the law? Our Yohanan said, it is forbidden. Our Simeon B. Lakish said, it is permitted. Objected our Yohanan to our Simeon B. Lakish, do you not admit to me that from the 6th hour it is forbidden? Said to him, there its prohibition caused it here, what can you say? Said our Yase to our Phinehas, do you remember when we used to say that our Yohanan is in accord with our Yase, and our Simeon B. Lakish is in accord with our Meir? This is not correct. Rather, our Yohanan is apprehensive of deception and our Simeon B. Lakish is not apprehensive of deception. What is the difference between them? A ruin fell on it. The one who was apprehensive of deception, there is no possibility of deception here and is permitted. The one who says that possession, there is no possibility of possession here, and is forbidden. All agree regarding the case of a convert who died where an Israelite distributed the property, that according to the one who was apprehensive regarding deception, it is permitted, and according to the one who said that possession, it is permitted. There we learned, a slave whose master pledged him as security lo others and manumit him according to the letter of the law, the slave is not liable for anything, but for the perfection of the world, they compel his master to manumit him, and writes a bond equal to his value. Our Simeon ben Gamaliel, one does not write, he only manumits. Who manumits? Rab said, either the first master or the latter master. Said our Yohanan, only the first master manumits. Our Haggai objected before our Yase, the teaching is in dispute with Rab, an Israelite who lent a Gentile on security of his leavened bread after Passover, it is permitted to be enjoyed. If you say it in the domain of the Israelite, it should be forbidden. What does Rab do with it? Said our Yudan, it is a leniency applied in the case of manumission, in accord with what is taught. One who pledged his slave as a security pledge sells him, is not sold, manumits him, lo, this one is manumit. Support for our Yohanan comes from here, our Simeon b. Gamaliel says, one does not write, he only manumits. If one secured one's field as a pledge to one's fellow and then sold it, perhaps the creditor cannot come and seize. Said our Abahu, our Yohanan has opened an aperture that illuminates like the sun, we do not find a slave that is manumit who is then re-enslaved. On that basis should not write a bond against his value. Said our Ila, it is preferable that he say to him, give me 200 zuz which I claim against you, and he should not say to him, you are my slave. Rabbis of Caesarea in the name of our Nasa, our Simeon b. Gamaliel accords with our Medir. Just as our Medir imposes a fine for a matter of words, so our Simeon b. Gamaliel imposes a fine for a matter of words. For it is taught, a bond which provides for interest they impose a fine on that person and he collects neither the principal nor the interest, the words of our Medir. And sages say, one collects the principal but one does not collect the interest. Our Simeon b. Gamaliel says, whatever a dog cannot search after. To what extent our Yohanan in the name of our Simeon ben Yosedek, up to 3 handbreadths. 2:3 He who on Passover inadvertently eats leaven which is in the status of heave offering pays the principal and a penalty of an added fifth. Deliberately, he is exempt from the requirement to make restitution, and from repaying its value when it is assessed merely for use as wood. It is taught, our Simeon b. Eleazar says in the name of our Simeon b. Yosedek, the teaching deals with a case in which one set aside unleavened bread and it leavened, but if he set it aside as leavened, in such a case does not. When one set aside unleavened produce in place of leaven, said our Zira, all heave offering which does not render the remaining portion permitted for eating is not heave offering. When one set aside leavened produce in place of unleavened produce, said our Zira, since if he from it in place of it, it is not heave offering, therefore even if from it in place of another spot, it is not heave offering. If he kneaded 4 quarters by themselves and caused them to leaven and 4 quarters by themselves and mixed them, if they warned him because of eating food subject to tithing but not yet tithed, he is not liable for lashes, because of eating leaven on Passover, he is liable for lashes. A weighty prohibition is added to a light prohibition, but a light prohibition does not fall on top of a weighty prohibition, but if he mixed them and then caused them to leaven, if they warned him because of food subject to tithing but not yet tithed, he is liable for lashes. Because of eating leaven on Passover, he is liable for lashes. A weighty prohibition falls on top of a light prohibition, but a light prohibition does not fall on top of a weighty prohibition. If he made a pile and prostrated himself to it and then smoothed it and then ate it, if they warned him because of food subject to tithing but not yet tithed, he is not liable to lashes. Because of eating idolatrous worship, he is liable for lashes. A Weighty prohibition falls on top of a light prohibition, but a light prohibition does not fall on top of a weighty prohibition. But if he smoothed it and then prostrate himself to it, if they warned him because of eating food subject to tithing but not yet tithed, is liable for lashes, because of idolatry, is liable for lashes. A weighty prohibition falls on top of a light prohibition, but a light prohibition does not fall on top of weighty prohibition. Arbun Br Haya asked, one who eats leaven which is in the status of heave offering on Passover, to whom does he pay? It is a subject of dispute between R. Yohanan and R. Simeon b. Lachish, for they differed. Who stole heave offering from his mother's father who was a priest? R. Yohanan said, he pays the tribe. Simeon b. Lachish said, he pays himself. Said Armana before R. Yase, it makes sense that R. Simeon b. Lachish would concur with R. Yohanan that, regarding the fifth, he pays it to the tribe. He said to him, I also hold thus, for the ashes of impure heave offering go to the tribe. R. Yase b. Arbun came and said in the name of R. Aha, even regarding it they are in dispute. R. Yase asked, one who derives benefit from consecrated property less than a parita amount. He said to him, let us derive the answer from the following, and he shall make restitution for that of the sancta wherein he was remiss. This excludes less than the value of a parita. There are those who teach the teaching includes. The one who says excludes refers to a sacrifice. The one who says includes refers to payment. Just as you say that they're less than the value of a parita deliberately, even though he does not pay 1/5 and the guilt offering, he pays to the holy, so I say, here he should pay to the tribe. The associates say before R. Yase, and is it not a Mishnah, one who on Passover eats leaven which is in the status of heave offering inadvertently, he pays the principal and 1/5, deliberately, he is exempt from payment and from value as wood fuel. He said to them, there it cannot be supplemented, but here it can be supplemented inadvertently in heave offering and deliberately in leaven, or inadvertently in heave offering and deliberately in Nazir, or inadvertently in heave offering and deliberately in the Day of Atonement. If you interpret as consisting of two violations, it is appropriate, but if you explain it in terms of a single matter, it is a dispute between R. Yohanan and R. Simeon b. Lachish. 2:4 These are types: a person fulfills his obligation on Passover, wheat, barley, spelt, rye, and oats. And fulfill through which has been only doubtfully tithed, through first tithe the heave offering of which has been removed, and through second tithe and food which has been consecrated, which have been redeemed, and priests through dough offering and through in the status of heave offering. Not from which tithes have not been removed at all, first tithe from which heave offering has not been removed, second tithe and food which has been consecrated, which have not been redeemed. Loaves brought with the thank offering and wafers of a Nazir, he made them for his own use, they do not fulfill their obligation through eating them. He made them for sale in the marketplace, they do fulfill their obligation through eating them. It is written, and when you eat of the bread of the land, you shall set some aside as a gift to the Lord. I would have said that all the grains are liable for dug offering. Therefore, the teaching says, of the bread and not every kind of bread. If of the bread and not every kind of bread, I only know wheat and barley. The teaching says, as the first yield of your baking serves to include. And let it include all kinds. R. Yase in the name of R. Simeon, this is taught by R. Ishmael, R. Jonah, R. Zira, R. Simeon b. Lachish in the name of R. Ishmael, said Armana, I went to Caesarea and I heard R. Ahava bar Zira, and my father said it in the name of R. Ishmael. It said bread in regard to Passover, and it said bread in regard to dough offering, just as the bread which is said regarding Passover refers to a kind that becomes unleavened and leavened, so bread which is said regarding dough offering a kind that becomes unleavened and leavened, and they tested and found that only the 5 kinds become unleavened and leavened, and all the other kinds do not become unleavened and leavened but rather decay. R. Yohanan b. Nuri said, Karamid is liable for dough offering. R. Yohanan b. Nuri said, it becomes unleavened and leavened. And rabbis say, it does not become unleavened and leavened. And let them test it. They differ over its very test. Our Yohanan ben Nuri said tested it and found that it becomes unleavened and leavened, and rabbis say tested it and did not find that it becomes unleavened and leavened. There we learn, an apple which was chopped and placed into a dough mixture and leavened it low, it is prohibited smell, its water is permitted. It is taught, our Yase says, is permitted. Our Aha, our Abau in the name of our Yase bar Hananah, in what case do they dispute? When leavens from its juice. But when leavens from its substance, all agree that it is permitted. Our Yase is in accord with his view. Just as he said there that its leavening is not a proper leavening, so he says here that its cooking is not a proper cooking. It is taught, unripe fruit which was stored in food subject to tithing but not yet tithed, and a cake which was stored in embers if some of them were revealed, they are carried on the Sabbath, and if not, they are not carried. Whence do we learn that priests fulfill their obligation on Passover with dough offering or heave offering and an Israelite with second tithe? The teaching says, indicates an inclusion. Perhaps they might fulfill their obligation with first fruits? The teaching says, in all your settlements you shall eat unleavened bread which is eaten in all settlements. The first fruits are excluded, for they are not eaten in all settlements. They retorted, lo, second tithe lo, it is not eaten in all settlements. It is fit to be redeemed and to be eaten in all settlements. Arbun bar Haya asked, if so, that which was bought with money of second tithe which became unclean according to our Judah of second tithe which became unclean should be redeemed. Our Judah says, it should be buried. They said to our Judah, if second tithe itself which became unclean, lo, it is redeemed, that which was bought with money of second tithe which became unclean, is it not logical that it should be redeemed? He said to them, no. If you say that this is so regarding second tithe which is redeemed in a state of cleanness at a distance, can you say so regarding that which was bought with money of second tithe, which is not redeemed in a state of cleanness at a distance from Jerusalem, since it may not be redeemed and eaten in all the settlements, they do not fulfill with it? Our Simeon b. Lachish asked, if so, a batch of dough offering of second tithe in Jerusalem, since it may not be redeemed and eaten in all settlements, do not fulfill with it? Perhaps they might fulfill their obligation with loaves of a thank offering and wafers of a Nazir? The teaching says, 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread. Unleavened bread is eaten all 7 and loaves of a thank offering and wafers of a Nazir are not eaten all 7. Our Jonah in the name of our Simeon b. Lachish, from the fact that loaves of a thank offering and wafers of a Nazir are eaten within the whole territory of the land of Israel, the teacher of oral tradition was not able to exclude them from settlement. Our Yase in the name of our Simeon b. Lachish, this indicates that loaves of a thank offering and wafers of a Nazir were eaten in all the cities of Israel, hence the teacher of oral tradition was not able to exclude them from settlement. This is fine as to loaves of a thank offering, but as to wafers of a Nazir, did not our Yohanan say that a Nazir's offering, prescribed by number 6:13-15, being considered a freely willed offering because the individual voluntarily became a Nazir, would have been sacrificed at the lesser high places, remove Nazirite, Nazirite is an obligation. Said Arbun bar Kahana, you may explain that his sin offering was offered at Shiloh, and his burnt and whole offerings in Nob and Gibeon. Our Hananiah our Ezra asked before our Mana, did not Rabbi say in the name of our Yase, festive whole offerings which are offered at a high place are fit but they are not credited to the owners as obligatory? Rather it is in accord with our Judah, for our Judah said, a sin offering and a Passover offering for an individual in a great high place, a sin offering and a Passover offering for an individual not in a lesser high place. It accords only our Simeon, for our Simeon said, as soon as one of its blood was thrown on it, the Nazir is rendered permitted to drink urine and to become unclean through contact with the dead. Our Simon in the name of our Joshua ben Levi, that olives amount with which a person fulfills his obligation on Passover must not contain any liquid. Our Jeremiah said, that was said as a religious duty. Ba said, was said as a religious duty. Judah bar Pazi said, was set as an indispensable condition. The comment of Arbun Bar Haya indicates that it was set forth as an indispensable position. Arbun Bar Haya objected, and did we not learn, loaves of then coffering, if a person made them for sale in the market, he fulfills his obligation with them? Can you say loaves of a thank offerings which lack fluid? Said Aryase, there it a fourth, and the fourth is divided up among several kinds. And where is the source stating that? Perhaps fulfills his obligation with soaked cakes. The teaching says, and you shall watch the unleavened bread that requires watching. This one is excluded, for it does not require watching. Because it does not require watching. Lo, if it would require watching, fulfill with it? And lo, it is taught, they fulfill with mixed unleavened bread even though it lacks the taste of grain, as long as most of it is grain. They considered making the ruling mixed with liquid. Let us say mixed with sesame seeds, mixed with nuts. And where is the source that states this? Perhaps a person does not fulfill with thick bread baked on coals. How do we know even unleavened bread the likes of Solomon's? The teaching says, "You shall eat unleavened bread." It amplifies. What does the teaching say? The bread of a mourner. Exclude Syrian, and pan bread, and a pancake. They fulfill with thick unleavened bread up to a handbreadth, like the show bread. They fulfill with raw unleavened bread as long as will break into pieces without becoming individual threads. Old unleavened bread is a matter of dispute between the house of Shammai and the house of Hillel. Said Aryase, it is a unanimous opinion, because did not make it for the sake of Passover, it is certain that did not act punctiliously with it fulfill with cumbed bread whether decorated or not, even though they said, do not make decorated cumbed bread on Passover. It is taught, Judah said, Betos b. Zonan asked Rabban Gamaliel and the sages in Yavneh, is it permitted to make decorated cumbed bread on Passover? They said to him, it is forbidden because a woman lingers over them and they become leavened. He said to them, if thus, let make it in a mold. They said to him, would say, all cumbed breads are prohibited but the cumbed breads of Betos b. Zonan are permitted. It is taught, Aryase says, they make cumbed bread like wafers and they do not make cumbed bread. 2:5 And these are herbs through which a person fulfills his obligation on Passover, lettuce, chicory, pepperwort, endives, and dandelion. They fulfill their obligation by eating them, whether they are fresh or dried, but not pickled, stewed, or cooked. And they join together to form the requisite volume of an olive's bulk. And they fulfill their obligation by eating their stalks. And in the status of produce which has not been fully tithed, first tithe the heave offering of which has been removed, and second tithe and food which has been consecrated, which have been redeemed. With lettuce, with chicory endive, with tamka gingidium, another type of bitter herb, with harhavana Aryase b. Arbun said, yes holy, and with sunchus a bitter vegetable with silvery appearance and possessing sap. Lo, lettuce is sweet. Lo, it is not called lettuce but sweet. Arhaya in the name of Arhashea, its very essence is compared to lettuce, just as lettuce initially is sweet and eventually becomes bitter, thus the Egyptians treated our ancestors in Egypt, initially, settle your father and your brothers in the best part of the land, and afterward ruthlessly they made life bitter for them with harsh labor at mortar and bricks. Whether fresh or withered. There are those who teach, but not withered. Said Arhisda, the one who said withered, refers to the stalk, the one who said, but not withered, refers to the leaves. Arhaya in the name of Ar-Yohanan, a pickled olive over it one says, who createst the fruit of the tree. Ar Benjamin bar Yefet in the name of Ar-Yohanan, steamed vegetable, over it one says, by whose word all things come into existence. Said Ar Samuel bar Ar Isaac, the teaching supports Ar Benjamin bar Yefet, but not pickled, nor steamed, nor cooked. If they are in their natural state, would fulfill his obligation with them on Passover. Who creates the fruit of the tree? Said Ar Zira, who is better able to derive the implications of what Ar Yohanan says, is it Arhaya bar Ba or Ar Benjamin, not Arhaya bar Ba? And moreover from this, because we see rabbis enter new moon meals, take lupins, and say over them the blessing, who createst the fruit of the earth. And are not lupins steamed? If you want you can say, it is different here because the Torah specified bitter herbs. And as far as lupins are concerned, once they are steamed they lose their bitterness. Said Aryase B. Arbun, and they do not dispute. An olive, since it is customary to eat it raw, even if pickled it remains in its natural state. A vegetable, as soon as it is steamed, changes. 2:6 They do not soak coarse bran for fowl but they scald. A woman should not soak bran which she takes with her to the bath house, but she rubs it dry on her skin. A person should not chew grains of wheat to put on his sore on Passover, because they ferment. It is taught, Ar Ishmael B. Aryase said in the name of his father, what is Misa? Placing hot water into flour, Halida. Flour into hot water. Therefore here whether hot water into coarse bran or whether coarse bran into hot water. The Mishnah's prohibition applies in a case in which there is fat in them. A malagma which decayed there are those who teach, it must be removed. And there are those who teach, it need not be removed. The one who said, it must be removed a case in which it leavened and afterward decayed. And the one who said, it need not be removed a case in which it decayed and afterward leavened. 2:7 They do not put meal into haroset or into mustard. But if one has put it in, he must eat it forthwith. And our Meir prohibits. They do not boil the Passover lamb in liquids or in fruit juice, but they baste it or dip it in them. Water used by a baker must be poured out, because it ferments. They do not put meal into haroset or into mustard. But if one has put it in, he must eat it forthwith as long as does not tarry. Our Meir prohibits because one tarries. It is written, cooked in any way with water. I only know water. From where to include other liquids? The teaching says, cooked in any way. Until here accords with our Akaba. According to our Ishmael? Our Ishmael teaches, it is a minor to major. Just as water which does not communicate its taste, you say is forbidden other liquids, which communicate their taste, all the more so they do not need unleavened bread with liquids, but they form with liquids. Said our Akaba, I was with our Eliezer and with our Joshua on a ship and I kneaded their unleavened bread with liquids. They do not need unleavened bread with boiling water because they form a paste, and with tepid water because they ferment, but they need them with cool water. And lo, we learned, all the meal offerings are kneaded with tepid water and are watched so that they do not leaven. RMI in the name of our Simeon B. Lakish, there the matter is handed over to priests and the priests are scrupulous. But here the matter is handed over to women and women are slothful. We are in doubt only regarding priests themselves. What is the law? May they knead their unleavened bread in tepid water? Let it accord with what our Zechariah the son-in-law of our Levi taught, a menstruant runs and combs. A female priest does not rub and comb out. A menstruant who is a female priest rubs and combs out in order not to distinguish between one menstruant and another. So here in order not to distinguish between one unleavened bread and another. Water used by a baker should be poured out, because they ferment. There are those who teach, they pour them in the place of broken ground. And there are those who teach, they pour them into a sloping place. Said Aryase, the one who said, they pour them in the place of broken ground of a case in which the broken ground was big. The one who said, in a sloping place of a case in which the slope was high. Said to him, Ila your master would argue thus. Soaked wheat and barley in water and they leavened, lo, these are forbidden, did not leaven are permitted. Aryase said, soaked barley in water, if they split, lo, these are forbidden soaked them in vinegar, permitted because the vinegar contracts them. Our Samuel bar our Isaac had sour wine, he placed therein barley so that it might ferment. He asked our Ime. He said to him, you are required to remove. Our Hananiah the son of Arkire had honey mixed with fine flour. He asked our Mana. He said to him, you have to remove. One of the household of Archire had kegs of oil within his wheat storeroom. He asked rabbis. Said to him, go and scrape off what is under them. Rmi taught regarding Kyota kegs fills them with water for 3 complete days. Yerushalmi Pesahim. Chapter 3. 3:1 These are removed at Passover: Babylonian porridge, Median beer, Edomite vinegar, Egyptian barley beer, dyer's pulp, cook's starch flour, and scribe's paste. R. Eliezer says, also, women's ornaments. This is the general principle: whatever is made of any kind of grain, lo, this is removed on Passover. Lo, these matters are subject to an admonition. But extirpation does not apply to them. And these are removed on Passover, said Armana, and all of them with water. Babylonian kyota, that in which kneaded crumbs have been placed. Median beer, that in which barley flour has been placed. Edomite vinegar, southern, Bizamah. Initially, when made wine in a state of purity for libations, wine would not ferment. And they would place therein barley so that it would ferment, and they would call it southern Bizamah. Egyptian Zitham Zatayah. And dyer's broth, that in which barley flour is placed in order that the dye catch. Cook's dough, said Arhia Barba, brings ears not 1/3 full and crushes them and makes them like safflower loaves and puts them in a pot, and it carries away the froth. And scribes glue in Alexandria, they make the molds from dough. There are those who teach cosmetics. There are those who teach to include Babylonian kyota, and Median beer, and Edomite vinegar, that they be subject to warning. Perhaps they should be subject to extirpation? The teaching says, for all who eat leavened bread will be cut off. The associates asked before Arjona, here it is written, all, and here it is written, all. Here you include, but here you exclude. He said to them, here he included those who eat, but here he included things eaten. They asked, for lo, is it not taught, they fulfill with mixed unleavened bread even though it lacks the taste of grain as long as most of it is grain? And these, since are mostly leaven, should be liable. He said to them, it is different, for it is written, but these are not bread. Aryase asked, and is it not taught, by its very nature only unleavened bread is called leavened bread, 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread, bread of distress, and here you learn leavened bread from unleavened bread? And more so, from this which is taught, a person fulfills his obligation with a soaked wafer and a boiled wafer which has not been mashed, says only which has not been mashed, lo, if it has been mashed in no. And regarding leavened bread you say, one who mashes leavened bread and swallows it is liable. What is the upshot? Aryase, in the name of Aridi, its leaven is not considered a proper leavening. What is the law, should be flogged. R. Jeremiah, in the name of R. Eliezer, R. Law, in the name of R. Simeon b. Lachish, indeed, one does not flog, the words of Rab say that even to flog one does not flog, for it is taught, regarding proper leavened bread, one is liable for extirpation, and its mixture, one absorbs 40. Rab said, this leaven. And let's say, Babylonian kyota and Median beer. Said Arbun Bar Kahana before our law, you may explain deals with leavened bread and unleavened bread which have become mixed together. Said Aryase, I ask regarding this of Arbun Bar Kahana, with what case do we deal? If with a case in which most of it is leavened bread, one is liable for extirpation. If with a case in which most of it is unleavened bread, one fulfills with it one's obligation on Passover. Said R. Samuel b. R. Isaac, teaches R. Joshua Anya. You may explain that that contains leavened bread but lacks an olive in accord with R. Simeon, for R. Simeon said, any amount for flogging. R. Jeremiah, R. Samuel b. R. Isaac, in the name of Rab, a pot in which one cooked leaven one should not cook therein from the same kind except after the Passover. Lo, from another kind, it is permitted as long as after 3 cooked foods. Just as it is neutralized by something not of its kind, so it will be neutralized by its kind. A kind stirs its same kind to cause a prohibition. Said R. Jacob b. Zabadi, R. Abba ordered the grinders not to place baskets on top of each other lest they become hot and ferment. R. Hinanabi. Papa went to the grinders. R. Yasabi Arbun ground for himself sufficient. R. Abun instructed the grinders to put 1/4 of water into a modius and to moisten it 4 times. To condition the grain. R. Hananiah and R. Mana one said that on grasses, it is permitted to moisten, it is forbidden. And the other reverses. Said R. Hananiah the son of R. Hillel, and even according to the one who said that on grasses it is permitted, it applies gathers them from the 6th hour and on. Why? For the dew evaporates from it. 3:2 Dough which is in the cracks of a kneading trough, if there is an olive's bulk in a single place one is liable to remove it. And if not, it is deemed null by reason of its inconsequence. And so with regard to uncleanness, if one is fastidious about it, it interposes. And if he wants to keep it, lo, it is deemed equivalent to the kneading trough. Associates in the name of R. Yohanan, R. Simon in the name of R. Joshua b. Levi, in which peeled off all of it together. Up to here moist. Dry. Since if it had been moist it could have been peeled off all of it together, even dry it accords with this arrangement. R. Jeremiah in the name of R. Zirah, 2/2 of an olive's bulk are within a house, the house does not join them, within a utensil, the utensil joins them. And lo, we learn, less than this, it is nullified by reason of its inconsequence. Here it is a case in which they are unattached, but here it is a case in which they are attached. What is the law where reduced it? Is it nullified, or because it had been appropriate to remove, is one required to remove all of it? To what degree? Up to the major part of the trough. If one reduced the major part of the trough, is the nullified? Or because it had been appropriate to remove, is one required to remove all of it? There said R. Jeremiah in the name of R. Zirah, 2/2 an olive are within the house does not join them, within a utensil, the utensil joins them. And here you say thus, if one is fastidious about it, it interposes for immersion, and if not, it does not interpose for immersion. It is the same both for immersion and sprinkling. Even though a small dough portion, regarding which a person is not fastidious, does not interpose for immersion, which would have prevented the whole trough from being purified, but rather is considered as if part of the trough, nevertheless, when the clump had come in contact with the source of uncleanness it is not a connective for uncleanness from this, but if he wants to keep it low, it is as part of the kneading trough, and if not, it is considered as resembling the trough. R. Simeon b. Lakish said, thus taught Rabbi, excrement under the seat concerning which a person would not be fastidious, is considered a connective for uncleanness but is not considered a connective for sprinkling. R. Simeon b. Lakish in the name of R. Simeon b. Kahana, a limb hanging down, a fingernail hanging down, excrement that is under the seat the band's sound gourd. R. Yasabi Arbun said, even a tuft of hair which he plucked are considered a connective for sprinkling but are not considered a connective for uncleanness. What is the difference between uncleanness and sprinkling? Said our law, regarding sprinkling it is written, and sprinkle on the tent and on the vessels, that is, on all the things kept in a vessel, but here it says, for you whatever is done for your benefit. There we say, thin wafers are Isaac instructed that on Passover making 1, 2, 3 are prohibited unless the person rinses off his hands in water. It is taught, boxes from berry must be removed. Our Yase instructed that presses for kneading dough must be removed. Our Abau in the name of our Yohanan said, dough that cooled there was not another like it there which leavened, until when? Our Jacob bar Aha, our Ola of Caesarea in the name of our Hananah, sufficient to walk 4 miles. 3:3 How do they set apart the dough offering uncleanness? Our Eliezer says, a woman should not designate before it is baked. Our Judah b. Betera says, she should put it into cold water. Said our Joshua, this is not the sort of leaven concerning which people are warned under the prohibitions, let it not be seen, and let it not be found. But she separates it and leaves it until evening. And if it ferments, it ferments. The teaching deals with a case in which became unclean after it was rolled. But if it became unclean before it was rolled, should make it into cab portions speaks of a case in which she kneaded on the festival. But if she kneaded on the eve of the festival is in accord with this which is taught, one who kneads on the festival separates its dough offering on the festival, kneads on the eve of the festival and forgot to separate its dough offering, it is forbidden to move it. It is not necessary to say to take from it. It did not say started dough but kneaded. Lo, started dough not. Said R. Samuel the brother of R. Berechiah, you may explain speaks of unclean dough, the dough offering of which one separates only at the end. Said R. Yase B. R. Bun, by right, deals with clean dough, should separate its dough offering at the end, enacted an enactment that should separate its dough offering at the beginning so that not render unclean the dough. The teaching deals with the festival of Passover. Lo, on Pentecost or Tabernacles, it is permitted. Ar Yase B. Ar Bun, Ar Huna in the name of Ar Aha, even on Pentecost and on Tabernacles is forbidden because no work at all shall be done on them. What difference is there between it and cleaning vegetables? The latter is fit to be eaten, but the former is not fit to be eaten. Rabbis of Caesarea asked, what difference is there between it and sorting lentils on the holiday? How should act according to our Eliezer? Acts with shrewdness and says, this I want to eat and this I want to eat, and one bakes all of it, and when he removes it acts with shrewdness and says, this I want to store away and this, and leaves one. Said our Joshua to him, do you not end up like one who burns holy things on the holiday? Our Eliezer said to him, they burn on their own accord. Said lo him our Joshua, do you not end up violating the ban on seeing and finding leaven? Said to him, it is preferable to violate a negative commandment which did not appear before you than a negative commandment which appeared before you. Said our Phinehas, these disputes are like these disputes, for we learn there, that is to be sprinkled once. Said to him our Eliezer, and lo, don't you end up violating the ban on not diminishing anything from a commandment? Said to him our Joshua, and lo, don't you end up violating the ban on not adding to a commandment? And said to him, it is preferable to violate a negative commandment which did not appear before me than a negative commandment which did appear before me. According to the opinion of our Eliezer, let designate it and then remove it. It is forbidden to move it. And let remove it and designate it. Lest a person forget and eat. And let remove it, and designate it, and take it with another to a corner, as that which we learn there, they move clean heave offering with unclean with common produce. But it is not similar. There the unclean is necessary for the clean. But here, the common produce is for the sake of the unclean. The associates asked, and let toss it into the garbage and then dedicate it. And may a person dedicate something which is not his? And let dedicate it and then toss it into the garbage. And may a person declare ownerless something which is not his? Our Jeremiah asked, and let break it up and toss it into the air of the house and then designate it. There our Jeremiah said in the name of our Zirah, two halves of an olive's bulk are within a house, the house does not join them, within a utensil, the utensil joins them. But here he says thus. Said our Yase, while it is yet in the air of the house, may designate it for dough offering, the ground of a house does not join to make up for leaven. It and its young that fell into a pit are. Eliezer says, should raise up the first with the plan to slaughter it and should slaughter it, and the second, feed it so that it not die. Our Joshua says, should raise up the first one with the plan to slaughter but not slaughter and practicing shrewdness, should raise up the second. Even though intends not to slaughter either one of them it is permitted. Our Bun Bar Haya asked, is not our Eliezer's logic reversed? There he says it is forbidden to act with shrewdness and here he says it is permitted to act with shrewdness. Here because of the ban on seeing and finding leaven. There, what can you say? R. Joshua's logic is reversed. There he says it is permitted to act with shrewdness, and here he says it is forbidden to act with shrewdness. Said Red, here it is a matter of an added prohibition on not doing certain activities on the Sabbath which, though not technically constituting prohibited, labors, are a violation of the rest appropriate for the day of rest and here a liability for a sin offering. Said Ar Yase Br Bun, there so as to have compassion on the property of Israel, here, what can you say? Ar Isaac and Ar Josiah one like this and one like this. Ar Berechiah expounded in accord with that of Ben Bedarah, the teaching said thus, swells, she should wet it with cold water. The words of the rabbis are in dispute a dispute and then taught anonymously, the halakha is like the anonymous. 3:4 Rabban Gamaliel says, 3 women knead dough together and bake in the oven one after the other in sequence. And sages say, 3 women work with the dough. One kneads, while the next rolls out, and the third bakes. Ar Akaba says, all women, all wood, and all ovens are not to be taken as equivalent. This is the general rule, the dough swells, let her slap it with cold water. It is taught. The first weight sufficient for firing, and the second sufficient for 2 firings and 1 baking, and the third sufficient for 3 firings and 2 bakings if made the first loaf last sufficient for 3 firings and 3 bakings. It is taught, this one finishes her kneading, and this one finishes her forming the cakes and this one finishes her firing, the first weighting sufficient for a firing, and the second, sufficient for her firing and the baking of her friend, and the third sufficient for 2 firings and 1 baking. If makes the first loaf last sufficient for 2 firings and 2 bakings. Rabban Gamaliel says, 3 women knead at the same time and bake in one oven, one after the other. And sages say, 3 women occupy themselves with the dough, one kneads, and one rolls, and one bakes. Ar Hashia teaches, and another comes and kneads after them. There are those who teach, with wheat 3 cabs and with barley 4 cabs. And there are those who teach, with wheat 4 cabs and with barley 3 cabs. The one who said, with wheat 3 cabs when they have fat, and with barley 4 cabs when they lack fat. The one who said, with wheat 4 cabs when they are soft, and with barley 3 cabs when they are hard. 3:5 Dough beginning to ferment is to be burned, but the one who eats it is exempt. Dough which is wholly fermented must be burned, and the one who eats it is liable to extirpation. What is the definition of dough beginning to ferment? That like locusts' horns. And that which is wholly fermented? Dough on which the cracks are all entangled together, the words of Ar Judah. And sages say, as to both this one and that one, the one who eats it is liable to extirpation. And what is the definition of that which is beginning to ferment? Dough whose surface turns white like a man whose hair stands on end, Arhuna in the name of Rab, it is permitted to feed it to dogs. Explaining why sages reject Judah's definition of Si or Bar Kapara teaches, you do not have a streak above that does not have several streaks below it the 14th which coincides with the Sabbath. They remove all before the Sabbath, the words of Ar Meir. And sages say, at its proper time. Ar Eliezer Br Sadok says, heave offering is to be removed before the Sabbath, and that which is unconsecrated should be removed at its proper time. Ar Meir is in accord with Ar Eliezer and goes further than Ar Eliezer, for Ar Eliezer says, so that one does not come to violate on not seeing or finding, Ar Meir says so that one does not come to a doubtful not seeing and finding leaven. Rabbis are in accord with Ar Joshua and go further than Ar Joshua, for Ar Joshua says, they do not burn sacred on a holiday and rabbis say, that even on a weekday they do not burn sacred. It is taught, said Ar Judah, the house of Shammai and the house of Hillel did not dispute regarding that it is forbidden to burn clean heave offering nor did they dispute the permissibility of burning the unclean heave offering. Regarding what did they dispute? Regarding the produce the status of which is undetermined, for the house of Shammai say, do not burn. And the house of Hillel say burn. The house of Shammai said to the house of Hillel, do you not say regarding the clean that it should not be burned, for I may say perhaps a priest established his Sabbath domain within the limits, and he will come and eat on the Sabbath. Similarly the produce of undetermined status should not be burned, for I may say perhaps Elijah established his Sabbath domain on Mount Carmel, and he will come and testify on the Sabbath regarding it that it is clean. Said to them the house of Hillel, we are assured that Elijah will not come either on Sabbaths or holidays. R. Abahu in the name of R. Yohanan, R. Eliezer Br. Sadok is in accord with Rabban Gamaliel. Just as Rabban Gamaliel distinguished between unconsecrated food and heave offering, so R. Eliezer Br. Sadok distinguished between unconsecrated food and heave offering. Just as you say that the halakha follows Rabban Gamaliel, similarly the halakha follows R. Eliezer Br. Sadok. 3:7 He who goes to slaughter his Passover lamb, to circumcise his son, or to eat the betrothal meal at his father-in-law's house, and remembers that he has left some leaven in his house, if he can go back and remove it and go on to do his religious duty, let him go back and remove it. But if not, let him nullify it in his heart. To help against an invasion or to save someone from drowning in a river, from thugs, from a fire, or from a suddenly collapsed house, let him nullify it in his heart. To enjoy the festival rest on a pleasure jaunt, let him go back immediately. Said R. Yaseh Br. Bun, come and see how great is peace, for is compared to two matters over which are liable for extirpation, the circumcision of one's son and the slaughter of one's Passover offering. Which takes precedence? Said R. Phinehas, from that which is written, all his males must be circumcised, then he shall be admitted to offer it. This indicates that the circumcision of one's son takes precedence over the slaughtering of one's Passover offering, even if one is able to return and remove and go back and rescue, even if one is able to go and establish a resting place and return and remove. What is to establish a resting place voluntary, with one's master or with a person who is greater than one in Torah? Thus taught Rabbi, deeds precede study. They voted in the upper room of the house of Eris in Lod, study precedes deeds. R. Abahu sent R. Hananiah, his son, to learn Torah in Tiberias. They came and said to, does pious acts. He sent and said to him, have I sent you to Tiberias because there are no graves in Caesarea, for they have already voted conclusively in the upper chamber of Bet Eris in Lod that study precedes deeds. The rabbis of Caesarea say, this which you say applies when there is someone to do, but if there is no one there to do, the deed precedes. A case, R. Hiah, R. Yaseh, R. Imi tarried in coming before R. Eliezer. He said to them, where were you? They said to him, we did a pious act. He said to them, and were there not others there? They said to him, he was a neighbor. 3:8 And so too, he who went forth from Jerusalem and remembered that he had in hand meat in the status of holy things, if he had already passed Mount Scopus, he burns it right where he is. But if not, let him go back and burn it before the temple pile with wood which has been set aside for the altar hearth. And for how much do they return? R. Meir says, this and that are subject to the measure of an egg's bulk. R. Judah says, this and that are subject to the measure of an olive's bulk. And sages say, flesh in the status of holy things is subject to the measure of an olive's bulk. And leaven is subject to the measure of an egg's bulk. R. Simon in the name of R. Joshua b. Levi, it is written, in that day, all the shadows of the horses shall be inscribed holy to the Lord, up to the point that horses run and do not cast a shadow. R. Samuel b. R. Isaac asked, if it is sacred, let burn it in its place. Even in Jerusalem they burn it with the altar's woodpile. That part goes out, what do you do with it? Is like which has become unclean outside, or is like which has become unclean inside? Said R. Yaseh, since has been found to be invalid as a result of its location, it is considered like that which has become unclean outside. Said R. Yaseh Br. Bun, is clean on the basis of the word of Scripture. You are the one who imposed uncleanness on it. Is it not sufficient that you imposed on it uncleanness, but you want to make it like that which has become unclean outside? Like that which has become unclean inside. There are those teachers who teach reversing the opinions. R. Jacob Bar Aha in the name of R. Yaseh in accord with our Mishnah. Said R. Yudan, there is a sign from that in Barakat regarding the minimum amount of food required to make one liable to say the formal invitation to grace after meals and grace itself. For how much do they invite? For an olive's bulk. R. Judah says, for an egg's bulk. It is taught, less than this, they do not bother the person to return. What is the difference between this and that? This is susceptible to annulling. This is not susceptible to annulling up to this point. Sacred meat, where do we learn regarding leavened bread? Said Ar Yase Br Bun, from that which we learn, and similarly one who has gone out from Jerusalem. This indicates that whatever applies to this applies to this. Yerushalmi Pesahim. Chapter 4. 4:1 Where people are accustomed to do work on the eve of Passover prior to noon they do. Where they are accustomed not to do they do not do. One who goes from a place where they do to a place where they do not do, or from where they do not to where they do, they impose on him the stringencies of the place which he has left and the stringencies of the place to which he has gone. But a person should not vary so as where they are accustomed to do work. It is written, there shall you slaughter the Passover sacrifice, in the evening. I know only that he is to slaughter. From where his agent? The teaching says, you shall cook and eat it. What is the meaning of there shall you slaughter the Passover sacrifice, in the evening? It is not right that you should be engaged in your work while your sacrifice is being offered. Indeed they prohibited doing work, as this which is taught. Therefore everyone who made a vow wood and first fruits, one who says, I take it upon myself wood for the altar and logs for the pile, he is prohibited. Regarding lamenting and fasting and from working on that day. Said Arjona, these daily offerings are the sacrifices of all of Israel. If all of Israel went up to Jerusalem, is it not written, 3 times a year all your males shall appear? Who would gather in the new grain for them? Rather, the former prophets established 24 watches, corresponding to each watch there was a post in Jerusalem of priests and of Levites and of Israelites. It is taught, 24,000 post from Jerusalem and half a post from Jericho. Jericho could have supplied a full post, but in order to honor Jerusalem it would only supply half a post. The priests for the service, and the Levites for their platform, and the Israelites testify on behalf of themselves that they are agents of all of Israel. It was taught as a Tanite statement. Our Simeon ben Eleazar says, priests, and Levites, and Israelites, and the song are essential to the sacrifice. Our Abun in the name of our Eleazar, the reason for our Simeon b. Eleazar. All the congregation prostrate themselves, these are Israel, the song was sung, these are the Levites, and the trumpets were blown, these are the priests. All of this until the end of the burnt offering all hinder the sacrifice. Our Tanhuma in the name of our Eleazar derived the rule from this, and from among the Israelites I formally assigned the Levites to Aaron and his sons, these are the Levites, to perform the service for the Israelites in the tent of meeting, these are the priests, and to make expiation for the Israelites, this is the song, so that no plague may afflict the Israelites for coming too near the sanctuary, these are Israel. How do we know that the song is called expiation? Hananiah the father of Barnete in the name of Arbaniah, and to make expiation for the Israelites, this is the song. And how do we know that the song is essential to our Jacob bar Aha, our Simeon the councilman in the name of our Hananiah, and to make expiation for the Israelites, this is the song. And lo, a paschal offering, behold it is a sacrifice for all of Israel, and they made it contingent on custom. Said our Abahu, is different, for the Passover offering is sacrificed only from the 6th hour and onward. Our Abahu asked, if one said, I pledge a burnt offering from the 6th hour and onward, is he permitted to perform work prior to the 6th hour? Said Ar Yase, a Passover offering that they sacrificed in the morning is not a Passover sacrifice. A burnt offering that they sacrificed in the morning is a burnt offering. All the matters they made it contingent upon an actual custom. Women who are accustomed not to work, on the departure of the Sabbath, this does not comprise a custom, until the synagogue lets out a custom, on Mondays and Thursdays not a custom, until the fast meeting lets out a custom, on the Sabbath eves not a custom, from afternoon prayer time onwards a custom, on the day of the moon a custom. Said Arzira, women who are accustomed not to start a loom from the beginning of Ab and onward a custom, for in it the foundation stone ceased. What is the reason? When the foundations are destroyed. Said Arhinana, all the matters are a custom? Acacia trees were in Magdala of the dyers. They came and asked Hananiah the associate of the rabbis, is it permitted to work them? He said to them, since your ancestors were accustomed to treat them as prohibited, do not change the custom of your ancestors, whose souls are at peace. Eliezer in the name of Abin, every matter that one does not know is permitted and in error as prohibited, one appears before sages and they permit him, and every matter that one knows is permitted but treats as prohibited, one appears before sages and one _ they do not permit him. They sit on a Gentile's bench on the Sabbath. A case regarding Rabban Gamaliel who sat on a Gentile's bench on the Sabbath in Akko. Said to him, they are not accustomed here to sit on a Gentile's bench on the Sabbath, and he did not want to tell them that it is permitted to act thus, but rather he got up and left. A case concerning Judah and Hillel, the sons of Rabban Gamaliel, who went in to bathe in the baths of Kabul. They said to them, two brothers are not accustomed here to bathe together, and they did not want to say that it is permitted, but rather they entered one at a time. And moreover that they went out to walk with gilded bark sandals on Sabbath night in Beri. Said to them, they are not accustomed here to walk with gilded bark sandals on the Sabbath. And they did not want to tell them that it is permitted thus, but rather they sent them home with their servants. Not only regarding Passover but also regarding a custom, the net fishers of Tiberias, and the grist makers of Sepphoris, the grain crushers of Akko accepted upon themselves not to work on the intermediate days of the festival. It is understandable regarding the grist makers of Sepphoris, the grain crushers of Akko, regarding the net fishers of Tiberias, however, do they not diminish the joy of the festival? Fishes with a hook, he fishes with a small net. Even thus, do they not diminish the joy of the festival? Rmi cursed them because they diminished the joy of the holiday. Relating to the Mishnah's concern for the impact of changing locations on a person's custom fled from place to place and wanted to retract. Let it come in accord with the following that Rba said, the people of Meshal took upon themselves not to sail on the Great Sea. They came and asked Rabbi, saying to him, our ancestors were accustomed not to sail on the Great Sea, what shall we do? He said to them, since your ancestors were accustomed to treat it as a prohibition, do not deviate from the custom of your ancestors whose souls are at peace. And may not a person consult a sage to absolve his vow? There the one who took the vow consults. Here your ancestors vowed. All the more so should they not be permitted. Said Hananiah, it is not because of that but because of this, Rabbi was the student of Judah, for Judah said, it is forbidden to sail on the Great Sea so as contentiousness Simeon b. Lachish asked Yohanan, and is it not forbidden because of the ban of you shall not divide up into sects? He said to him, when some act in accord with the house of Shammai and others act in accord with the house of Hillel. Of the house of Shammai and the house of Hillel, does not the law follow the house of Hillel? He said to him, when some act in accord with Meir and others act in accord with Yaseh. Of Meir and Yaseh, does not the law follow Yaseh? He said to him, there are two Tanite authorities who regarding Meir and there are two Tanite authorities who regarding Yaseh. He said to him, lo, the New Year and the Day of Atonement in Judah they practice in accord with Aqaba and in Galilee they practice in accord with Yohanan ben Nuri. He said to him, that is different, for if went and acted in Judah in accord with Galilee and in Galilee in accord with Judah has fulfilled. Lo, Purim, lo, some read on the 14th and others read on the 15th. He said to him, the one who arranged the Mishnah found support in the Bible by every family, every province, and every city. It is satisfactory a place where they work and goes to where they do not work. A place where they do not work to where they do work, however, let him be idle, for are there not some idlers in that place? In the name of Yohanan, it is a case of one's causing astonishment. 4:2 And similarly, one who brings seventh-year produce from a place in which has ceased to a place in which it has not ceased, or from a place in which has not yet ceased to a place in which it has ceased is liable to effect the removal of the produce. Judah says. Go and bring for yourself you who has ceased in Tiberias but has not ceased in Sepphoris, said to him, From Sepphoris I brought them. If you do not believe me, go and bring for yourself you who are Hananiah in the name of our Phinehas said, Ar. Judah and Ar Yaseh, both of them said the same thing. For we learned there, on the ownerless and they do not eat on the guarded. Ar Yaseh says, Even on that which is guarded said to them, From the guarded I brought, and if you do not believe me, lo, field so and so is guarded before you, go and bring for yourself you too. 4:3 Where people are accustomed to sell small cattle to Gentiles, they sell them. Where they are not accustomed to sell, they do not sell them. Nowhere do they sell them large cattle, calves, or foals whole or maimed. Ar Judah permits maimed ones. Ben Betara permits in the case of a horse. And is it permitted to raise? Said RBA, such as Mahir, which is 16 mil by 16 mil they propose to state, the one who said that it is permitted to sell it is permitted to leave them alone, the one who said that it is forbidden to sell it is forbidden to leave alone. Ar Jonah, Ar Eliezer in the name of Rab, and even according to the one who said that it is permitted to sell it is forbidden to leave them alone. What is the difference between selling and leaving alone? There, as soon as he sells to him, it is considered the animal of a Gentile. But here the animal of an Israelite, and is suspected concerning it. 3 Where they are accustomed not to sell, they do not sell. Why? Because he removes it from the obligation fleece. Consider if it was a goat. Because he removes it from the obligation of firstling to the priest. Consider if it was a male. Because he removes it from the obligation gifts. If this is the operative reasoning, one should not sell him wheat because he removes it from the obligation dough offering, one should not sell him wine and oil because he removes them from the obligation. And, in all places they do not sell them large animals. What is the difference between a large and a small animal? A large animal is capable to make liable for a sin offering. A small animal lacks the capability to make liable for a sin offering. But may not milk or shear. There becomes liable, but here, the animal becomes liable. But as soon as he sells it to him, is it not the animal of a Gentile? Said Rmi the Babylonian in the name of the rabbis of that place, sometimes he sells it out and he when returns after 3 days, and as a result performs work with the animal of the Israelite. If that is the operative reasoning, for testing is forbidden, but not for a test is permitted? The latter because of the former. One transgressed and sold, do they impose a fine on him? Just as they impose a fine as a matter of law, so they impose a fine in practice. How do we know that they impose a fine on a person in practice? A certain person sold a camel to an Aramean. The case came before our Simeon b. Lachish and he fined him double in order that he should retrieve the camel. Said Ar Yaseh b. Arbun, imposed a fine on him for trafficking as a broker, and people would call him, the man who traffics as a broker with the Arameans. Our Simeon b. Lachish is in accord with Ar Judah, for it is taught in the name of Ar Judah, one who takes and it produces a firstling, he estimates with him its worth and gives half of the value to a priest he gave it to him under contract, he estimates with him even 10 times value and gives all the value to a priest. And sages say, since the finger of a Gentile is the middle, it has become exempt from a firstling. Our Simeon b. Lachish is in accord with Ar Judah and goes further than Ar Judah. What Ar Judah said because of the laws of the firstling. What Ar Simeon b. Lachish said because of the laws of large cattle. Ar Judah permits in the case of a maimed one. Ar Judah referred only to a maimed one that cannot be healed. They said to him, but lo, bring her a male, and she will copulate with him. He said to them, I only said in regard to a maimed male that cannot be healed. They said to him, but lo, they bring him a female, and he copulates with her and she produces an offspring. Arabun in the name of rabbis from there, this indicates that it is prohibited to make offspring available to them. There we learned, one who buys the embryo of an ass of a Gentile, one who sells him even though he is not permitted, one who joins in partnership with him, and one who receives from him under contract or gives it to him under contract is exempt from the firstling. Our Haggai asked our Yase, does this not indicate that it is prohibited to make unborn embryos available? He said to him, Our Abun has preceded you, for our Abun said in the name of the rabbis from there, this indicates that it is prohibited to make offspring available to them. Ben Bidara permits in the case of a horse. Our Judah referred only to a male horse, for it kills its master in war. Some say for it runs after a female. And some say, for it halts to urinate. What is the difference between them? A gelding. The one who said, for it runs after a female, it does not run after a female. The one who said, for it halts to urinate, even that one halts to urinate. The words of the sages, our Aha in the name of our Tanhum Bar Haya, when it grows old, he enslaves it to a millstone. Our Yasebi our Bun in the name of our Huna, Ben Bidara and our Nathan said the same thing, for it is taught. If one brought out a domesticated animal, or a wild beast, or fowl, whether live or dead, one is liable. R. Nathan says, dead one is liable, alive one is exempt. Rabbis hold because of the liability for a sin offering, and they respond to him thus. According to his logic they answered him, according to your logic, in that you say because of the laws of a large animal, we also hold when it grows old he enslaves it to a millstone. Rabbi says, I say that he is forbidden because of two matters, because of weapons and because of the laws of a large animal. And it is taught likewise, a large wild animal is like a small domesticated animal. Who taught this? Rabbi. These are the words of the sages. Arbisna, Hanin bar Ba in the name of Rab, a large wild animal is like a large domesticated one. 4:4 Where they are accustomed to eat roasted on the nights of Passover, they eat. Where they are accustomed not to eat, they do not eat. Where they are accustomed to light the lamp on the nights of the days of atonement, they light. Where they are accustomed not to light, they do not light. They light in synagogues and in study houses, and in dark alleys, and for the sick Rba asked before Rmi, apply even to the meat of a calf. He said to him, even the meat of a calf. Does even to meat of a fowl? He said to him, even the meat of a fowl. They considered making the ruling, even to an egg, even a fish. Said Ar Yudan B Ar Hanin, so long as a type of slaughter. It is taught, Ar Simeon B. Eliezer says, the Day of Atonement that falls on the Sabbath, even where they are accustomed not to light, they light. Ar Simon in the name of Ar Joshua b. Levi, Ar Yase b. Saul in the name of Rabbi, the Halakha follows Ar Simeon b. Eliezer. Ar Hyabar Ba expounded to Tiberians in accord with this of Ar Simeon b. Eliezer. Ar Yase said it Ar Samuel bar Naaman in the name of Ar Jonathan. Ar Hezekiah said it Ar Jacob bar Aha in the name of Ar Samuel bar Naaman. The place where they are accustomed to light is more praiseworthy than where they are accustomed not to light. Said Ar Jeremiah, know that it is correct, for the days of atonement that fall on the Sabbath, even where they are accustomed not to light, they light. Rba Ar Simeon, both of them say, know that it is correct, for a man is modest and does not have marital relations by the light of a lamp. Both according to the one who says they light and according to the one who says they do not light because of proclivity to sin. According to the one who said, they light, in order that he see and become embarrassed, and according to the one who says, they do not light in order that not see and become aroused. It is taught, even in outhouses and bathhouses. It was necessary thus even places that were accustomed not to light, they light. The Day of Atonement that falls on the Sabbath, is it permitted to wash pressed and steamed vegetables from afternoon prayer onward? Rab said, forbidden. Ar Eliezer said, permitted. Ar Jacob bar Aha in the name of Ar Eliezer, why did they say they wash pressed and steamed vegetables from afternoon prayer onward? Because of danger. Is the danger of the Day of Atonement that falls on the Sabbath distinct is of the Day of Atonement that falls on a weekday distinct? Retorted Ar Hananiah the fellow of the rabbis, the teaching disputes Ar Eliezer, the Day of Atonement that falls on the Sabbath, the loaves are distributed in the evening. It makes up a special case, since it is a simple matter perhaps he will forget and eat. Retorted our Phinehas, the teaching of our Eleazar disputes him. The Day of Atonement that falls on the Sabbath, the day of rest a cessation from work, and on a weekday, the day of rest a cessation from work. If on a weekday you cease from work, should all the more so on the Sabbath. This is needed only that even things which you are permitted to do on a weekday, you should cease from on the Sabbath. And what is this? This is washing of pressed and steamed vegetables. R. Jacob Bar Zabadi in the name of R. Abahu, it seems reasonable in the case of something that normally reaches its prepared state with cold water. But with something that normally reaches its prepared state with hot water, until the kettle seethes one washes. Said Armana, if you say thus, even will delay and will not wash, and as a result he will endanger himself. R. B.A. asked before R.M.A., is it permitted to wash pressed and steamed vegetables from afternoon prayer onward? He said to him, permitted. R. Jacob Bar Aha asked R. Haya and R. Yase, is it permitted to wash pressed and steamed vegetables from afternoon prayer onward? They said to him, permitted. R. Zira asked before R.M.A., is it permitted to say to a dumpling, make me a dumpling? He said to him, permitted. Make me a pastry. Permitted. Make me a wick. He said to him, know what is the difference between the former and the latter. The former is a matter of that which every person is to eat, and the latter is not that which every person is to eat. 4:5 Where they are accustomed to do work on the 9th of Ab, they do. Where they are accustomed not to do, they do not do. And in all places students of sages are idle. Rabban Simeon B. Gamaliel says, let all people make themselves like the students of sages are Abun, R. Simeon B. Lakish in the name of Rabban Judanesia, deals with a case in which one causes astonishment. Let all people make themselves like the students of sages. 4:6 And sages say, in Judah they would do work on Passover Eve up to noon, and in Galilee they would not do at all the night. The house of Shammai prohibit, and the house of Hillel permit until the sun shines low, the day is prohibited. R. Eleazar in the name of R. Hashiah, day there shall be a Passover sacrifice to the Lord. R. Jacob Bar Aha in the name of R. Yohanan, R. Law in the name of R. Eleazar, two students taught it. Said R. Zira, I am able to say that there are 3 Tannite authorities who taught the Mishnah, and not just 2, one said, prohibited. And one said, permitted. And one said, custom. 4:7 R. Meir says, any sort of work that started before the 14th, completes it on the 14th, but he should not begin it at the outset on the 14th, even if can complete it. And sages say, 3 artisans do work on Passover Eves, and these are they, tailors, barbers, and launderers. R. Yase Bar Judah says, even shoemakers. R. Meir says, any sort of work that started before the 14th, completes it on the 14th, and as long as an item that is needed for the holiday. But he should not begin it at the outset on the 14th. Even an item that is needed for the holiday. And sages say, 3 artisans do work on Passover Eves, tailors, for thus an untrained sews in his usual way on the intermediate days of the holiday, barbers, for thus Nazirites and lepers shave on the intermediate day of the holiday, launderers, for thus it is the way of those going from the state of impurity to purity to launder on the intermediate days of the holiday. R. Yase B. R. Judah says, even the shoemakers, for thus it is the way of pilgrims to fix their shoes and sandals on the intermediate days of the holiday. And rabbis say, were rich and would go up on animals. 4:8 They set out hen coops for chickens on the 14th. A chicken that fled they return to its place. And if it died, they set another in its place. They rake from under the feet of an animal on the 14th, and on the intermediate days of the festival they remove to the sides. They take and bring utensils from the artisan's house, even though they are not for the purpose of the festival. They set out hen coops for chickens on the 14th. Lo, on the intermediate days of the festival it is forbidden. They do not cause an animal to copulate on the intermediate days of the festival, but they bring it to the corral. R. Judah says, an ass which desires a male they cause it to copulate so that it does not cool off. And every other animal they bring it to the corral. And they bleed a person and an animal on the intermediate days of the festival. And they do not withhold medicine from a person or animal on the intermediate days of the festival. And a chicken that fled they return to its place. And it a case such that they return it within 3 days to its compartment. And if it died, they set another in its place, and it refers to a case such that it sat on its egg 3 days from time to time. Said Armana, the teaching said thus, the 14th, 15th, and 16th and a part of the day is considered as if it were a full day. Said Arabun, you may explain that it sat on the egg by itself and you cannot deduce anything. Dung that is in the alleyway, they remove it to the side, that is in the stall and that is in the courtyard, they take it out to the dunghill. Said RBA, this you should say a small courtyard, but regarding a large courtyard, one removes to the side. The stall, whether big or small, they take it out to the dunghill. Said RBA, because its offensiveness is great. 4:96 rules did the men of Jericho make. For 3, reproved them, and for 3 they did not reprove them. These are the 3 for which they did not reprove them: they grafted palms the whole day, they did not make the prescribed divisions in the Shema, and they reaped and stacked before the sheaf of first barley. And they did not reprove them. And these are the 3 for which they reproved them: they permit use of Egyptian figs dedicated to the temple, they eat on the Sabbath fruit which had fallen under a tree, and they leave over the corner of the field in the case of vegetables, and sages did reprove them. Who teaches they reap? Ar Meir. Who teaches, they pile? Ar Judah. Said Ar Jacob bar Susai before Ar Yase, everyone admits that they reap, and everyone admits that they do not pile. Regarding what do they differ? Regarding grafting palm trees, Ar Meir says, they graft palms all day and with the approval of sages they acted. Ar Judah says, they were not acting with the approval of sages. How would they recite the Shema without pause? Said Ar Aha, said Ar Zira, said Ar Ila, hear O Israel, the Lord is our God, the Lord is one, but they would not interrupt between each word, the opinion of Ar Meir. Ar Judah says, they would interrupt, but they would not say, praised be his glorious kingdom forever and ever. Ar Yase said Ar Zira, Ar Ila, hear O Israel, the Lord, but they would not interrupt between one and praised, the opinion of Ar Meir. Ar Judah says, they would interrupt, but they would not say, praised be his glorious kingdom forever and ever. How would they permitted fruit of trees that had been dedicated? Said to them sages, do you not admit to us that the growths of dedicated items are prohibited? They said to them, our ancestors, when they dedicated, only dedicated the trunks because of strong-fisted men who would come and forcefully take them. What did rabbis believe in saying had dedicated the trunks and fruit? Even if you say that they had dedicated the trunks and did not dedicate the fruit, it is problematic for rabbis. One who dedicated a field containing trees, what is the law? May one leave over some of the growths? We may derive the answer from this: one who dedicates his vineyard before the bunches were distinguished on it, the bunches do nor belong to the poor; once the bunches are distinguished on it, the bunches belong to the poor. Ar Yase says, the poor should give the costs of growing from the time that the vineyard was dedicated to the temple what is considered forgotten sheaves among an espalier. Whatever he is not able to stretch out his arm to and take grapes inaccessible to a person returning along the trellised vines. And regarding ground-trained vines, as soon as passes it by L is different, for a person does not dedicate something which is not his. Now, even if the clusters had not become distinguished, the clusters should belong to the poor? It is different, for it is a vineyard for dedication. In accord with what we learn, one who plants a vineyard as holy is exempt from individual grapes fallen off during cutting, orla, 4th year produce, and clusters, but is liable for the laws of 7th year produce. Ar Zira, in the name of Ar Yohanan, the land shall observe a Sabbath of the Lord. Even something that is of the Lord, the holiness of the 7th year applies to it. Ar Haya bar Ada asked before Armana, To eat it without redemption is not possible, for it is impossible for dedicated objects to leave without redemption. To redeem it and to eat it be like one who acquires an axe with seventh-year moneys. He said to him, the treasurer would exchange them with someone else. 102 said Ar Matina, what do I need? We may explain it in accord with that of Ar Yohanan. The opinion of Ar Yase depends upon the fact that his vow preceded his renunciation, but here because the renunciation, preceded his dedication. Said Ar Yohanan, there was a case and taught in accord with Ar Yase. Does this not dispute Ar Yohanan? For Ar Yohanan said, as soon as passed and forgot it, lo, it is considered a forgotten sheaf. It is different with an espalier, for it is its custom to be checked. Even Ar Hashaya does it not dispute, for Ar Hashaya said, I was stamping olives with Ar Haya the elder, and he said to me, every olive which you can extend your hand to and take is not a forgotten sheaf. It is different, for all ground-trained vines are distinct furrows. Ar Abba Bar Kahana said before Ar Imi, one who rents his house to his fellow and that he needs its money, said to him, did not think that he would die in starvation. Ar Zira, Ar La, both of them say, a lease is like a sale and is acquired in a purchase. It is taught, one who rents his house to his fellow and dedicates it, lo, this one dwells in it and pays rent to the temple. When has not prepaid the rent. But if he had prepaid his rent, lo, this one dwells in it free. In the days of Armana a unit of troops in Sephoris, and their children were pledged to them when they were about to leave, Armana issued a proclamation in accord with Ar-Imi. He said, not because I hold his view but rather for the sake of the Sephorians, that their children not be forfeited. They eat fallen fruit from under. How shall we define? If it is a case in which fell on the festival eve, all agree permitted. If it is a case in which fell on the festival day, all agree that prohibited. Rather we must define it as unspecified. They set aside P for vegetables. They would give only from turnip and from porrid, for they are picked at once. Ar Yase says, also from cabbage. A case regarding Big Thumb, whose son set aside P for vegetables for the poor. And his father came and found them standing by the entrance of the garden. Said to them, leave what is in your hands. They left what was in their hands and gave them twice as much in that had already been tithed. His eye was not stingy. Rather he was solicitous of the words of sages. Once when rabbis needed a donation, they sent Ar Akaba and one of the rabbis with him. They came and were about to enter house, and they heard the voice of a youth saying to him, what shall I buy you today? He said to him, endive, not from today but from yesterday, for it is withered and cheap. They left him and went. After the whole community contributed, they came to his house. He said to them, why did you not come to me first as you had been accustomed? They said, we did come, and we heard the voice of a youth saying to you, what shall I buy for you today? And you said to him, endive, not from today but from yesterday, because it is withered and cheap. He said, that which is between me and my youth you know. Do you know that which is between me and my Creator? Nevertheless, go and speak to her, and she will give you 1 modius of denarim. They went and told her. She said to them, what did he say to you, a large or a small? They said to her, he said without specification. She said to them, I shall give to you a large quantity. And if he said large, lo, I have fulfilled, and if not, I shall calculate the increase from my marriage gift. As soon as her husband heard this, he doubled her marriage settlement. Yerushalmi Pesahim. Chapter 5. 5:1 The daily whole offering was slaughtered at half after the 8th hour and offered up at half after the 9th hour. On the eve of Passover, was slaughtered at half after the 7th hour and offered up at half after the 8th hour, whether on an ordinary day or on the Sabbath. The eve of Passover coincided with the eve of the Sabbath. It was slaughtered at half after the 6th hour and offered up at half after the 7th hour, and the Passover offering after it. The daily whole offering is slaughtered. It is written, now this is what you shall offer upon the altar. I might have said that both of them should be offered in the morning or both of them at twilight. The teaching says, you shall offer the one lamb in the morning. I might have said that of the morning should be offered with the sunrise and that of the twilight with the sunset. The teaching says, at twilight. Now it is said twilight here and it is said twilight there, just as twilight, which is said there from the 6th hour and on, so twilight which is said here from the 6th hour and on. Why did you see to say that twilight from the 6th hour and on, alas for us? For the day is declining, the shadows of the evening grow long. Just as evening which is said there from the 6th hour and on, so evening which is said here from the 6th hour and on. And should it be fit from the 6th hour and on? R. Joshua b. Levi said, that yield between the evenings. How? Divide between the evenings and assign 2½ hours before it and 2½ hours after it and 1 hour for involvement with it. You may say that the daily whole offering is offered at the 9th and 1½ hour, said R. Yase, R. Joshua b. Levi did not cite the first part and said the later part, for is it not taught thus? Hananiah b. Judah says, I may understand the Hebrew phrase between the 2 evenings, between the evening of the 14th and the evening of the 15th. Perhaps it should include the day and the night. The teaching says day. When it says day it excludes the night. If day, perhaps at the 2nd hour of the day. The teaching says, in the evening. If in the evening, perhaps once it gets dark. Behold, the teaching says, between the evening. Lo, how? Divide between the evenings and assign 2½ hours before it and 2½ hours after it and 1 hour for involvement with you. As a result may say that the Passover sacrifice is offered at the 9th and 1/2 hour. Said R. Yase, this which you say applies a commandment is concerned, but an indispensable condition is concerned, for we have learned in the Mishnah, if one slaughtered it, before noon it is invalid, after noon, immediately fit, before the daily whole offering sacrifice it is fit. And let him say likewise regarding the morning? Here it says between the evenings. Can you say there, between the mornings? R. Joshua b. Levi said, the prayers were learned from the patriarchs, nevertheless they did not remove him from his distinction, rather they appointed him a bet din, who teaches whether fall on a weekday or the Sabbath. R. Ishmael, for it is taught, as is its order on a weekday, so is its order on the Sabbath. The words of R. Ishmael. R. Akiba said, as is its order on the eve of Sabbath, so is its order on the Sabbath. Lo! R. Ishmael delays 1 hour for its preparation and R. Akiba makes it an hour early for involvement with it, so that they do not enter into performing a religious duty when one is drunk. And let one offer the Passover sacrifice first and the daily whole offering after it? If you say thus, you end up undoing the between the evenings of the Passover offering. If you follow between the evenings of the Passover offering, do you not end up undoing of between the evenings of the daily whole offering? The daily whole offering, if you undo it now, you uphold it afterward. The Passover offering, if you undo now, when would you uphold it? And let one offer the Passover sacrifice first and the daily whole offering after it? An object regarding which it is said in the evening and between the evenings be done later than an object regarding which it says only between the evenings. R. Jeremiah asked, why did you see to say the late evening? Alternatively, let the early evening. Rather thus, let an act regarding which it is said, between the evenings at sundown be done later than an act regarding which it is said only between the evenings. The language of the teaching supports R. Jeremiah, there you shall offer the Passover sacrifice in the evening you offer, at sundown you eat, the time of day when you departed from Egypt you roast. There are those who teach, in the evening you eat, at sundown you offer, the time of day when you departed from Egypt you roast. And let both of them be offered together? Said R. Yase, the second daily whole offering is to be second the lamb and not to be second the Passover offering. It is taught, R. Nathan says, every day the daily whole offering is slaughtered at the 6th and 1/2 and offered at the 7th and 1/2. What is every day? Every Passover Eve. Said Aryase B. Arbun, the reason for that teaching in order to provide a half hour between groups it is taught, the daily whole offerings blood and organs precede the Passover offering, and the Passover offering the incense, and the incense the tending of the candles. There are teachers who teach. The daily whole offerings blood and organs precede the incense, and the incense the Passover offering, and the Passover offering the tending of the candles so that the daily whole offering libations be offered with it. And there is nothing preceding the morning daily whole offering and nothing later than the twilight daily whole offering except for the Passover offering and the incense on Passover Eves. From where that nothing precedes the morning daily whole offering. The teaching states, the burnt offering on it. And from where that nothing should be delayed after the twilight daily whole offering. The teaching states, turn into smoke the fat parts of the offerings of well-bring. R. Simeon B. Lakish said, it is not written here, lay out a burnt offering on it, but lay out the burnt offering on it, so that the burnt offering should not precede the morning daily whole offering. It is taught, R. Ishmael the son of R. Yohanan B. Baraka says, those lacking only the atonement bring their atonement after the twilight daily whole offering so that they may immerse themselves and eat their Passover offerings in the evening. Said R. Yudan, this which is said applies to a rich leper, but as to a poor leper, does he not bring a bird? Said R. Samuel B. Abidoma, does he not bring a guilt offering and Passover sacrifice which one slaughtered under an improper designation? Or received the blood and tossed the blood of which under an improper designation, or under its proper designation and under an improper designation, or under an improper designation and under its proper designation, is invalid? How both under its proper designation and not under its proper designation? For the sake of a Passover offering and for the sake of peace offerings. Under an improper designation and under a proper designation? For the sake of peace offerings and for the sake of a Passover offering. How do we know that is required to slaughter it under its designation? RBA in the name of Rab to state that if they slaughtered under the designation of a Passover offering, lo, it is a Passover offering, but if not, it is not a Passover offering. How do we know all the rest of its actions? And you shall make that all its actions must be under the designation of the Passover offering. Now even the burning of the sacrificial portions. The teaching says, slaughter just as slaughtering is special in that it prevents the atonement, the burning of the sacrificial portions is excluded, for it does not prevent the atonement. Where do we learn regarding a sin offering? And he shall slaughter it as a sin offering. How do we know regarding the rest of its actions? One shall be done to the Lord as a sin offering. Now, even the burning of the sacrificial portions. The teaching says, and he shall slaughter it. Just as slaughtering is special in that it prevents the atonement, the burning of the sacrificial portions is excluded, for it does not prevent the atonement. Where do we learn that a sin offering designated for the owner? Said R. Jeremiah, and the priest shall then offer the sin offering and make expiation for him who is to be cleansed from his uncleanness. Said to him R. Yase, now, even the burning of the sacrificial portions, the teaching says, and make expiation. Just as tossing is special in that it prevents the atonement, the burning of the sacrificial portions is excluded, for it does not prevent the atonement. Where do we learn that a Passover offering designated for the owner? It is a matter of logic. If a sin offering, for which thinking of uncircumcised and unclean does not make it unfit must be for the owner, a Passover offering, for which thinking of uncircumcised and unclean makes it unfit, should it not be necessary that it be for the owner? No, if you say regarding a sin offering, which is a sacrifice of higher sanctity, shall you say regarding a Passover offering, which is a sacrifice of lesser sanctity? Said R. Yase, did you not learn a case in which thinking, the Torah increased of thinking in regard to the Passover offering more than the sin offering? Said R. Hananiah before Armana, and do we learn from the sin offering of a leper? Is not the sin offering of a leper specified to a novel element, namely, that it requires libations under the designation of its owner, and from a matter that is specified to a novel element one does not learn said to him, and the sin offering of a leper, from where is it learned that it would be unfit if performed not under proper designation? Is it not from this verse, which is written, and it shall be slaughtered as a sin offering, and it is written, this is the Torah of the sin offering, one Torah for all types of sin offerings. Hence, from the place that it is learned, there it teaches slaughtered under its proper designation, to toss its blood not under its proper designation, said R. Yohanan, there is not under its proper designation from one act to another act, and it makes unfit. R. Simeon B. Lakish said, there is no not under its proper designation from one act to another so that it should be fit. Said R. Ila, learned from the intention applicable to sacrificial meat in the status of refuse, R. Yohanan, if tossed not under its proper designation, would it not be sacrificial meat in the status of refuse? Hence, if one slaughtered under its proper designation, to toss its blood not under its proper designation, is unfit. Said R. Yase, for two reasons. Intention in the case of sacrificial meat in the status of refuse does not teach regarding intention in the case of unfitness. If slaughtered under its proper designation to receive its blood not under its proper designation, would it not be fit? Slaughtered it under its proper designation, caught its blood not under its proper designation, it is unfit. If slaughtered it under its proper designation to burn its sacrificial portions not under its proper designation, would it not be sacrificial meat in the status of refuse? Slaughtered it under its proper designation, burned its sacrificial portions not under its proper designation, it is fit. Said R. Yase, I saw R. Jeremiah grabbing RBA, said to him, tell me R. Yohanan's reason. Why slaughtered it under its proper designation to toss its blood not under its proper designation unfit? It is considered from the beginning as if one slaughtered it under its proper designation not under its proper designation, and it is unfit. He said to him, and if so, even slaughtered it under the designation of those who will eat it to toss its blood not under the designation of those who will eat it, it should be considered from the beginning as if one slaughters it for those who will eat it and for those who will not eat, and it should be fit. You cannot, for R. Ila said in the name of R. Yohanan, slaughtered it for those who are to eat it to toss its blood not for those who will eat it is unfit. R. Jacob bar Aha came in the name of R. Yohanan, slaughtered for those who are to eat it to toss its blood not for those who are to eat it is fit. R. Yase took support from the two opinions of R. Yohanan. Why slaughtered it under its proper designation to toss it not under its proper designation is it unfit? It is considered from the beginning as if slaughters it under its proper designation and not under its proper designation, and it is unfit. Why slaughtered it for those who will eat it to toss its blood not for those who will eat it, it is fit. And it should be considered as if from the beginning one slaughters it for those who can eat it and for those who cannot eat it, and it should be unfit. R. Hananiah said before R. Mana in the name of R. Yudan, the rationale for R. Yohanan is as follows: whatever procedure which would take place at a particular sacrificial act and intention disqualifies it from another sacrificial act, slaughtered it under its proper designation, tossed its blood not under its proper designation, would it not be unfit? Slaughtered it under its proper designation to toss its blood not under its proper designation, it is unfit. If slaughtered it under its proper designation to receive its blood not under its proper designation, would it not be fit? Yet at the time of receiving intention affects it. Lo, whatever matter which would take place at a particular sacrificial act and intention affects it, intention does not affect it from another sacrificial act. If to burn its sacrificial portions not under its proper designation, would it not be sacrificial meat in the status of refuse? Yet at the time of burning of the sacrificial portions intention does not affect it. Lo, whatever matter which would take place at a particular sacrificial act and intention does not affect it, intention affects it from another sacrificial act. Said to him, do not answer me from pig, LL regarding unfitness, for R. Yase said, because of two matters, intention in the case of sacrificial meat in the status of refuse does not resemble intention in the case of unfitness. What is the difference? Said R. Samuel bar Abidoma, the reversal during the rest of days of the year, slaughtered it under its proper designation to toss its blood not under its proper designation during the rest of the days of the year according to R. Yohanan fit, according to R. Simeon b. Lakish, it is unfit. Said R. Yohanan, Regarding this Abba bar Abba came that they say, from where do we know that a Passover sacrifice is changed to a well-being offering? The teaching says, and if his offering for a sacrifice of well-being to the Lord is from the flock, whatever comes from the flock serves as a well-being offering. They retorted, lo, a burnt offering comes from the flock. If the item comes only from the flock, a burnt offering is excluded, for it comes even from the herd. They retorted, lo, a guilt offering. Said Arbun bar Kahana, from the flock denotes an item from the whole flock. A guilt offering is excluded, for it comes only from the rams. You say from comes to include, but here you say from comes to exclude. Said Armana, excludes that which only comes from rams. And they retorted, and lo, is it not written, if his offering is from the flock, or sheep, or of goats for a burnt offering? This implies, said Abban, change an object which is for eating to an object which is for eating, and do not change an object which is for eating to an object which is not for eating. Said Yaseb Arbun, change sacrifices of a lesser sanctity to sacrifices of a lesser sanctity, and do not change sacrifices of a lesser sanctity to sacrifices of a higher sanctity. Said Yohanan, regarding this Hananiah came in that they said, the Passover offering is changed to a well-being offering only if it was slaughtered under the designation of a well-being offering, and I say, even under the designation of a burnt offering. Said Law, the rationale for Yohanan, and if from the flock is his offering for a sacrifice a well-being offering, whatever is a sacrifice serves as a well-being offering changed to with a wrongful intention. What would be a practical illustration of that conception? Slaughtered it under the designation of a burnt offering with the intention to toss its blood tomorrow, in any event it is unfit. If you say is changed where there is a wrongful intention is sacrificial meat in the status of refuse, if you say is not changed where there is a wrongful intention is unfit. Slaughtered under the proper designation and not under the proper designation during the rest of the days of the year? Arbun bar Haya in the name of Samuel bar Abba, because it lacks a designation, it is considered as if slaughters it under its proper designation and not under its proper designation in silence, and it is fit. Said to him, and if so, even if slaughtered it under its proper designation to toss its blood not under its proper designation, slaughters it under its proper designation and not under its proper designation, and it should be fit. Said Abamari, who says in silence is fit? Alternatively we should say, in silence is unfit. 5:31 Slaughtered it not for those who eat it or not for those who are registered for it, for uncircumcised men or for unclean ones, it is invalid. For those who eat it and not for those who eat it, for those who are registered for it and not for those who are registered for it, for those who are circumcised and for those who are uncircumcised, for those who are unclean and for those who are clean, it is valid. One slaughtered it before midday, it is invalid, since it is said, at twilight. One slaughtered it before the daily whole offering, it is valid, so long as someone stirs its blood until the blood of the daily whole offering is tossed. But if it was tossed, it is valid. How do we know that he is required to slaughter it for those who can eat it? Yohanan in the name of Ishmael, according to what each person should eat, you shall slaughter. Said Josiah, this is an Aramaic expression as when a person says to his friend, slaughter this lamb for me. How for those who cannot eat it? One slaughtered it for the sake of a sick person elder who are unable to eat an olive's amount. How for those who are not registered for it? Slaughtered it for the sake of the members of another association. This implies that a minor counts to make invalid. This implies that if he was on a long-distance journey and one slaughtered it on his behalf, it is invalid. This supports the Southerners, for the Southerners say, organs that have been lost, intention affects them as if they are existent. This implies that if one slaughtered it so that half of his association would eat of it, it is invalid. Said Haggai before Yase, you may explain that all of them were sick. Said to him, let it be taught, for the members of an unfit association. Said to him, deals with a situation in which there were fit people there and slaughtered it for those who are invalid. Said Eliezer, the teaching treats a situation in which it was slaughtered for those who can eat it, and those who can eat it and those who cannot eat it ate it. But if slaughtered it from the beginning for, and it was eaten by, those who can eat it and those who cannot eat it is invalid. Simle came before Jonathan said to him, Teach me Agadah said to him, I have a tradition from my ancestors not to teach Agadah to Babylonians or to Southerners, for they are haughty and lightweight in Torah, and you are a Nehardian and reside in the south and moreover a minor. He said to him, Tell me one thing, what is the difference between under its designation and not under its designation and for those who can eat it and for those who cannot eat it? He said to him, Under its designation and not under its designation its disqualification from itself, for those who can eat it and for those who cannot eat it its disqualification from other people. Under its designation and not under its designation you are not able to clarify its invalid portion from amidst its fit portion, for those who can eat it and for those who cannot eat it you are able to clarify its invalid portion from amidst its fit portion. Under its designation and not under its designation applies to all sacrifices, for those who can eat it and for those who cannot eat it applies only to the Passover offering. Said Yaseh, From this of Eliezer you may vitiate too, for Eliezer said, The teaching treats a situation in which it was slaughtered for those who can eat it and it was eaten by those who can eat it and those who cannot eat it. But if slaughtered it from the beginning for, and it was eaten by, those who can eat it and those who cannot eat it is invalid. Lo, its disqualification from other people and you are able to clarify its invalid portion from amidst its fit portion, and you say thus. Rather, under its designation and not under its designation applies to all sacrifices, for those who can eat it and for those who cannot eat it applies only to the Passover offering. Said Abin, there is another, under its designation and not under its designation applies to all the cultic acts, for those who can eat it and for those who cannot eat it applies only to slaughtering for those who can eat an olive's amount and for those who cannot eat an olive's amount it is fit, for those who can eat an olive's amount and for those who cannot eat half an olive's amount all the more so, it is fit, for those who can eat half an olive's amount and for those who cannot eat half an olive's amount? With what situation do we deal? If intention was to make fit, intention should be to make invalid. If intention is not to make invalid, intention should not be to make fit. Said Yaseh, the teaching indicates that intention is to make fit, for we learn there. To eat half an olive and to burn half an olive it is fit, because eating and burning do not join. One slaughtered that half of his association should eat from it. Jonah declares invalid it is considered as if the edible portion of these adheres to the edible portion of these, and since the latter do not eat, the former do not eat. Yaseh said, is fit. In the second cycle Yaseh retracted. Said to him Phinehas, did not my master teach us fit? Said to him, let this be fixed in your memory like a nail, once slaughtered it, before noon it is invalid, after noon, immediately it is fit. Before the daily whole offering sacrifice it is fit. And it was taught likewise, perhaps if the Passover offering preceded the daily whole offering, the daily whole offering should not be done later. The teaching says, you shall offer includes. Said Abin, the teaching indicates the Passover offering itself is fit. If you say invalid, it is as if had not preceded it. There you say, the daily whole offering's blood and organs precede the Passover offering, and the Passover offering the incense, and the incense the tending of the candles, and here you say thus. Said our law, here treats a case of a living, but here treats a case of a slaughtered. 5:4 He who slaughters the Passover offering with leaven transgresses a negative commandment. Judah says, also, the daily whole offering. Simeon says, the Passover offering on the 14th under the proper designation is liable. Not under the proper designation, he is exempt. And so to all other offerings, under the proper designation or under an improper designation, he is exempt. And on the festival under a proper designation, he is exempt. Under an improper designation, he is liable. And as to all other offerings, whether he slaughtered them under their proper designation or under an improper designation, he is liable, except for a sin offering which he slaughtered under an improper designation. From where do we know that one who offers a Passover sacrifice with leaven transgresses a negative commandment? The teaching says, "You shall not offer the blood of my sacrifice with anything leavened." I only know that one who offers. From where do I know regarding one who tosses? The teaching says, "Not blood with leaven." Said R. Samuel B. R. Isaac, from that he becomes liable for tossing, this indicates that the Passover sacrifice itself remains fit. Said R. Yase, you can explain that it chanced on leaven between slaughtering and tossing, or that this one slaughters and this one tosses. Taught Hezekiah, "You shall not offer the blood of my sacrifice with anything leavened." The Torah called it my sacrifice. Said Armana, if it were not for Hezekiah who taught it, we might say, contrary to C's logic, that if a Passover offering is disqualified, one nevertheless becomes liable for tossing its blood, because we find an unfit object regarding which one becomes liable for a sin offering. One who permits disqualified to leaven, there are those who teach is liable, there are those who teach exempt. Said Arhisda, the opinions are not inconsistent. The one who said liable speaks of a case in which it became disqualified because of its fermentation. He one who said exempt speaks of a case in which did not become disqualified because of its fermentation. One burned the sacrificial portions with leaven. There are those who teach is liable, and there are those who teach is exempt. The one who taught liable blood of any sort. The one who said exempt offering. How is offering distinctive? In that it is indispensable for expiation, to the exclusion of burning the sacrificial portions, which is not indispensable for expiation. Pinched a bird's neck with leaven. There are those who teach is liable, and there are those who teach is exempt. The one who taught liable blood of any sort. The one who said exempt offering, to the exclusion of a bird which is not an offering. R. Jacob Bar Zabadi asked before R. Yase, the one who said liable it is satisfactory, just as you say regarding an exemption extirpation when the leper has eaten holy things because it functions like the blood of the animal of a sin offering, so also regarding a liability that when one slaughters, i.e., pinches the bird, with leaven in one's possession, one's liability is like that of one who slaughters an animal. As to the one who said exempt, what is the reason? He said to him, learn punishment from punishment. But they do not learn punishment from an exemption. The rabbis of Caesarea asked, perhaps one who received or conveyed with leaven should be liable. The teaching says, offering. How is an offering distinctive? In that are liable regarding it. Outside the holy precincts, to the exclusion of one who received or conveyed with leaven regarding which are not liable outside. Perhaps one who burned the sacrificial portions with leaven should be liable. The teaching says, and he shall make expiation. How is tossing distinctive? In that it is indispensable for expiation, to the exclusion of burning of sacrificial portions, which is not indispensable for expiation. R. Jacob Bar Zabadi asked before R. Yase, instead of deducing to exempt, deduce to make liable, perhaps one who burns sacred portions with leaven should be exempt. The teaching says, offering. How is an offering distinctive? In that are liable regarding it outside the holy precincts. So I will include burning of sacred portions regarding which one is liable outside. Perhaps one who received or conveyed should be exempt. The teaching says, and he shall make expiation. How is tossing distinctive? In that it is indispensable for expiation. So I will include receiving or conveying which are indispensable for expiation. He said to him, teaches a matter that is identical in both of them, does not teach a matter that is not identical in both of them. Offering. How is offering distinctive? In that it is indispensable for expiation and regarding it are liable. Outside the holy precincts, to the exclusion of receiving or conveying regarding which are not liable outside. To the exclusion of burning of sacrificial portions which are not indispensable for expiation. There we learn, the house of Shammai say, leaven and olives and leavened food a dates. And the house of Hillel say, both are in an olive s. R. Zerakan in the name of R. Yasebi. Hanana, they taught only regarding removal, but regarding eating an olive's amount. R. Abahu in the name of R. Yohanan, regarding both removing it and eating it in olives. Armana took up the claim of our Hezekiah. He said, "From where did my master hear this matter?" He said to him, "From our Abahu." He said to him, "And we say that our Abahu in the name of our Yohanan regarding both removing it and eating it an olive's amount. If one slaughtered it with leaven, according to which do you follow, its eating or its removal?" There said our Jeremiah in the name of our Zirah, "To half an olive size in bulk within a house the house does not join, within a vessel the vessel joins slaughtered with them. Since if they would be within the house and the house would not join are exempt. Or since if they would be within the vessel would join are liable. Slaughtered it with Siur? Since Arhunah said in the name of Rab, it is permitted to feed it to one's dog is permitted? Or since Rab said, impose lashes over eating it is liable? Our Simeon b. Lachish said, so long as the slaughterer is one of the members of the association. Our Yohanan said, belongs to the slaughterer even though he is not a member of the association. Our Jacob b. Aha, our Yohanan, belongs to the slaughterer even though he is not a member of the association, belongs to one of the members of the association even though he is not the slaughterer. 87 Our Yohanan said, even was placed with him in Jerusalem. Our Simeon b. Lachish said, so long as is placed with him in the courtyard. This one follows his approach and this one follows his approach. For they are in dispute, 2 days of the festival of the diaspora. Yohanan said, accept a warning on doubt. Simeon b. Lachish said, do not accept warning on doubt. All agree that if was placed before him in a window in Jerusalem, the one who said doubt it is of surety. The one who said that in the courtyard, it is in Jerusalem. What is the reason for our Judah? The blood of my offering, the blood of the Passover offering and the blood of the daily offering. Said our Yohanan, the reason of our Simeon, one verse says, you shall not slaughter the blood of my sacrifice with anything leavened, and one verse says, you shall not offer the blood of my sacrifice with anything leavened, the same both the Passover offering on the 14th and all other sacrifices on the intermediate days of the festival. Why did you see fit to include them on the intermediate days of the festival and to exclude them from the 14th of Nisan? After Scripture included excluded. I include them on the intermediate days of the festival which not seeing and not finding, and exclude them from the 14th for they are not seeing and not finding. And holds in accord with that which our Meir said, for our Meir said, from the 6th hour onward by reason of their words. Said Armana, wherever it is written an offering of the Passover festival we treat a case of the 14th. Said our Yohanan, an association would ask, with what situation do we deal? If in a case had been lost and found before the expiation, whether under its proper designation whether not under its proper designation it is disqualified and sent to pasture. If in a case had been lost and found after expiation, whether under its proper designation whether not under its proper designation it is fitted whole offering. And it explained it deals with a case in which the owners became unclean or they intentionally and was postponed to the second Passover under its proper designation exempt, for it is disqualified not under its proper designation liable, for the animal is fit. In response to M5:4b's reference to and on the festival, under its designation is exempt, the Talmud asks and what case under its proper designation and one is liable? There say in the name of our Hisdah, in which, between the first and second, its first birthday was completed. Our law in the name of our Yohanan, in which the time for its offering was completed. A Passover offering the time for which was completed and which was slaughtered under its designation in its time or slaughtered other under its designation in its time our Eliezer declares disqualified, and our Joshua declares fit. Our Elixir declares disqualified, for he is like one who slaughters a Passover offering under the designation of a whole offering. Our Joshua declares fit, for he is like one who slaughters a whole offering under the designation of a Passover offering. Since its time was completed, it makes no difference whether one slaughters a Passover offering under the designation of a whole offering or whether one slaughters a whole offering under the designation of a Passover offering. According to the view of our Hisdah, in which first birthday was completed between the first and second. According to the view of our law in the name of our Yohanan, in which the time for its offering was completed. 5:5 The Passover is slaughtered 3 groups, as it is said, and the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel shall slaughter it. Assembly, congregation, and Israel. The first group entered, the courtyard was packed, the doors of the courtyard were locked. They blew on the shofar a sustained, a quavering, and a sustained note. The priests stood in rows, with basins of silver and gold in their hands. One row had holy silver ones, another holy gold ones, they were not mixed up. And the basins did not have bases, lest they put them down, and the blood congeal. Our Jacob bar Aha in the name of our Yaseh, power was given to Moses' voice. And his voice traveled throughout the land of Egypt, the distance of a 40 days' journey. And what did say? From one place to another place one group. And from a given third place to a given fourth place one group. And do not be surprised. For if dust, the nature of which is not to travel, you said, and it shall become a fine dust all over the land of Egypt, a voice, the nature of which is to travel, is it not all the more so? Said our Levi, just as power was given to Moses' voice, so was given to Pharaoh's voice, and his voice traveled throughout the land of Egypt the distance of a 40 days' journey. And what did say? Up, depart from among my people, you and the Israelites with you. Go worship the Lord. At that very moment said, Hallelujah. Give praise, O servants of the Lord, and not the servants of Pharaoh. It was taught, a daily whole offering which has libations, they sound a sustained blast at the time of the libations. A Passover offering which lacks libations, they sound a sustained blast at the time of its slaughter. A story. Our Zerah and our Jacob bar Aha and our Abinah, who were sitting. Said our Abinah, do to deceivers. Said our Jacob bar Aha to him, with your full mouth. Said our Zerah to him, say to him, with half your mouth. Our Jeremiah came in the name of our Yohanan, do to deceivers. 5:6 An Israelite slaughtered, and a priest received the blood, handed it to his fellow, and his fellow to his fellow, receiving a full basin and handing back an empty one. The priest nearest the altar tossed in a single act of tossing, toward the base. One verse says, but the firstlings of cattle, sheep, or goats you may not redeem, they are consecrated. You shall dash their blood against the altar, and another verse says, and of your sacrifices, the blood shall be poured out on the altar of the Lord your God. If pouring out, why dashing, and if dashing, why pouring out? It is taught, should be poured and not dripped, it should be poured and not sprinkled, it should be poured and not dashed. And tradition explained, the priests dashed the blood from the Levites. All agree regarding pouring that it thus, and regarding sprinkling that it thus. Regarding what do they differ? Regarding dashing. Our Hananiah and our Mana said, dashing is like pouring. Our Hananiah said, dashing is like sprinkling. Said our Yohanan b. Mattaiah, a verse supports our Hananiah, since the water of cleansing was not dashed on him, he remains unclean. Lo, it stands near sprinkling and you call it dashing. 5:7 The first group went out and the second group came in. The second group went out and the third group came in. In accord with the rite of the first group were the rites of the second and third. Proclaimed the Hallel Psalms. If they completed, they repeated it, and if they completed the second time, they repeated it for a third, even though they never in all their days had to repeat it a third time. Our Judah says, in all the days of the third group they never even reached the verse, I love the Lord because he has heard my voice, because its numbers were small. There we learn they went out and ate and drank and returned at twilight and read the great Hallel. What is the great Hallel? Our Parnach in the name of our Hananah, praise the God of gods. Said our Yohanan, as long as from who stand in the house of our God. Why these two sections? Our Zerah, our Abahu in the name of our Samuel b. Naaman, because the descent of rain is included in them. According to the view of our Yohanan it is fine, for it is written, he who makes clouds rise from the end of the earth. But according to our Hananah what? Because it is written, who gives food to all flesh, his steadfast love is eternal. RBA and R Simon both of them say, this one of ours. R Joshua B. Levi said, this one of ours. Bar Kappara said, this one of ours. Bar Kappara in accord with his position, for we learn, in all the days of the third group they never reached, I love the Lord for he heard my voice because its folk were few. Teaches Bar Kappara, this is the great Hallel. A son of a patricius passed before the lectern, he said to them, answer after me what I say. This indicates that this is not this one of ours. Said Armana, this one of ours the miracle had been great, therefore he said to them, answer after me what I say. It is taught, it was called the group of lazy ones. Said Arabun, now, if regarding a matter the commandment of which is thus it is called the group of lazy ones, whoever is slothful regarding a commandment all the more so. 5:8 In accord with the rite as conducted on an ordinary day, so was the conduct of the rite on the Sabbath. And the priests mopped up the courtyard, contrary to sages' wishes. R. Judah says, a cup was filled with the mingled blood. One tossed it with a single act of tossing on the altar. And sages did not concur with him. Said R. Jonathan, they did not permit every act proscribed so as to maintain the restfulness of the Sabbath in the temple, and the priests sank in blood up to their knees. And, what did they do? Would make benches for them. There we learn, R. Judah makes one liable if or consuming the last blood. Said R. Yohanan, R. Judah included it only regarding extirpation, thus for drinking such blood and not, example for expiation on the altar. Came R. Hezekiah, R. Abahu in the name of R. Yohanan, R. Judah included it only regarding extirpation. There they say in the name of R. Hisdah, the teaching thus they said to him, is it not the last oozing blood, and the last oozing blood is disqualified on the altar, and moreover from the following, and the majority of it was not collected in a utensil, and blood which was not collected in a utensil is disqualified on the altar. And does R. Judah hold blood annuls blood? Just as he rejects the latter though he acquiesces, thus he rejects the former though he acquiesces. R. Yaseh B. R. Bun in the name of R. Hisdah, the teaching said thus I know applies only to the lifeblood of sanctified animals, an entity that is fit for expiation. How do we know the lifeblood of profane as well as to the last oozing blood whether of profane or sanctified? The teaching says, blood and any blood. When it regarding life, it mentions expiation regarding the last oozing blood, it does not mention expiation. 5:9 How do they hang up and flay them? Iron hooks were set into the walls and pillars, on which they would hang up and flay the carcasses. And for whoever did not have space for hanging and flaying his carcass, there were thin smooth poles, and one would put one end on his shoulder and one on the shoulder of his fellow, and hang and flay the carcass. R. Eliezer says, on the 14th of Nisan, which coincided with the Sabbath, he would put his hand on the shoulder of his fellow, and the hand of his fellow on his shoulder, and thereon suspend and flay the carcass. R. Zira in the name of R. Eliezer, the staves and poles were taught before permission utensils on the Sabbath. 5:10 He slit open the carcass and removed its sacrificial portions, put them on a tray and burned them on the altar. The first group went out and took seats on the Temple Mount, the second on the rampart, and the third remained in its place. Once it got dark, they went out and roasted their Passover lambs. It is written, and sprinkled some of the blood from all of it. Said R. Abina, it is valid so long as from a whole offering. It is written, shall burn it, and shall burn it, and shall burn them. What does the teaching say and shall burn it? The fit one and not the disqualified one. And shall burn it? That one should not mix fatty portions with fatty portions. And shall burn them? All of them together. Here you say, and shall burn it? That one should not mix fatty portions with fatty portions, and here you say, and shall burn them? To process all of them together. Said our law, here with the tray and here on the altar. Does not our Haya teach, there was no sitting in the courtyard except for kings of the David's house? and Arimi in the name of our Simeon b. Lachish, even for the kings of the David's house there was no sitting in the courtyard. You may explain that he rested himself on the wall and sat. And is it not written, then King David came and sat before the Lord? Said Riob. Nagri, and he quieted himself for prayer. The first group exited and sat in the temple mount, the second group on the rampart, and the third in its place. Arnaman in the name of Armana, what did we learn? And it sat in its place? It stood in its place. Yerushalmi Pesahim. Chapter 6. 6:1 These matters regarding the Passover sacrifice override the Sabbath, slaughtering it, tossing its blood, scraping its entrails, and burning its pieces of fat. But roasting it and rinsing its entrails do not override the Sabbath. Carrying it, bringing it from outside to inside the Sabbath limit, and cutting off a wen which is on it do not override the Sabbath. R. Eliezer says, they do override. These matters regarding the Passover sacrifice. This law was forgotten by the elders of Bederah. Once the 14th fell on the Sabbath and they did not know if the Passover sacrifice overrides the Sabbath or not. Said, there is here a certain Babylonian, and Hillel is his name, who served Shemaiah and Abtalion knows whether a Passover sacrifice overrides the Sabbath or not. Possibly something good from him sent and called him. They said to him, have you ever heard when the 14th falls on the Sabbath, whether overrides the Sabbath or not? He said to them, do we have only one Passover offering alone that overrides the Sabbath in the whole year? And are there not many Passover offerings that would override the Sabbath in the whole year? There are those who teach 100. There are those who teach 200. There are who teach 300. The one who says 100 the daily whole offerings. The one who says 200 daily whole offerings and the Sabbath additional offerings. The one who says 300 daily whole offerings, and the Sabbath additional offerings, of festivals, and of new moons, and of the intermediate days of the festival. They said to him, we have already said that something good from you. He started to expound for them from an argument a fortiori and from an inference by analogy based on identity of words. From an analogy, since a daily whole offering is a community sacrifice and a Passover offering is a community sacrifice, just as a daily whole offering, a community sacrifice, overrides the Sabbath, so a Passover offering, a community sacrifice, overrides the Sabbath. From an argument a fortiori, if a daily whole offering, for J offering which one does not become liable to extirpation, overrides the Sabbath, a Passover offering, for offering which one becomes liable to extirpation, all the more so should override the Sabbath. From an inference by analogy based on identity of words, it is said regarding a daily whole offering in its time, and it is said regarding the Passover offering in its time, just as the daily whole offering regarding which it says in its time overrides the Sabbath, so a Passover offering regarding which it says in its time overrides the Sabbath. Said to him, we have already said, is there something good from the Babylonian? The analogy that you stated has an answer, no. If you hold regarding a daily whole offering which has a limit, would you say regarding a Passover offering that has no limit? The argument a fortiori that you stated has an answer, no. If you hold thus regarding a daily whole offering which is the most holy sacrifices, would you say regarding a Passover offering which is of the lesser sacrifices? The argument by analogy based on the appearance of the same words in two passages, that you stated for a person does not deduce such an argument and his own. R. Yaseh Arbun said in the name of R. Abba Bar Mamal, if a person may deduce such an argument on his own authority, he might make the creeping thing impart uncleanness by tent and the dead impart uncleanness when is the size of a lentil, for he might expound a cloth of skin but tied it with its reins, made a sandal for it lest it slip, spread one's cloak over it because of flies, is valid. This is the principle, whatever is for its need is valid, for another's need, is invalid. This one is derived from that one and that one is derived from this one. This one is derived from that one, that if one hung on it a knife to slaughter it, it is valid. And that one is derived from this one, that every work that is for the sake of the sacrifices is not considered work. And let permit them by means of a circle? Rather in accord with our Imi. And you can even say that he is in accord with our Simon. Just as this escaped, this one escaped. Said Arabun, and behold, it is not possible for the years of a 7-year period to occur, the 14th coinciding with the Sabbath. And why did the law escape them? In order to give greatness to Hillel. Said Armana, I heard from our Judah and from all the rabbis, why do they treat the lower house with respect? So as not to increase disputes in Israel. 3. Put aside their crowns in this world and inherited life in the world to come. And these are they, Jonathan b. Saul, and Eleazar b. Azariah, and the elders of Beterah. Jonathan b. Saul. Said our law, even women behind the slips knew that David was destined to rule. Eleazar b. Azariah. He second. There is no one like this elders of Beterah, who dismissed themselves from the patriarchate and appointed as patriarch. Rabbis of Caesarea say, even our Hananiah of Sepphoris for Armana. Said our Joshua b. Kiv say, all my days I would run away from office. Now that I have entered, whoever comes to oust me, I will come down upon him with this kettle. Just as a kettle scalds and wounds and blackens, so I will come down upon him. Said our Yase b. Arbun, God forbid that wanted it. Rather he would say, who can tell me that there is another who will sanctify heaven's name like me? For 3 matters Hillel went up from Babylonia, he is clean. Is it possible he is exempt and can just go? The teaching says, the priest shall pronounce him clean. If, the priest shall pronounce him clean, is it possible that if the priest stated regarding one unclean clean, perhaps he will be clean? The teaching states, he is clean and the priest shall pronounce him clean. For this Hillel went up from Babylonia. One verse says, you shall slaughter the Passover offering for the Lord your God, from the flock and the herd. And another verse says, from the sheep or from the goats you may take it. How is this possible, the flock for the Passover offering and the herd for the festive offering? One verse says, 6 days you shall eat unleavened bread. And another verse says, 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread. How is this possible? 6 from the new grain and 7 you shall eat from the old grain. And he expounded and taught in agreement, and he went up and received Halakha. Scraping its entrails, said our Yohanan, the Lord made everything for his honor that should not appear as one taking the sacrificial parts from a disgusting offering. Teaches our Ishmael, skinning it overrides the Sabbath. It is taught, our Ishmael b. our Yohanan b. Barakah says, on the Sabbath would skin up to the breast. What is the reason of our Ishmael? So that should not appear as one taking entrails from a disgusting offering. How does our Ishmael b. our Yohanan b. Barakah deal with this procedure? 4. Because turns it upside down as one who takes entrails from a disgusting offering? Said our Yohanan, our Ishmael and our Ishmael b. our Yohanan b. Barakah said the same thing, just as our Ishmael said, the preferable overrides, the best does not override. Our Ishmael b. our Yohanan b. Barakah says, the preferable overrides and the best does not override. If you say, it is the preferable, let him tear it and remove the entrails. Said our Yase b. Arbun, holds the view of our Simeon, for it is taught, one who scrapes, one who bores, one who cuts up any amount on the Sabbath is liable. R. Simeon b. Eleazar says, one who drags is liable once one drags one's full need, one who bores once one bores one's full need, one who cuts once one cuts one's full need. And one who treats the skin once one treats for whatever is one's need. Said Jacob bar Aha, holds the view of our Simeon, for our Simeon does not treat part of a labor like its entirety. And rabbis treat part of a labor like all of it. And there is a question against our Simeon b. Gamaliel, if a began to harvest but did not harvest, perhaps it's something? Said Rab, R. Simeon b. Gamaliel holds the view of R. Judah, for it is taught, one who beats and one who beats the web is liable. Lo, this one is liable because he like one who arranges one's hand. And, here because it as if one arranges one's hand. And burning its fat, and the fat of my festal offering shall not be left lying until morning. But may weekday sacrificial portions be burned during the festival? Said Arabahu, I have explained it as referring to a situation in which the 14th of Nisan fell on the Sabbath. Arjona asked, if in which the 14th coincided with the Sabbath, a festal offering does not come with it? The Torah stated that one should offer it while it is still day so that one should not transgress on leaving the offering lying. And here, let one offer it while it is still day so that one not transgress the ban on delaying. Said Arhinanah, if one transgressed and brought would it not be fit? Since if one would have thus transgressed and brought fit transgresses. But roasting it and rinsing its entrails do not override. We learned, once it became dark, they went out and roasted their Passover offerings, but here you say thus. To let down into the oven. Carrying it, and taking it from outside the limit spoke only of outside Jerusalem. Lo, outside the courtyard, it is permitted because restfulness that permitted in the temple. And cutting off a when there we learn, and they cut off a wart on a priest in the temple precincts but not in the country. Here you say overrides and here you say does not override. Said R. Simon, R. Joshua b. Levi in the name of Barpadeah, out of disarranging the allotments. Said R. Yase, and in which they already made the allotments. R. Simeon b. Lachish in the name of R. Saveva, here applies when crumbles, but here applies when it does not crumble. R. Simeon b. Yakim said, here applies when it is soft, but here applies when it is dried up. R. Yase b. R. Hananah said, here applies when it is with the hand, but here applies when it is with a utensil. R. Simeon b. Lachish accords with Bar Kapara, and R. Yase b. R. Hananah accords with R. Yohanan, for it is taught, all those who spoil are exempt except for one who causes a fire and makes a wound. Bar Kapara said, even if one did not need the blood, even if one did not need the dust. Said R. Yohanan, as long as one needs the blood and as long as one needs the dust. R. Aha, R. Hananah in the name of R. Yohanan, we deal with a situation in which both here and here it is soft as long as one needs the blood. Said R. Eliezer, now is it not logical? Now if slaughtering, which is prohibited under the category of labor, overrides the Sabbath, these, which are by reason of Sabbath rest should they not override the Sabbath? Said to him R. Joshua, a festival day will prove which are prohibited by reason of Sabbath rest. Said to him R. Eliezer, now what is the meaning of this, Joshua? How shall proof be derived from that which is an optional deed for that which is an obligatory one? And taking it from outside the limit. This supports the following which R. Jonathan said before R. Hiah the elder in the name of R. Simeon b. Yase bar Lakanyah, they impose lashes regarding Sabbath limits on the basis of the Torah. Said to him R. Hiah the elder, and lo, on the Sabbath there are only stoning and extirpation, said to him, and is it not written, let everyone remain where he is, let no person leave his place on the seventh day, said to him, is it written, do not. Rather the formulation al is written said to him, and is it not written, let not eat any of it raw. He said to him, is it written lav? Rather it is written al. Said R. Yase b. R. Bun, despite this one stands by his tradition and this one stands by his tradition. Cutting of its wart with a utensil said R. Abahu, R. Yase b. Hananah taught only carrying and taking, lo, not extirpation its wart. Because he holds to a utensil, lo, if he holds that not to a utensil, under the category of restfulness. Did not R. Abahu in the name of R. Yase b. Hananah say liable for a sin offering and sages say one is liable for violating an injunction to rest from a permitted act which entails a religious duty? In what circumstances are they in dispute? When the person removed them, but if another person removed them, they are considered disgusting. And this offering is like the other? Said Aryase, it is different here because it is written, sacrifice. Said Armana, sprinkling is an injunction to rest from a permitted act which entails a religious duty, and these are an injunction to rest from a permitted act which entails a religious duty. Sprinkling overrides and these do not override. Rather, for this involves the offering and this involves the offerer. The comment of Arzira indicates the offering and the offerer are the same, teaches Arjuda b. Pazi of Bar Kapara before Arzira. It surprises me how our Eliezer accepted the answer from our Joshua, for this involves the offering, and this involves the offerer. Said to him, Bar Kapara was surprised, our Eliezer was not surprised. Does an injunction to rest from a permitted act which entails a religious duty? Do we not learn, one who profanes sacrifices and despises the festivals and violates the covenant of Abraham our father and is brazen in the Torah, even though he possess Torah and good deeds, he has no portion in the world to come. Said our Jeremiah, what does, wants, one cooks, wants, one does not cook? Said our Yase, thus our Eliezer could have responded to our Joshua, lo, the festival offering of the festival according to your approach would prove, for they permitted regarding it under the category of labor but prohibited regarding it under the category of an injunction to rest from a permitted act which entails a religious duty. And could have responded to him, no. If you say regarding the festival offering with respect to which are not liable for extirpation, shall you say regarding the Passover offering with respect to which are liable for extirpation? And let answer him in the Mishnah, no. If you say regarding a festival for one does not become liable to extirpation, would you say regarding Passover for one becomes liable to extirpation? In accord with what our Imi said, they were rich in answers, or in accord with what our Nasa said, resembles a person who has two reasons and retorts with one of them. 6:3 Our Akaba replied and said, sprinkling will prove the case. For it is an obligatory deed, and it is normally prohibited by reason of Sabbath rest, and it does not override the Sabbath. So you, do not be surprised concerning these matters, for even though they are obligatory deeds, and they are prohibited merely by reason of Sabbath rest, they should not override the Sabbath. Said to him our Eliezer, and upon this very fact I base my reasoning, now, if slaughtering, which is prohibited by reason of constituting an act of labor, overrides the Sabbath, sprinkling, which is prohibited by reason of Sabbath rest, is it not logical that it should override the Sabbath? Said to him our Akaba, matters are just the opposite. Now if sprinkling, which is prohibited by reason of Sabbath rest, does not override, slaughtering, which is prohibited by reason of constituting a prohibited act of labor, is it not logical that it, too, should not override the Sabbath? Said to him our Eliezer, Akaba, you have uprooted that which is written in the Torah, at the twilight, at its appointed time, whether this be an ordinary day or the Sabbath. He said to him, Rabbi, bring me an appointed time referring to these matters, just as appointed time refers to the actual act of slaughtering. A governing principle did our Akaba state, any form of labor which it is possible to carry out on the eve of the Sabbath does not override the Sabbath. Slaughtering, which it is not possible to carry out on the eve of the Sabbath, does override the Sabbath. For 13 years our Akaba would come before our Eliezer, who would not pay any attention to him. And this comprised the opening of his first response before our Eliezer. Said our Joshua too, there is the army you sneered at, now go out and fight it. There we learned what is a distant journey. From Modin and outward, and the equivalent distance in every direction, the words of our Akaba our Eliezer says, from the threshold of the courtyard and outward. Said our Yohanan, our Eliezer spoke only to exempt from extirpation. Said our Eliezer, the teaching says thus will prove, for it is a religious duty. And is it a commandment to sprinkle? You may explain that a person's seventh day coincided with the 14th of Nisan, that coincided with the Sabbath, for if it were a weekday, one would sprinkle on him and afterwards he would proceed to slaughter his Passover offering and he eat it in the evening. Since it was the Sabbath, and one does not sprinkle him, as a result one would be prevented from the commandments. Said our Hoshea, you may explain that a person's seventh day coincided with the 13th that coincided with the Sabbath, for if it were a weekday, one would sprinkle on him and tomorrow he would proceed to slaughter his Passover offering and he would eat it in the evening. However, it was the Sabbath, and one does not sprinkle on him, as a result one would be prevented from the commandments. There is found a Tannite teaching along the same lines, said R. Judah Bar Pazi, you may explain in accord with the one who said from the threshold of Jerusalem and outward, they respond with a matter which from outside of Jerusalem with regard to a matter that is within Jerusalem. And does a person say to his master, perhaps reverse? Because our Eliezer was in the process of teaching him the halakha that sprinkling does not override the Sabbath, and he countered him in midst of the argument, therefore he says to him, perhaps reverse. It was taught, our Eliezer says, just as slaughtering overrides the Sabbath, so the appurtenances of slaughtering override the Sabbath. Said to him our Akiba, no. If you say regarding slaughtering which cannot be performed on the eve of the Sabbath overrides the Sabbath, shall you say regarding the appurtenances of slaughtering which can be performed on the eve of the Sabbath override the Sabbath? Said to him our Eliezer, the sacrificial portions of the public offering should prove, for one may perform them at the outgoing of the Sabbath, but lo, they override the Sabbath. What difference between the appurtenances of slaughtering before the slaughtering and the appurtenances of slaughtering after the slaughtering? Said to him our Akiba, what do the appurtenances of slaughtering after slaughtering override the Sabbath? For slaughtering has already overridden the Sabbath. Shall the appurtenances of slaughtering before slaughtering override? But slaughtering has not yet overridden the Sabbath. Another matter, for if one would find the sacrificial animal disqualified one would end up overriding the Sabbath without slaughtering. Regarding an infant who has to be circumcised on the 8th day even if it should fall on the Sabbath, as discussed in Shab 19, what can you? Perhaps the infant will become sick and as a result one overrides the Sabbath without circumcision. They asked, lo, the altar collapsed on the Sabbath, lo, is it not fit to be rebuilt on the Sabbath, a kind of altar fit to be built yesterday? Consider, if a wart appeared, lo, is one not permitted to remove it on the Sabbath? A kind of wart fit to be removed yesterday. Consider if whose seventh day of coincided with the Sabbath, lo, is not fit to be sprinkled on the Sabbath. A kind of sprinkling fit to be sprinkled yesterday. 6:4 When does one bring a festal offering with it? When is offered on an ordinary day, in a state of cleanness, and is not sufficient. But when it is offered on the Sabbath, and is abundant, and in a state of uncleanness, they do not bring with it a festal offering. A festal offering derives from the flock of sheep or from the herd of oxen, from lambs or from goats, from males or from females. And it is eaten for 2 days and the intervening night. It is taught, the festive offering of the 14th used to come from tithes. R. Jacob bar Aha in the name of Samuel bar Abba, this indicates that is voluntary if say an obligation, a matter that comes out of an obligation come from tithes. It is taught, the festive offering that accompanies the Passover offering would be eaten first, so that the Passover offering might be eaten satiated. And let the Passover offering not be eaten satiated? R. Yaseh br bun in the name of R. Jacob bar Daseh, so that should not come to the breaking of the bone. It is taught, the festive offering that accompanies the Passover offering would be removed. Come and see, the festive offering is eaten for 2 days and the Passover offering is eaten until midnight, and you say thus? That presents a case in which goes up on one's table with it? Foods that go up with it on the table are required to be removed with it? Said R. Yaseh, this indicates that whoever ate soft cheese and intends to eat a piece of meat is required to remove pieces. 6:5 The Passover offering that slaughtered not under its proper designation on the Sabbath one is liable for a sin offering on its account, and as to all other animal offerings that slaughtered under the designation of a Passover offering if they are not fit, is liable, but if they are fit, R. Eliezer declares liable for a sin offering and R. Joshua declares exempt. Said R. Eliezer, now, if the Passover offering which is permitted under its proper designation, when converted its designation liable, the animal offerings which are prohibited under their designation, when converted their designation, is it not logical that would become liable? Said R. Joshua, no, if you say regarding the Passover offering when converted it to a prohibited object, shall you say regarding animal offerings when converted them to a permitted object? Said to him R. Eliezer, the public offerings may prove, for are permitted under their proper designation, but one who slaughters under their designation is liable. Said to him R. Joshua, no, if you say regarding public offerings which have a limit, shall you say regarding the Passover offering which lacks a limit? R. Meir says, even one who slaughters under the designation of public offerings is exempt. The teaching treats a case in which knows that it is a Passover offering but slaughtered it under the designation of an offering of well-being. One knew was an offering of well-being but slaughtered it under the designation of a burnt offering. R. Mana said, its performance entails a commandment. R. Yaseh said, its performance does not entail a commandment. If they were rams of a public offering which one thought were sheep, but slaughtered them under the designation of rams, perhaps they do not count for the public as rams. And it is taught thus, rams of a public offering, which thought were sheep but slaughtered them under the designation of rams, are counted for the public under the designation of the obligatory sacrifice of rams, and hence would not make a person liable for Sabbath violation as a result of their slaughter. The teaching treats a case in which one thought that it is a Passover offering and slaughtered it under the designation of a Passover offering. But if one knew that it was an offering of well-being but thought that it is permitted to convert an offering of well-being into a Passover offering, R. Mana said, its performance does not entail a religious duty. R. Yaseh said, its performance entails a religious duty. R. Mana s makes sense in the former case and R. Yaseh s in the latter case. Say, this of R. Eliezer is not an answer to R. Joshua, for he can say to him, how do you answer me from an object that customarily is transferred? Excess Passover offerings are regularly offered as offerings of well-being, hence when a Passover offering is offered under the wrong designation, a mistake presumably took place and a violation occurs. How can you argue from such an animal as to an object that is not customarily transferred? And this of R. Joshua, is not an answer to R. Eliezer, for he can say to him, lo, the Passover offering of Reuben that slaughtered under the designation of Simeon, lo, converted it to a permitted object, but you would say that liable. R. Meir says, one who slaughters under the designation of public offerings is exempt. Said R. Eliezer, the opinion of R. Meir, even a calf. You learn from it too. You learn from it, an object that has no limit and that entails a religious duty in its performance. R. Simeon B. Lakish said, entails a commandment in its performance. For example, one's deceased childless brother's widow is a menstruant and had intercourse with her. Does not entail a commandment in its performance. For example, one's sister-in-law and one's wife in a state of impurity, and had intercourse with her. R. Yohanan said, entails a religious duty in its performance. For example, two spits, one of slaughtered and one of a carrion, and one intended to eat one but ate the other. The teaching is in dispute with R. Simeon B. Lakish, and one forgot and circumcised that of different Sabbath on the Sabbath. R. Eliezer declares liable to a sin offering, but R. Joshua exempts. Lo, its performance does not entail a religious duty, yet R. Joshua exempts. Samuel of Cappadocia said tomorrow the action entails a religious duty. Said R. Yohanan, follows R. Meir, for R. Meir said, a matter that entails a commandment in its performance is exempt, and that does not entail a commandment in its performance is subject to a dispute. R. Simeon says, a matter that does not entail a commandment in its performance liable, and a matter that does entail a commandment in its performance is subject to a dispute. R. Yaseh said in the name of R. Yohanan, the opinion of R. Simeon it is with the condition that it is a lamb, unblemished, 1 year old, an offering of well-being and fit to be exchanged for a Passover offering. You learn from it 3. You learn from it, an object that has no limit, and an object that is customarily exchanged, and an object that entails a commandment in its performance. What is something that has no limit? R. Jeremiah considered making the ruling that the Torah did not set a limit on how many Passover offerings should override the Sabbath every year. R. Yaseh considered making the ruling that you are unable to count their number. R. Yaseh, when he came to the infants who are in doubt, would say, R. Jeremiah has taught us nicely. Can you say the number of which you are unable to count? Rather, that the Torah did not set a limit on how many Passover offerings should override the Sabbath every year. Said R. Hisda, the opinion of R. Simeon should be explained as long as there remained one group that had not slaughtered. Said R. Zira, the statement of R. Yaneh indicates as long as one forgot and circumcised that of the Sabbath on the eve of the Sabbath. Circumcised him in the morning? R. Zira said, R. Yaneh think exempt. R. Abba said, is liable. And to which of circumcision did R. Yaneh speak? Came to inform you what is the common way for infants to be mixed up. According to the view of R. Zira explaining R. Yaneh, the position of Rab supports R. Meir. Said R. Mana before R. Yaseh, what R. Hisda said follows R. Simeon, what R. Yaneh said follows R. Meir, and respond with a matter based on a dispute between R. Meir and R. Simeon. And do we find a dispute between R. Meir and R. Simeon regarding a remaining? These infants who are in doubt, how do you consider them? Like a matter that has a limit or like a matter that has no limit? If you consider them like a matter that has a limit, even if there is no other infant to circumcise, come see, if preceded its time exempt, delayed its time liable. R. Huna said, the Mishnah is reversed, for it is taught, said R. Simeon, R. Eliezer and R. Joshua did not dispute regarding one who was to circumcise after the Sabbath and circumcised him on the Sabbath that he was liable. Regarding what did dispute? Regarding one who was to circumcise on Sabbath eve and circumcised him on the Sabbath, for R. Eliezer liable to a sin offering and R. Joshua exempts. Said R. Yaseh b. R. Bun, of the questions that R. Yaneh asked, and it concerns a case such that he forgot and circumcised that of the Sabbath on Sabbath eve. R. Adda bar Ava said, these are the opinions of R. Meir and R. Simeon, but R. Yaseh holds that even a matter the performance of which does not entail a commandment, since one errs in its regard for the sake of a commandment, one is exempt, disengages, returns only for the shreds of the corona that invalidate the circumcision. Said R. Yohanan, the opinion of R. Yaseh even disengages, returns even for the shreds of the corona that do not invalidate the circumcision. From which tradition of R. Yaseh? That which we learn, R. Yaseh says, the first day of the festival coincided with the Sabbath, forgot and took his lulav out into the public domain, is exempt because one took it out with permission. Even regarding the knife of circumcision thus? Even regarding unleavened bread thus? From that which R. Yohanan said, the opinion of R. Yaseh even disengages, returns even for the shreds of the corona that do not invalidate the circumcision. This indicates even regarding the knife of circumcision. Thus. Even regarding unleavened bread thus. 6:6 If one slaughtered not for the sake of those who may eat it, not for the sake of those who are counted on it, for uncircumcised people, or for unclean people, he is liable. For those who may eat it and for those who may not eat it, for those who are registered with it and for those who are not registered with it, for those who are circumcised and for those who are uncircumcised, for those who are clean and for those who are unclean, he is exempt. He slaughtered it and it turned out to be blemished, he is liable. He slaughtered it and it turned out to be terfa in its inner parts, he is exempt. He slaughtered it and then it became known that the owner had withdrawn his hand, or had died, or had become unclean, he is exempt, because he slaughtered it permitted. Said R. Eliezer, for whom was it necessary? For R. Meir. Does R. Eliezer follow R. Simeon b. Lakish? Just as R. Simeon b. Lakish said a matter that entails a commandment in its performance, so R. Eliezer said a matter that entails a commandment in its performance. If you say that it is different, for it is blemished and a blemished animal is not customarily mixed up, lo, a calf, behold, it is not customarily mixed up, but R. Eliezer said, the opinion of R. Meir, even a calf. Said R. Yaseh, if can say R. Eliezer follows R. Yohanan, it fits, For Ar Yohanan said, a blemished animal is not customarily mixed up, a calf is customarily mixed up, for thus there was a need for Hillel. Lo, external liable. Said Ar Yohanan, represents Ar Simeon. Ar Jacob bar Aha, Ar Imi in the name of Ar Simeon b. Lakish, it represents Ar Simeon. Ar Hama bar Ukba in the name of Ar Yase b Ar Hananah, one who withdraws his hand from his Passover offering, the animal itself is offered as a whole offering. Ar Jonah said, this refers to a whole offering that is fit. Yase said, it refers to a whole offering that is unfit. But lo, do we not learn exempt, thought exempt fit explain it exempt unfit. Ar Yase in the name of Ar Yohanan, the only instance of the Passover offering the animal itself is offered as a whole offering is where became lost and was found after the owners offered another animal. But lo, do we not learn exempt? Thought to rule that the sense is, exempt fit. Explain it exempt unfit. Samuel said, all cases of the sin offering regarding which they said it must be put to death, in similar cases of the Passover offering, the animal itself is offered as a whole offering. But lo, do we not learn exempt? Thought to rule that the sense is, exempt unfit. Explain it exempt fit. Ar Yase in the name of Ar Yohanan, it represents Ar Judah, for we learn there do not slaughter the Passover offering for a single individual, the words of Ar Judah. And Ar Yase permits. Ar Zira asked before Ar Mana, where do we find exempt and permitted, said to him, we learn here exempt and we learn there fit. And regarding all of them Ar Ishmael the son of Ar Yohanan b. Barakah says, let its appearance become disfigured and go out to the place of burning. Ar Eliezer b Ar Yase asked before Ar Yase, fits when died or became unclean. Where the owners withdrew their hands. How shall we understand? If while alive, does making the animal disqualified render fit? It is unfit. If after slaughter, is there withdrawing after slaughter? It represents Ar Simeon, for Ar Simeon said, there is withdrawal. Because he has permission to withdraw it is disqualified renders fit and requires appearance. Yerushalmi Pesahim. Chapter 7. 7:1 How do they roast the Passover offering? They bring a spit of pomegranate wood, and stick it through from the mouth to the buttocks. And one puts its legs and entrails inside it, the words of Ar Yase the Galilean. Ar Akaba says, that would be a kind of cooking. But one hangs them outside. Why of pomegranate? Said Ar Hayabar Ba, all trees drip moisture and that of pomegranate does not drip moisture. With what situation do we deal? If with moist, even that of pomegranate drips. If with dry, even all trees do not drip. Rather thus all trees are dry outside and moist inside. Pomegranate is dry outside and dry inside. It is taught in the name of Ar Judah, roasts it with a metal spit. Said to him, but lo, is hot and imparts heat said to them, just as that of wood does not burn, so that of metal does not impart heat said to him, the wood does not resemble the metal, for the wood, part of it becomes hot, all of it does not become hot, but metal, part of it becomes hot, all of it becomes hot. There are those who teach, stick it from the buttocks to the mouth. According to this external teacher, goes and inverts. What? Ar Yase the Galilean considers it like a thick thigh, or expounds a verse, its head over its legs and over its entrails. What is the difference between them? Roasted it in an unconsecrated lamb, if you say Ar Yase the Galilean considers it like a thick thigh fit, if you say expounds a verse, unfit cut meat from it and roasted it in it, if you say Ar Yase the Galilean considers it like a thick thigh fit, if you say expounds a verse, its head over its legs and over its entrails unfit. Roasted it in the heat of a pot, if says, Ar Yase the Galilean considers it like a thick thigh it is fit, if one says, expounds a verse, its head over its legs and over its entrails it is unfit. But is it not taught, roasted by fire and not roasted by a pot, touches the pot? This indicates expounds a verse, all agree that on it means that it is near. Regarding what do they dispute? On, Abba Saul says, with each row near the row. And rabbis say with each row on top of the row. Abba Saul is in accord with our Akiba and sages with our Yase the Galilean. Rabbi says, even made them 2 rows of 14, we consider the upper ones as if they are not there and the bottom ones are fit. Our Yase be our bun in the name of our Yohanan, Rabbi, and Abba Saul follow the approach of our Meir as to the table. Its insides outside, the words of our Tarfon. Our Ishmael says, kid completely roasted. Our Tarfon follows our Akiba and our Ishmael follows our Yase the Galilean. Teaches our Yase, what is a kid completely roasted? It is roasted whole, its head with its legs and with its entrails. Steamed part or seeded part, this is not a kid completely roasted. They bring in a kid roasted whole on the nights of the first day of the festival and on the first day of Passover. They bring a calf roasted whole on the nights of the first day of Passover but not a kid roasted whole. It is taught, said our Yase, Todos of Rome directed the Romans that should eat kids roasted whole on the nights of Passover. Sages sent and said to him, were you not Todos, would we not put you under a ban? What does Todos mean? Said our Hananiah, he would send maintenance for rabbis. Do you not end up bringing the public to eat holy things outside? For whoever brings the public to eat holy things outside should be put under a ban. Our Yase be our bun in the name of Rab, this indicates that it is forbidden for a person to say to his fellow, here are the monies, and go and buy with them meat for the Passover. Rather says, here are these monies and go and buy meat with them for me to roast. Our Imi asked, cleared out and roasted with it. Said our Jeremiah, according to whom is this an issue? According to our Yase the Galilean, but according to our Akiba, it is self-evident. Said our Yase, and even according to our Akiba it is a question. When coals are in the air of the oven, it is roasted in half an hour, the coals are in the air of the world, it is roasted in an hour. What is the difference whether it is roasted partially by the oven or whether it is roasted completely by the oven? Said our Yase be our bun, an oven does not contribute to the coals at all, only contains the heat when the coals are in the air of the oven, is roasted in half an hour, when the coals are in the air of the world, is roasted in an hour. 7:2 They do not roast the Passover offering either on a spit or on a grill. Said our Sadok, MSHB, Rabban Gamaliel said to Tabi his servant, go and roast the Passover offering for us on a grill. It touched the earthenware part of an oven, one should scale off that place. Some of its gravy dripped on the earthenware and went back onto it, he must take some away from that place. Some of its gravy dripped on the flour, he must take a handful away from that place. Roasted by fire and not roasted by a spit, not roasted by a pot, not roasted by a grill, not roasted by any object. Burned by fire, perhaps festering? The teaching therefore says, and the patch from the burn. If the patch from the burn is a discoloration, perhaps once it becomes scabby. The teaching says, burned by fire. How so? It has become healed, it is not healed. And thus it says below, it is the scar of the burn once is covered over like a garlic skin, and here he says thus. Said our Eliezer, there, roasted over the fire, but roasted over the fire. The verse repeated itself to impose an indispensable restriction. But here, and the patch from the burn is a discoloration of any sort. Said our Samuel bar Abidoma, there la Torah indispensable here what does have? Does Rabban Gamaliel lack roasted by fire? He holds that the Egyptian Passover roasted by fire, the Passover throughout the ages is not roasted by fire. Said our Yase B. Arbun, Rabban Gamaliel treats the subspecies of fire like fire, while rabbis do not treat the subspecies of fire like fire. 37 Rabban Gamaliel is in dispute with sages and effectuates the halakha in accord with his view. If had said, do not eat any of it except roasted, and had not said raw, I would have said parched it and roasted it permitted. 39 Thus there is a need that it be said uncooked. Or if had said, do not eat any of it except roasted, and had not said or cooked, I would have said had steamed it and roasted it, it would be permitted. Thus there is a need that it be said or cooked. Or if had said, do not eat any of it except roasted, and had not said in any way, I would have said had boiled it and roasted it, it would be permitted. Thus there is a need that it be said uncooked. Thus there is a need that it be said or cooked. Thus there is a need that it be said in any way. 1/8 an olive's amount in bulk of uncooked before nightfall. There are those teachers who teach, is culpable, and there are those teachers who teach, is not culpable. The one who said culpable, do not eat any of it uncooked in all ways. And the one who said exempt, when he falls under the requirement of getting up and eating roasted, he falls under ban on eating uncooked. When he does not fall under the requirement of getting up and eating roasted, he does not fall under ban on eating uncooked. One broke a bone in it before nightfall. There are those teachers who teach, is culpable. 3 and there are those teachers who teach, is not culpable. The one who said culpable, nor shall you break a bone in it in all ways. And the one who said not culpable, when he does not fall under the requirement of getting up and eating roasted, he does not fall under ban of nor shall you break a bone in it. When he falls under the requirement of getting up and eating roasted, he falls under the ban of nor shall you break a bone in it. I touched the earthenware of the oven, it is unfit in itself and is burned immediately. Some of its liquid dripped onto the earthenware, it is a disqualification, leaves it fit and requires appearance. Some of the liquid dripped onto the flour should rake away a handful from its place. Hayabarata in the name of our Simeon B. Lakish, this which you say applies to hot, but regarding cold it is prohibited. Said R. Eliezer, the Torah did not say it should not roast others, but that it should not be roasted because of others. 7:3 basted it with oil in the status of heave offering. If it was an association of priests, they may eat it. If it was one of Israelites, if it was raw, let one rinse it off. If it was roasted, let one scale off the outer surface. 1 basted it with oil in the status of second tithe, he may not charge its value against the members of the association. For they do not redeem second tithe in Jerusalem. Basted it? Stated only basted it. Lo, if one seasoned it, forbidden. A certain person cooked a chicken by oil which was required to be burned. He came, asked Arbisna. Said to him, go steam it. Thus is the teaching, they do not redeem second tithe produce in Jerusalem. 7:4 5 things are offered in a state of cultic uncleanness but are not eaten in a state of cultic uncleanness. The first sheaf of barley presented on the 16th of Nisan, the showbread, and the goats which are offered at the new month. The Passover offering, which is offered in a state of cultic uncleanness, is eaten in a state of cultic uncleanness, for to begin with it is offered only for eating. And are not all communal sacrifices offered in a state of uncleanness? Comes only in order to tell you that even though they are offered in a state of uncleanness, they are not eaten in a state of uncleanness. Whether according to the one who says that the bread is essential, whether according to the one who says that the lambs are essential, they are for. The Tanite authority was concerned for of them and taught us file. There are Tanite authorities who teach all of them are learned from the Passover offering. There are Tanite authorities who teach each one is learned from its own context. The one who said that all of them are learned from the Passover offering just as its set time, which is said regarding the Passover offering, supersedes uncleanness, so at its set time, which is said regarding all of them, supersede uncleanness. The one who said that each one is learned from its own context, how does he know it? And he holds in accord with this which is taught. Rabbi says, what does the teaching say? So Moses declared the set times of the Lord? Because we learned only as to the Passover offering and the daily offering that they should supersede the Sabbath, for it is said regarding them, at its set times, from where all the remaining communal sacrifices. The teaching says, all these you shall offer to the Lord at the set times. In regard to the sheaf of first barley and that which is offered with it, and as to the 2 loaves and that which is offered with them, we have not heard. The teaching says, so Moses declared the set times of the Lord, fixed them as obligatory. That all of them should be offered in uncleanness. Just as they are offered in uncleanness, let thus be eaten in uncleanness. It is a scriptural enactment, flesh that touches anything unclean shall not be eaten. And say thus even regarding the Passover offering? It is different, for it was initially brought solely for consumption. 7:5 The meat was made unclean but the fat continued, one does not toss the blood. The fat was made unclean but the meat continued, one does toss the blood. And in the case of things which have been consecrated it is not so, but, even though the meat is made unclean, if the fat continued, one does toss the blood, and is not in accord with our Nathan, for our Nathan said, fulfill by tossing without eating. What is the reason? And the entire congregation of the community of Israel will slaughter it at twilight. Even though there is available only a single beast designated as a Passover, all of the community carry out their obligation through a single act of sprinkling the blood. But it is not possible, under such circumstances, that there will be an olive's bulk of meat for every single one. The following proposition is self-evident: if the meat was made unclean, while the sacrificial parts remain validly available, one tosses the blood in behalf of the sacrificial portions. If the sacrificial portions were made unclean but the meat was still validly available, one tosses the blood for the meat. If the meat was made unclean, and the sacrificial portions were lost, said Yerushalmi, in that case, it is not to be seen as equivalent to a case in which the meat was made unclean and the sacrificial portions were lost. Rather, just as you say in a case in which the residue of the meal offering was made unclean or lost, while the handful of meal offering remained validly available, one burns the incense, in that case, just as you say one takes the handful, so too here, one tosses the blood. Said R. Eliezer, interpret the case in accord with the position of R. Eliezer, for R. Eliezer said, even though the residue was unavailable, there is the possibility of presenting the handful. If the offering is made in a state of uncleanness. What is the rule concerning those who present the offering, as to their having the right to eat the sacrificial portions? What would represent a practical case? If blemished priests slaughtered the sacrificial animal, and clean priests tossed the blood. Said Arhila, and the meat that will touch any unclean thing will not be eaten. Lo, this has not been touched by any unclean thing. So as to the meat, any clean priest may eat it. Arzira, since if the Passover offering may be presented in a state of uncleanness and eaten in a state of uncleanness, here too, it is as though it were presented in a statement of uncleanness. Now where did Arzira make that statement? It is in line with what Samuel said. Said Arzira, here is a question: if an offering is presented when the blood has become unclean, how is the rite performed? Since there is no aspect in which the offering is permitted so far as having its blood tossed, it is as though it were presented in a state of uncleanness, or, alternatively, since if one violated the rule and tossed the blood, it will be deemed acceptable in any event, it is as though it were not presented in a condition of uncleanness at all. Let us derive the answer from the following, which Arhashai said: the frontlet shall be on Aaron's forehead, that Aaron may take away any sin arising from the holy things, the sin of that which is offered, not the sin of those who make the offering. Difference between that which is offered for an individual and that which is offered for the community. That which is offered for an individual, if has, say to him, bring, and if not, they permit him to toss the blood before the fact. Has those who offer for the community, whether or not has one transgressed and tossed, it is acceptable. Said R. Eliezer, the teaching states that the Passover offering which is offered in the state of uncleanness is eaten in the state of uncleanness. Deals with a case in which lit came in a state of uncleanness from the first moment, but if was presented in a state of purity and is not eaten in a state of uncleanness, had been slaughtered in purity and the community became unclean, the blood should be tossed in purity but the flesh should not be eaten in uncleanness. Our law in the name of our Yohanan, fulfill by tossing without eating. Slaughtered it in purity but the blood became unclean, the community should toss its blood in uncleanness but the flesh should not be eaten in uncleanness. Our Jeremiah in the name of our Yohanan, because of visual misinterpretation, so that should not say, we saw a Passover offering came in purity and was eaten in uncleanness. Now the blood should not be tossed in uncleanness. It is so that should not say, we saw a Passover offering that came in purity and was tossed in uncleanness. Lo, you must end up saying that it represents the position of our Nathan. R. Nathan admits, regarding a sick or elderly person. R. Nathan admits regarding a association the officiant of which became unclean that they are postponed to the second Passover. R. Nathan admits regarding a association in which a wen was found in its hide that they are postponed to the second Passover. 5 associations the hides of the Passover offerings of which became mixed up, with the wen being found on the hide of one of them, all of them go out to the place of burning, and are exempt from performing a second Passover. Considered making the ruling that it represents the position of R. Nathan. You may explain the unanimous position, and it is considered like that became unclean through a possible sunken grave. Does not toss the blood but according to R. Nathan tosses the blood. R. Yohanan, R. Ishmael in the name of R. Joshua, 1 verse says, but the firstlings of cattle, sheep, or goats shall not be redeemed, they are consecrated. You shall dash their blood against the altar, and turn their fat into smoke, and 1 verse says, and the priest shall dash the blood against the altar of the Lord at the entrance of the tent of meeting, and turn the fat into smoke as a pleasing odor to the Lord until there may be there either meat to eat or sacrificial portions to be burned. There we learn, the remainder became unclean, the remainder was burned, the remainder was lost according to the rule of R. Eliezer, fit, and according to the rule of R. Joshua, unfit. If one had not placed the handful in the serving utensil it is unfit. R. Simeon declares it fit. If one burned its handful twice in 2 sessions it is fit. According to the view of R. Eliezer, if there is no blood there is no flesh, even though there is no flesh there is blood. If there is no handful there is no remainder, even though there is no remainder there is a handful. According to the view of R. Joshua, if there is no blood there is no flesh, if there is no flesh there is no blood. If there is no handful there is no remainder, if there is no remainder there is no handful. Said R. Mana, you may explain in accord with R. Eliezer, for R. Eliezer said, even though there is no remainder there is a handful. Said R. Yasebi R. Bun, Rab, and R. Yohanan, both of them said, R. Joshua admits that if transgressed and tossed the blood it is acceptable. 7:6 The congregation was made unclean, or the greater part of it, or if the priests were unclean while the congregation remained clean, is prepared in a state of uncleanness. A minority of the congregation was made unclean, those who remain clean keep the first Passover, and those who are unclean keep the second. Who is the teacher? It is our Meir, for our Meir teaches, it is half of all the tribes or it is half of each tribe as long as there is a majority. Our Judah says, half of each and every tribe as long as a majority, entire tribes, one tribe draws in its wake all the tribes. Our Meir says, all the tribes are called congregation. Our Judah says, each tribe is called congregation. Our Judah is in accord with our Simeon, just as our Simeon says, every tribe is called a congregation, so our Judah says, every tribe is called a congregation. What is the difference between them? Drawing in its wake, our Simeon says, one tribe does not draw in its wake all the tribes, our Judah says, one tribe does draw in its wake all the tribes. Even though our Judah said, one tribe draws in its wake all the tribes, admits that the decision must emanate from the chamber of the hewn stone. The rationale for that teacher, from that place that the Lord will choose. What is the rationale for our Judah? The whole Israelite community shall be forgiven. What is the rationale for our Simeon? For it happened to the entire people through error. What does our Simeon do with the rationale of our Judah? The whole Israelite community shall be forgiven except for women and children. What does our Simeon do with the rationale of our Judah? For it happened to the entire people through error except where it initially was intentional and ended up in error. R. Abun in the name of R. Benjamin B. Levi, Scripture supports the one who said that every tribe is called a congregation. A nation and a congregation of nations shall descend from you just as visible to you, so whatever is visible, excluding a grave of the deep which is not visible. Up to this point those preparing a Passover offering. Where do we derive a Nazir? Said R. Yohanan in the name of R. Yaneh, if a person dies near him. Just as near him is visible, so whatever is visible, excluding a grave of the deep which is not visible. Concerning a community which became unclean by reason of a doubtful deep, what is the law? Should the frontlet propitiate for it? An argument a fortiori. Now if an individual whose strength was weakened in the case of a known uncleanness, you increased his strength in the case of a doubtful of a grave of the deep, the community, the strength of which you increased in the case of a known uncleanness, all the more should you increase its strength in the case of doubtful of a grave of the deep. The leniency that you make concerning an individual, you're making a stringency concerning the community. The leniency that you make concerning an individual, for if became known to him after sprinkling, should be treated like one who became unclean after sprinkling, so that should not be postponed to the second Passover. You're making a stringency concerning the community, for if became known to it after sprinkling should be treated like one who became unclean after sprinkling, so that should not eat the meat. The leniency that you make concerning a clean Nazir, you're making a stringency concerning an unclean Nazir. The leniency that you make concerning a clean Nazir, for if it became known to him after sprinkling, he should be treated like one who became unclean after sprinkling, so that should not bring an offering by reason of uncleanness. You're making a stringency concerning an unclean Nazir. And then procedures for rededication to the Naziriteship, specified in number 6:8-12, for if it became known after sprinkling should be treated like one who became unclean and again became unclean, so that he should bring an offering by reason of uncleanness for each one. With that which has been taught, became unclean and again became unclean, brings an offering by reason of uncleanness for each one. The officiating priest for the Passover offering, what is the law? Would the frontlet propitiate for him? An argument a fortiori. Now if the owners whom you have placed at a disadvantage when an elderly or sick person, yet you placed them at an advantage in the case of a doubtful 124 of a grave of the deep, then the officiating priest whom you placed at an advantage in the case of an elderly or sick person, all the more so should you place him at an advantage in the case of doubtful of a grave of the deep. No, if you said concerning the owners whom you placed at an advantage in regard to all the remaining uncleanness in the year, shall you say concerning an officiating priest whom you placed at a disadvantage in regard to all the remaining uncleanness of the entire year, in? Hence, since you placed him at a disadvantage in regard to all the remaining uncleanness of the entire year, you should place him at a disadvantage in regard to uncleanness by reason of a corpse on Passover. What is upshot? Arnaman in the name of Armana, of you whether him or his officiating priest. Up to this point those preparing a Passover offering. Where do we derive a Nazir? Aryaseh Arbun in the name of Arhisda, considered making the ruling near him, not to his officiating priest. But from that which it is taught it is the same concerning a Nazir and one preparing a Passover offering. This indicates that what applies to this applies to this. What is a grave of the deep? A corpse that is buried in stubble or straw, earth or pebbles, but that which is buried in water or in a dark place or in clefts of boulders does not make up a grave of the deep. A general rule of the matter, whatever you are not able to clear out makes up a grave of the deep, and whatever you are able to clear out, does not make up a grave of the deep. And stubble or straw you are not able to clear out. The teaching is not in accord with Aryaseh, for Aryaseh said, straw and negated it, it is negated. Aryaseh Arbun in the name of Arhisda, represents the view of all parties. What Aryaseh said deals with a case in which mixed it with earth. There is straw that is like earth and there is earth that is like straw. Straw that you are not destined to clear out, lo, it is like earth. Earth that you are destined to clear out, lo, it is like straw. A member of the house of Aryane says, covered it with mattings, it is considered abandoned. Now see here. Filled it up with mattings, it is not considered abandoned. Covered it up with mattings, it is considered abandoned. Filled it up with dried palm branches is an issue. Arzarakan, Rmi in the name of Simeon B. Lakish, if the trench was less, even if it is empty. What is a grave of the deep? Whatever a person does not remember. And be concerned to say lest there is someone in a far corner of the world knows. There is a presumption that a live person will be preoccupied with the dead. You may explain that found it in a compressed condition. It is taught, there is nothing that produces a grave of the deep except a corpse. Lo, a woman with a flux? Lo, an animal's carrion, it not. A fortiori, now, if the corpse which does not produce uncleanness of couch and seat does produce uncleanness by reason of a grave of the deep, a woman unclean with flux, who does produce uncleanness of couch and seat, should not logically produce uncleanness of a grave of the deep? For what matter was it said there is nothing that produces a grave of the deep except a corpse? To exclude a woman unclean with flux who produces uncleanness of lying or sitting. There we learned, all animal sacrifices the blood of which was received a commoner, and a mourner before the burial of his kinsman, or one who immersed oneself that day and is waiting for sunset to become ritually clean, one missing garments, one whose atonement is incomplete, or one without washed hands or feet, one uncircumcised, unclean, sitting, one standing on top of utensils on top of an animal on top of his fellow is invalid. The Southerners say, we deal with one unclean by reason of uncleanness of a flux or uncleanness of leprosy. But unclean by reason of a corpse does not disqualify, since was accepted from the general rule of uncleanness for the community regarding a Passover offering. Retorted R. Simeon B. Lachish to the Southerners, if the owners whom you placed at an advantage in regard to all the remaining uncleanness in the year, yet you placed them at a disadvantage when one is unclean by reason of a corpse in regard to a Passover offering, then an officiating priest whom you have placed at a disadvantage in regard to all the remaining uncleanness of the entire year, is it not logical that you should place him at a disadvantage in the case of uncleanness by reason of a corpse in regard to a Passover offering? And furthermore, Rabbi taught, the frontlet propitiates for the uncleanness of the blood. The frontlet does not propitiate for the uncleanness of the body. If you say, we deal with one unclean by reason of uncleanness of a flux or uncleanness of leprosy, you cannot do so, for we learn, becomes unclean with the uncleanness of the deep the frontlet propitiates. What do the Southerners do? They explain it in regard to the owners. And lo, we learn Nazir explain it in regard to the officiating priests. According to the approach of R. Simeon B. Lachish, there is no difference between owners and officiating priests, said R. Jeremiah. Lo, this is an argument a fortiori which has a rejoinder, for they could say to him, no. If you say concerning owners whose strength you weakened when an elderly or sick person, shall you say thus concerning an officiating priest whose strength you increased in the case of an elderly or sick person? And every argument a fortiori that has a rejoinder, that argument a fortiori is nullified. Said R. Hananiah, lo, this is an argument a fortiori which has a rejoinder, for could say to him, no. If you say concerning an owner, the circumcision of whose males and slaves prevents him, shall you say concerning an officiating priest, the circumcision of whose males and slaves does not prevent him? And every argument a fortiori that has a rejoinder, that argument a fortiori is nullified. R. Isaac Bar Gupta asked before R. Mana, if an individual regarding the Passover offering were to be learned from the community regarding the Passover offering, an officiating priest regarding the remaining days of the year be learned from the community regarding the Passover offering. RMI asked, that unclean, how do you construe it? With regard to one unclean with uncleanness of flux or uncleanness of leprosy. And lo, we learned, one whose atonement is incomplete. If disqualifies once has immersed oneself, would one not all the more so before one has immersed? That of one who immersed himself that day and waits for sunset so as to become ritually clean, how do you construe it? With regard to come and see, one unclean by reason of a corpse does not disqualify, would not all the more so a who had become unclean by reason of a corpse? Rather must refer to a one unclean who has immersed and who now awaits sunset to complete the process of purification, by reason of an unclean reptile. Come and see from a corpse does not disqualify, would not all the more so a one unclean who has immersed and who now awaits sunset to complete the process of purification from an unclean reptile? Said R. Samuel Bar Yudan, refers to a case of one who touched those with a flux remains unclean until the evening and does not require immersion. Rabbis of Caesarea explain all of it in regard to a one unclean with flux in the status of one who has immersed and awaits sunset for the completion of the rites of purification who experienced one unclean with flux who experienced two, one whose atonement is incomplete who experienced three. According to the approach of the Southerners, one who touches a one unclean with flux like a one unclean with flux. We may derive from this which are Eleazar in the name of our Hoshea, so that Aaron may take away any sin arising from holy things, the sin of that which is offered, not the sin of those who make the offering. What is the sin of that which is offered? The blood of a one unclean with flux? Is it not a one unclean with flux touches? And similarly, the sin of those who make the offering, one who touches a one unclean with flux. This indicates that the community was made up of those who have touched of one unclean with flux, and those who have touched of one unclean with flux, do not prepare in uncleanness. 7:8 The whole or the larger part was made unclean, they burn it before the temple building, with wood set aside for the altar hearth. The lesser part of it was made unclean, and as to that which remains over they burn it in their courtyards or on their roofs with their own wood. But the cheapskates burn it before the temple building, so as to enjoy the use of wood set aside for the altar hearth. Arhama bar Ukba in the name of Ar Yasebi Hananah, in order to expose him to proclaim that spoiled it, said, Behold, I will burn it before the temple mount with my own wood. They do not listen to him. Need not accept, said, Behold, I will burn it on my roof with my own wood. All the more so they do not listen to him. Said Ar Jeremiah in the name of Ar Hila, to proclaim the one who comes after him that is stingy. Know that in every place does not call him stingy, but here you call him stingy. They made a leniency in regard to a traveling guest. Said Ar Yohanan, a tower stood on the temple mount and was called Bira. Ar Simeon b. Lachish said, the whole temple mount was called Bira, and to fulfill them all, and to build this Bira for which I have made provision. 7:9 The Passover offering which went forth or which was made unclean is to be burned immediately. The owner was made unclean or died, its appearance is allowed to spoil, and it is to be burned on the 16th of Nisan. Ar Yohanan b. Barakah says, also, his is to be burned immediately, for it has no one to eat it. Teaches Ar Haya, unfitness in itself is burned immediately. Unfitness, regarding a precondition, requires appearance. Said Ar Yase, a Tanite teaching said likewise, a Passover offering that went out or that became unclean is unfit in itself and is burned immediately. The owners became unclean or died, it is unfitness and requires appearance. Ar Hama bar Ukba in the name of Ar Yase bar Hananah, Ar Nehemiah and Ar Yohanan b. Barakah both said the same thing. For it is taught, said Ar Nehemiah, and was it because of the rites of mourning that it was burned? Was it not burned rather because of the uncleanness? For if it had been burned because of observing the rites of mourning, all three should have been burned. Another matter, was Phinehas not with them? Another matter, and was it not permitted to eat it at night? According to the view of Ar Nehemiah, let him burn. Ar Nehemiah holds all three were burned. Phinehas could have eaten. Phinehas, however, had not yet been appointed high priest. But Aaron should have eaten at night. Ar Nehemiah holds that the rites of mourning night the Torah. Said Ar Jeremiah, even Ar Yase the Galilean holds like them. We learn there, a sin offering the blood of which was received in 2 cups, one of them went out, the inner one fit, one of them went inside. Ar Yase the Galilean declares the one on the outside fit and sages declare unfit. Is unfitness regarding a precondition of the offering according to Ar Yase the Galilean, for behold its companion cup remains outside and it is fit. Know that it is unfitness of itself according to rabbis, for behold it remains within its precinct and it is unfit. Rabbis expound, because some of its blood was not brought inside, you should certainly have eaten it. Lo, if some of its blood had gone inside, you would have acted appropriately in that you burned. Ar Yase the Galilean expounded, because all of its blood did not go inside, you should certainly have eaten it. Lo, if all of its blood had gone inside, would you have acted appropriately in that you burned? What is the reason of the rabbis? But no sin offering from which any blood is brought, even some of its blood. What is the reason of Aryase the Galilean? Since its blood was not brought into the sanctuary. It is taught, Aryase the Galilean says, this whole case refers only to bullocks that are to be burned and goats that are to be burned, to impose regarding them a negative prohibition for eating them, and to teach that their unfit are burned on the Temple Mount. They said to him, whence that an sin offering, if some of its blood went inside, should be unfit? He said to them, not from this verse, since its blood was not brought into the sanctuary. Lo, it does not say, some of its blood, even some of its blood. 7:10 Bones, sinews, and that which is left over are to be burned on the 16th of Nisan. The 16th of Nisan coincides with the Sabbath, they are to be burned on the 17th. For them does not override the prohibitions either of the Sabbath or of a festival day. A bone on which there is no flesh, Ar Yohanan said, it is prohibited to break it. Ar Simeon b. Lakish said, it is permitted to break it. Ar Yohanan asked Ar Simeon b. Lakish, and lo, we learned, the bones and the sinews and the leftover portions should be burned on the 16th. And let cut the bone? Because of the marrow that is in the bone. And let strip the flesh from the bone and enjoy the bone? Considered making the ruling, do not strip the disqualified. Said Ar Eliezer, and even if you say, do strip, explain it in accord with Ar Jacob, for Ar Jacob said, that which comes initially fit and becomes unclean is prohibited breaking a bone. Ar Imi in the name of Ar Eliezer, why did say, the bones and the sinews and the leftover portions should be burned on the 16th, because one who burns falls under the category of breaks. Samuel said, are registered on the marrow in the head, and are not registered on the marrow in the bone. Are registered on the marrow in the head, for he is able to remove it by way of the ear, of breaking. Ar Yohanan said, are registered on the marrow in the bone. Ar Jacob bar Aha in the name of Ar Yohanan, they are not registered on the marrow of the bone, but if are registered, are registered. According to the view of Ar Yohanan, let burn and be registered, because of the loss of holy portions. According to the view of Samuel, let burn and be registered. Samuel holds like Ar Eliezer. Samuel holds like Ar Jacob, for Ar Jacob said, that which comes initially fit and becomes unclean is prohibited breaking a bone. Why did you see to say thus? You shall not leave any of it over until morning, if any of it is left until morning, you shall burn it. After 2 mornings, after the morning of the 15th and after the morning of the 16th, and it is written, and what is then left on the flesh of the sacrifice shall be consumed in fire on the 3rd day. What is the law? Is it permitted to kindle the fire with a pyre of leaven? The one who learned from leftover portions, it is prohibited. According to the one who does not learn from leftover portions, it is permitted. Said Ar Bun bar Haya, they followed the approach of Ar Ishmael. Just as Ar Ishmael said there that an infant whose time for circumcision has passed is burned either during the day or during the night. 7:11 Whatever is eaten of a full-grown ox may be eaten of a tender lamb, even the ends of the shoulder blades and the gristly parts. He who breaks the bone of a Passover offering which is in a state of cultic cleanness, lo, this person receives 40 stripes. But one who leaves over of a Passover offering which is in a state of cultic cleanness, and one who breaks a bone of a Passover offering which is in a state of cultic uncleanness, do not receive 40 stripes. Soft sinews that are not necessarily destined to harden, Ar Yohanan said, are registered on them. Ar Simeon b. Lakish said, are not registered on them. Ar Jacob b. Ar Aha in the name of Ar Zira, the approach of Ar Yohanan is reversed, the approach of Ar Simeon b. Lakish is reversed. For they are in dispute, for we learned there, their skin is deemed equivalent to their meat, the skin of man, and skin of a domesticated pig. Ar Yase says, also, the hide of a wild boar, and skin of the hump of a young camel, and the skin of the head of a young calf, and the skin of the hooves, and the skin of the genitals, and the skin of the foetus, and the skin which is under the fat tail, and the skin of the hedgehog, and the chameleon, and the lizard, and the snail. R. Judah says, the lizard is equivalent to the weasel. And all of them which one tanned, or on which one trampled so use are clean. Except for the skin of man. R. Yohanan b. Nuri says, the 8 creeping things have hides. Said R. Yohanan, they taught only regarding a prohibition and regarding uncleanness, but regarding lashing it is skin, but do not impose lashes regarding it under the category of carrion. R. Simeon b. Lakish said, Rabbi taught an undisputed Mishnah without differentiating between a prohibition, lashing, uncleanness. The approach of R. Simeon b. Lakish is reversed. There he treats it like flesh and here he does not treat it like flesh. The approach of R. Yohanan is reversed. There he does not treat it like flesh, and here he treats it like flesh. Said R. Judah b. Pazi, it is different. Their skin, and skin eventually hardens. All the more so the approach of R. Simeon b. Lakish is reversed. Just as if there where it eventually hardens, he treats it like flesh, here, where it does not eventually harden, all the more so. Said Arabun, the reason of R. Simeon b. Lakish they shall eat the flesh not sinews. He rabbis of Caesarea said, R. Haya and R. Isaac one reversed and one in accord with this teacher. The one who reversed does not have these questions. And how much must one break? R. Yase and R. Zira in the name of R. Yohanan, sufficient that a hand become caught. R. Jonah said R. Zira and R. Ba, both of them said in the name of R. Yohanan, one said, sufficient that a hand become caught, and the other said, even a fingernail. The one who said a hand, all the more so a fingernail. The one who said a fingernail but not a hand. There are those who say R. Yohanan and R. Simeon b. Lakish both of them said, in all situations is not liable until he breaks a bone that has flesh on it and from the place of the flesh. R. Jacob b. R. Aha said Samuel bar Abba asked, if it is so, in all situations is not liable unless he take a stone and crush a bone to make liable regarding each bone. This which you say where one warning but where 2 warnings, for then even a single bone and broke it once again it, is liable twice. R. Jeremiah asked, is not this in dispute with R. Simeon b. Lakish, for R. Simeon b. Lakish said, a bone on which there is no flesh, it is permitted to break it said only that should not be lashed low, as to a prohibition, prohibited. But one who leaves over in a clean and one who breaks in an unclean is not lashed 40, R. Abun in the name of R. Eliezer, the teaching deals with a case in which initially was presented in uncleanness, but if it came in cleanness and became unclean like that came in cleanness and they impose lashes on breaking it. R. Yohanan asked R. Simeon b. Lakish, and lo, we learned, the bones and the sinews and the leftover portions should be burned on the 16th. And let one cut the bone? Because of the marrow. And let one strip the meat from the bone? And let one cut? So that it not split under the flesh. 7:12 A limb part of which projected outside one cuts it away until he reaches the bone, pares off the flesh until he reaches the joint, and then he cuts it away. And in the case of holy things, he chops it off with a chopper. 4:2, the law against breaking a bone does not apply. From the doorstep and toward the inner part of the city is an area deemed inside the city. From the doorstep and outward is an area deemed outside the city. The windows and the thick part of the wall are deemed an area inside the city. R. Simon, R. Joshua b. Levi in the name of Bar Pedaah, sacrificial meat in the status of refuse and remnant of sacrificial meat joined to impart uncleanness to hands, bringing about a punishment when they comprise an olive's amount. What is the law, would render heave offering invalid? An argument for Shiori, if impart uncleanness to hands, capable of invalidating the heave offering, they themselves all the more so. That part projects out, what do you do with it? Does it impart uncleanness to hands or does it not impart uncleanness to hands? If you say, that part that projects out imparts uncleanness to hands, Sacrificial meat in the status of refuse and remnant of sacrificial meat surely render heave offering invalid. If you say, the sacrificial meat in the status of refuse and remnant of sacrificial meat do not render heave offering invalid, that part that projects out was not subject to any type of preventive measure. For otherwise, the outer portion would impart uncleanness to the inner portion. Said Rabban, which authority claims that an object may become unclean due to contact with itself? Is it not our Meir? And did not our Joshua say, all things which are clean when they are in the majority, once its larger part is cut off is considered not under separated but under touching it and it would become invalid? Said our Hananiah, it is a case in which one cuts off small portions and throws away. RBA in the name of our Judah, they did not sanctify below the door frame of Jerusalem. Our Jeremiah in the name of our Samuel br Isaac, so that the lepers could protect themselves below them in sunny weather from the sun and in rainy weather from the rain. And similarly did not sanctify below the door frame of the temple mount so that one unclean with flux could protect themselves below them in the sunny weather from the sun and in the rainy weather from the rain? A leper has no place to protect, one unclean with flux has a place to protect himself in all of Jerusalem. Our Yohanan b. Matthiah in the name of our Phinehas, from that we see rabbis removing their sandals below the door frame of the temple mount. This indicates that they did not sanctify below the door frame of the temple mount. Rab asked Arhiah the elder, what is the law regarding the roofs of Jerusalem? He said to him, from that they spin a parable, a Passover offering in an olive and the Hallel breaks the roofs. This indicates that the roofs of Jerusalem are sanctified. Our Jeremiah, our Misha, our Samuel br Isaac in the name of Rab, the roofs of Jerusalem are unconsecrated. And lo, we learned, from the door frame and within as within, and from the door frame and outward as without. You may explain it regarding a roof that is surrounded by the space of the courtyard. And lo, we learned, the windows and the thickness of the wall as inside. Even it regarding a roof that is surrounded by the space of the courtyard, and it is in accord with that which our Aha in the name of our Hinanah said, he has caused wall and rampart to mourn a wall and a smaller wall. If they sanctified the thickness of the wall, all the more so window? Said our Aha, it is necessary in regard to a window that is above the doorframe. Even though you might say, they did not sanctify below the doorframe of Jerusalem, the window that is above the doorframe they did sanctify. It was taught in the name of our Judah, the caves under the temple unconsecrated and the roofs of the temple sanctified. Our Imi in the name of our Simeon b. Lachish, the teaching said thus, a fire was there and a seemly privy and this was its seemliness. If one found it if it was locked, one knew that a person was there, opened, one knew that there was not anyone there. Said our Yase, and is excrement impurity, is it not merely cleanliness? And where does say this? Go out and go along the passage that runs under the Bira, and candles were lit on both sides, until he reaches the immersion chamber. If had been sanctified, would go the shortest route. 7:13 Two associations that were eating in one room, these turn their faces to one side and eat, and those turn their faces to the other side and eat. And the kettle is in the middle. And when the waiter stands up to mix the wine, he shuts his mouth and turns his face away until he gets back to his own association, and then continues eating. And a bride turns her face aside while she eats, it is written, you shall not take out from the house any of the flesh outside. I only know outside the house, where outside the association. The teaching says, you shall not take out outside. Said our Yudan, from here that if said, behold 1 am outside the association that person becomes liable. Said our Mana, let the verse state, do not take out outside, and we would say, if one is liable outside the association, all the more outside the house. Our Imi queried, took out from one association to another association in two houses become liable twice, for you shall not take out from the house and for you shall not take outside, registered on the Passover offering. One took out an olive, liable, 2 or 3 exempt, because the members of the association are fit to extend themselves to them though they violate a positive commandment. And according to our Simeon, even a positive commandment do not violate, for it is taught, the houses in which they are to eat. It teaches that the Passover offering is eaten in 2 places. Perhaps also those who eat it may eat it in 2 places. The teaching states, it shall be eaten in 1 house. How is this so? A Passover offering is eaten in 2 places, but its eaters do not eat it in 2 places. R. Simeon says, even it's those who eat it in 2 places. How does R. Simeon understand it shall be eaten in 1 house? To the effect that a association part of it eating inside and part of it eating outside. An individual who took outside the association an olive, because the members of the association are fit to extend to him, is exempt a negative commandment. R. Barba asked, why follow R. Simeon alone, even follow rabbis, because the members of the association are fit to extend themselves to them, are exempt from a negative commandment they should even regarding a positive commandment. A waiter who ate an olive and he was at the side of the oven, if he is clever, he fills his stomach from it. If wanted to honor him, come and eat with him at the side of the oven. And if not, they give him his portion and eats in his place. There, they say, that rule represents the position of R. Simeon. But did not hear that R. Hila, R. Isi, R. Eliezer in the name of R. Hoshea said, all agree that at the outset they divide up, that afterward they do not divide up. Regarding what do they dispute? Regarding a situation in which they were sitting and eating and a beam breaks over them, R. Simeon says, they take up their portion and eat in another location. And sages say, they do not take up their portion and eat in another location. R. Barba said, R. Yasebi. Hananah queried, now one who takes out is not liable until the moment that he eats. R. Samuel came R. Abahu in the name of R. Yohanan, one who takes out is not liable until the moment that he eats. Said R. Zira, and it is taught there, an individual that took outside the association an olive is liable and he did not disqualify himself from the association. This indicates even he did not eat. If say one has eaten, why does not disqualify himself from the association? Said R. Yase, since took it out, has disqualified it, even ate has eaten a disqualified object. And where is this point stated? There is a break after a break, there is not taking out after taking out. Either this implies since has taken it out has disqualified it, or this implies one who takes out is not liable until the moment that he eats. This matter is self-evident, these started and those became unclean, the clean gain rights over the portion of those who are unclean. And more so, even these started and they became unclean, the clean gain rights over the portion of those who are unclean. But these and those began and one of them became unclean, the clean do not gain rights over the portion of those who are unclean. An individual roams around the whole house and an association does not roam around the whole house. And do we not learn, 2 associations? This applies only regarding 2, lo, 1, no. And did we not learn, and the warmer in the middle, the place that the waiter testifies regarding him that his association is there? But we learn, and the bride turns her face and eats, does she not thus face away and appear apart, even though, as in the previous clause, there are 2 associations in the house? Said R. Ba. Because of embarrassment. Yerushalmi Pesahim. Chapter 8. 8:1 A woman, when she is in the home of her husband slaughtered in her behalf, and her father slaughtered in her behalf, should eat of that which is slaughtered by her husband. She went to observe the first festival in her father's house, her father slaughtered in her behalf, and her husband slaughtered in her behalf, let her eat in whichever place she wants. A orphan in behalf of whom guardians have slaughtered eats in the place which he wants. A slave belonging to 2 partners should not eat belonging to either one of them. He who is half slave and half free should not eat of his master. Said R. Yohanan, for lacking purification, they designate for them without their knowledge. And these are they, a one unclean with flux and a zaba, and one who gives birth, and a leper, for similarly a person designates for his infant child when he is in the crib. That is satisfactory, the one unclean with flux and the zaba and the leper, but the one who gives birth, does a child give birth? Did not our Rita Passe Arjona in the name of Arjuna, became pregnant and gave birth, before she grew 2 hairs of majority she and her child die, once she grew 2 hairs she and her child live became pregnant before she grew 2 hairs and gave birth after she grew 2 hairs she lives and her child dies. What is the upshot? For similarly a person designates for his deaf and dumb daughter. As soon as grew, which must be the case if she gave birth, did not leave the domain of her father? Rather, for similarly a person designates for his deaf and dumb wife. And here a suspected adulteress who was a minor, you cannot for Arzyra said Aryase in the name of Aryohanan, a minor who committed harlotry does not have the volition so as to become forbidden to her husband. And a deaf and dumb female, you cannot for it is written, and the woman should say Amen, Amen. Said Arabin, is different, for it is written, and you and your household should rejoice. Ar Jeremiah in the name of Aryohanan, a person accepts upon himself the obligation to bring an offering of a nazir for his fellow without his knowledge but does not designate it except with his knowledge. Arzyra in the name of Aryohanan, a person accepts upon himself the obligation to bring an offering of a sin offering fat for his fellow without his knowledge but does not designate it except with his knowledge. Arzyra in the name of Ar Eliezer, a person slaughters his fellow's Passover offering without his knowledge but does not designate it except with his knowledge. Said Ar Eliezer, the teaching said likewise, a woman when she is in her husband's house, her father has slaughtered for her husband slaughtered for her, she should eat from that of her husband. With what situation do we deal? If it is a situation in which they protest, an average woman protests saying, I want to be with my husband. But the teaching comes to treat a case in which they protest. Ar Jeremiah in the name of Aryohanan, the teaching deals with a case in which they protest. Is this not in dispute with Ar Eliezer? For Ar Eliezer said, a person slaughters the Passover offering of his fellow without his knowledge but does not designate it without his knowledge. A Passover offering and a sin offering differ. A Passover offering, when it grows older, is worthy to be a source of atonement. A sin offering, when it grows older, is not worthy to be a source of atonement. Said Aryohanan, they taught in regard to an anxious festival. What is an anxious festival? Said Aryase B. Arbun, this is the first festival, for her husband chases her to the house of her father, she did not go the first festival. What is the law? May the second festival be considered an anxious festival? In all situations she has an anxious festival. Is a widow subject to an anxious festival? We may derive from this, went to spend the first festival in her father's house, her father slaughtered for her husband slaughtered for her, she may eat from wherever she prefers. Either this implies that in all situations she has an anxious festival, or this implies a widow has the law of an anxious festival. Said Aryase B. Arbun, you may explain that she has children but not a husband, and an unspecified woman protest, saying, I want to be with my children. Said Ar Eliezer, the Passover offering of women is optional, but for it they override the Sabbath. Ar Jacob B. Ar Aha in the name of Ar Eliezer, the Passover offering of women and of slaves is optional, all the more so for it they override the Sabbath. Their unleavened bread, what is it? Ar Eliezer said, it is an obligation. Arzyra said, dispute. Ar Hila said, unanimous opinion. A Tanite teaching supports this and a teaching supports this. A teaching supports Arzyra, lettuce, unleavened bread, and the Passover offering on the first night obligatory and on the other days optional. A teaching supports Ar Hila, you shall not eat anything leavened with it, for 7 days thereafter you shall eat unleavened bread, bread of distress. Whoever is under not eating anything leavened, lo, that one is under, arise, eat unleavened bread. And women, since they are under the ban on eating anything leavened, lo, they are under, arise, eat unleavened bread. And lo, did we not learn, all positive commandments that are dependent upon the time, men are liable and women are exempt? Said Armana, a stringency applies to a positive commandment that results from a negative. That rule accords with the one who said, the Passover offering of women is optional. It is taught, a woman performs the first Passover for herself and the second joined with others. The words of our Meir. R. Yase says, a woman performs the second Passover for herself, even on the Sabbath, and it is not necessary to say the first. R. Eliezer Br. Simeon says, a woman performs the first Passover joined with others and does not perform the second Passover. What is the reason of our Meir? Each of them shall take a lamb to a family if they want a lamb to a household. What is the reason of our Yase? Each of them shall take a lamb to a family, all the more so to a house. What is the reason of our Eliezer Br. Simeon? Each of them not a woman. How do rabbis understand the term a man? To exclude a minor. Said our Jonah, and even according to the one who said that the Passover offerings of women are obligatory, that case is different, for the matter was well known lest the matter should be established as an obligation. An orphan for whom guardian slaughtered may eat from wherever he prefers. The teaching treats a case of a minor orphan, but in the case of an adult orphan, should we consider like one who registers himself on two Passover offerings simultaneously? For teaches Arhaya, one who is registered on two Passover offerings simultaneously eats from whichever of them is slaughtered first. Said Aryase, the teaching said thus, slaughtered a kid and a lamb should eat from the first one. A slave belonging to two partners should not eat from that of both of them. Aryase says, his master has no right to tell him, you are not permitted to be registered on the Passover offering. Rather he says to him, you are not permitted to be registered on this, only on this. Sometimes he is registered on three Passover offerings simultaneously. How so? A slave of two partners must be registered on the Passover offering. One of them manumit his portion, must be registered on another Passover offering. Both of them manumit him, he must be registered on another Passover offering. Samuel b. Abba asked, the slave, what is the law? May he eat from the three of them? Said Aryase, if you say, a slave should not eat from the three of them, on that basis, should not be registered on the Passover offering lest his master change his mind and manumit him and cause disqualified sacred mixed up in the divine service. R. Jacob b. Aha said Arzira asked, the master, what is the law? May he fulfill his requirement with the slave's sanctification? And is this not a teaching? The one who says to his slave, go and slaughter the Passover offering for me? The teaching with the knowledge of his master. For what does he need? Where without the knowledge of his master one who is half slave and half free should not eat from that of his master. Arhaya in the name of Ar Yohanan, one who is half slave and half free sanctified a woman. They are not concerned regarding sanctification. Similarly, divorced, they are not concerned regarding a divorce. Samuel said, are apprehensive for a divorce. Samuel concurs in the view of Ar Judah, for we learn there, one who is half slave and half free stole. Ar Judah holds liable and sages exempt. 8:2 He who says to his slave, go and slaughter a Passover offering in my behalf, he slaughtered a kid, let him eat it. He slaughtered a lamb, let him eat it. He slaughtered both a kid and a lamb, let him eat from the former. Forgot what his master said to him, what should he do? Let him slaughter both a kid and a lamb and say, if my master told me to prepare a kid, the kid is his and the lamb is mine, and if my master told me to prepare a lamb, the lamb is his and the kid is mine. His master forgot what he had said to him, both of them go out to the place of burning. But they are exempt from the requirement of preparing the second Passover. Teaches Arhaya, one who is registered on two Passover offerings simultaneously eats from whichever of them is slaughtered first. Said Aryase, the teaching said this, he slaughtered a kid and a lamb, he should eat from the first one. Ar Eliezer and Ar Yohanan, both of them say, it is Ar Nathan. For Ar Nathan said, fulfill their obligation with tossing without eating. Ar Hezekiah in the name of Ar Bab. Mamal, you may explain which his master forgot between slaughtering and tossing. Said Ar Hezekiah, one of the rabbis asked and say that it was he, and do we not learn, forgot what his master said to him should slaughter a kid and a lamb. Said Ar Yohanan, set aside one's Passover offering, before one converted and converted, before one was monumit and was monumit, before one produced 2 hairs and produced 2 hairs must be registered on another Passover offering. Said R. Yudan, all the doubt follow the opinion of R. Nathan, except for the one who tosses the blood of one's sin offering or the blood of one's guilt offering, a doubt whether toss the blood at night or during the day it is considered like a doubtful atonement, and a doubtful atonement atones. 8:3 He who says to his children, Lo, I shall slaughter the Passover offering in behalf of the one of you who will get up to Jerusalem first once the first poked his head and the greater part of his body into the city. He has effected acquisition of his share and has furthermore effected acquisition in behalf of his brothers along with himself. Under all circumstances do register with so long as there is an olive's bulk of meat for each and every one of them. They register and then withdraw their registration from it until the moment that one will slaughter it. R. Simeon says, until one will toss the blood on his behalf. Said R. Yohanan, do not hear, behold I will slaughter. Rather, I will designate. And why does it teach, behold I will slaughter? In order to prod R. Eliezer in the name of R. Hashiah, it is a stipulation imposed by the court that one designates his Passover offering and the other designates his coins, assigns him a portion from his and the coins become unconsecrated by themselves. What does it mean becomes unconsecrated and in turn becomes consecrated? Or with that originally consecrated? What difference does it make? If one designated 100 mina for his Passover offering and assigns him against 50. If you say, becomes unconsecrated and in turn becomes consecrated, the remaining coins are consecrated. If you say with that originally consecrated. R. Jacob b. Aha said, Samuel b. Abba asked, consider, if assigns for free. What can you? Does become unconsecrated and in turn become consecrated? The words of the rabbis indicate that does not become unconsecrated and in turn becomes consecrated. There we learned, gave her money, that money may be used to acquire a sacrifice, wine, oil, meal, or anything of a kind which is offered on the altar forbidden. R. Simeon b. Lachish said, refers to one who assigns himself a portion in his Passover or festive offering. This indicates that does not become unconsecrated and in turn become consecrated. If you say becomes unconsecrated and in turn becomes consecrated, would be forbidden as a prostitute's hire. You may explain that deals with a case in which nothing entered her hand. Know that for we learn there, is this not a case in which nothing entered his hand? Similarly here where nothing entered her hand. R. Jacob b. Aha in the name of Imi, R. Yohanan and R. Simeon b. Lachish differed. One said, they dedicate and one said, they do not dedicate. Rabbis of Caesarea explain them. R. Yohanan said, dedicate initially on the festival. R. Simeon b. Lachish said, do not dedicate initially on the festival. There are those who teach, one goes to the seller of lambs. There are who teach, one goes to the seller of Passover offerings. The one who said, one goes to the seller of lambs, the view of the one who said, they dedicate. The one who said, one goes to the seller of Passover offerings, the view of the one who said, they do not dedicate. This implies that does not become unconsecrated and in turn becomes consecrated. If you should say that becomes unconsecrated and in turn becomes consecrated, it should be forbidden under the ban on dedicating. And we learned, do not dedicate. R. Hananiah and R. Mana, one said, treats a case in which one dedicates for the morrow. And the other said, treats a case in which one dedicates for the temple's upkeep. Said R. Shammai, and even according to the one who said, treats a case in which one dedicates in the courtyard the injunction of Sabbath rest, which they annulled in the temple. On what basis in Scripture do we know that they register? The teaching says, in the number of persons. How do we know that they register? It is said here, the lamb, and it is said in regard to Egypt, a lamb. Just as the lamb mentioned in regard to Egypt is alive and not slaughtered, so the lamb mentioned here is alive and not slaughtered. What is the reason of our Simeon if died between slaughtering and tossing? Perhaps the owners are not atoned for. Whether died whether withdrew their registration from it. 8:4 He who registered others in his share, the members of the association have the right to give him his share, and he eats what is his, and they eat what is theirs. The members of the association, one of whose members had strong hands, have the right to tell him, take your share and eat by yourself. Not only Passover offering, but even if made a joint meal, they have the right to tell him, take your share and eat by yourself. If they knew him, with such a consideration they made a stipulation with him from the beginning. Arhuna said, designated his Passover offering and said, on condition that no one else will be registered with me, no one else may be registered with him. He designated it without any reservation, all who will come are its registrants. R. Jacob B. Aha, in the name of Arzira, did the teaching say likewise? But if the household is too small, teaches that they may decrease in number so long as there be there one from the first association and one from the second association. The words of R. Judah. R. Yase says, whether from the first or the second, so long as do not leave the Passover offering by itself. If you say, all who will come are its registrants, there is no difference whether they are members of the first or second association. What difference does it make? One designated one's Passover offering and withdrew one's hand and then registered someone else with him. According to the view of Arhuna, it is valid; according to the view of Arzira, it is invalid. According to the view of Arzira, it is an instance of a sanctified animal of an individual, and a sanctified animal of an individual renders a substitute. According to the view of Arhuna, it is an instance of a sanctified animal of partners, and a sanctified animal of partners does not render a substitute. 100 people registered on it. Arhuna said, if there is an olive's amount sufficient for each and every one, it is valid, and if not, it is invalid. Said Arzira, wherever there is an olive's amount sufficient for each and every one of them, it is valid, and if not, it is invalid. And it is taught thus, registered on it and returned and registered on it, until the point that there is an olive's amount sufficient for each and every one of them, it is valid, and if not, is invalid. 8:5 A person afflicted with flux uncleanness who has experienced 2 appearances of flux, they slaughter in his behalf on the 7th day. He experienced 3, they slaughter in his behalf on his 8th day. A woman who awaits day by day, they slaughter in her behalf on her 2nd clean day. She experienced a flow on 2 successive days, they slaughter in her behalf on the 3rd day. And as to a woman afflicted with flux uncleanness, they slaughter in her behalf on the 8th day. They do not slaughter in behalf of a single individual, the words of R. Judah. And R. Yase permits. Even if there is an association of 100 people who cannot eat an olive's bulk of the meat, they do not slaughter in their behalf. They do not form an association consisting only of women, slaves, and children. Teaches Arhaya, a menstruant slaughter for her on the 8th. One who has intercourse with a menstruant slaughter for him on the 7th. Said R. Yase, this means that one who has intercourse with a menstruant becomes clean on his 7th day. 8:6 In behalf of one who suffers a bereavement of a close relative on that same day, one who has the task of clearing away a ruin, and so too, one whom they have promised to free from prison, a sick person, and a senile person, can eat an olive's bulk of the meat of a Passover offering. They slaughter. In the case of all of these, they do not slaughter in their behalf alone, lest they lead the Passover offering to suffer invalidation. Therefore, if some form of invalidation befell them, they are exempt from having to prepare a second Passover offering, except in the case of one who has the task of clearing away a ruin, for he is unclean to begin with. R. Yase B. R. Bun, Abba B. Barhana. In the name of R. Yohanan, the teaching deals with a case in which Israelites imprisoned him, but if Gentiles captured him whose mouths speak lies and whose oaths are false. Treats a case in which was held outside of Jerusalem. But where held in Jerusalem, even they did not promise him, is like one whom they promised. R. Jonah and R. Yase both of them said, initially we said, an uncircumcised Israelite they toss blood in his behalf, but we did not say anything. R. Simon B. Zabadi taught before Arhila, it says here, and if a stranger who dwells with you would offer the Passover to the Lord, all his males must be circumcised, then he shall be admitted to offer it, and it says there, then may eat of it. Just as the then said there is so the then said here, provided that he is fit during the time of slaughter. At times he is considered like them. At times they are considered like him. At times he is considered like them, refers to elongated heap, I say, the blood was tossed for him before he reached the place of impurity. At times they are considered like him in regard to a circular heap, an invalidation befell one of them between slaughtering and tossing, they are considered like him in regard to a circular heap. 8:7 They do not slaughter in behalf of a single individual, the words of R. Judah. And R. Yase permits. Even if there is an association of 100 people who cannot eat an olive's bulk of the meat, they do not slaughter in their behalf. They do not form an association consisting only of women, slaves, and children. Said R. Yohanan, R. Judah s. You are not permitted to slaughter the Passover offering in one of your settlements. What does R. Yase do with the reason of R. Judah? He may explain it in accord with R. Eliezer b. Mattia, for it is taught. R. Eliezer says, perhaps a single individual might tip the balance regarding uncleanness. The teaching says, you are not permitted to slaughter the Passover offering in one. Said R. Yohanan, R. Judah admits that if transgressed and tossed the blood, that it is favorably received, transgressed and slaughtered permit him to toss the blood. It is taught, do not form an association of women and slaves and minors because they increase licentiousness. Bar Kappara teaches, so as not to bring holy things to a state of disgrace. R. Jacob b. Aha, in the name of R. Isi, do not form an association of converts because they are exacting with it and they bring it into a state of invalidation. 8:8 One who has suffered a bereavement of a close relative immerses and eats his Passover offering in the evening, but holy things. He who hears word, and he who is gathering up bones immerses and eats holy things. A proselyte who converted on the eve of Passover the house of Shammai say, he immerses and eats his Passover offering in the evening. And the house of Hillel say, he who takes his leave of the foreskin is as if he took his leave of the grave. Said R. Yase b. Arbun, the teaching speaks of a case in which became a bereaved at the beginning between slaughtering and tossing. But if a bereaved after atonement, it has already been favorably received. And it is taught thus, what is the bereavement? From the time of death until the movement of burial, the words of Rabbi and sages say, the entire day through. You are able to say a leniency and a stringency according to Rabbi, a leniency and a stringency according to sages. A leniency according to Rabbi died and was buried in that very hour according to the view of Rabbi is prohibited only for that hour. According to the view of sages, is prohibited for that entire day. A leniency according to rabbis died and was buried after 3 days according to the view of sages, is prohibited from eating holy things for that entire day. According to the view of Rabbi, is prohibited until the 3rd day. R. Abba came in the name of R. Yohanan and R. Huna, both of them said, Rabbi admits to sages that is prohibited only for that entire day. And it is taught thus, Rabbi says, know that the law of bereavement during the night is not the Torah, for behold, they said, one who suffers a bereavement of a close relative immerses and eats his Passover offering in the evening. And lo, the law of bereavement during the day was based on the Torah. R. Yase b. Arbun in the name of R. Hisda, you may explain treats buried at sunset, and you cannot learn anything from it. R. Abahu in the name of R. Eliezer, the bereavement applies only to a dead person, for it is written, and her gates shall be bereaved and mourn. R. Hiabi. Ada retorted, and lo, is it not written, and the anglers shall be bereaved and all who cast lines into the Nile shall mourn. Said R. Hinana, thus, the bereavement in regard to uncleanness applies only to a dead person. It is taught, the day of hearing is like the day of burial, so far as rending and mourning and counting the 7-day and counting the 30-day eating holy things is concerned, lo, they are like gathering bones, one immerses and eats the holy things. And gathering of bones, one immerses and eats the holy things. Ar Yasebi ar bun in the name of Ar Hisda, you may explain that buried just as it became dark. And this and that immerse and eat their Passover offering in the evening. And burial eats holy things. Said Ar Yasebi ar bun, both of them treat a case in which hearing, heard that he experienced the death yesterday, one immerses and eats holy things, heard that bones were gathered yesterday, one immerses and eats holy things. It is taught, one who moves a coffin from place to place is not subject to gathering of bones. Said Ar Aha, this which you say refers to a stone coffin. But regarding a wooden coffin, is subject to gathering of bones. Said Ar Yase, even regarding a wooden coffin, is not subject to gathering of bones. What is gathering of bones? Those who carry them about in a sheet from place to place. Ar Haggai in the name of Ar Zira, gathering of bones according to its plain sense. And it is taught thus, gathering of bones, gathering bone once the flesh decomposes. It is taught, there is no hearing for the gathering of bones. Said Ar Haggai, and this is the case when heard on the next day. But if heard on that very day, there is of hearing for gathering of bones. And is there a measure for gathering of bones? Taught Nikamaka before Ar Zira, there is no measure for gathering of bones. In accord with this Ar Mana instructed Ar Hillel of Kippur to tend this garment and mourn, in accord with Ar Aha. He not to become unclean by following the view of Ar Yase. It is taught, gathering of bones they do not say in their regard lamentations and elegy, and they say in their regard neither blessings due to mourners nor comforting due to mourners. What are the blessings due to mourners? What they say in the synagogue. What is comforting due to mourners? What they say in line. It is taught, but say words on them. What are words? Rabbis of Caesarea say, acclamations. What is the reason of the house of Shammai? You and your captives, just as you did not become unclean until you entered the covenant, so your captives did not become unclean until they entered the covenant. What is the reason of the house of Hillel? You and your captives, just as you require sprinkling on the 3rd and 7th, so your captives require sprinkling on the 3rd and 7th. But is not compelling, for Ar Hyabi. Joseph Gidol B. Benjamin in the name of Rab, the house of Hillel admit that if one transgressed and tossed the blood, that it is favorably received. A Nazir who became unclean through a condition of doubt, a private domain. Ar Hashea the elder said, the Nazir shaves? Ar Yohanan said, the Nazir does not shave, for we learn there, every uncleanness from a corpse because of which a Nazir shaves makes one liable on its account for entering the temple. And every uncleanness from a corpse because of which a Nazir does not shave does not make one liable on its account for entering the temple. What type of doubtful uncleanness? Ar Yohanan said, the head of the chapter. Ar Hashea the elder said, that which here. An individual who became unclean by reason of a condition of doubt, a private domain on Passover. Ar Hashea the elder said, should be postponed to the second Passover. Ar Yohanan said, they send him on a long journey. And this is in accord with this which Ar Yohanan said, became unclean with uncleanness of the deep. Lb they send him on a long journey, a community that became unclean through a condition of doubt, a private domain on Passover. Yohanan said, let them do it in their doubt. Hashea the elder said, let do it in uncleanness should do in their doubt. Further, Ar Hashea said only to stringency. Ar Yohanan in the name of Ar Benaiah, an uncircumcised Israelite they toss on his behalf, for thus we found that our ancestors in the desert while uncircumcised received sprinkling. Said Ar Hisda, in accord with the one who said that were circumcised on the 11th. But according to the one who said that were circumcised on the 10th, they did not receive sprinkling while uncircumcised. Said Ar Abun, in any event, did not count for sprinkling while uncircumcised. Ar Eleazar in the name of Ar Hananiah, there was a case of an uncircumcised priest who sprinkled and his sprinklings were declared fit. And it was taught thus, Ar Eliezer b. Jacob says, soldiers were the guards of the hinges in Jerusalem and immersed and ate their Passover offerings in the evening. Yerushalmi Pesahim. Chapter 9. 9:1 He who was unclean or on a long journey and did not observe the first, let him keep the second Passover. He inadvertently or under constraint failed to observe the first Passover, let him keep the second Passover. If so, why is it said, unclean, or on a long journey? For these are exempt from punishment by extirpation, and those are liable to punishment by extirpation, unclean by the dead, I know only, the dead. Whence those who are forced and those who err. The teaching says, each and every man included. Thus far according to our Akiba. According to our Ishmael? Taught our Ishmael, the one who is unclean by the dead is not like distant journey, nor is the distant journey like the one who is unclean by contact with dead. The common element between them is that one who did not offer the first must offer the second. So I may include those who are forced or who err, who if they did not offer the first must offer the second. Whence one who intentionally. Said Arzira, and the man to include the one who intentionally. We have learned, if he erred or was forced. Taught Arhaya, if he erred, or was forced, or intentionally. Said Aryase, the teaching states this, because these are exempt from excision, and the others are liable for excision if they omitted both Passovers. What do you have which is liable for excision? Is it not the one who intentionally unclean by the dead? I only know that one unclean by the dead. Whence one unclean as a result of a flux and one afflicted with the skin disease. The teaching states, one unclean. 9 It included. Why did the teaching say unclean the dead? Rather, an individual who is unclean by the dead is postponed to the second Passover, but a community which is unclean by the dead is not postponed to the second Passover. Unclean with uncleanness of a flux or with the uncleanness of leprosy is postponed until the second Passover. Unclean with the uncleanness of idolatry, they treated it like the uncleanness of a flux or leprosy. It is possible for Israel to build the temple, an individual offers the second Passover, but the community does not offer the second Passover. Our Judah says, the community offers the second Passover, for thus we have found regarding Hezekiah that he offered the second Passover. This is that which is written, for most of the people, many from Ephraim and Manasseh. There are teachers who teach, they intercalate the year because of uncleanness. There are teachers who teach, they do not intercalate the year because of uncleanness. The one who says, they do not intercalate the year because of uncleanness, from the very same verse, for it says, yet they ate the Passover offering in violation of what was written. The one who says, they intercalate the year because of uncleanness, how does he interpret, in violation of what was written? Because they intercalated Nisan, and they do not intercalate except Adar. This the Jebusite under the altar. It is written, they began the sanctification on the first day of the first month, on the 8th day of the month. But could they not clean out all the idolatrous images which were there in one day? Said Red, because of the figures of Chaldeans which were engraved in vermilion. It is written, everyone who set his mind on worshipping God, the Lord God of his fathers, our Simon b. Zabadi and our Samuel b. Naamani, 1 says, even though did many to bring about the purification of the sanctuary, he did not fulfill the purification of the sanctuary, and the other says, despite all the good deeds that performed, he did not fulfill the purification of the sanctuary. Hezekiah, king of Judah, did 6 things. Regarding 3 agreed with him, but regarding 3 they did not agree with him. And which are the 3 regarding which they agreed with him? He ground up the brass serpent, and they agreed with him. He dragged the bones of his father on a bier of ropes. 32 And they agreed with him. He hid away the tablet of cures, and they agreed with him. And which are the 3 regarding which they did not agree with him? He cut down the doors of the temple, and they did not agree with him. He closed up the source of the waters of Gihon, and they did not agree with him. 3 He intercalated the month of Nisan during Nisan, and they did not agree with him. If the community was, half of them Zabim and half of them unclean, are Adabi. Abba said, The Zabim are considered in comparison with those unclean like the unclean in comparison with those who are clean. Those who are unclean observe the Zabim are postponed to the second Passover. Arhuna said, there is no restitution for a Passover offering which comes in uncleanness. If the majority of the community was clean and a minority was unclean, some of the clean ones died between the slaughtering and the tossing, after which do you go, after slaughter or tossing? If you say, after slaughter, they are not offering in uncleanness. If you say, after tossing, they are offering in uncleanness. If the majority of the community was unclean and a minority was clean, some of the unclean ones died between the slaughtering and the tossing, after which do you go, after slaughter or tossing? If you say, after slaughter, they are offering in uncleanness. If you say, after tossing, they are not offering in uncleanness. 9:2 What is the meaning of a long journey? From Modin and beyond, and in accord with this same distance in all other directions, the words of Ar Akaba. Ar Eliezer says, beyond the very threshold of the temple courtyard. Said Ar Yase, therefore there is a point over the letter he, to tell you that it is not because it is really a distant journey, but even one who is anywhere outside the threshold of the temple courtyard and beyond. Ar Simon said, Ar Haya the elder and Bar Kapara are in dispute. One says, in order that he should come and eat. The other says, in order that he should come and toss. And even according to the one who says, in order that he should come and eat, this applies in a case where he is within 2,000 cubits of the boundary by nightfall. Said Arzira, and it is taught there, if he was located from Modian and within, but his legs weak, perhaps he should be obligated. The teaching says, refrains, which exempts this one who did not refrain. If he was located from Modian and further out, and the horse is in his hand, perhaps he should be obligated. The teaching says, and was not on a journey, which exempts this one who was on a journey. If he was located from Modian and within before the 6th hour he went out obligated. The teaching says, refrains from offering, one who refrains at the time for offering is obligated, when it is not the time for offering is exempt. Ar Abahu in the name of Ar Yohanan, both of them are interpreting the same scriptural passage, there. One says, outside where it is offered. The other says, outside of boundary. Associates in the name of Ar Yohanan, but if a man who is clean and was not on a journey, excluding the one who was on a journey. Ar Zira in the name of Ar Yohanan, when it warns s, it mentions a distant. When it lays down the punishment, it does not mention distant. And the rabbis say, whenever the text outnumber the dots, you interpret the text and ignore the dot. And whenever the dots outnumber the text, you interpret the dot and ignore the example. Said Ar Yase, even if there is only one dot there above, you interpret the dot and ignore the text. The he in long is dotted, the man is distant, but the journey not be distant. 9:3 What is the difference between the first Passover and the second? The first Passover is subject to the prohibition about leaven, it shall not be seen and it shall not be found. As to the second, unleavened bread and leaven may be in the house right alongside one another. The first Passover requires the recitation of the Hallel Psalms when it is eaten, but the second Passover does not require the recitation of Hallel Psalms when it is eaten. This and that require a Hallel Psalm to be sung while they are being prepared. And are eaten roasted, with unleavened bread and bitter herbs. And override Sabbath. It is written, and they shall not leave any of it over until morning. If to eat at 62 this is the positive commandment regarding it. They shall not break a bone of it. This is the negative commandment regarding it. So when it says, they shall offer it in strict accord with the law of the Passover sacrifice, perhaps I should include the removal of leaven and the eating of unleavened bread for all 7 days. The teaching says, they shall eat it with unleavened bread and bitter herbs. You have nothing besides the Passover offering itself which can invalidate it except pieces of unleavened bread and bitter herbs alone. And this is in accord with Ar Ishmael, for Ar Ishmael said, a general ruling and a specific ruling, everything is in the general ruling. Perhaps all the things should invalidate it? The teaching says, they shall eat it with unleavened bread and bitter herbs. You have nothing besides the Passover offering itself which can invalidate it except pieces of unleavened bread and bitter herbs alone. There are teachers who teach, for the second one is punished by excision, for the first one is not punished by excision. There are teachers who teach, for the first one is punished by excision, for the second one is not punished by excision. And there are teachers who teach, whether for the first or the second, one is exempt, one is not punished by excision. And there are teachers who teach, for the first one is not punished by excision unless he did not offer the second. The one who says, for the first Passover one is punished by excision shall bear his guilt to refer to the first. The one who says, for the second Passover one is punished by excision shall bear his guilt to refer to the second. The one who says, whether for the first or the second, one is not punished by excision, shall bear his guilt to refer to both the first and the second. The one who says that for the second one is punished by excision only if he did not offer the first for he did not present the Lord's offering at its set time to refer to the first shall bear his guilt to refer to the second. Said R. Yohanan in the name of R. Simeon B. Yehosedek, it is written, for you, there shall be singing as on a night when a festival is hallowed. Passover evening comes to teach upon the downfall of Sennacherib. And it turns out that from it is learned just as this requires the Hallel, so that requires the Hallel Psalms. If so, just as this one requires festival sacrifice, so that one should also require a festival sacrifice. Said Arzira, as on a night when a festival is hallowed. That which requires Hallel requires a festival sacrifice, that which does not require Hallel does not require a festival sacrifice. Then perhaps it overrides uncleanness. That which is permissible to those who are clean, they are obligated regarding it because of uncleanness, which excludes a Passover which is offered when uncleanness, from which Zabim and Zabbat, menstruants and women after childbirth have eaten. One who is obligated for eating consecrated food is obligated for entering the sanctuary, and one who is not obligated for eating consecrated food is not obligated for entering the sanctuary. If R. Simeon were to adopt the opinion of R. Eliezer, what is the reason? She shall not touch any consecrated thing, nor enter the sanctuary. One who is obligated for entering the sanctuary is obligated for eating consecrated food, and one who is not obligated for entering the sanctuary is not obligated for eating consecrated food. 9:5 What is the difference between the Passover of Egypt and the Passover of the succeeding generations? As to the Passover of Egypt, designation took place on the 10th of Nisan. It required sprinkling of the blood of the lamb with a branch of hyssop on the lintel of the door and on the 2 doorposts. And it was eaten in haste in a single night. But the Passover observed by the succeeding generations applies for all 7 days. There are teachers who teach, cataracts and growths in the eye disqualify it. There are teachers who teach, cataracts and growths in the eye do not disqualify it. The one who says, cataracts and growths in the eye disqualify it, it is fine, for it is written, your lamb shall be without blemish. The one who says, cataracts and growths in the eye do not disqualify it, how can he explain, your lamb shall be without blemish? Even among the sons of Noah this is the case. Did not R. Yase say as follows, R. Eliezer explained to the associates, and of all that live, of all flesh, that they should be complete in their limbs. There, they have a being offered on the altar. But here, they are not offered on the altar? Arhuna in the name of R. Jeremiah, since regarding it, there is written atonement, as is the case with sacrifices, it is like that which is offered on the altar. Concerning where the blood was placed on the door frame and the meaning of Hebrew saf, Yusu Ali translated threshold, and it is taught thus, our forefathers in Egypt had 3 altars, lintel and 2 doorposts. There are teachers who teach, 4, threshold, lintel, and 2 doorposts. There are teachers who teach, the saf is a vessel, there are teachers who teach, the saf is a threshold. The one who says that the saf is a vessel, the basins, snuffers, sprinkling bowls. The one who says that the saf is a threshold, when they placed their threshold next to my threshold, comma. The one who says that vessel, appropriate that it is written, the blood that is in the basin. The one who says that it is a threshold, how can he explain basin a vessel? He brings a saf, which is a vessel, and places it on the threshold, and dips and sprinkles. It was taught, Ben Bag says, your lamb shall be without blemish, if there has been shearing without blemish. But lo, it has been taught, if his offering is from the flock, to exclude the smooth ones among them. Said Arabun, from the flock to exclude that which the Torah set aside for you, an animal that has relations, an animal with which had relations, an animal designated J, and an animal which has been worked. Said Aryase, even Aryase the Galilean agrees with them that the Passover of Egypt lasted for only 1 day. For it is taught, Aryase the Galilean says, I say that the Passover of Egypt was only 1 day, for it is written, no unleavened bread shall be eaten today. That a beast declared to be substituted for an animal set aside for a Passover offering is offered, and that a beast declared to be substituted for an animal set aside for a Passover offering is not offered. And I cannot explain. Said Ar-Akaba, I shall explain. The Passover offering which turned up before the slaughtering of the Passover offering is set out to pasture until it is blemished, then is sold, and peace offerings are to be purchased with the money received for it, and so, too, is the rule for the beast substituted for it after the slaughtering of the Passover offering, it is offered as peace offerings, and so, too, is the rule for the beast substituted for it. Aryudan asked, the law is the same in the case of the substitute for a guilt offering. There is a case in which the substitute for a guilt offering is sacrificed, and there is a case in which the substitute for a guilt offering is not sacrificed. Said Aryase, a Passover offering which is offered in the morning is not a Passover offering. A burnt offering which is offered in the morning is a burnt offering. If he made a substitution for it on the 13th, Arzira says, its substitute is offered as a whole offering. R. Samuel B. R. Isaac says, its substitute is not offered as a whole offering. Evidence in behalf of the position of R. Samuel B. R. Isaac derives from the following, after Passover, he should bring as a whole offering. And the same for its substitute. If you say that if one made a substitution for it on the 13th, its substitute is offered as a whole offering, should have given this answer. Is it not better to learn the substitute for a Passover offering from the Passover offering and not to learn the substitute for a whole offering from the Passover offering? Arhila, in the name of Samuel, the owner died on the 13th, it itself is offered as a whole offering. And why did he not say, on the 14th, whatever was fit to be offered on the day of the Passover offering itself is not offered as a whole offering? There we learned, the offspring of a sin offering, and the substitute for a sin offering, and a sin offering the owner of which had died. The year of which passed, or which was lost, or which was found to be blemished, the offspring of a sin offering about which they dispute, a community set aside a female, or if a prince set aside a she-goat, our Jeremiah says, it has not become sanctified, its offspring may be offered. Our Yase says it has become sanctified, its offspring must be allowed to die. Our Judah says, it is allowed to die. Said our Simeon, just as we have seen in the cases of the offspring of an animal designated as a sin offering, and the substitute for a sin offering, and a sin offering the owner of which had died, that the words apply to an individual, but not to a community, so the owner of which has gained atonement or the year of which had passed, the words apply to an individual, but not to a community. The argument of Aryase is from this, you cannot say that there is the offspring of a sin offering for the community, since the community does not bring a female. He only said, you cannot say. Hence, if someone designated it, it has become sanctified. Said Aryase B. Arbun, R. Jeremiah spoke correctly. For is it not the view of our Simeon? For our Simeon says a female as a burnt offering does not become sanctified, except in the sanctity of its value. And the substitute for a sin offering about which they dispute. One made a substitution for it on the 13th, Arzira says, its substitute is offered as a whole offering. R. Samuel B. R. Isaac says, its substitute is not offered as a whole offering. J. And a sin offering the owner of which had died should be allowed to die, in accordance with that which R. Hila said in the name of Samuel, the owner died on the 13th, it itself is offered as a whole offering. And why did he not say, on the 14th, everyone agrees that whatever was fit to be offered on the day of the Passover offering itself is not offered as a whole offering. And the year of which passed, in accordance with that which R. Hisda said, where its year passed between the first and second. R. Hila in the name of R. Yohanan, where the time for gaining atonement through this has passed. Or which was lost, or which was found, it is certainly as surplus. R. Yase in the name of R. Yohanan, you do not have a Passover offering which itself is offered as a whole offering except where it was lost and then found after the owners had gained atonement or blemished. R. Zira asked before R. Yase, does it not make sense the blemished animal which we teach here is lost? He said to him, I think so. He set aside his Passover offering and it was lost, and so he set aside another in its stead, but did not have a chance to offer the second before the first was found, and both are available. There are teachers who teach, it is required to offer the first. There are teachers who teach, it is required to offer the second. And Samuel taught as follows: he should choose the nicest of them, and the second should pasture until it becomes unfit for sacrifice. Then it should be sold and he should bring a whole offering with its value on the 16th. R. Eliezer said, it itself should be sacrificed as a whole offering on the 16th. The of Rabbi goes according to R. Eliezer, and Samuel taught it in his formulation, for it is taught, says there is no the sin offering except when it is found after the owner has gained atonement. There is no the money goes into the Dead Sea, except when it is found after the owner has gained atonement. 9:7 He who designates a female animal for his Passover offering, or a male 2 years old is set out to pasture until it suffers a blemish, then it is sold, and the coins received for it fall for a freewill offering. He who designates an animal for his Passover offering and who died his son should bring it in his stead not as a Passover offering, but as peace offerings. The teaching to after atonement has been gained. The teaching is not in accord with Rabbi nor with our Simeon, for it is taught, before the offering of the Passover, it should pasture until it becomes unfit for a sacrifice, be sold, and he should bring Passover offering with its value. After the offering of the Passover, 9 it should be offered as a whole offering. R. Simeon says, before the offering of the Passover, it should be sold, even if it has no blemish. After the offering of the Passover, it should be offered as a whole offering. Did we not think to say the same? Whatever was fit to be offered on the day of the Passover offering itself is not offered as a whole offering. Explain it where he set aside money. 9:8 An animal set aside for a Passover offering which was confused with animals set apart for other animal sacrifices, all of them are to be set out to pasture until they suffer a blemish, then are to be sold, and with the proceeds of the best of them one is to bring an animal of one sort, and with the proceeds of the best of them he is to bring an animal of another sort, and he must make up the difference from his own pocket. It was confused with firstlings. R. Simeon says, if it is for an association of priests, let them eat it. In reference to MMS 3:2, it is forbidden to buy heave offering with the money of tithe, because one reduces eating it. But R. Simeon permits. Since heave offering has more strictures regarding its eating, being limited to priests and their families, exchanging the money of second tithe for heave offering may lead indirectly to the tithes not being eaten as prescribed. R. Simeon believes that there is no prohibition on indirectly causing offerings to become disqualified and, hence, has no objection to this exchange. It was taught, it is forbidden to purchase the sabbatical year with money of the tithe. R. Yase says, it is a dispute. Said R. Jonah, it is unanimous, those who eat of the heave offering are meticulous. R. Hananiah objected before R. Mana, have we not learned, which was mixed up with firstborn animals? R. Simeon says, if there is an association of priests, they should eat. And it was taught regarding it, they should be eaten according to the stricter among them. He said to him, those who eat the Passover offering in its appropriate time are meticulous as those who eat heave offering. You should know that this is the case, for we learn, they do not roast meat, onion, or an egg except if they will be roasted. And we learn, they lower the Passover offering into the oven right before nightfall. 9:9 An association, the Passover offering of which was lost, and which said to someone, go and find and slaughter another one for us, and that one went and found and slaughtered, but they, too, went and bought and slaughtered. If his was slaughtered first, he eats his, and they eat with him of his. But if theirs was slaughtered first, they eat of theirs, and he eats of his. And if it is not known which of them was slaughtered first, or if both of them were slaughtered simultaneously, then he eats of his, and they do not eat with him, and theirs goes forth to the place of burning, but they are exempt from having to observe the second Passover. He said to them, if I come back late, go and slaughter a Passover offering in my behalf. He went and found and slaughtered it, and they purchased and slaughtered an animal as well. If theirs was slaughtered first, they eat of theirs, and he eats with them. And if his was slaughtered first, he eats of his, and they eat of theirs. And if it is not known which of them was slaughtered first, or if they were slaughtered simultaneously, they eat of theirs, and he does not eat with them. And his goes forth to the place of burning. And he is exempt from having to observe the second Passover. He gave instructions to them, and they gave instructions to him, all of them eat from the first. But if it is not known which of them was slaughtered first, both of them go forth to the place of burning. He did not give instructions to them, and they did not give instructions to him, they are not responsible for one another. 2 associations, the Passover offerings of which were confused, these take possession of one of them for themselves, and those take possession of one of them for themselves. One of these goes to the others, and one of the others comes to these. And thus do they say, if this Passover offering is ours, withdraw from yours and register with ours. And if this Passover offering is yours, we withdraw from ours and register with yours. And so, 5 associations, each with 5 or 10 members. Each one of the associations takes possession of, and so do they declare. Said our Yohanan, this is according to our Nathan, for our Nathan said, they fulfill their obligation by the tossing T7:5. He said to them, if I am late, slaughter on my behalf, and so forth. Taught Bar Kapara, silence is becoming for the wise, how much more so for the stupid. For thus Solomon said, even a fool, if he keeps silent, is deemed wise. And it is not necessary to say a wise person who keeps silent. 9:10 Two people whose Passover offerings were confused, this one takes possession of one of the animals, and that one takes possession of one of the animals. This one registers with himself a third party, and that one registers with himself a third party. This one approaches that, and that one approaches this, and thus do they declare, if this Passover offering is mine, then you withdraw from yours and register with mine. And if this Passover offering is yours, then I withdraw from mine and register with yours. Said our Yohanan, this is according to our Judah, for we have learned, we do not slaughter a Passover offering for an individual, the words of our Judah. But our Yase permits said to him, if so, let us not interrupt lest the law be fixed in Israel according to our Judah. They did not move from there until they fixed the law according to our Yase. Our Judah in the name of Samuel, these are the opinions of our Judah, and our Yase the opinion of sages is, spreads a napkin and sanctifies. What is the law? Is it permissible to eat dried fruit? Our Judah bathed and became thirsty. He asked Armana, since I am thirsty, may I drink? He said to him, Urhaya teaches, a person is prohibited from tasting anything until it gets dark. Said our Levi, one who eats unleavened bread on Passover Eve is like one who has intercourse with his betrothed in his in-law's house, and one who has intercourse with his betrothed in his in-law's house is liable to lashes. It is taught, our Judah b. Bidara says, one is prohibited both leavened and unleavened bread. Our Simon in the name of our Joshua b. Levi, Rabbi was accustomed to eat neither leavened nor unleavened bread, neither unleavened bread because of this of our Levi, nor leavened bread because of this of our Judah b. B'Torah. And was Rabbi a student of our Judah b. B'Torah? Was he not a student of our Jacob b. Korshai? Rather because he was a firstborn. Said our Mana, our Jonah, my father, was a firstborn and he ate. Said our Tanhum, not because of this, but because of the following, Rabbi was sickly. When he ate during the day, he would not eat in the evening. And why here would he not eat during the day? In order to enter the unleavened bread with an appetite. Said our Levi, because it is the custom of slaves to eat standing, here to eat reclining, to proclaim that they have gone out from slavery to freedom. Our Simon, in the name of our Joshua b. Levi, that olives amount with which a person fulfills his obligation on Passover, one must eat it reclining. Our Yase asked before our Simon, does this apply even to a slave before his master, even to a woman before her husband? He said to him, son of noble ancestors, up to this point is what I have heard. Said our Hyabi, Atta, because it is not pleasant for a person to eat from the communal fund, here even if from the charity plate. It is taught, on a festival, a man is required to make his wife and children happy. With what does he make them happy? With wine. Our Judah says, women with what is appropriate for them, and children, with what is appropriate for them. Women, with what is appropriate for them, for example, fine linen garments and belts. And children, with what is appropriate for them, for example, walnuts and almonds. They say, our Tarfon used to do this. Whence for 4 cups? Our Yohanan, in the name of our Benaiah, correspond to the 4 redemptions, say, therefore, to the Israelite people, I am the Lord. I will take you out. And I will take you to be my people. I will take out, I will deliver, I will redeem, I will take. Our Joshua b. Levi said, correspond to the 4 cups of Pharaoh. Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, and I pressed them into Pharaoh's cup, and placed the cup in Pharaoh's hand, and you will place Pharaoh's cup in his hand. Our Levi said, correspond to the 4 kingdoms. And rabbis say, correspond to the 4 cups of retribution that the Holy One, praised be he, will give the nations of the world to drink. For thus said the Lord, the God of Israel, to me, take from my hand this cup of wine of wrath. Babylon was a golden cup in the Lord's hand. 7, for in the Lord's hand there is a cup, he will rain down upon the wicked blazing coals and sulfur, a scorching wind shall be the portion of their cup. What is the portion of their cup? Our Abin said, a bowl of pot ryan, like the bowl of pot ryan after bathing. And corresponding to them, the Holy One, praised be he, will give Israel 4 cups of consolation to drink. The Lord is my allotted share and cup, you anoint my head with oil, my drink is abundant, and this I raise the cup of deliverances to. There we learned, one who takes wine out sufficient to mix a cup. Our Zirah asked our Josiah, what are the sizes of the cups? He said to him, let us learn something not explicit with something explicit, for our Haya teaches, the 4 cups that they spoke of hold a quarter log of wine according to the Italian measure. There we learned, clear away even 4 or 5 baskets of straw or grain. Our Zirah asked our Josiah, what is the size of a basket? He said to him, let us learn something not explicit with something explicit, for we learned there, with 3 baskets, each holding 3 seahs. They take out the contributions from the chamber. Our Yasebi our Bun, in the name of our Yohanan, it represents the view of our Judah, for it is taught, water sufficient to swallow. Our Judah says, sufficient to mix a cup, wine sufficient to swallow. Our Judah says, sufficient to mix a cup mixed, how much? Let us learn the answer from the following, water sufficient to swallow. Our Judah says, sufficient to mix a cup, wine sufficient to swallow. Our Judah says, sufficient to mix a cup. What is the size of the cups? Our Mana said, a tetraton, that is, a fourth. Is it permitted to drink thee in a single span? From what our Yohanan said, Halal, if one heard them in the synagogue, one fulfilled one's obligation. This indicates that if one drank them in a single span, one has fulfilled one's obligation. Is it permitted to drink them bit by bit? Did they at all say that should drink except to gain nourishment? If one drinks bit by bit, one does not gain nourishment. Does a person fulfill his obligation with wine of the 7th year? Our Hashaya teaches, they fulfill their obligation with wine of the 7th year. Does a person fulfill his obligation with konditan? From what Bar Kappara teaches, konditan is like wine. This indicates that they fulfill their obligation with konditan. Does a person fulfill his obligation with diluted? From that which our Haya teaches, 4 cups of which they have spoken, one fulfills one's obligation in their regard whether they are raw or diluted as long as they have the taste and appearance of wine. Said our Jeremiah, it is a commandment to fulfill one's obligation with red wine, as it is said, do not look at wine when it is red. It is taught, cook sufficient for seasoning. Does a person fulfill his obligation with boiled wine? Our Jonah said, they fulfill their obligation with boiled wine. Armana acted in accord with his own opinion, for Armana drank the 4 cups of Passover night and bandaged his head until the Feast of Weeks. Our Judah Brile drank the 4 cups of Passover night and bandaged his head until Sukkot. A certain matron saw him with his face lit up. She said to him, old man, you are one of 3 things, either you are a wine drinker, or you are a lender on interest, or you are a pig breeder. He said to her, may the breath of that woman be blown out. I am none of these 3 things. Rather my teaching is within me, for it is written, a person's wisdom lights up his face. Our Abbau came to Tiberias. Our Yohanan's students saw him with his face lit up. They said before our Yohanan, our Abbau has found a treasure. Said to them, why? They said to him, his face is lit up. He said to them, perhaps he has heard a new lesson. When came before him, said to him, what new lesson have you heard? Said to him, an old supplementary teaching. Applied to him, a person's wisdom lights up his face. Said our Hananah, the log measure referred to in the Torah is the Sephorian Old Taman Tafar brine. Said our Jonah, I am familiar with it, for the house of our Yaneh measure honey with it. It is taught, 1/2 of oneinth of the old Tiberian. Said our Yohanan, this had been our. And why did he not call old? Because it had been in his day. And there are those who say that it had become small, and it increased and decreased, but it did not decrease to the size it had been. What is the size of a cup? Our Yaseh in the name of our Judah Bar Pazi, our Yaseh Br Bun in the name of Samuel, 2 fingers by 2 fingers by 1 5/6 fingers. It is taught, dry the size of an olive, the words of our Nathan. The rabbis of Caesarea, Yaseh Br Bun in the name of our Yohanan, our Nathan follows our Simeon, just as our Simeon said a quarter log, so our Nathan said when it solidifies it makes up an olive's amount. 10:2 When they have mixed the first cup of wine, the house of Shammai say, he says a blessing over the day, and afterward he says a blessing over the wine. And the house of Hillel say, he says a blessing over the wine, and afterward he says a blessing over the day. What is the reason of the house of Shammai? Because the sanctification of the days causes the wine to be brought and is already liable for the sanctification of the day before the wine comes. What is the reason for the house of Hillel? Because the wine causes the sanctification of the day to be said. Another matter, wine is perpetual and sanctification is not perpetual. Said our Yaseh, from the opinions of them both wine and Havdalah, the wine precedes, is it not the reason of the house of Shammai that the sanctification of the day causes the wine, and here since Havdalah does not cause the wine to be brought, the wine precedes? Is it not the reason of the house of Hillel that wine is perpetual and sanctification is not perpetual, and here since the wine is perpetual and the Havdalah is not perpetual, the wine precedes? Said Armana, from the opinions of both of them wine and Havdalah, the Havdalah precedes. Is it not the reason of the house of Shammai that has become liable for the sanctification of the day before the wine comes, and here, since is liable for Havdalah before the wine comes, the Havdalah precedes? Is it not the reason of the house of Hillel that the wine causes the sanctification of the day to be said, and here, since the wine does not cause the Havdalah to be said, the Havdalah precedes? Said Arzira, from the opinions of both of them that they say the Havdalah without wine, but they say the sanctification only with wine. This is the opinion of Arzira, for Arzira said, they say the prayer, Havdalah, over beer, but they go from place to hear sanctification. Said Aryasab Arbun, they are accustomed there wherever they do not have wine, the prayer leader goes before the ark and says one benediction that comprises 7, and concludes it, who sanctifies Israel and the Sabbath day. 10:3 They bring him, he dips the lettuce before he comes to the breaking of the bread. They brought him unleavened bread, lettuce, and a mixture of apples, nuts, and wine, resembling mortar, and 2 dishes. Even though a mixture of apples, nuts, and wine, resembling mortar is not a religious obligation. R. Eliezer Br. Sadok says, it is a religious obligation. And in the time of the temple they would bring before him the carcass of the Passover offering. The associates in the name of R. Yohanan, is required to dip the lettuce twice. Arzira in the name of R. Yohanan, is not required to dip the bitter herbs twice. R. Simeon B. Lakish said, if did not dip the first time, he is required to dip the second time. The teaching is in dispute with R. Simeon B. Lakish. For all nights we dip once and this night twice. R. Simeon B. Lakish holds in accord with the following of Bar Kapara. For all nights we dip with the bread and here we dip it by itself. The teaching is in dispute with R. Yohanan, they fulfill in regard to unleavened bread whether one has intention or whether one does not have intention. And here since he reclines, there is the presumption that he has had intention. R. Jeremiah objected before Arzira, the teaching is in dispute with R. Simeon B. Lakish, they served him unleavened bread and lettuce and haroset even though the haroset is not a commandment. Lettuce is a commandment even though it was brought earlier in the ceremony and thus contradicts Simeon B. Lakish's opinion, in C, which holds that if one dipped the first time, one does not have to dip later. Said to him, for that reason, Rab dips with spinach beet. Merchants of Jerusalem used to say, come and take the spices of the commandment. The members of the household of Isi in the name of Isi, and why is it? Because it. R. Joshua B. Levi said, it is required to be thick. This implies there are those who teach, it is required to be murky. This implies. It is taught, and in the outer areas 2 cooked foods, one as a remembrance of the Passover offering and one as a remembrance of the festive offering. 10:4 They mixed for him a 2nd cup of wine. And here the son asks his father. But if the son has not got the intelligence to do so, the father teaches him how different is this night from all other nights. For on all other nights we eat leavened or unleavened bread. But this night all of the bread is unleavened. For on all other nights we eat diverse vegetables, but on this night, only bitter herbs. For on all other nights we eat meat which is roasted, stewed, or boiled. But this night all of the meat is roasted. For on all other nights we dip our food 1 time, but on this night, 2 times. In accord with the intelligence of the son the father instructs him. He begins with disgrace and concludes with glory, and explains, a wandering Aramean was my father, until he completes the entire section. Arhaya teaches, the Torah spoke corresponding to 4 children, a wise child, an evil child, a foolish child, and a child who does not know to ask. A wise child, what does he say? What mean the exhortations, laws, and norms which the Lord your God has enjoined upon us? 7 You, in turn, say to him, it was with a mighty hand the Lord brought us out of Egypt, from the house of bondage. An evil child, what does he say? What is this right of yours? What is this bother that you impose on us every year? Because he excluded himself from the group, you, in turn, say to him, it is because of what the Lord did for me. For me did, for that person did not do. If that person had been in Egypt, he would never had been worthy to be redeemed from there. The simple, what does he say? What does this mean? You, in turn, teach him the laws of Passover, that they do not end afikoman. What is afikoman? That one should not get up from one association and join another association. The child who does not know how to ask, you open for him first. Said Aryase, the teaching says thus, if the child lacks intelligence, his father instructs him. Rab said, as at the beginning, in olden times, your ancestors lived. But I took your father Abraham from beyond the Euphrates, and multiplied. 75 said Aha, WRB is written, how many tests did I test him before I gave him Isaac? Another matter, I became in regard to him an ambush if he sinned to give him, and if he justified to give him. 10:5 Rabban Gamaliel did state, whoever has not referred to these three matters connected to the Passover has not fulfilled his obligation, and these are they, Passover, unleavened bread, and bitter herbs. Passover because the Omnipresent passed over the houses of our forefathers in Egypt. Unleavened bread because our forefathers were redeemed in Egypt. Bitter herbs because the Egyptians embittered the lives of our forefathers in Egypt. In every generation a person is duty-bound to regard himself as if he personally has gone forth from Egypt, since it is said, and you shall tell your son in that day saying, it is because of that which the Lord did for me when I came forth out of Egypt. Therefore we are duty-bound to thank, praise, glorify, honor, exalt, extol, and bless him who did for our forefathers and for us all these miracles. He brought us forth from slavery to freedom, anguish to joy, mourning to festival, darkness to great light, subjugation to redemption, so we should say before him, Hallelujah. To what point does one say? The house of Shammai say, to a joyful mother of children. And the house of Hillel say, to a flint stone into a springing well. And he concludes with redemption. Tarfon says, who redeemed us and redeemed our forefathers from Egypt. And he did not say a concluding benediction. Akiba says, so, Lord, our God, and God of our fathers, bring us in peace to other appointed times and festivals, rejoicing in the rebuilding of your city and joyful in your temple worship, where may we eat of the animal sacrifices and Passover offerings, up to, blessed are you, Lord, who has redeemed Israel. Said the house of Shammai to them, and have the Israelites gone forth from Egypt that he mentions the exodus from Egypt. Said the house of Hillel to them, if he waits until the cock crows they still did not reach halfway to redemption, how do they mention redemption while have not yet been redeemed? And lo, they only went forth at midday, as it is said, and it was in the middle of that day the Lord took the Israelites out. Rather, one starts with a religious duty, one tells him finish, responded Arabuna bar Sihara, has not already mentioned over a cup. It was taught, they say the time only on the 3 pilgrimage festivals. Said Armana, the teaching said likewise, on the Feast of Unleavened Bread, on the Feast of Weeks, and on the Feast of Tabernacles. It is taught, whenever the Torah writes, a holy assembly, is required to mention the time. Said Tenhuma, this is fitting. Whoever sees a date blossoming, perhaps is not required to mention time. Lo, the New Year and the Day of Atonement. In Judah they practice in accord with Ar Akiba, and in Galilee they practice in accord with Ar Yohanan ben Nuri. If one went and acted in Judea in accord with Galilee or in Galilee in accord with Judea, one has fulfilled. Lo, Purim some read on the 14th and some read on the 15th. You shall not break up into sections. It is different, for it is written, by every family, every province, and every city. It is written, in exacting retribution for Israel, when people offer willingly praise the Lord. Let the heads of the people offer willingly when the Holy One praised be he does miracles for them they should sing a song. They responded, lo, Mordecai and Esther. It is different, for they were outside the land. They responded, lo, what of the Egyptian redemption? It is different, for it was the beginning of their redemption. And there are those who want to say that Mordecai and Esther were redeemed from their enemies, but they were not redeemed from the domination. 10:6 They mixed the third cup for him. He says a blessing for his food. And at the fourth cup, he completes the Hallel Psalms, and after it he says the grace of song. Between these several cups of wine, if he wants to drink more wine, he may do so. But between the third and the fourth cup of wine, he may not drink more wine. And after the Passover meal they do not conclude with dainties. After the Passover offering, they do not end afikoman. Why? So that he should not become drunk. Is he not already drunk? What is the difference between wine in the midst of the meal and wine after the meal? Wine after the meal causes drunkenness, that which is in the midst of the meal does not cause drunkenness. What is afikoman? Ar Simon in the name of Ar Inanani bar Ar say, kinds of music. Ar Yohanan said, kinds of sweet things. Samuel said, for example, the mushrooms and pigeons of Hananiah bar Shalat. 10:7 If some of those present fell asleep, they may eat again. But if all fell asleep, they may not eat again. Ar Yaseh says, if they merely drowsed, they may eat again, but if they fell into a deep sleep, they may not eat again. The Passover offering after midnight imparts uncleanness to hands. That which has been made refuse or remnant impart uncleanness to the hands. If one has said the blessing for the Passover offering, he renders unnecessary a blessing over any other animal sacrifice that he may eat. If he said a blessing over any other animal sacrifice that he ate, he has not made unnecessary a blessing over the Passover offering. The words of Ar Ishmael. Ar Akaba says, this one doesn't render that unnecessary, and that one doesn't render this unnecessary. Why? Is it because of being distracted from the thought, or is it because midnight passed? Conclude, if there is another association, lo, midnight did not pass. Thus, the reason that may not must be because of being distracted from the thought. Ar Simon in the name of Ar Joshua b. Levi, sacrificial meat in the status of refuse and remnant of sacrificial meat joined to impart uncleanness to hands, bringing about a punishment when they comprise an olive's amount. What is the law? Would an argument of fortiori, if capable of invalidating the heave offering, they themselves all the more so. That part projects out, what do you do with it? Does it impart uncleanness to hands or does it not impart uncleanness to hands? If you say, that part that projects out imparts uncleanness to hands, sacrificial meat in the status of refuse and remnant of sacrificial meat surely render heave offering invalid. That part that projects out was not subject to any type of preventive measure. For otherwise, the outer portion would impart uncleanness to the inner portion. Said Ar Abin, who claims that an object may become unclean due to contact with itself? Is it not Ar Meir? And did not Ar Joshua say, all things which are clean when they are in the majority, once its larger part is cut off is considered not under separated but under touching it and it would become invalid? Said Ar Hananiah, it is a case in which one cuts off small portions and throws them away. You may say that midnight passed is not because of being distracted. Thus the reason that may not must be because of being distracted. Said Ar Zira, is it that said the blessing over the Passover offering, one did not exempt that over the festive offering, but that of the festive offering one exempts that of the Passover offering, because the Passover offering is included under the category of a festive offering. Said Ar Mana, the Passover sacrifice is essential and the festival sacrifice is contingent. Chapter 11. The structure of Yerushalmi Pesahim. Whether or not the Talmud of the land of Israel is carefully organized in large-scale, recurrent structures, and guided by a program that we may call systematic forms the principal question addressed by an academic commentary. The preceding chapters therefore have pointed toward the presentation set forth here. By structure I mean, a clearly articulated pattern that governs the location of fully spelled out statements. By system, I mean, a well-crafted and coherent set of ideas that explain the social order of the community addressed by the writers of a document, a social philosophy, a theory of the way of life, worldview, and character of the social entity formed by a given social group. I see a collective, anonymous, and political document, such as the one before us, as a statement to, and about, the way in which people should organize their lives and govern their actions. At issue then in any document such as the remarkable one before us is simple: does this piece of writing present information or a program, facts to whom it may concern, or a philosophically and aesthetically cogent statement about how things should be? The connection between structure and system is plain to see. From the way in which people consistently frame their thoughts, we move to the world that, in saying things in one way rather than in some other, they wish to imagine. Modes of formulating thought adumbrate modes of imagining the world in which people wish to live, to which they address these thoughts. If the document exhibits structure and sets forth a system, then it is accessible to questions of rationality. We may ask about the statement that its framers or compilers wished to make by putting the document together as they did. But if we discern no structure and perceive no systematic inquiry or governing points of analysis, then all we find here is inert and miscellaneous information, facts but no propositions, arguments, viewpoints. Now, as a matter of fact, the Talmud of the land of Israel commonly finds itself represented as lacking organization and exhibiting a certain episodic and notional character. That view moreover characterizes the reading and representation of the document by learned and experienced scholars, who have devoted their entire lives to Talmud study and exegesis. It must follow that upon the advocate of the contrary view, the one implicit in the representation of the document for academic analysis, rests the burden of proof. I set forth the allegation that the Talmud of the land of Israel exhibits a structure and follows a system and therefore exhibits a commonly intelligible rationality. The claim to write an academic commentary explicitly states that proposition. For the tractate before us, I have therefore to adduce evidence and argument. I maintain that through the normal procedures of reasoned analysis we may discern in the tractate a well-crafted structure. I hold that the structure made manifest, we may further identify the purpose and perspective, the governing system of thought and argument, of those who collected and arranged the tractate's composites and put them together in the way in which we now have them. By structure I mean, how is a document organized? And by system, what do the compilers of the document propose to accomplish in producing this complete, organized piece of writing? The answers to both questions derive from a simple outline of the tractate as a whole, underscoring the types of compositions and composites of which it is comprised. Such an outline tells us what is principal and what subordinate, and how each unit composition formed into composites formed into a complete statement holds together and also fits with other units, fore and aft. The purpose of the outline then is to identify the character of each component of the whole, and to specify its purpose or statement. The former information permits us to describe the document's structure, the latter, its system. While the idea of simply outlining a Talmud tractate beginning to end may seem obvious, I have never made such an outline before, nor has anyone else. Yet, as we shall now see, the character of the outline dictates all further analytical initiatives. Specifically, when we follow the layout of the whole, we readily see the principles of organization that govern. These same guidelines on organizing discourse point also to the character of what is organized, complete units of thought, with a beginning, middle, and end, often made up of smaller, equally complete units of thought. The former we know as composites, the latter as compositions. Identifying and classifying the components of the tractate, the composites, the compositions of which they are made up, we see clearly how the document coheres, the plan and program worked out from beginning to end. When we define that plan and program, we identify the facts of a pattern that permit us to say in a specific and concrete way precisely what the compilers of the tractate intended to accomplish. The structure realizes the system, the program of analysis and thought that takes the form of the presentation we have before us. From what people do, meaning, the way in which they formulate their ideas and organize them into cogent statements, we discern what they propose to do, meaning, the intellectual goals that they set for themselves. These goals the received document they wished to examine, the questions that they brought to that document realized in the layout and construction of their writing, dictate the points of uniformity and persistence that throughout come to the surface. How people lay out their ideas guides us into what they wish to find out and set forth in their writing, and that constitutes the system that defines the work they set out to accomplish. We move from how people speak to the system that the mode of discourse means to express, in the theory that modes of speech or writing convey modes of thought and inquiry. We move from the act of thought and its written result backward to the theory of thinking, which is, by definition, an act of social consequence. We therefore turn to the matter of intention that provokes reflection and produces a system of inquiry. That statement does not mean to imply I begin with the premise of order, which sustains the thesis of a prior system that defines the order. To the contrary, the possibility of forming a coherent outline out of the data we have examined defines the first test of whether or not the document exhibits a structure and realizes a system. So everything depends upon the possibility of outlining the writing, from which all else flows. If we can see the order and demonstrate that the allegation of order rests on ample evidence, then we may proceed to describe the structure that gives expression to the order, and the system that the structure sustains. The present work undertakes the exegesis of exegesis, for the Yerushalmi, like its counterpart in the one of Babylonia, is laid out as a commentary to the Mishnah. That obvious fact defined the character of my academic commentary, since we have already faced the reality that our tractate is something other than a commentary, though it surely encompasses one. The problems that captured my attention derived from the deeper question of how people make connections and draw conclusions. To ask about how people make connections means that we identify a problem, otherwise we should not have to ask, and what precipitated the problem here has been how a composition or a composite fits into its context, when the context is defined by the tasks of Mishnah commentary, and the composition or composite clearly does not comment on the Mishnah passage that is subjected to comment. The experience of analyzing the document with the question of cogency and coherence in mind therefore yields a simple recognition. Viewed whole, the tractate contains no gibberish but only completed units of thought, sentences formed into intelligible thought and self-contained in that we require no further information to understand those sentences, beginning to end. The tractate organizes these statements as commentary to the Mishnah. But large tracts of the writing do not comment on the Mishnah in the way in which other, still larger tracts do. Then how the former fit together with the latter frames the single most urgent question of structure and system that I can identify. Since we have already examined enormous composites that find their cogency in an other than exegetical program, alongside composites that hold together by appeal to a common, prior, coherent statement, the Mishnah sentences at hand what justifies my insistence that an outline of the document, resting on the premise that we deal with a Mishnah commentary, govern all further description? To begin with, the very possibility of outlining this tractate derives from the simple fact that the framers have given to their document the form of a commentary to the Mishnah. It is in the structure of the Mishnah tractate that they locate everything together that they wish to compile. We know that is the fact because the Mishnah tractate defines the order of topics and the sequence of problems. Relationships to the Mishnah are readily discerned. A paragraph stands at the head of a unit of thought. Even without the full citation of the paragraph, we should find our way back to the Mishnah because at the head of numerous compositions, laid out in sequence one to the next, clauses of the Mishnah paragraph are cited in so many words or alluded to in an unmistakable way. So without printing the entire Mishnah paragraph at the head, we should know that the received code formed the fundamental structure because so many compositions cite and gloss sentences of the Mishnah paragraph and are set forth in sequence dictated by the order of sentences of said Mishnah paragraph. Internal evidence alone suffices, then, to demonstrate that the structure of the tractate rests upon the Mishnah tractate cited and discussed here. Not only so, but the sentences of the Mishnah paragraphs of our tractate are discussed in no other place in the entire Talmud of the land of Israel in the sequence and systematic exegetical framework in which they are set forth here. Elsewhere we may find bits or pieces, but only here, the entirety of the tractate. That statement requires one qualification, and that further leads us to the analytical task of our outline. While the entire Mishnah tractate of treated here is cited in the Talmud of the land of Israel, the framers of the Talmud of the land of Israel by no means find themselves required to say something about every word, every sentence, every paragraph. On the contrary, they discuss only what they choose to discuss, and glide without comment by large stretches of the tractate. A process of selectivity, which requires description and analysis, has told the compilers of the Talmud of the land of Israel's composites and the authors of its compositions we may describe with great accuracy the kinds of materials they wished to include and the shape and structure they set forth out of those materials. We know what they did, and that permits us to investigate why they did what they did. What we cannot know is what they did not do, or why they chose not to do what they did not do. People familiar with the character of speculation and criticism in Talmudic studies will understand why I have to spell out these rather commonplace observations. I lay out an argument based on evidence, not on the silences of evidence, or on the absence of evidence that alone, what demands attention, and what does not. Our outline has therefore to signal not only what passage of the Mishnah tractate is discussed, but also what is not discussed, and we require a general theory to explain the principles of selection. For that purpose, in the outline, I reproduce the entirety of a Mishnah paragraph that stands at the head of a Talmudic composite, and I underscore those sentences that are addressed, so highlighting also those that are not. It follows that the same evidence that justifies identifying the Mishnah tractate as the structure of Yerushalmi tractate before us also presents puzzles for considerable reflection. The exegesis of Mishnah exegesis is only one of these. Another concerns the purpose of introducing into the document enormous compositions and composites that clearly hold together around a shared topic or proposition, example my appendix on one theme or another, my elaborate footnote providing information that is not required but merely useful, and the like. My earlier characterization of composites as appendices and footnotes signaled the fact that the framers of the document chose a not entirely satisfactory way of setting out the materials they wished to include here, for large components of the tractate do not contribute to Mishnah exegesis in any way at all. If these intrusions of other than exegetical compositions were proportionately modest, or of topical composites negligible in size, we might dismiss them as appendages, not structural components that bear much of the weight of the edifice as a whole. Indeed, the language that I chose for identifying and defining these composites, footnotes, appendices, and the like bore the implication that what is not Mishnah commentary also is extrinsic to the Talmud of the land of Israel's structure and system. But that language served only for the occasion. In fact, the outline before us will show that the compositions are large and ambitious, the composites formidable and defining. Any description of the tractate's structure that dismisses as mere accretions or intrusions so large a proportion of the whole misleads. Any notion that footnotes and appendices impede exposition and disrupt thought, contribute extraneous information or form tacked on appendages, any such notion begs the question, then why fill up so much space with such purposeless information? The right way is to ask whether the document's topical composites play a role in the representation of the Mishnah tractate by the compilers of the Talmud of the land of Israel. We have therefore to test two hypotheses: 1. The topical composites do belong and serve the compiler's purpose, or 2. The topical composites do not participate in the representation of the Mishnah tractate by Yerushalmi and do not belong because they add nothing and change nothing. The two hypotheses may be tested against the evidence framed in response to a single question: is this topical composite necessary? The answer to that question lies in our asking, what happens to the reading of the Mishnah tractate in light of the topical composites that would not happen were we to read the same tractate without them? The outline that follows systematically raises that question, with results specified in due course. It suffices here to state the simple result of our reading of the tractate, start to finish. The question of structure, therefore also that of system, rests upon the position we identify for that massive component of the tractate that comprises not Mishnah commentary but freestanding compositions and composites of compositions formed for a purpose other than Mishnah commentary. The principal rubrics are given in small caps. The outline takes as its principal rubrics two large-scale organizing principles. The first is the divisions of the Mishnah tractate, to which the Talmud of the Land of Israel tractate serves as a commentary. That simple fact validates the claim that the tractate exhibits a fully articulated structure. But the outline must also underscore that the Mishnah tractate provides both more and less than the paramount outline of the Talmud of the Land of Israel tractate. It is more because sentences in the Mishnah tractate are not analyzed at all. These untreated Mishnah sentences are given in boldface lowercase caps, like the rest of the Mishnah, but then are specified by underlining and enclosure in square brackets. Second, it is less because the structure of the tractate accommodates large composites that address topics not defined by the Mishnah tractate. That brings us to the second of the two large-scale modes of holding together both sustained analytical exercises and also large sets of compositions formed into cogent composites. These are treated also as major units and are indicated by Roman numerals. Alongside the Mishnah paragraphs themselves, they are also signified in small caps. But the principal rubrics that do not focus on Mishnah commentary but on freestanding topics or propositions or problems are not given in boldface type. Consequently, for the purposes of a coherent outline, we have to identify as autonomous entries in our outline those important composites that treat themes or topics not contributed by the Mishnah tractate. Yerushalmi Pesachim 1:1 On the night preceding the 14th they search for leaven by the light of a lamp. Any place into which they do not bring leaven does not require searching. 1:1 It is written, "And you shall observe the commandment of the unleavened bread, because on this very day I brought your hosts out of the land of Egypt. In the first on 14th of the month in the evening you shall eat unleavened bread." How shall we interpret these statements? If to eating unleavened bread, it is already written, 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread. And if to state that starts on the 14th, and is it not written, until the 21st day of the month? Rather, if is not relevant to the eating of unleavened bread, apply it to the destruction of leaven. 2:2 Why by the light of a lamp? Said R. Samuel bar R. Isaac, because the lamp search very meticulously. Why at night? Said R. Yase, because searching with a lamp is good only at night. 3:3 Said R. Yase, the teaching said that searching during the day is considered a searching, for we have learned, R. Judah says, we search on the night of the 14th and on the 14th during the morning and during the time of destruction. Not only R. Judah but even of the rabbis, for we have learned, and sages say, if one did not search on the night of the 14th, he should search during the 14th. And is one required to search by the light of a lamp? Let us derive the rule from the following: they search not by the light of the sun, and not by the light of the moon, and not by the light of the stars, but only by the light of a lamp. It makes sense not by the light of the moon, and not by the light of the stars, but what of not by the light of the sun? And is the sun at night? This indicates that even during the day is required to search by the light of the lamp. Not only in a house lacking sunlight, but even for a house having sunlight even during the day is required to search by the light of the lamp. 4:4 R. Jeremiah asked, do synagogues or study houses require searching? 5:5 R. Yase asked, do the courtyards in Jerusalem in which eat loaves of the thanksgiving offering and wafers of the Nazirites require a search? Without it are they not searched because of remnant of sacrificial meat? 6:6 The upper and lower holes of the house, and the balcony, and the cellar, and the upper chamber, and the roof of a house, the roof of a tower, a straw shed, and a cattle shed, and a wood shed, and a storage shed, the wine storage area, and the oil storage area, and the fruit storage area do not require searching. 7:7 A wine vault requires searching. An oil vault does not require searching. What is the difference between wine and oil? Wine is not determinable. Oil is determinable. 8:8 One who goes on a journey prior to 30 days, does not have to search, within 30, is required to search. This refers to a situation in which one intends to return. But if one does not intend to return, even prior to 30 days, one is required to search. And this refers to a case of uncertainty. But in the case of a certainty even at the new year, 9I9, all are reliable concerning the destruction of leaven, even women, even slaves. R. Jeremiah in the name of R. Zira, delete even women. Women by their own right are reliable because they are slow and search very meticulously. Samaritans, as long as they prepare their unleavened bread as Israel, are reliable concerning the destruction of leaven. If they do not prepare their unleavened bread as Israel, they are not reliable concerning the destruction of leaven. 10I10, they ask concerning the laws of Passover on Passover, the laws of Pentecost on Pentecost, the laws of the festival on the festival. In the assembly house they ask prior to 30 days. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, 2 weeks. And why did they say, 2 rows in the wine vault? A place into which they bring leaven. The house of Shammai say, 2 rows over the entire surface of the wine vault. And the house of Hillel say, the outermost rows which are the uppermost. 1:2:1, and in what situation did they say, 2 rows in the wine vault? Arhuna in the name of Rab, investigates the outermost row like a gamma. Bar Kappara teaches, investigates it like 2 gammas. If was put in the middle of the house, according to the view of Arhuna one strips it of 1 layer. According to the view of Bar Kappara strips it of 2 layers. If was constructed steps one investigates each gamma. R. Jacob bar Aha in the name of Hezekiah, Simeon bar Ba in the name of R. Yohanan, the outermost row, is the upper, which faces the door and the beam, that is further in from it. 2:2:2, this refers to those that have spaces. But regarding those that are pressed tightly together, passes a lamp by them and it is sufficient. This indicates that we're apprehensive concerning falling. 2 Yerushalmi Pesahim 1:2 They do not scruple that a weasel might have dragged from house to house and place to place. For if so, from courtyard to courtyard and from town to town, there is no end to the matter. 1I1, said R. Jonah, thus should teach, from city to city and from courtyard to courtyard, from place to place and from house to house. Said R. Yaseh, it is appropriate even according to the Mishnah, they do not scruple that a weasel might have dragged from house to house and place to place. For if so, from courtyard to courtyard and from town to town, there is no end to the matter. For if you are apprehensive from house to house, be apprehensive from place to place. If you are apprehensive from place to place, be apprehensive from courtyard to courtyard. If you are apprehensive from courtyard to courtyard, be apprehensive from city to city. Can all of Israel search out their leaven at once? 3 Yerushalmi Pesahim 1:3 R. Judah says, they seek out on the night of the 14th, on the 14th in the morning, and at the time of removal. And sages say, one did not seek out on the night of the 14th, he may seek it out on the 14th. If he did not seek it out on the 14th, let him seek it out at the appointed time. He did not seek it out at the appointed time, let him seek it out after the appointed time. 1I1, said R. Yohanan, R. Judah's reason correspond to the 3 times that there shall not be seen unto you is written in the Bible, and is it not written, you shall remove leaven from your houses? It is an instance of a positive commandment. And is it not written, no leaven shall be found in your houses for 7 days? Said R. Yaseh, because this needs that and that needs this, they are considered as one. There shall not be seen unto you, I would have said deposited with him, it is permitted. The teaching says, there shall not be found in your houses. If there shall not be found in your houses, I would have said assigns it a space, would be prohibited. The teaching says, there shall not be seen unto you. How so? Deposited with him, prohibited, assigned it a space, permitted. And what he wishes to hold over, let him leave in a discreet place, so that it shall not require examination afterward. 1:2:1, what does he do? He covers it with a utensil. He covered it with a utensil and did not find it, I may say a hand took it. He did not cover it with a utensil and did not find it. Does that house require searching, or do all the houses require searching? For Yerushalmi Pesahim 1:4 our Meir says, they eat throughout the 5th, and they burn it at the beginning of the 6th hour. And our Judah says, they eat through the 4th hour, keep it in suspense throughout the 5th hour, and burn it at the beginning of the 6th hour. 1:1, Meir says, from the 6th hour onwards by reason of their words. Judah says, from the 6th hour onwards by reason of the authority of the Torah. What is our Meir's reason? But on the first day this refers to the 15th. Perhaps once it has become dark? The teaching says, but how so? Give to it 1 hour before sunset. What is our Judah's reason? But on the first day this refers to the 14th. Perhaps the complete day? The teaching says, but how so? Divide the day, half for leaven and half for unleavened bread. 2:2, lo, our Meir says, from the 6th hour onwards by reason of their words. The 7th is prohibited because of offense. The 6th, why? Because of offense. And is there offense for offense? Rather the 6th hour gets confused with the 7th. Lo, our Judah says, from the 5th hour onwards by reason of the authority of the Torah, the 6th is prohibited because of offense. The 5th why? Because of offense. And is there offense for offense? Rather because the 5th gets confused with the 7th. 3:3, Rab said, according to our Meir, one who sanctifies with leaven from the 6th hour onwards has not accomplished anything, and further did our Judah say, 2 loaves of bread of a thank offering which were invalid were left lying on the roof of the portico. So long as they are lying there, everybody eats. One of them is removed, they suspend, and do not eat but also do not burn it. The second one of them is removed, everybody begins burning. Rabban Gamaliel says, in the status of unconsecrated food is eaten through the 4th hour, and heave offering through the 5th. Then they burn at the beginning of the 6th hour. 1:1, Simeon b. Lachish said in the name of Aryane, were fit. Why does it declare them unfit? So that do not slaughter the offering over them. 2:2, it is taught, 2 cows plow in Jerusalem. And is not Jerusalem a place where it was customary not to work on the 14th? It appears as if our plowing. Some Tannite authorities state, 2 lamps were burning, and some Tannite authorities state, 2 sheets. Said our Phineas, and they do not dispute. The one who said 2 lamps refers to weekdays. The one who said 2 sheets refers to the Sabbath. 3:3, why? Because of its holiness, or because those who may eat it are not found? For what does the difference between these? Of the loaves of the thank offering. If you say that those who may eat it are not found, those who may eat them are found. If you say because of its holiness, these are holy. 6 Yerushalmi Pesahim 1:6 our Hananiah, prefect of the priests, says, in the days of the priests they never refrained from burning meat which had been made unclean by an offspring of Uncle Anes with meat which had been made by a father of Uncle Anes, even though they add Uncle Anes to its Uncle Anes. 1:1, Bar Kappara says, the father of uncleanness by reason of the authority of the Torah. The offspring of uncleanness by reason of their words. Our Yohanan says, both the former and the latter by reason of the authority of the Torah. Bar Kappara's position causes no problems. According, however, to our Yohanan, the father of uncleanness makes a first, an offspring of uncleanness makes a second. A second that touches a first, lo, it remains in its place as a second generation. 7 Yerushalmi Pesahim 1:7 added our Akaba and said, in the days of the priests they never refrained from burning oil made invalid by one who had immersed in that same day, in a lamp which had been made unclean by one who had contracted corpse Uncle Anes, even though they add Uncle Anes to its Uncle Anes. 1:1, according to the position of our Yohanan, there they burn something unclean by reason of the Torah with something unclean by reason of the Torah, and comes to add something invalid by reason of the Torah with something unclean by reason of the Torah. According to the position of Bar Kappara, there they burn something unclean by reason of their words with something unclean by reason of the Torah, and here something invalid by reason of the Torah with something unclean by reason of the Torah comes only to subtract. 2i2, there are teachers who teach, corpse uncleanness, there are teachers who teach, in corpse uncleanness. The one who said, corpse uncleanness, this refers to a vessel requiring rinsing. The one who said, in corpse uncleanness, this refers to a metal vessel. Said our Meir, from their opinions we learn that they burn heave offering which is clean with that which is unclean on Passover. Said to him our Yose, that is not the right conclusion. For our Eliezer and our Joshua concur that they burn this by itself and that by itself. Concerning what did they differ? Concerning that whose status was subject to suspension, and concerning that which is certainly cultically unclean. For our Eliezer says, this is to be burned by itself, and that is to be burned by itself. And our Joshua says, both of them together. 1i1, heave offering which is clean with that which is unclean on Passover. What is on Passover? On the 14th. 2i2, said our Yohanan, from the words of our Akiba, from the words of our Hananiah the prefect of the priests. Our Simeon b. Lachish said, from the words of our Eliezer and from the words of our Joshua. Said our Zirah in the presence of our Yase. According to our Simeon b. Lachish is all right. According to our Yohanan, why do our Eliezer and our Joshua come here? He said to him, they are Tanite authorities. 3i3, our Yase in the name of our Yohanan, all concur that on the 16th they burn heave offering which is clean with that which is unclean. Our Yase objected, why does our Yase say, it is not an analogy? Came our Hiabar Ba from Tyre and said in the name of our Yohanan, both the former and the latter by reason of the authority of the Torah. And I said, fine. There's something biblically unclean with something biblically unclean. Even here does something invalid by reason of the Torah with something unclean by reason of the Torah? Hence our Yase thus said, it is not an analogy. 4i4, there we learn, a jug of heave offering regarding which a doubt of uncleanness occurred. Our Eliezer says, if it was lying in an exposed place, one should lay it in a hidden place, and if it was uncovered, one should cover it. Our Joshua says, if it was lying in a hidden place, one should lay it in an exposed place, and if it was covered, one should uncover it. Then it may be burned. Rabban Gamaliel says, he should not make any changes. Said our Yase Br Bun, from the rulings of the three of them suspended one is prohibited from burning it. Associates in the name of our Eliezer, the first jug accords with our Yase. The second one accords with our Meir. Associates say, the first jug accords with our Yase but our Meir does not concur with it. The second jug accords with our Meir but our Yase does not concur with it. 9 Yerushalmi Pesahim 2:1 So long as it is permitted to eat, one feeds to domestic cattle, to a wild beast, and to fowl. And he sells it to a Gentile, and it is permitted to derive benefit from it. 1i1, said our Imi, who teaches, so long as it is permitted to eat, one feeds to domestic cattle, to a wild beast, and to fowl, is forbidden to eat, is forbidden to feed. Our Meir. But according to our Judah, in the 5th, even though he is forbidden to eat, he is permitted to feed. Our Ba retorted, and did we not learn, leaven should be burned, but one who eats it is exempt. And said our Huna in the name of Rab, one is permitted to feed it to dogs. Once its time has passed, it is forbidden to derive benefit from it. 2:1, said our Bun Bar Haya before our Zirah, this indicates that it is permitted to feed it to ownerless animals. Retorted our Jeremiah, and did we not learn, one crumbles. 2:2, our Abahu in the name of our Eliezer, wherever it is said, you shall not eat, they shall not eat, you should recognize a prohibition on deriving benefit like a prohibition on eating, until a verse comes and specifies to you, as it specifies to you regarding a limb from a living animal and regarding an animal that died a natural death. And what did specify to us regarding a limb from a living animal? You shall not eat flesh torn by beasts in the field, you shall cast it to the dogs. And what did it specify to us regarding an animal that died a natural death? You shall not eat anything that has died a natural death, give it to the stranger in your community to eat, or you may sell it to a foreigner. Teaches Hezekiah, and who has prohibited it for a dog? And one should not kindle an oven or a double stove with it. 1. 3:1, if violated and lit. R. Judah says, the only valid form of removal of leaven is through burning. And sages say, one also may crumble it up and scatter it in the wind or toss it into the sea. 1:4:1, it is taught, R. Judah says, removal of leaven only by burning is a matter of logical deduction, just as the offensive sacrifice and the leftover sacrificial food, which are not subject to the prohibitions of not being seen and not being found, are only by burning, leaven, which is subject to the prohibitions of not being seen and not being found, by logic should it not be only by burning. They said to R. Judah, every logical deduction which you draw the intent of which is to make stringent but the end of which results in a leniency is not a logical deduction. Lo, if one does not find fire, should one sit and not destroy? Has the Torah not said, you shall remove leaven from your houses? In a similar vein said R. Judah, when a woman at childbirth bears a male. What does the teaching say? Because it is said, she shall be unclean 7 days, on the 8th day the flesh of his foreskin shall be circumcised. I learn that when comes out alive he imparts uncleanness of birth to his mother, from where that when he comes out stillborn, he imparts uncleanness of birth to his mother. 2:4:2, it is taught, before its time of removal has arrived, you remove it with any means, once its time of removal has arrived, you remove it with burning. And it follows R. Judah. There are those who teach before its time of removal has arrived, you remove it with burning, once its time of removal has arrived, you remove it with any means. And it follows rabbis. 3:4:3, Rabbi says, you shall remove leaven from your houses, a means which would make impossible to be seen and to be found. Ex Yerushalmi Pesahim 2:2, leaven belonging to a Gentile which has remained over Passover one is permitted to derive benefit from it. But that of an Israelite one is prohibited to derive benefit from it, since it is said, let it not be seen with you. 1:1, lo, is it forbidden to eat? The teaching speaks about a place where they were not accustomed to eat Gentile bread. But where they are accustomed to eat Gentile bread it is permitted even to eat. What is the law as to during Passover? 2:2, a Gentile's roof that was adjacent to an Israelite's roof and leavened bread rolled from the Gentile's roof to the Israelite's roof, lo, this one pushes it with a reed. If it was the Sabbath or the holy day, Rab said, one inverts a vessel on it. Rab said, is required to say, all leavened bread that I have in my house and of which I do not know, let be nullified. Rab said, is required to say, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us regarding the commandment of removal of leavened bread. Rab said, who plastered his house with leaven is required to remove. 3:3, an Israelite and a Gentile who were traveling on a boat, and leavened bread was in the possession of the Israelite, lo, this one sells it to the Gentile or gives it to him as a gift, and after Passover he buys it back, provided that he gives it to him as a real gift. That Israelite should say to the Gentile, before you buy for 100, come and buy for 200, before you buy it from a Gentile, come and buy it from an Israelite, lest I need and buy from you after Passover. One who rents a house to his friend before entered therein, the lessor is required to remove, once entered therein, the renter is required to remove. 4:4, who teaches, shall not be found. R. Judah, for it is taught, one who eats leavened bread from 6 hours and on, and likewise leavened bread which remained over Passover, lo, this one violates a negative commandment but is not subject to extirpation. The words of R. Judah. R. Simeon said, whatever does not entail extirpation does not entail a negative commandment. 5:5, there we learned, a slave whose master pledged him as security lo others and manumit him according to the letter of the law, the slave is not liable for anything, but for the perfection of the world, they compel his master to manumit him, and writes a bond equal to his value. Our Simeon ben Gamaliel, one does not write, he only manumits. Who manumits? Rab said, either the first master or the latter master. Said our Yohanan, only the first master manumits. Our Haggai objected before our Yase, the teaching is in dispute with Rab, an Israelite who lent a Gentile on security of his leavened bread after Passover, it is permitted to be enjoyed. If you say it in the domain of the Israelite, it should be forbidden. Our Simeon b. Gamaliel says, whatever a dog cannot search after. 1:2:1, to what extent are Yohanan in the name of our Simeon ben Yosedek, up to 3 handbreadths? 11 Yerushalmi Pesahim 2:3 He who on Passover inadvertently eats leaven which is in the status of heave offering pays the principal and a penalty of an added fifth. Deliberately, he is exempt from the requirement to make restitution, and from repaying its value when it is assessed merely for use as wood. 1:1, it is taught, our Simeon b. Eleazar says in the name of our Simeon b. Yosedek, the teaching deals with a case in which one set aside unleavened bread and it leavened, but if he set it aside as leavened, in such a case does not. When one set aside unleavened produce in place of leaven said Arzira, all heave offering which does not render the remaining portion permitted for eating is not heave offering. When one set aside leavened produce in place of unleavened produce said Arzira, since if he from it in place of it, it is not heave offering, therefore even if from it in place of another spot, it is not heave offering. 2:2, Bun B. Arhaya asked, one who eats leaven which is in the status of heave offering on Passover to whom does he pay? It is a subject of dispute between our Yohanan and our Simeon b. Lachish, for they differed, who stole heave offering from his mother's father who was a priest, our Yohanan said, he pays the tribe. Our Simeon b. Lachish said, he pays himself. 3:3, inadvertently in heave offering and deliberately in leaven, or inadvertently in heave offering and deliberately in Nazir, or inadvertently in heave offering and deliberately in the Day of Atonement. If you interpret as consisting of 2 violations, it is appropriate, but if you explain it in terms of a single matter, it is a dispute between our Yohanan and our Simeon b. Lachish. 12 Yerushalmi Pesahim 2:4 These are types a person fulfills his obligation on Passover, wheat, barley, spelt, rye, and oats. And fulfill through which has been only doubtfully tithed, through first tithe the heave offering of which has been removed, and through second tithe and food which has been consecrated, which have been redeemed, and priests through dough offering and through in the status of heave offering. Not from which tithes have not been removed at all, first tithe from which heave offering has not been removed, second tithe and food which has been consecrated, which have not been redeemed. Loaves brought with a thank offering and wafers of a Nazir he made them for his own use, they do not fulfill their obligation through eating them. He made them for sale in the marketplace, they do fulfill their obligation through eating them. 1:1, it is written, and when you eat of the bread of the land, you shall set some aside as a gift to the Lord. I would have said that all the grains are liable for dough offering. Therefore, the teaching says, of the bread and not every kind of bread. If of the bread and not every kind of bread, I only know wheat and barley. The teaching says, as the first yield of your baking serves to include. And let it include all kinds. Our Yase in the name of our Simeon, this is taught by our Ishmael, our Jonah, our Zira, our Simeon b. Lachish in the name of our Ishmael, said our Mana, I went to Caesarea and I heard our Ahava bar Zira, and my father said it in the name of our Ishmael. It said bread in regard to Passover and it said bread in regard to dough offering, just as the bread which is said regarding Passover refers to a kind that becomes unleavened and leavened, so bread which is said regarding dough offering a kind that becomes unleavened and leavened, and they tested and found that only the 5 kinds become unleavened and leavened, and all the other kinds do not become unleavened and leavened but rather decay. 2. There we learn, an apple which was chopped and placed into a dough mixture and leavened it low, it is prohibited smell, its water is permitted. It is taught, our Yase says, is permitted. Our Aha, our Abahu in the name of our Yase Bar Hananah, in what case do they dispute? When leavens from its juice. But when leavens from its substance, all agree that it is permitted. 3. Whence do we learn that priests fulfill their obligation on Passover with dough offering or heave offering and an Israelite with second tithe? The teaching says, indicates an inclusion. Perhaps they might fulfill their obligation with first fruits. The teaching says, in all your settlements you shall eat unleavened bread which is eaten in all settlements. The first fruits are excluded, for they are not eaten in all settlements. They retorted, lo, second tithe lo, it is not eaten in all settlements. It is fit to be redeemed and to be eaten in all settlements. 4. Simon in the name of our Joshua ben Levi, that olives amount with which a person fulfills his obligation on Passover must not contain any liquid. Our Jeremiah said, that was said as a religious duty. RBA said, was said as a religious duty. Our Judah bar Pazi said, was said as an indispensable condition. The comment of our Bun bar Haya indicates that it was set forth as an indispensable position. Our Bun bar Haya objected, and did we not learn, loaves of thank offering if a person made them for sale in the market, he fulfills his obligation with them? Can you say loaves of a thank offerings which lack fluid? Said our Yase, there it a fourth, and the fourth is divided up among several kinds. 13 Yerushalmi Pesahim 2:5 And these are herbs through which a person fulfills his obligation on Passover, lettuce, chicory, pepperwort, endives, and dandelion. 1. With lettuce, with chicory endive, with tamka gingidium, another type of bitter herb, with harhavana our Yase br bun said, yes holy, and with sunchus a bitter vegetable with silvery appearance and possessing sap. They fulfill their obligation by eating them, whether they are fresh or dried. 1:1, whether fresh or withered. There are those who teach, but not withered. Said our Hista, the one who said withered, refers to the stalk, the one who said, but not withered, refers to the leaves. While harmonizing the two traditions, in not permitting withered herbs may be seen to accord with B in prohibiting withered leaves, but not pickled, stewed, or cooked. And they join together to form the requisite volume of an olive's bulk. And they fulfill their obligation by eating their stalks, and in the status of produce which has not been fully tithed, first tithe the heave offering of which has been removed, and second tithe and food which has been consecrated, which have been redeemed. 1:3:1, Haya in the name of our Yohanan, a pickled olive over it one says, who createst the fruit of the tree. Our Benjamin bar Yefet in the name of our Yohanan, steamed vegetable, over it one says, by whose word all things come into existence. Said our Samuel bar our Isaac, the teaching supports our Benjamin bar Yefet, but not pickled, nor steamed, nor cooked. If they are in their natural state, would fulfill his obligation with them on Passover. Who creates the fruit of the tree? 14 Yerushalmi Pesahim 2:6 They do not soak bran for fowl, but they scald. A woman should not soak bran which she takes with her to the bath house, but she rubs it dry on her skin. A person should not chew grains of wheat to put on his sore on Passover, because they ferment. 1:1, it is taught, our Ishmael br Yase said in the name of his father, what is Misa? Placing hot water into flour, halada. Flour into hot water. Therefore hear whether hot water into coarse bran or whether coarse bran into hot water. 2:2, the Mishnah's prohibition applies in a case in which there is fat in them. 3:3, a malagma which decayed there are those who teach, it must be removed. And there are those who teach, it need not be removed. The one who said, it must be removed a case in which it leavened and afterward decayed. And the one who said, it need not be removed, a case in which it decayed and afterward leavened. 15 Yerushalmi Pesahim 2:7 They do not put meal into haroset or into mustard. But if one has put it in, he must eat it forthwith. And our Meir prohibits. They do not boil the Passover lamb in liquids or in fruit juice. But they baste it or dip it in them. 1:1, they do not put meal into haroset or into mustard. But if one has put it in, he must eat it forthwith as long as does not tarry. Our Meir prohibits because one tarries. 2:2, it is written, cooked in any way with water. I only know water. From where to include other liquids? The teaching says, cooked in any way. Until here accords with our Akaba. According to our Ishmael teaches, it is a minor to major. Just as water which does not communicate its taste, you say is forbidden, other liquids, which communicate their taste, all the more so. 3:3, they do not knead unleavened bread with liquids, but they form with liquids. Said our Akaba, I was with our Eliezer and with our Joshua on a ship, and I kneaded their unleavened bread with liquids. They do not knead unleavened bread with boiling water because they form a paste, and with tepid water because they ferment, but they knead them with cool water. Water used by a baker must be poured out, because it ferments. 1. 2:1, there are those who teach, they pour them in the place of broken ground. And there are those who teach, they pour them into a sloping place. Said our Yase, the one who said, they pour them in the place of broken ground, of a case in which the broken ground was big. The one who said, in a sloping place, of a case in which the slope was high. 2:2, soaked wheat and barley in water and they leavened, lo, these are forbidden, did not leaven are permitted. Our Yase said, soaked barley in water, if they split, lo, these are forbidden, soaked them in vinegar, permitted because the vinegar contracts them. 16 Yerushalmi Pesahim 3:1 These are removed at Passover, Babylonian porridge, Median beer, Edomite vinegar, Egyptian barley beer, dyer's pulp, cook's starch flour, and scribe's paste. 1:1, and these are removed on Passover, said Armana, and all of them with water. Babylonian kutah, that in which kneaded crumbs have been placed. Median beer, that in which barley flour has been placed. Edomite vinegar southern, Bizamah. Our Eliezer says, also, women's ornaments. This is the general principle, whatever is made of any kind of grain, lo, this is removed on Passover. Lo, these matters are subject to an admonition. But extirpation does not apply to them. 1:2:1, Eliezer says, even women's cosmetics. There are those who teach cosmetics. There are those who teach to include Babylonian kutah, and Median beer, and Edomite vinegar, that they be subject to warning. Perhaps they should be subject to extirpation? The teaching says, for all who eat leavened bread will be cut off. The associates asked before our Jonah, here it is written, all, and here it is written, all. Here you include, but here you exclude. He said to them, here he included those who eat, but here he included things eaten. 3:2:3, Jeremiah, our Samuel br Isaac in the name of Rab, a pot in which one cooked leaven, one should not cook therein from the same kind except after the Passover. Lo, from another kind, it is permitted as long as after 3 cooked foods. Just as it is neutralized by something not of its kind, so it will be neutralized by its kind. A kind stirs its same kind to cause a prohibition. 17 Yerushalmi Pesahim 3:2 Dough which is in the cracks of a kneading trough, if there is an olive's bulk in a single place, one is liable to remove it. And if not, it is deemed null by reason of its inconsequence. 1:1, associates in the name of our Yohanan, our Simon in the name of our Joshua b. Levi, in which peeled off all of it together. Up to here moist. Dry. Since if it had been moist it could have been peeled off all of it together, even dry it accords with this arrangement. And so with regard to Uncle Anas, if one is fastidious about it, it interposes. And if he wants to keep it, lo, it is deemed equivalent to the kneading trough. 12:1. If one is fastidious about it, it interposes for immersion, and if not, it does not interpose for immersion. It is the same both for immersion and sprinkling. Even though a small dough portion, regarding which a person is not fastidious, does not interpose for immersion, which would have prevented the whole trough from being purified, but rather is considered as if part of the trough, nevertheless, when the clump had come in contact with the source of uncleanness, it is not a connective for uncleanness from this, but if he wants to keep it low, it is as part of the kneading trough, and if not, it is considered as resembling the trough. R. Simeon B. Lakish said, "Thus taught Rabbi, excrement under the seat concerning which a person would not be fastidious, is considered a connective for uncleanness but is not considered a connective for sprinkling." 2:2:2, there we say, thin wafers are Isaac instructed that on Passover making 1, 2, 3 are prohibited unless the person rinses off his hands in water. 3:2:3, building on an assumed definition of dumb dough, Arabau in the name of R. Yohanan said, "Dough that cooled there was not another like it there which leavened, until when?" 18 Yerushalmi Pesahim 3:3 How do they set apart the dough offering Uncle Anes? 1:1, the teaching deals with a case in which became unclean after it was rolled. But if it became unclean before it was rolled, should make it into cab portions speaks of a case in which she kneaded on the festival. But if she kneaded on the eve of the festival is in accord with this which is taught, one who kneads on the festival separates its dough offering on the festival, kneads on the eve of the festival and forgot to separate its dough offering, it is forbidden to move it. It is not necessary to say to take from it. It did not say started dough but kneaded. Lo, started dough not. 2. I2, he teaching deals with the festival of Passover. Lo, on Pentecost or Tabernacles, it is permitted. Ar Yasebi Ar Bun, Ar Huna in the name of Ar Aha, even on Pentecost and on Tabernacles is forbidden because no work at all shall be done on them. Ar Eliezer says, a woman should not designate before it is baked. Ar Judah B. Bederah says, she should put it into cold water. Said Ar Joshua, this is not the sort of leaven concerning which people are warned under the prohibitions, let it not be seen, and let it not be found. But she separates it and leaves it until evening. And if it ferments, it ferments. 1:2:1, how should act according to Ar Eliezer? 2:2:2, said Ar Joshua to him, do you not end up like one who burns holy things on the holiday? Ar Eliezer said to him, they burn on their own accord. Said lo him Ar Joshua, do you not end up violating the ban on seeing and finding leaven? Said to him, it is preferable to violate a negative commandment which did not appear before you than a negative commandment which appeared before you. 3:2:3, according to the opinion of Ar Eliezer, let designate it and then remove it. It is forbidden to move it. And let remove it and designate it. Lest a person forget and eat. And let remove it, and designate it, and take it with another to a corner, as that which we learn there, they move clean heave offering with unclean with common produce. 4:2:4, there are Jeremiah said in the name of Arzira, 2 halves of an olive's bulk are within a house, the house does not join them, within a utensil, the utensil joins them. But here he says thus. 5:2:5, it and its young that fell into a pit Ar Eliezer says, should raise up the first with the plan to slaughter it and should slaughter it, and the second, feed it so that it not die. Ar Joshua says, should raise up the first one with the plan to slaughter but not slaughter and, practicing shrewdness, should raise up the second. Even though intends not to slaughter either one of them it is permitted. Ar Bun Bar Haya asked, is not Ar Eliezer's logic reversed? There he says it is forbidden to act with shrewdness and here he says it is permitted to act with shrewdness. 19 Yerushalmi Pesahim 3:4 Rabban Gamaliel says, 3 women knead dough together and bake in the oven one after the other in sequence. And sages say, 3 women work with the dough. One kneads, while the next rolls out, and the third bakes. Our Akaba says, all women, all wood, and all ovens are not to be taken as equivalent. This is the general rule. The dough swells, let her slap it with cold water. 1I1, it is taught. The first weight sufficient for firing, and the second sufficient for 2 firings and 1 baking, and the third sufficient for 3 firings and 2 bakings if made the first loaf last sufficient for 3 firings and 3 bakings. 2I2, Rabban Gamaliel says, 3 women knead at the same time and bake in one oven, one after the other. And sages say, 3 women occupy themselves with the dough, one kneads, and one rolls, and one bakes. Our Hashia teaches, and another comes and kneads after them. There are those who teach, with wheat, 3 cabs, and with barley, 4 cabs. And there are those who teach, with wheat 4 cabs and with barley 3 cabs. The one who said, with wheat 3 cabs when they have fat, and with barley 4 cabs when they lack fat. XX Yerushalmi Pesahim 3:5 Dough beginning to ferment is to be burned, but the one who eats it is exempt. Dough which is wholly fermented must be burned, and the one who eats it is liable to extirpation. What is the definition of dough beginning to ferment? That like locust horns. And that which is wholly fermented? Dough on which the cracks are all entangled together, the words of our Judah. And sages say, as to both this one and that one, the one who eats it is liable to extirpation. And what is the definition of that which is beginning to ferment? Dough whose surface turns white like a man whose hair stands on end. 1I1, Arhuna in the name of Rab, it is permitted to feed it to dogs. 2I2, explaining why sages reject Judah's definition of Si or Bar Kappara teaches, you do not have a streak above that does not have several streaks below it. The 14th which coincides with the Sabbath they remove all heave offering is to be removed before the Sabbath, and that which is unconsecrated should be removed at its proper time. 1I1, Meir is in accord with our Eliezer and goes further than our Eliezer, for our Eliezer says, so that one does not come to violate on not seeing or finding, our Meir says so that one does not come to a doubtful not seeing and finding leaven. Rabbis are in accord with our Joshua and go further than our Joshua, for our Joshua says, they do not burn sacred on a holiday, and rabbis say, that even on a weekday they do not burn sacred. 2I2, it is taught, said our Judah, the house of Shammai and the house of Hillel did not dispute regarding that it is forbidden to burn clean heave offering, nor did they dispute the permissibility of burning the unclean heave offering. Regarding what did they dispute? Regarding the produce, the status of which is undetermined, for the house of Shammai say, do not burn. And the house of Hillel say burn. 3I3, our Abahu in the name of our Yohanan, our Eliezer Br Sadok is in accord with Rabban Gamaliel. Just as Rabban Gamaliel distinguished between unconsecrated food and heave offering, so our Eliezer Br Sadok distinguished between unconsecrated food and heave offering. He who goes to slaughter his Passover lamb, to circumcise his son, or to eat the betrothal meal at his father-in-law's house, and remembers that he has left some leaven in his house, if he can go back and remove it and go on to do his religious duty, let him go back and remove it. But if not, let him nullify it in his heart. To help against an invasion or to save someone from drowning in a river, from thugs, from a fire, or from a suddenly collapsed house, let him nullify it in his heart. 1I1, said our Yase Br Bun, come and see how great is peace, for is compared to 2 matters over which are liable for extirpation, the circumcision of one's son and the slaughter of one's Passover offering. To enjoy the festival rest on a pleasure jaunt, let him go back immediately. 1:2:1, what is to establish a resting place voluntary, with one's master or with a person who is greater than one in Torah? Thus taught Rabbi, deeds precede study. They voted in the upper room of the house of Eris in Lod, study precedes deeds. XXII Yerushalmi Pesahim 3:8 And so too, he who went forth from Jerusalem and remembered that he had in hand meat in the status of holy things, if he had already passed Mount Scopus, he burns it right where he is. But if not, let him go back and burn it before the temple pile with wood which has been set aside for the altar hearth. 1:1, R. Simon in the name of R. Joshua b. Levi, it is written, in that day, all the shadows of the horses shall be inscribed holy to the Lord up to the point that horses run and do not cast a shadow. R. Samuel b. R. Isaac asked, if it is sacred, let burn it in its place. Even in Jerusalem they burn it with the altar's woodpile. And for how much do they return? R. Meir says, this and that are subject to the measure of an egg's bulk. R. Judah says, this and that are subject to the measure of an olive's bulk. And sages say, flesh in the status of holy things is subject to the measure of an olive's bulk and leaven is subject to the measure of an egg's bulk. 1. 2:1, there are those teachers who teach reversing the opinions. R. Jacob bar Aha in the name of R. Yaseh in accord with our Mishnah. Said R. Yudan, there is a sign from that in Barakhot regarding the minimum amount of food required to make one liable to say the formal invitation to grace after meals and grace itself, for how much do they invite? For an olive's bulk. R. Judah says, for an egg's bulk. XXIV Yerushalmi Pesahim 4:1 where they are accustomed to do work on the eve of Passover up to noon, they do so. Where they are accustomed not to do so, they do not do so. 1:1, where they are accustomed to do work. It is written, there shall you slaughter the Passover sacrifice, in the evening. I know only that he is to slaughter. From where his agent? The teaching says, you shall cook and eat it. What is the meaning of there shall you slaughter the Passover sacrifice, in the evening? It is not right that you should be engaged in your work while your sacrifice is being offered. Indeed they prohibited doing work, as this which is taught, therefore everyone who made a vow wood and first fruits one who says, I take it upon myself wood for the altar and logs for the pile, he is prohibited regarding lamenting and fasting and from working on that day. 2:2, said Arjona, these daily offerings are the sacrifices of all of Israel. If all of Israel went up to Jerusalem, is it not written, 3 times a year all your males shall appear? Who would gather in the new grain for them? Rather, the former prophets established 24 watches corresponding to each watch there was a post in Jerusalem of priests and of Levites and of Israelites. It is taught, 24,000 post from Jerusalem and half a post from Jericho. Jericho could have supplied a full post, but in order to honor Jerusalem it would only supply half a post. The priests for the service, and the Levites for their platform and the Israelites testify on behalf of themselves that they are agents of all of Israel. 3:3, and lo, a paschal offering, behold it is a sacrifice for all of Israel, and they made it contingent on custom. Said Arabau, is different, for the Passover offering is sacrificed only from the 6th hour and onward. 4:4, all the matters they made it contingent upon an actual custom, women who are accustomed not to work, on the departure of the Sabbath this does not comprise a custom, until the synagogue lets out a custom, on Mondays and Thursdays not a custom, until the fast meeting lets out a custom, on the Sabbath eves not a custom, from afternoon prayer time onwards a custom, on the day of the moon a custom. Said Arzira, women who are accustomed not to start a loom from the beginning of Ab and onward a custom, for in it the foundation stone ceased. What is the reason? When the foundations are destroyed. 5:5, they sit on a Gentile's bench on the Sabbath. A case regarding Rabban Gamaliel who sat on a Gentile's bench on the Sabbath in Akko. Said to him, they are not accustomed here to sit on a Gentile's bench on the Sabbath, and he did not want to tell them that it is permitted to act thus, but rather he got up and left. A case concerning Judah and Hillel, the sons of Rabban Gamaliel, who went in to bathe in the baths of Kabul. They said to them, 2 brothers are not accustomed here to bathe together, and they did not want to say that it is permitted, but rather they entered one at a time. And moreover that they went out to walk with gilded bark sandals on Sabbath night in Beri. Said to them, they are not accustomed here to walk with gilded bark sandals on the Sabbath. And they did not want to tell them that it is permitted thus, but rather they sent them home with their servants. 6I6, not only regarding Passover but also regarding a custom. 7I7, relating to the Mishnah's concern for the impact of changing locations on a person's custom fled from place to place and wanted to retract. Let it come in accord with the following that RBA said, the people of Meshal took upon themselves not to sail on the Great Sea. They came and asked Rabbi, saying to him, our ancestors were accustomed not to sail on the Great Sea, what shall we do? He said to them, since your ancestors were accustomed to treat it as a prohibition, do not deviate from the custom of your ancestors whose souls are at peace. He who goes from a place in which they do work to a place in which they do not do work, or from a place in which they do not do work to a place in which they do work, they lay upon him the strict rules followed in the place from which he has gone forth and the strict rules followed in the place to which he has gone. But a person should not vary so as contentiousness. 12:1, Simeon b. Lachish asked Ar Yohanan, and is it not forbidden because of the ban of you shall not divide up into sects? He said to him, when some act in accord with the house of Shammai and others act in accord with the house of Hillel. 7:2:2, of the house of Shammai and the house of Hillel, does not the law follow the house of Hillel? He said to him, when some act in accord with Ar Medir and others act in accord with Ar Yaseh. Of Ar Medir and Ar Yaseh, does not the law follow Ar Yaseh? He said to him, there are two Tanite authorities who regarding Ar Medir and there are two Tanite authorities who regarding Ar Yaseh. 3:2:3, it is satisfactory a place where they work and goes to where they do not work. A place where they do not work to where they do work, however, let him be idle, for are there not some idlers in that place? XXV Yerushalmi Pesahim 4:2 similarly, he who brings produce of the seventh year from a place in which that particular variety has come to an end to a place in which it has not yet come to an end, or from a place in which it has not yet come to an end to a place in which it has come to an end, is liable to effect the removal of the produce. Ar Judah says, they tell him, go and bring some for yourself you, too. 1I1, has ceased in Tiberias but has not ceased in Sepphoris, said to him, from Sepphoris I brought them. If you do not believe me, go and bring for yourself you too. XXVI Yerushalmi Pesahim 4:3 where people are accustomed to sell small cattle to Gentiles, they sell them. 1I1, and is it permitted to raise? Said RBA, such as Mahir, which is 16 mil by 16 mil where they are not accustomed to sell, they do not sell them. 12:1, why? Because he removes it from the obligation fleece. Consider if it was a goat. Because he removes it from the obligation of firstling to the priest. Consider if it was a male. Because he removes it from the obligation gifts. Nowhere do they sell them large cattle, calves, or foals whole or maimed. 13:1, what is the difference between a large and a small animal? A large animal is capable to make liable for a sin offering. A small animal lacks the capability to make liable for a sin offering. 23:2, one transgressed and sold, do they impose a fine on him? Just as they impose a fine as a matter of law, so they impose a fine in practice. How do we know that they impose a fine on a person in practice? A certain person sold a camel to an Aramean. The case came before our Simeon b. Lachish and he fined him double in order that he should retrieve the camel. Said Ar Yaseh b. Arbun, imposed a fine on him for trafficking as a broker, and people would call him, the man who traffics as a broker with the Arameans. Ar Judah permits maimed ones. 1. 4:1, Judah permits in the case of a maimed one. Ar Judah referred only to a maimed one that cannot be healed. They said to him, but lo, bring her a male, and she will copulate with him. He said to them, I only said, in regard to a maimed male that cannot be healed. They said to him, but lo, they bring him a female, and he copulates with her and she produces an offspring. Ben B'Torah permits in the case of a horse. 1. V1, Ar Judah referred only to a male horse, for it kills its master in war. 2. V2, some say for it runs after a female. and some say, for it halts to urinate. 3v3, the words of the sages, are aha in the name of our Tanhum Bar Haya, when it grows old, he enslaves it to a millstone. Our Yasebi are bun in the name of our Huna, Ben Bedara and our Nathan said the same thing, for it is taught, if one brought out a domesticated animal, or a wild beast, or fowl, whether live or dead, one is liable. Our Nathan says, dead one is liable, alive one is exempt. Rabbis hold because of the liability for a sin offering and they respond to him thus. 3v4, Rabbi says, I say that he is forbidden because of two matters, because of weapons and because of the laws of a large animal. And it is taught likewise, a large wild animal is like a small domesticated animal. XXVII Yerushalmi Pesahim 4:4 where they are accustomed to eat roasted on the nights of Passover, they eat it. Where they are accustomed not to eat it, they do not eat it. Where they are accustomed to light a candle on the night of the Day of Atonement, they light it. Where they are accustomed not to light it, they do not light it. But in any case they light it in synagogues, study houses, dark alleys, and for the sick. 1I1, Ba asked before Rmi, apply even to the meat of a calf. He said to him, even the meat of a calf. Does even to meat of a fowl? He said to him, even the meat of a fowl. 2I2, it is taught, R. Simeon B. Eliezer says, the Day of Atonement that falls on the Sabbath, even where they are accustomed not to light, they light. 3I3, it is taught, even in outhouses and bathhouses. 4I4, the Day of Atonement that falls on the Sabbath, is it permitted to wash pressed and steamed vegetables from afternoon prayer onward? Rab said, forbidden. R. Eliezer said, permitted. 5I5. Ba asked before Rmi, is it permitted to wash pressed and steamed vegetables from afternoon prayer onward? He said to him, permitted. R. Jacob Bar Aha asked R. Haya and R. Yase, is it permitted to wash pressed and steamed vegetables from afternoon prayer onward? They said to him, permitted. R. Zira asked before Rmi, is it permitted to say to a dumpling, make me a dumpling? He said to him, permitted. Make me a pastry. Permitted. Make me a wick. He said to him, know what is the difference between the former and the latter? The former is a matter of that which every person is to eat, and the latter is not that which every person is to eat. XXVII Yerushalmi Pesahim 4:5 where they are accustomed to do work on the 9th of Ab, they do it. Where they are accustomed not to do work, they do not do it. And in every place disciples of sages refrain. 1I1, R. Abun, R. Simeon B. Lakish in the name of Rabban Judanesia, deals with a case in which one causes astonishment. Rabban Simeon B. Gamaliel says, under all circumstances should a man act on his own account like a disciple of a sage. 1:2:1 XXIX Yerushalmi Pesahim 4:6 and sages say, in Judah they did work on the eve of Passover up to noon, but in Galilee they did not do so at all. And as to the night, the house of Shammai prohibit. And the house of Hillel permit up to sunrise. 1I1, lo, the day is prohibited. R. Eliezer in the name of R. Hashaya, day there shall be a Passover sacrifice to the Lord. XXX Yerushalmi Pesahim 4:7 R. Meir says, any sort of work which a person began before the 14th does he complete on the 14th of Nisan. But he should not begin at the outset on the 14th, even though he can complete it. And sages say, three sorts of craftsmen perform work on the eve of Passover up to noon, and these are they, tailors, barbers, and laundrymen. Ryoseb R. Judah says, also, shoemakers. 1I1, R. Meir says, any sort of work that started before the 14th, completes it on the 14th and as long as an item that is needed for the holiday. But he should not begin it at the outset on the 14th. Even an item that is needed for the holiday. And sages say, three artisans do work on Passover eves, tailors, for thus an untrained sews in his usual way on the intermediate days of the holiday, barbers, for thus Nazirites and lepers shave on the intermediate day of the holiday, launderers, for thus it is the way of those going from the state of impurity to purity to launder on the intermediate days of the holiday. Aryaseh Br Judah says, even the shoemakers, for thus it is the way of pilgrims to fix their shoes and sandals on the intermediate days of the holiday. XXXI Yerushalmi Pesahim 4:8 They set out hen coops for chickens on the 14th. 1. I1, they set out hen coops for chickens on the 14th. Lo, on the intermediate days of the festival it is forbidden. They do not cause an animal to copulate on the intermediate days of the festival, but they bring it to the corral. R. Judah says, an ass which desires a male they cause it to copulate so that it does not cool off. And every other animal they bring it to the corral. And they bleed a person and an animal on the intermediate days of the festival. And they do not withhold medicine from a person or animal on the intermediate days of the festival. And a chicken which fled do they return to its place. And if it died, they set another in its place. They clear away from beneath the feet of cattle on the 14th, and on the festival they push to the sides. They take and bring utensils to the house of a craftsman, even though they are not needed for the festival. 1:2:1, and a chicken that fled they return to its place, and it a case such that they return it within 3 days to its compartment. And if it died, they set another in its place, and it refers to a case such that it sat on its egg 3 days from time to time. 2:2:2, dung that is in the alleyway, they remove it to the side, that is in the stall and that is in the courtyard, they take it out to the dunghill. XXXII Yerushalmi Pesahim 4:9 6 rules did the men of Jericho make. For 3, reproved them, and for 3 they did not reprove them. These are the 3 for which they did not reprove them, they grafted palms the whole day. 1I1, who teaches they reap. R. Meir. Who teaches, they pile. R. Judah. Said R. Jacob Bar Sosai before R. Yaseh, everyone admits that they reap, and everyone admits that they do not pile. Regarding what do they differ? Regarding grafting palm trees, R. Meir says, they graft palms all day and with the approval of sages they acted. R. Judah says, they were not acting with the approval of sages. They did not make the prescribed divisions in the Shema. 1. 2:1, how would they recite the Shema without pause? Said R. Aha, said R. Zirah, said R. Ilah, hear O Israel, the Lord is our God, the Lord is one, but they would not interrupt between each word, the opinion of R. Meir. R. Judah says, they would interrupt, but they would not say, praised be his glorious kingdom forever and ever. R. Yaseh said R. Zirah, R. Ilah, hear O Israel, the Lord, but they would not interrupt between one and praised, the opinion of R. Meir. R. Judah says, they would interrupt, but they would not say, praised be his glorious kingdom forever and ever. And they reaped and stacked before the sheaf of first barley, and they did not reprove them. 1:3:1, how would they permitted fruit of trees that had been dedicated? Said to them sages, do you not admit to us that the growths of dedicated items are prohibited? They said to them, our ancestors, when they dedicated, only dedicated the trunks because of strong-fisted men who would come and forcefully take them. 2:3:2, what did rabbis believe in saying had dedicated the trunks and fruit? Even if you say that they had dedicated the trunks and did not dedicate the fruit, it is problematic for rabbis. One who dedicated a field containing trees, what is the law, may one leave over some of the growths? 3:3:3, Abba Bar Kahana said before Rmi, one who rents his house to his fellow and that he needs its money, said to him, did not think that he would die in starvation. R. Zirah, R. Law, both of them say, a lease is like a sale and is acquired in a purchase. It is taught, one who rents his house to his fellow and dedicates it, lo, this one dwells in it and pays rent to the temple. When has not prepaid the rent? But if he had prepaid his rent, lo, this one dwells in it free. And these are the 3 for which they reproved them, they permit use of Egyptian figs dedicated to the temple, they eat on the Sabbath fruit which had fallen under a tree. 1:4:1, How shall we define? If it is a case in which fell on the festival eve, all agree permitted. If it is a case in which fell on the festival day, all agree that prohibited. Rather we must define it as unspecified. They leave over the corner of the field in the case of vegetables, and sages did reprove them. 1v1, they set aside p for vegetables. They would give only from turnip and from porrid, for they are picked at once. Aryase says, also from cabbage. A case regarding Big Thumb, whose son set aside p for vegetables for the poor. And his father came and found them standing by the entrance of the garden. Said to them, leave what is in your hands. They left what was in their hands and gave them twice as much in that had already been tithed. His eye was not stingy. Rather he was solicitous of the words of sages. XXXII Yerushalmi Pesahim 5:1 The daily whole offering was slaughtered at half after the 8th hour and offered up at half after the 9th hour. On the eve of Passover, was slaughtered at half after the 7th hour and offered up at half after the 8th hour. 1:1 The daily whole offering is slaughtered. It is written, now this is what you shall offer upon the altar. I might have said that both of them should be offered in the morning or both of them at twilight. The teaching says, you shall offer the one lamb in the morning. I might have said that of the morning should be offered with the sunrise and that of the twilight with the sunset. The teaching says, at twilight. Now it is said twilight here and it is said twilight there, just as twilight which is said there from the 6th hour and on, so twilight which is said here from the 6th hour and on. Why did you see to say that twilight from the 6th hour and on, alas for us? For the day is declining, the shadows of the evening grow long. Just as evening which is said there from the 6th hour and on, so evening which is said here from the 6th hour and on. 2:2, R. Joshua b. Levi said, the prayers were learned from the patriarchs, nevertheless they did not remove him from his distinction, rather they appointed him a bet din. Whether on an ordinary day or on the Sabbath. The eve of Passover coincided with the eve of the Sabbath. It was slaughtered at half after the 6th hour and offered up at half after the 7th hour, and the Passover offering after it. 1:2:1, who teaches whether fall on a weekday or the Sabbath. R. Ishmael, for it is taught, as is its order on a weekday, so is its order on the Sabbath. The words of R. Ishmael. R. Akiba said, as is its order on the eve of Sabbath, so is its order on the Sabbath. 2:2:2, and let one offer the Passover sacrifice first and the daily whole offering after it. If you say thus, you end up undoing the between the evenings of the Passover offering. If you follow between the evenings of the Passover offering, do you not end up undoing of between the evenings of the daily whole offering? The daily whole offering, if you undo it now, you uphold it afterward. The Passover offering, if you undo now, when would you uphold it? And let one offer the Passover sacrifice first and the daily whole offering after it. An object regarding which it is said in the evening and between the evenings be done later than an object. 3:2:3, it is taught, R. Nathan says, every day the daily whole offering is slaughtered at the 6th and 1/2 and offered at the 7th and 1/2. What is every day? Every Passover eve. THIRD Yerushalmi Pesahim 5:2 and Passover sacrifice which one slaughtered under an improper designation, or received the blood and tossed the blood of which under an improper designation, or under its proper designation and under an improper designation, or under an improper designation and under its proper designation, is invalid. How both under its proper designation and not under its proper designation? For the sake of a Passover offering and for the sake of peace offerings. Under an improper designation and under a proper designation? For the sake of peace offerings and for the sake of a Passover offering. 1. How do we know that is required to slaughter it under its designation? RBA in the name of Rab to state that if they slaughtered under the designation of a Passover offering, lo, it is a Passover offering, but if not, it is not a Passover offering. How do we know all the rest of its actions? and you shall make that all its actions must be under the designation of the Passover offering. Now even the burning of the sacrificial portions. The teaching says, slaughter. Just as slaughtering is special in that it prevents the atonement, the burning of the sacrificial portions is excluded, for it does not prevent the atonement. Where do we learn regarding a sin offering? And he shall slaughter it as a sin offering. How do we know regarding the rest of its actions? One shall be done to the Lord as a sin offering. Now, even the burning of the sacrificial portions. The teaching says, and he shall slaughter it. Just as slaughtering is special in that it prevents the atonement, the burning of the sacrificial portions is excluded, for it does not prevent the atonement. 2:2, slaughtered under its proper designation to toss its blood, not under its proper designation, said R. Yohanan, there is not under its proper designation from one act to another act, and it makes unfit. R. Simeon B. Lakish said, there is no not under its proper designation from one act to another so that it should be fit. 3:3, said R. Yohanan, regarding this R. Abba Bar Abba came that they say, from where do we know that a Passover sacrifice is changed to a well-being offering? The teaching says, and if his offering for a sacrifice of well-being to the Lord is from the flock, whatever comes from the flock serves as a well-being offering. They retorted, lo, a burnt offering comes from the flock, if the item comes only from the flock. A burnt offering is excluded, for it comes even from the herd. They retorted, lo, a guilt offering. 4:4, slaughtered under the proper designation and not under the proper designation during the rest of the days of the year? Arbun bar Haya in the name of Samuel bar Abba, because it lacks a designation, it is considered as if slaughters it under its proper designation and not under its proper designation in silence, and it is fit. XXXV Yerushalmi Pesahim 5:31 slaughtered it not for those who eat it or not for those who are registered for it, for uncircumcised men or for unclean ones, it is invalid. For those who eat it and not for those who eat it, for those who are registered for it and not for those who are registered for it, for those who are circumcised and for those who are uncircumcised, for those who are unclean and for those who are clean, it is valid. One slaughtered it before midday, it is invalid, since it is said, at twilight. 1:1, how do we know that he is required to slaughter it for those who can eat it? R. Yohanan in the name of R. Ishmael, according to what each person should eat, you shall slaughter. Said R. Josiah, this is an Aramaic expression, as when a person says to his friend, slaughter this lamb for me. 2:2, how for those who cannot eat it? One slaughtered it for the sake of a sick person, elder who are unable to eat an olive's amount. How for those who are not registered for it? Slaughtered it for the sake of the members of another association. 3:3, Simle came before our Jonathan, said to him, teach me Agadah, said to him, I have a tradition from my ancestors not to teach Agadah to Babylonians or to Southerners, for they are haughty and lightweight in Torah, and you are a Nehardian and reside in the south and moreover a minor I. He said to him, tell me one thing, what is the difference between under its designation and not under its designation, and for those who can eat it and for those who cannot eat it? He said to him, under its designation and not under its designation, its disqualification from itself, for those who can eat it and for those who cannot eat it. Its disqualification from other people. Under its designation and not under its designation, you are not able to clarify its invalid portion from amidst its fit portion. For those who can eat it and for those who cannot eat it, you are able to clarify its invalid portion from amidst its fit portion. Under its designation and not under its designation applies to all sacrifices, for those who can eat it and for those who cannot eat it applies only to the Passover offering. 4:4, for those who can eat an olive's amount and for those who cannot eat an olive's amount it is fit, for those who can eat an olive's amount and for those who cannot eat half an olive's amount all the more so, it is fit, for those who can eat half an olive's amount and for those who cannot eat half an olive's amount. 5:5, one slaughtered that half of his association should eat from it, or Jonah declares invalid. It is considered as if the edible portion of these adheres to the edible portion of these, and since the latter do not eat, the former do not eat. R. Yase said, is fit. One slaughtered it before the daily whole offering, it is valid, so long as someone stirs its blood until the blood of the daily whole offering is tossed. But if it was tossed, it is valid. 1:2:1, before the daily whole offering sacrifice it is fit. And it was taught likewise, perhaps if the Passover offering preceded the daily whole offering, the daily whole offering should not be done later? The teaching says, you shall offer includes. Said Arabun, the teaching indicates the Passover offering itself is fit. If you say invalid, it is as if had not preceded it. 30 Yerushalmi Pesahim 5:4 He who slaughters the Passover offering with leaven transgresses a negative commandment. Our Judah says, also, the daily whole offering. Our Simeon says, the Passover offering on the 14th under the proper designation is liable. Not under the proper designation, he is exempt. And so to all other offerings, under the proper designation or under an improper designation, he is exempt. And on the festival under a proper designation, he is exempt. Under an improper designation, he is liable. And as to all other offerings, whether he slaughtered them under their proper designation or under an improper designation, he is liable, except for a sin offering which he slaughtered under an improper designation. 1:1, from where do we know that one who offers a Passover sacrifice with leaven transgresses a negative commandment? The teaching says, you shall not offer the blood of my sacrifice with anything leavened. I only know that one who offers. From where do I know regarding one who tosses? The teaching says, not blood with leaven. Said our Samuel Br Isaac, from that he becomes liable for tossing, this indicates that the Passover sacrifice itself remains fit. Said our Yase, you can explain that a chanced on leaven between slaughtering and tossing, or that this one slaughters and this one tosses. Teaches Hezekiah. You shall not offer the blood of my sacrifice with anything leavened. The Torah called it my sacrifice. 2:1 Burn the sacrificial portions with leaven. There are those who teach is liable, and there are those who teach is exempt. The one who taught liable blood of any sort. The one who said exempt offering. How is offering distinctive? In that it is indispensable for expiation, to the exclusion of burning the sacrificial portions, which is not indispensable for expiation. Pinched a bird's neck with leaven, there are those who teach is liable, and there are those who teach is exempt. 3:3, there we learn, the house of Shammai say, leaven and olives and leavened food a dates. And the house of Hillel say, both are in an olive s. Our Zerakan in the name of our Yasebi. Hanana, they taught only regarding removal, but regarding eating an olive's amount. Our Abahu in the name of our Yohanan, regarding both removing it and eating it in olives. 4:4, Simeon b. Lachish said, so long as the slaughterer is one of the members of the association. Our Yohanan said, belongs to the slaughterer even though he is not a member of the association. Our Jacob b. Aha, our Yohanan, belongs to the slaughterer even though he is not a member of the association, belongs to one of the members of the association even though he is not the slaughterer. 87 Our Yohanan said, even was placed with him in Jerusalem. Our Simeon b. Lachish said, so long as is placed with him in the courtyard. 5:5, what is the reason for our Judah? The blood of my offering, the blood of the Passover offering, and the blood of the daily offering. 6:6, said our Yohanan, the reason of our Simeon, one verse says, you shall not slaughter the blood of my sacrifice with anything leavened, and one verse says, you shall not offer the blood of my sacrifice with anything leavened, the same both the Passover offering on the 14th and all other sacrifices on the intermediate days of the festival. Why did you see fit to include them on the intermediate days of the festival and to exclude them from the 14th of Nisan? After Scripture included excluded. I include them on the intermediate days of the festival which not seeing and not finding, and exclude them from the 14th for they are not seeing and not finding. 7:7, said our Yohanan, an association would ask, with what situation do we deal? If in a case had been lost and found before the expiation, whether under its proper designation, whether not under its proper designation, it is disqualified and sent to pasture. If in a case had been lost and found after expiation, whether under its proper designation, whether not under its proper designation, it is fitted whole offering. And it explained it deals with a case in which the owners became unclean or they intentionally and was postponed to the second Passover. Under its proper designation exempt, for it is disqualified. Not under its proper designation liable, for the animal is fit. XXXVII Yerushalmi Pesachim 5:5 The Passover offering is slaughtered 3 groups, as it is said, and the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel shall slaughter it. Assembly, congregation, and Israel. The first group entered, the courtyard was packed, the doors of the courtyard were locked. They blew on the shofar, a sustained, a quavering, and a sustained note. The priests stood in rows, with basins of silver and gold in their hands. One row had holy silver ones, another holy gold ones, they were not mixed up. And the basins did not have bases, lest they put them down, and the blood congeal. 1:1, Jacob bar Aha. In the name of Aryase, power was given to Moses' voice, and his voice traveled throughout the land of Egypt, the distance of a 40 days' journey. And what did say? From place X to place Y 1 group. And from place Y to place 1 group. And do not be surprised. For if dust, the nature of which is not to travel, you said, and it shall become a fine dust all over the land of Egypt, a voice, the nature of which is to travel, is it not all the more so? Said our Levi, just as power was given to Moses' voice, so was given to Pharaoh's voice, and his voice traveled throughout the land of Egypt the distance of a 40 days' journey. And what did say? Up, depart from among my people, you and the Israelites with you. Go worship the Lord. Said, Hallelujah. Give praise, O servants of the Lord, and not the servants of Pharaoh. 2:2, it was taught, a daily whole offering which has libations, they sound a sustained blast at the time of the libations. A Passover offering which lacks libations, they sound a sustained blast at the time of its slaughter. 3:3, a story. Zerah and Jacob bar Aha and Abinah, who were sitting. Said Abinah, due to deceivers. Said Jacob bar Aha to him, with your full mouth. Said Zerah to him, say to him, with half your mouth. Jeremiah came in the name of Yohanan, due to deceivers. 38th Yerushalmi Pesachim 5:6 An Israelite slaughtered, and a priest received the blood, handed it to his fellow, and his fellow to his fellow, receiving a full basin and handing back an empty one. The priest nearest the altar tossed in a single act of tossing, toward the base. 1:1, one verse says, but the firstlings of cattle, sheep, or goats you may not redeem, they are consecrated. You shall dash their blood against the altar, and another verse says, and of your sacrifices, the blood shall be poured out on the altar of the Lord your God. If pouring out, why dashing, and if dashing, why pouring out? It is taught, should be poured and not dripped, it should be poured and not sprinkled, it should be poured and not dashed. And tradition explained, the priests dashed the blood from the Levites. 36 Yerushalmi Pesachim 5:7 The first group went out and the second group came in. The second group went out and the third group came in. In accord with the rite of the first group were the rites of the second and third. Proclaimed the Hallel Psalms. If they completed, they repeated it, and if they completed the second time, they repeated it for a third, even though they never in all their days had to repeat it a third time. Judah says, in all the days of the third group they never even reached the verse, I love the Lord because he has heard my voice, because its numbers were small. 1:1, there we learn they went out and ate and drank and returned at twilight and read the great Hallel. What is the great Hallel? Parnak in the name of Hananah, praise the God of gods. Said Yohanan, as long as from who stand in the house of our God. 2:2, it is taught, it was called the group of lazy ones. XL Yerushalmi Pesachim 5:8 In accord with the rite as conducted on an ordinary day, so was the conduct of the rite on the Sabbath. And the priests mopped up the courtyard, contrary to sages' wishes. R. Judah says, a cup was filled with the mingled blood. One tossed it with a single act of tossing on the altar. And sages did not concur with him. 1:1, said R. Jonathan, they did not permit every act proscribed so as to maintain the restfulness of the Sabbath in the temple, and the priests sank in blood up to their knees. 2:2, there we learn, R. Judah makes one liable if or consuming the last blood, said R. Yohanan, R. Judah included it only regarding extirpation, thus for drinking such blood and not, example for expiation on the altar. Came R. Hezekiah, R. Abau in the name of R. Yohanan, R. Judah included it only regarding extirpation. There they say in the name of R. Hisda, the teaching thus they said to him, is it not the last oozing blood, and the last oozing blood is disqualified on the altar, and moreover from the following, and the majority of it was not collected in a utensil, and blood which was not collected in a utensil is disqualified on the altar. XLI Yerushalmi Pesahim 5:9 How do they hang up and flay them? Iron hooks were set into the walls and pillars, on which they would hang up and flay the carcasses. And for whoever did not have space for hanging and flaying his carcass, there were thin smooth poles, and one would put one end on his shoulder and one on the shoulder of his fellow, and hang and flay the carcass. R. Eliezer says, on the 14th of Nisan, which coincided with the Sabbath, he would put his hand on the shoulder of his fellow, and the hand of his fellow on his shoulder, and thereon suspend and flay the carcass. 1:1, R. Zira in the name of R. Eliezer, the staves and poles were taught before permission utensils on the Sabbath. XLII Yerushalmi Pesahim 5:10 He slit open the carcass and removed its sacrificial portions, put them on a tray and burned them on the altar. The first group went out and took seats on the Temple Mount, the second on the rampart, and the third remained in its place. Once it got dark, they went out and roasted their Passover lambs. 1:1, it is written, and sprinkled some of the blood from all of it. Said R. Abina, it is valid so long as from a whole offering. It is written, shall burn it, and shall burn it, and shall burn them. What does the teaching say, and shall burn it? The fit one and not the disqualified one. And shall burn it? That one should not mix fatty portions with fatty portions. And shall burn them? All of them together. Slain Yerushalmi Pesahim 6:1 These matters regarding the Passover sacrifice override the Sabbath, slaughtering it, tossing its blood, scraping its entrails. 1:1, these matters regarding the Passover sacrifice. This law was forgotten by the elders of Bederah. Once the 14th fell on the Sabbath and they did not know if the Passover sacrifice overrides the Sabbath or not. Said, there is here a certain Babylonian, and Hillel is his name, who served Shemaiah and Abtalion, knows whether a Passover sacrifice overrides the Sabbath or not. Possibly something good from him sent and called him. They said to him, have you ever heard when the 14th falls on the Sabbath? Whether overrides the Sabbath or not? He said to them, do we have only one Passover offering alone that overrides the Sabbath in the whole year? And are there not many Passover offerings that would override the Sabbath in the whole year? They said to him, we have already said that something good from you. He started to expound for them from an argument a fortiori and from an inference by analogy based on identity of words. From an analogy, since a daily whole offering is a community sacrifice and a Passover offering is a community sacrifice offering which one does not become liable to extirpation, overrides the Sabbath, a Passover offering, for offering which one becomes liable to extirpation, all the more so should override the Sabbath. From an inference by analogy based on identity of words, it is said regarding a daily whole offering in its time, and it is said regarding the Passover offering in its time, just as the daily whole offering regarding which it says in its time overrides the Sabbath, so a Passover offering regarding which it says in its time overrides the Sabbath. Said to him, we have already said, is there something good from the Babylonian? The analogy that you stated has an answer, no. If you hold regarding a daily whole offering which has a limit, would you say regarding a Passover offering that has no limit? The argument a fortiori that you stated has an answer. No, if you hold thus regarding a daily whole offering which is the most holy sacrifices, would you say regarding a Passover offering which is of the lesser sacrifices? The argument by analogy based on the appearance of the same words in two passages, that you stated for a person does not deduce such an argument and his own. And even though sat and expounded to them all day, did not accept from him until he told them, may befall me. Thus I have heard from Shemaiah and Abtalion. As soon as they heard this from him, they stood up and appointed him patriarch over them. As soon as he began to castigate them with words, saying, what caused you to need this Babylonian? Is it not because you failed to serve the two great men of the world, Shemaiah and Abtalion, who were sitting with you? As soon as castigated them with words, Allah escaped his memory, specifically, said to him, what should do for the people, for they did not bring their knives. He said to them, this law I have heard but I have forgotten. Rather, leave Israel. If they are not prophets, they are the children of prophets. Immediately whoever had Passover offering was a lamb would stick the knife in its wool. 2:2, for 3 matters Hillel went up from Babylonia, he is clean. Is it possible he is exempt and can just go? The teaching says, the priest shall pronounce him clean. If, the priest shall pronounce him clean, is it possible that if the priest stated regarding one unclean clean, perhaps he will be clean? The teaching states, he is clean and the priest shall pronounce him clean. For this Hillel went up from Babylonia. One verse says, you shall slaughter the Passover offering for the Lord your God, from the flock and the herd. And another verse says, from the sheep or from the goats you may take it. How is this possible, the flock for the Passover offering and the herd for the festive offering? One verse says, 6 days you shall eat unleavened bread. And another verse says, 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread. How is this possible? 6 from the new grain and 7 you shall eat from the old grain. And he expounded and taught in agreement and he went up and received halakha. And rinsing its entrails do not override the Sabbath. 1. 2:1, said Ar Yohanan, the Lord made everything for his honor that should not appear as one taking the sacrificial parts from a disgusting offering. Teaches Ar Ishmael. Skinning it overrides the Sabbath. It is taught, Ar Ishmael b Ar Yohanan b. Barakah says, on the Sabbath would skin up to the breast. And burning its pieces of fat. 2. 3:1, and burning its fat, and the fat of my festal offering shall not be left lying until morning. But may weekday sacrificial portions be burned during the festival? Said Ar Abahu, I have explained it as referring to a situation in which the 14th of Nisan fell on the Sabbath. Ar Jonah asked, if in which the 14th coincided with the Sabbath, a festal offering does not come with it? The Torah stated that one should offer it while it is still day so that one should not transgress on leaving the offering lying. But roasting it, 1. 4:1, we learned, once it became dark, they went out and roasted their Passover offerings, but here you say thus. Bringing it from outside to inside the Sabbath limit, 1. v1, spoke only of outside Jerusalem. Lo, outside the courtyard, it is permitted because restfulness that permitted in the temple. And cutting off a wen which is on it do not override the Sabbath. Our Eliezer says, they do override. 1:6:1, and cutting off a wen there we learn, and they cut off a wart on a priest in the temple precincts but not in the country. Here you say overrides and here you say does not override. Said Ar Simon, Ar Joshua b. Levi in the name of Barpadeah, out of disarranging the allotments. Said Ar Yaseh, and in which they already made the allotments. Ar Simeon b. Lachish in the name of Ar Saveva, here applies when crumbles, but here applies when it does not crumble. Ar Simeon b. Yakim said, here applies when it is soft, but here applies when it is dried up. Ar Yaseh b. Ar Hananah said, here applies when it is with a hand, but here applies when it is with a utensil. XLIV Yerushalmi Pesahim 6:2 said our Eliezer, now is it not logical? Now if slaughtering, which is prohibited under the category of labor, overrides the Sabbath, these, which are by reason of Sabbath rest, should they not override the Sabbath? Said to him our Joshua, a festival day will prove which are prohibited by reason of Sabbath rest. Said to him our Eliezer, now what is the meaning of this, Joshua? How shall proof be derived from that which is an optional deed for that which is an obligatory one? 1:1, and taking it from outside the limit. This supports the following which our Jonathan said before Arhiah the elder in the name of our Simeon b. Yase bar Lakanya, they impose lashes regarding Sabbath limits on the basis of the Torah. Said to him Arhiah the elder, and lo, on the Sabbath there are only stoning and extirpation. Said to him, and is it not written, let everyone remain where he is, let no person leave his place on the seventh day? Said to him, is it written, do not? Rather the formulation al is written. Said to him, and is it not written, let not eat any of it raw? He said to him, is it written, do not? Rather it is written, let not. Said our Yase b our bun, despite this one stands by his tradition and this one stands by his tradition. 2:2, cutting of its wart with a utensil is an injunction to rest from a permitted act which entails a religious duty, and these are an injunction to rest from a permitted act which entails a religious duty. Sprinkling overrides and these do not override. Rather, for this involves the offering and this involves the offerer. 4:4, does an injunction to rest from a permitted act which entails a religious duty? Do we not learn, one who profanes sacrifices and despises the festivals and violates the covenant of Abraham our father and is brazen in the Torah, even though he possess Torah and good deeds, he has no portion in the world to come. Said our Jeremiah, what does, wants, one cooks, wants, one does not cook? XLV Yerushalmi Pesahim 6:3 our Akiba replied and said, sprinkling will prove the case. For it is an obligatory deed, and it is normally prohibited by reason of Sabbath rest, and it does not override the Sabbath. So you, do not be surprised concerning these matters, for even though they are obligatory deeds, and they are prohibited merely by reason of Sabbath rest, they should not override the Sabbath. Said to him our Eliezer, and upon this very fact I base my reasoning. Now, if slaughtering, which is prohibited by reason of constituting an act of labor, overrides the Sabbath, sprinkling, which is prohibited by reason of Sabbath rest, is it not logical that it should override the Sabbath? 1:1, for 13 years our Akiba would come before our Eliezer, who would not pay any attention to him. And this comprised the opening of his first response before our Eliezer. Said our Joshua 2, there is the army you sneered at, now go out and fight it. There we learned what is a distant journey. From Modin and outward and the equivalent distance in every direction, the words of our Akiba our Eliezer says, from the threshold of the courtyard and outward. 2:2, Akiba answered and said, sprinkling the water will prove, for it is a religious duty, and is it a commandment to sprinkle? You may explain that a person's seventh day coincided with the 14th of Nisan, that coincided with the Sabbath, for if it were a weekday, one would sprinkle on him and afterwards he would proceed to slaughter his Passover offering and he eat it in the evening. Since it was the Sabbath, and one does not sprinkle him, as a result one would be prevented from the commandments. Said our Hoshea, you may explain that a person's seventh day coincided with the 13th that coincided with the Sabbath, for if it were a weekday, one would sprinkle on him and tomorrow he would proceed to slaughter his Passover offering and he would eat it in the evening. However, it was the Sabbath, and one does not sprinkle on him, as a result one would be prevented from the commandments. Said to him our Akiba, matters are just the opposite. Now if sprinkling, which is prohibited by reason of Sabbath rest, does not override, slaughtering, which is prohibited by reason of constituting a prohibited act of labor, is it not logical that it, too, should not override the Sabbath? Said to him our Eliezer, Akiba, you have uprooted that which is written in the Torah, at the twilight, at its appointed time, whether this be an ordinary day or the Sabbath. He said to him, Rabbi, bring me an appointed time, referring to these matters just as appointed time refers to the actual act of slaughtering. A governing principle did our Akaba state, any form of labor which it is possible to carry out on the eve of the Sabbath does not override the Sabbath. Slaughtering, which it is not possible to carry out on the eve of the Sabbath, does override the Sabbath. 1:2:1, and does a person say to his master, perhaps reverse? Because our Eliezer was in the process of teaching him the halakha that sprinkling does not override the Sabbath, and he countered him in midst of the argument, therefore he says to him, perhaps reverse. 2:2:2, it was taught, our Eliezer says, just as slaughtering overrides the Sabbath, so the appurtenances of slaughtering override the Sabbath. Said to him our Akaba, no. If you say regarding slaughtering which cannot be performed on the eve of the Sabbath overrides the Sabbath, shall you say regarding the appurtenances of slaughtering which can be performed on the eve of the Sabbath override the Sabbath? Said to him our Eliezer, the sacrificial portions of the public offering should prove, for one may perform them at the outgoing of the Sabbath, but lo, they override the Sabbath. What difference between the appurtenances of slaughtering before the slaughtering and the appurtenances of slaughtering after the slaughtering? Said to him our Akaba, what do the appurtenances of slaughtering after slaughtering override the Sabbath? For slaughtering has already overridden the Sabbath. Shall the appurtenances of slaughtering before slaughtering override? But slaughtering has not yet overridden the Sabbath. Another matter, for if one would find the sacrificial animal disqualified, one would end up overriding the Sabbath without slaughtering. XLVI Yerushalmi Pesahim 6:4. When does one bring a festal offering with it? When is offered on an ordinary day, in a state of cleanness, and is not sufficient. But when it is offered on the Sabbath, and is abundant, and in a state of uncleanness, they do not bring with it a festal offering. A festal offering derives from the flock of sheep or from the herd of oxen, from lambs or from goats, from males or from females. And it is eaten for 2 days and the intervening night. 1:1, it is taught, the festive offering of the 14th used to come from tithes. It is taught, the festive offering that accompanies the Passover offering would be eaten first, so that the Passover offering might be eaten satiated. It is taught, the festive offering that accompanies the Passover offering would be removed. Slai Yerushalmi Pesahim 6:5. The Passover offering which one slaughtered under an improper designation on the Sabbath, one is liable on that account for a sign offering. And as to any other animal offerings, which one slaughtered for the sake of a Passover sacrifice, if they are not appropriate, one is liable. But if they are appropriate, our Eliezer declares him liable for a sin offering. And our Joshua declares him exempt. Said our Eliezer, now if for a Passover offering, which is permitted when offered under the correct designation, when one offered it under some other designation, he is liable, for animal offerings, which are prohibited when offered under their proper designation, when he offered them under some other designation, is it not logical that he should be liable? Said to him our Joshua, no. If you have stated the rule in the case of a Passover sacrifice, in which case he has offered it under another, prohibited designation, will you say the same in the case of animal sacrifices, in which case he has offered them under another, permitted designation? Said to him our Eliezer, the public offerings will prove the matter. For they are permitted when offered under the proper designation. But he who slaughters under their designation is liable. Said to him our Joshua, no. If you have stated the rule in the case of the sacrificial parts of public offerings, which are subject to a limited number, will you say the same of a Passover offering, which is not subject to a limited number? 1:1. The teaching treats a case in which knows that it is a Passover offering but slaughtered it under the designation of an offering of well-being. One knew was an offering of well-being but slaughtered it under the designation of a burnt offering. Armana said, its performance entails a commandment. Aryase said, its performance does not entail a commandment. 2. They say, this of our Eliezer is not an answer to our Joshua, for he can say to him, How do you answer me from an object that customarily is transferred? Excess Passover offerings are regularly offered as offerings of well-being, hence when a Passover offering is offered under the wrong designation, a mistake presumably took place and a violation occurs. How can you argue from such an animal as to an object that is not customarily transferred? And this of our Joshua, is not an answer to our Eliezer, for he can say to him, Lo, the Passover offering of Reuben that slaughtered under the designation of Simeon, lo, converted it to a permitted object, but you would say that liable. Our Meir says, also, he who slaughters under the designation of sacrificial parts of a public offering is exempt. 1. 2:1, said our Eliezer, the opinion of our Meir, even a calf. You learn from it too. You learn from it, an object that has no limit and that entails a religious duty in its performance. 2. 2:2, Simeon b. Lachish said, entails a commandment in its performance. For example, one's deceased childless brother's widow is a menstruant and had intercourse with her. Does not entail a commandment in its performance. For example, one's sister-in-law and one's wife in a state of impurity, and had intercourse with her. Our Yohanan said, entails a religious duty in its performance. For example, 2 spits, one of slaughtered and one of a carrion, and one intended to eat one but ate the other. 3:2:3, said our Yohanan, follows our Meir, for our Meir said, a matter that entails a commandment in its performance is exempt, and that does not entail a commandment in its performance is subject to a dispute. R. Simeon says, a matter that does not entail a commandment in its performance liable, and a matter that does entail a commandment in its performance is subject to a dispute. Our Yaseh said in the name of our Yohanan, the opinion of our Simeon it is with the condition that it is a lamb, unblemished, 1 year old, an offering of well-being and fit to be exchanged for a Passover offering. Slayeth Yerushalmi Pesahim 6:6 If one slaughtered not for the sake of those who may eat it, not for the sake of those who are counted on it, for uncircumcised people, or for unclean people, he is liable. For those who may eat it and for those who may not eat it, for those who are registered with it and for those who are not registered with it, for those who are circumcised and for those who are uncircumcised, for those who are clean and for those who are unclean, he is exempt. He slaughtered it and it turned out to be blemished, he is liable. He slaughtered it and it turned out to be terfa in its inner parts, he is exempt. He slaughtered it and then it became known that the owner had withdrawn his hand, or had died, or had become unclean, he is exempt, because he slaughtered it permitted. 1. I1, said our Eliezer, for whom was it necessary? For our Meir. 2I2, lo, external liable. 3I3, said our Yohanan, represents our Simeon. Our Jacob bar Aha, our Imi in the name of our Simeon b. Lachish, it represents our Simeon. 4I4, our Yaseh in the name of our Yohanan, it represents our Judah, for we learn there do not slaughter the Passover offering for a single individual, the words of our Judah. And our Yaseh permits. XLIX Yerushalmi Pesahim 7:1 How do they roast the Passover offering? They bring a spit of pomegranate wood, and stick it through from the mouth to the buttocks. 1I1, why of pomegranate? Said our Hayabar Ba, all trees drip moisture and that of pomegranate does not drip moisture. 2I2, it is taught in the name of our Judah, roasts it with a metal spit. Said to him, but lo, is hot and imparts heat. Said to them, just as that of wood does not burn, so that of metal does not impart heat. Said to him, the wood does not resemble the metal, for the wood, part of it becomes hot, all of it does not become hot, but metal, part of it becomes hot, all of it becomes hot. 3I3, there are those who teach, stick it from the buttocks to the mouth. And one puts its legs and entrails inside it, the words of our Yose the Galilean. Our Akaba says, that would be a kind of cooking. But one hangs them outside. 1:2:1, what? Our Yase the Galilean considers it like a thick thigh, or expounds a verse, its head over its legs and over its entrails. What is the difference between them? Roasted it in an unconsecrated lamb, if you say R. Yase the Galilean considers it like a thick thigh fit, if you say expounds a verse, unfit cut meat from it and roasted it in it, if you say R. Yase the Galilean considers it like a thick thigh fit, if you say expounds a verse, its head over its legs and over its entrails unfit roasted it in the heat of a pot, if says, R. Yase the Galilean considers it like a thick thigh it is fit, if one says, expounds a verse, its head over its legs and over its entrails it is unfit. 2:2:2, Tokbar the words of R. Tarfon. R. Ishmael says, kid completely roasted. 3:2:3, teaches R. Yase, what is a Gadai kid completely roasted? Roasted whole, its head with its legs and with its entrails. Steamed part or seethed part. This is not a Gadai kid completely roasted. They bring in a kid roasted whole on the nights of the first day of the festival and on the first day of Passover. They bring a calf roasted whole on the nights of the first day of Passover but not a kid roasted whole. 4:2:4, it is taught, said R. Yase, Todos of Rome directed the Romans that should eat kids roasted whole on the nights of Passover. Sages sent and said to him, were you not Todos, would we not put you under a ban? What does Todos mean? Said R. Hananiah, he would send maintenance for rabbis. Do you not end up bringing the public to eat holy things outside? For whoever brings the public to eat holy things outside should be put under a ban. 5. 2:5, Imi asked, cleared out and roasted with it? Said R. Jeremiah, according to whom is this an issue? According to R. Yase the Galilean, but according to R. Akaba, it is self-evident. El Yerushalmi Pesahim 7:2 They do not roast the Passover offering either on a spit or on a grill. Said R. Sadok, MSHB, Rabban Gamaliel said to Tabi his servant, go and roast the Passover offering for us on a grill. 1:1, roasted by fire and not roasted by a spit, not roasted by a pot, not roasted by a grill, not roasted by any object. Burned by fire, perhaps festering? The teaching therefore says, and the patch from the burn. If the patch from the burn is a discoloration, perhaps once it becomes scabby? The teaching says, burn by fire. How so? It has become healed, it is not healed. And thus it says below, it is the scar of the burn once is covered over like a garlic skin. 2:2, if had said, do not eat any of it except roasted and had not said raw, I would have said parched it and roasted it permitted. 39 Thus there is a need that it be said uncooked. Or if had said, do not eat any of it except roasted and had not said or cooked, I would have said had steamed it and roasted it, it would be permitted. Thus there is a need that it be said or cooked. Or if had said, do not eat any of it except roasted and had not said in any way, I would have said had boiled it and roasted it, it would be permitted. Thus there is a need that it be said uncooked. Thus there is a need that it be said or cooked. Thus there is a need that it be said in any way. It touched the earthenware part of an oven, one should scale off that place. Some of its gravy dripped on the earthenware and went back onto it, he must take some away from that place. Some of its gravy dripped on the flour, he must take a handful away from that place. 1:2:1, touched the earthenware of the oven, it is unfit in itself and is burned immediately. Some of its liquid dripped onto the earthenware, it is a disqualification, leaves it fit and requires appearance. Some of the liquid dripped onto the flour should rake away a handful from its place. Hayabar Ada in the name of our Simeon B. Lakish, this which you say applies to hot but regarding cold it is prohibited. Li Yerushalmi Pesahim 7:3 basted it with oil in the status of heave offering. If it was an association of priests, they may eat it. If it was one of Israelites, if it was raw, let one rinse it off. If it was roasted, let one scale off the outer surface. One basted it with oil in the status of second tithe, he may not charge its value against the members of the association. For they do not redeem second tithe in Jerusalem. 1:1, stated only basted it, lo, if one seasoned it forbidden. 2. I2, thus is the teaching, they do not redeem second tithe produce in Jerusalem. Yerushalmi Pesahim 7:4 5 things are offered in a state of cultic uncle anes but are not eaten in a state of cultic uncle anes, the first sheaf of barley presented on the 16th of Nisan, the 2 loaves of bread, the show bread, communal peace offerings, and the goats which are offered at the new month. The Passover offering, which is offered in a state of cultic uncle anes, is eaten in a state of cultic uncle anes, for to begin with it is offered only for eating. 1:1, and are not all communal sacrifices offered in a state of uncleanness? Comes only in order to tell you that even though they are offered in a state of uncleanness, they are not eaten in a state of uncleanness. 2:2, there are 10 authorities who teach all of them are learned from the Passover offering, there are 10 authorities who teach each one is learned from its own context. The one who said that all of them are learned from the Passover offering just as its set time, which is said regarding the Passover offering supersedes uncleanness so at its set time, which is said regarding all of them supersede uncleanness. Yerushalmi Pesahim 7:5 the meat was made unclean but the fat continued, one does not toss the blood. The fat was made unclean but the meat continued, one does toss the blood. And in the case of things which have been consecrated it is not so, but, even though the meat is made unclean, if the fat continued, one does toss the blood. 1:1, and is not in accord with our Nathan, for our Nathan said, fulfill by tossing without eating. What is the reason? And the entire congregation of the community of Israel will slaughter it at twilight it, even though there is available only a single beast designated as a Passover, all of the community carry out their obligation through a single act of sprinkling the blood. But it is not possible, under such circumstances, that there will be an olive's bulk of meat for every single one. 2:2, the following proposition is self-evident, if the meat was made unclean, while the sacrificial parts remain validly available, one tosses the blood in behalf of the sacrificial portions. If the sacrificial portions were made unclean but the meat was still validly available, one tosses the blood for the meat. If the meat was made unclean, and the sacrificial portions were lost said Shimei, in that case, it is not to be seen as equivalent to a case in which the meat was made unclean and the sacrificial portions were lost. Rather, just as you say in a case in which the residue of the meal offering was made unclean or lost, while the handful of meal offering remained validly available, one burns the incense, in that case, just as you say one takes the handful, so too here, one tosses the blood. 3:3, said Eliezer, the teaching deals with a case in which lit came in a state of uncleanness from the first moment, but if came in a state of purity and is not eaten in a state of uncleanness. Had been slaughtered in purity and the community became unclean, the blood should be tossed in purity but the flesh should not be eaten in uncleanness. Slaughtered it in purity but the blood became unclean, the community should toss its blood in uncleanness but the flesh should not be eaten in uncleanness. 4:4, does not toss the blood but according to our Nathan tosses the blood. Our Yohanan, our Ishmael in the name of our Joshua, 1 verse says, but the firstlings of cattle, sheep, or goats shall not be redeemed, they are consecrated. You shall dash their blood against the altar, and turn their fat into smoke, and 1 verse says, and the priest shall dash the blood against the altar of the Lord at the entrance of the tent of meeting, and turn the fat into smoke as a pleasing odor to the Lord until there may be there either meat to eat or sacrificial portions to be burned. Live Yerushalmi Pesahim 7:6 the congregation was made unclean, or the greater part of it, or if the priests were unclean while the congregation remained clean, is prepared in a state of uncle anes. A minority of the congregation was made unclean, those who remain clean keep the first Passover, and those who are unclean keep the second. 1:1, who is the teacher? It is our Meir, for our Meir teaches, it is half of all the tribes or it is half of each tribe as long as there is a majority. Our Judah says, half of each and every tribe as long as a majority, entire tribes, one tribe draws in its wake all the tribes. Our Meir says, all the tribes are called congregation. R. Judah says, each tribe is called congregation. 2I2, according to the view of R. Meir, that 1/2 to 1/2, what is done with it? Is it like a majority like a minority? If you say as a majority minority, the clean ones do not prepare the first. If you say as a minority, the unclean ones do not prepare the second. Said R. Yase, did not say a majority clean do prepare the first, a majority unclean do not prepare the second, has said only that a majority unclean should not be postponed to the second Passover. 3I3, the community was a third one unclean with flux, a third unclean, a third clean? Armana in the name of Hezekiah, the one unclean with flux and unclean outnumber the clean, and they prepare in uncleanness, but the one unclean with flux prepare neither the first nor the second. 4I4, members of an association, one of whom became unclean, and it is not known which one, are required to prepare a second Passover. A community, one of whom became unclean and it is not known which one, R. Zira said, should prepare in uncleanness. 5I5, Imi in the name of R. Simeon B. Lakish, regarding erring instruction, go after in the land of Israel. Regarding uncleanness, go after the majority of those who enter the courtyard. LV Yerushalmi Pesahim 7:7, a Passover offering, the blood of which was tossed, and afterward it becomes known that it was made unclean, the frontlet affects acceptance. 1I1, the teaching speaks of a case in which became unclean after descended into the cavity of the utensil. But if became unclean while it was above, it is considered as which receives water. The person was made unclean, the high priest's frontlet does not affect acceptance. For they have stated, as to the Nazirite and one who prepares the Passover offering, the high priest's frontlet affects acceptance despite Uncle An's affecting the blood, but the high priest's frontlet does not affect acceptance for Uncle An's affecting the person. One was made unclean by reason of Uncle An's in the nethermost depths, the high priest's frontlet affects acceptance. 1:2:1, from where doubtful of a grave of the deep. R. Jacob B. Aha in the name of rabbis, or are on a long journey of you just as visible to you, so whatever is visible, excluding a grave of the deep which is not visible. 2:2:2, concerning a community which became unclean by reason of a doubtful deep, what is the law? Should the frontlet propitiate for it? An argument of fortiori. Now if an individual whose strength was weakened in the case of a known uncleanness, you increased his strength in the case of a doubtful of a grave of the deep, the community, the strength of which you increased in the case of a known uncleanness, all the more should you increase its strength in the case of doubtful of a grave of the deep. 3:2:3, the officiating priest for the Passover offering, what is the law? Would the frontlet propitiate for him? An argument of fortiori. Now if the owners whom you have placed at a disadvantage when an elderly or sick person, yet you place them at an advantage in the case of a doubtful of a grave of the deep, then the officiating priest whom you placed at an advantage in the case of an elderly or sick person, all the more so should you place him at an advantage in the case of doubtful of a grave of the deep. 4:2:4, what is a grave of the deep? A corpse that is buried in stubble or straw, earth or pebbles, but that which is buried in water or in a dark place or in clefts of boulders does not make up a grave of the deep. 5:2:5, the teaching is not in accord with R. Yase, for R. Yase said, straw and negated it, it is negated. 6:2:6, what is a grave of the deep? Whatever a person does not remember and be concerned to say lest there is someone in a far corner of the world knows. There is a presumption that a live person will be preoccupied with the dead. You may explain that found it in a compressed condition. 7:2:7, it is taught, there is nothing that produces a grave of the deep except a corpse. Lo, a woman with a flux. Lo, an animal's carrion, it not. A fortiori, now, if the corpse which does not produce uncleanness of couch and seat does produce uncleanness by reason of a grave of the deep, a woman unclean with flux, who does produce uncleanness of couch and seat, should not logically produce uncleanness of a grave of the deep? 8:2:8, there we learned, all animal sacrifices the blood of which was received a commoner, and a mourner before the burial of his kinsman or one who immersed oneself that day and is waiting for sunset to become ritually clean, one missing garments, one whose atonement is incomplete, or one without washed hands or feet, one uncircumcised, unclean, sitting, one standing on top of utensils on top of an animal on top of his fellow is invalid. The Southerners say, we deal with one unclean by reason of uncleanness of a flux or uncleanness of leprosy. But unclean by reason of a corpse does not disqualify, since was accepted from the general rule of uncleanness for the community regarding a Passover offering. Retorted R. Simeon B. Lachish to the Southerners, if the owners whom you placed at an advantage in regard to all the remaining uncleanness in the year, yet you placed them at a disadvantage when one is unclean by reason of a corpse in regard to a Passover offering, then an officiating priest whom you have placed at a disadvantage in regard to all the remaining uncleanness of the entire year, is it not logical that you should place him at a disadvantage in the case of uncleanness by reason of a corpse in regard to a Passover offering? LVI Yerushalmi Pesahim 7:8 The whole or the larger part was made unclean, they burn it before the temple building, with wood set aside for the altar hearth. The lesser part of it was made unclean, and as to that which remains over they burn it in their courtyards or on their roofs with their own wood. But the cheapskates burn it before the temple building, so as to enjoy the use of wood set aside for the altar hearth. 1I1, Hama bar Ukba in the name of Ar Yasebi. Hananiah, in order to expose him to proclaim that spoiled it, said, Behold, I will burn it before the temple mount with my own wood. They do not listen to him. 2I2, said Ar Jeremiah in the name of Ar Hila, to proclaim the one who comes after him that is stingy. 3I3, they made a leniency in regard to a traveling guest s. 4I4, said Ar Yohanan, a tower stood on the temple mount and was called Bira. Ar Simeon B. Lachish said, the whole temple mount was called Bira. LVII Yerushalmi Pesahim 7:9 The Passover offering which went forth or which was made unclean is to be burned immediately. The owner was made unclean or died, its appearance is allowed to spoil, and it is to be burned on the 16th of Nisan. 1I1, teaches Arhaya, unfitness in itself is burned immediately. Unfitness, regarding a precondition, requires appearance. Ar Yohanan B. Baraka says, also, his is to be burned immediately, for it has no one to eat it. 1:2:1, Hama bar Ukba in the name of Ar Yase bar Hananiah, Ar Nehemiah and Ar Yohanan B. Baraka both said the same thing. For it is taught, said Ar Nehemiah. 2:2:2, we learned there, a sin offering the blood of which was received in 2 cups, one of them went out, the inner one fit, one of them went inside. Ar Yase the Galilean declares the one on the outside fit, and sages declare unfit. Is unfitness regarding a precondition of the offering according to Ar Yase the Galilean, for behold its companion cup remains outside and it is fit. Know that it is unfitness of itself according to rabbis, for behold it remains within its precinct and it is unfit. 3:2:3, it is taught, Ar Yase the Galilean says, this whole case refers only to bullocks that are to be burned and goats that are to be burned, to impose regarding them a negative prohibition for eating them and to teach that their unfit are burned on the temple mount. They said to him, whence that a sin offering, if some of its blood went inside, should be unfit? He said to them, not from this verse, since its blood was not brought into the sanctuary. Lo, it does not say, some of its blood. I only know outside the house, where outside the association. The teaching says, you shall not take out outside, that if said, behold 1 am outside the association, that person becomes liable, and we would say, if one is liable outside the association, all the more outside the house. 2I2, if the members of the association registered on the Passover offering, one took out an olive, liable, 2 or 3 exempt, because the members of the association are fit to extend themselves to them though they violate a positive commandment. And according to Ar Simeon, even a positive commandment do not violate, for it is taught, the houses in which they are to eat. It teaches that the Passover offering is eaten in 2 places. Perhaps also those who eat it may eat it in two places. The teaching states, it shall be eaten in one house. How is this so? A Passover offering is eaten in two places, but its eaters do not eat it in two places. R. Simeon says, even its eaters eat it in two places. And when the waiter stands up to mix the wine, he shuts his mouth and turns his face away until he gets back to his own association, and then continues eating. And a bride turns her face aside while she eats. 1:2:1 A waiter who ate an olive and he was at the side of the oven, if he is clever, he fills his stomach from it. If wanted to honor him, come and eat with him at the side of the oven. And if not, they give him his portion and eats in his place. 2:2:2 An individual roams around the whole house and an association does not roam around the whole house. And do we not learn, two associations? This applies only regarding two, lo, one, no. LXII Yerushalmi Pasahim 8:1 A woman, when she is in the home of her husband slaughtered in her behalf, and her father slaughtered in her behalf, should eat of that which is slaughtered by her husband. She went to observe the first festival in her father's house, her father slaughtered in her behalf, and her husband slaughtered in her behalf, let her eat in whichever place she wants. 1:1, said R. Yohanan, for lacking purification, they designate for them without their knowledge. And these are they, a one unclean with flux and azaba, and one who gives birth, and a leper, for similarly a person designates for his infant child when he is in the crib. Rather, for similarly a person designates for his deaf and dumb wife. And here a suspected adulteress who was a minor, you cannot for Arzirah said R. Yase in the name of R. Yohanan a minor who committed harlotry does not have the volition so as to become forbidden to her husband. And a deaf and dumb female, you cannot for it is written, and the woman should say Amen, Amen. Said Arabun, is different, for it is written, and you and your household should rejoice. 2:2, said R. Yohanan, they taught in regard to an anxious festival. 3:3, said R. Eliezer, the Passover offering of women is optional, but for it they override the Sabbath. R. Jacob Br. Aha in the name of R. Eliezer, the Passover offering of women and of slaves is optional, all the more so for it they override the Sabbath. Their unleavened bread, what is it? R. Eliezer said, it is an obligation. R. Zira said, dispute. R. Hila said, unanimous opinion. A orphan in behalf of whom guardians have slaughtered eats in the place which he wants. 1:2:1, the teaching treats a case of a minor orphan, but in the case of an adult orphan, should we consider like one who registers himself on two Passover offerings simultaneously? For teaches Arhaya, one who is registered on two Passover offerings simultaneously eats from whichever of them is slaughtered first. A slave belonging to two partners should not eat belonging to either one of them. 1:3:1, Yase says, his master has no right to tell him, you are not permitted to be registered on the Passover offering. Rather he says to him, you are not permitted to be registered on this only on this. Sometimes he is registered on three Passover offerings simultaneously. How so? A slave of two partners must be registered on the Passover offering. One of them manumit his portion, must be registered on another Passover offering. Both of them manumit him, he must be registered on another Passover offering. He who is half slave and half free should not eat of his master. 1:4:1, Arhaya in the name of R. Yohanan, one who is half slave and half free sanctified a woman they are not concerned regarding sanctification. L8 Yerushalmi Pasahim 8:2 he who says to his slave, go and slaughter a Passover offering in my behalf he slaughtered a kid, let him eat it. He slaughtered a lamb, let him eat it. 1:1, teaches Arhaya, one who is registered on two Passover offerings simultaneously eats from whichever of them is slaughtered first. He slaughtered both a kid and a lamb, let him eat from the former. Forgot what his master said to him, what should he do? Let him slaughter both a kid and a lamb and say, if my master told me to prepare a kid, the kid is his and the lamb is mine, and if my master told me to prepare a lamb, the lamb is his and the kid is mine. His master forgot what he had said to him, both of them go out to the place of burning. But they are exempt from the requirement of preparing the second Passover. 1:2:1, Eleazar and our Yohanan, both of them say, it is our Nathan, for our Nathan said, fulfill their obligation with tossing without eating. LXIV Yerushalmi Pasahi 8:3 He who says to his children, Lo, I shall slaughter the Passover offering in behalf of the one of you who will get up to Jerusalem first. Once the first poked his head and the greater part of his body into the city, he has effected acquisition of his share and has furthermore effected acquisition in behalf of his brothers along with himself. Under all circumstances do register with so long as there is an olive bulk of meat for each and every one of them. They register and then withdraw their registration from it until the moment that one will slaughter it. Our Simeon says, until one will toss the blood on his behalf. 1:1, said our Yohanan, do not hear, behold I will slaughter. Rather, I will designate. And why does it teach, behold I will slaughter? In order to prod. 2:2, our Eleazar in the name of our Hoshea, it is a stipulation imposed by the court that one designates his Passover offering and the other designates his coins, assigns him a portion from his and the coins become unconsecrated by themselves. 3:3, on what basis in scripture do we know that they register? LXV Yerushalmi Pasahi 8:4 He who registered others in his share, the members of the association have the right to give him his share, and he eats what is his, and they eat what is theirs. 1:1, the members of the association, one of whose members had strong hands, have the right to tell him, take your share and eat by yourself. Not only Passover offering but even if made a joint meal, they have the right to tell him, take your share and eat by yourself. 2:2, Hunah said, designated his Passover offering and said, on condition that no one else will be registered with me, no one else may be registered with him. He designated it without any reservation, all who will come are its registrants. Our Jacob b. Aha in the name of our Zirah, did the teaching say likewise. But if the household is too small, teaches that they may decrease in number so long as there be there one from the first association and one from the second association. The words of our Judah. Our Yase says, whether from the first or the second, so long as do not leave the Passover offering by itself. If you say, all who will come are its registrants, there is no difference whether they are members of the first or second association. LXVI Yerushalmi Pasahi 8:5 A person afflicted with flux uncle Anes who has experienced two appearances of flux, they slaughter in his behalf on the seventh day. He experienced three, they slaughter in his behalf on his eighth day. A woman who awaits day by day, they slaughter in her behalf on her second clean day. She experienced a flow on 2 successive days, they slaughter in her behalf on the third day. And as to a woman afflicted with flux uncle Anes, they slaughter in her behalf on the 8th day. 1:1, teaches Arhaya, a menstruant slaughter for her on the 8th. One who has intercourse with a menstruant slaughter for him on the 7th. Lxi Yerushalmi Pasahi 8:6 in behalf of one who suffers a bereavement of a close relative on that same day, one who has the task of clearing away a ruin, and so too, one whom they have promised to free from prison. A sick person, and a senile person, can eat an olive's bulk of the meat of a Passover offering they slaughter. In the case of all of these, they do not slaughter in their behalf alone, lest they lead the Passover offering to suffer invalidation. Therefore, if some form of invalidation befell them, they are exempt from having to prepare a second Passover offering, except in the case of one who has the task of clearing away a ruin, for he is unclean to begin with. 1:1, Ar Yaseb Arbun, Ababi. Barhana in the name of our Yohanan, the teaching deals with a case in which Israelites imprisoned him, but if Gentiles captured him whose mouths speak lies and whose oaths are false, treats a case in which was held outside of Jerusalem. But where held in Jerusalem, even they did not promise him, is like one whom they promised. 2:2, at times he is considered like them. At times they are considered like him. At times he is considered like them, refers to elongated heap, I say, the blood was tossed for him before he reached the place of impurity. At times they are considered like him in regard to a circular heap, an invalidation befell one of them between slaughtering and tossing, they are considered like him in regard to a circular heap. THIRD Yerushalmi Pesachim 8:7 They do not slaughter in behalf of a single individual, the words of R. Judah. And RYOSE permits. Even if there is an association of 100 people who cannot eat an olive's bulk of the meat, they do not slaughter in their behalf. They do not form an association consisting only of women, slaves, and children. 1:1, said R. Yohanan, R. Judas, you are not permitted to slaughter the Passover offering in one of your settlements. 2:2, it is taught, do not form an association of women and slaves and minors because they increase licentiousness. Bar Kappara teaches, so as not to bring holy things to a state of disgrace. LXIX Yerushalmi Pesachim 8:8 One who has suffered a bereavement of a close relative immerses and eats his Passover offering in the evening, but holy things. He who hears word, and he who is gathering up bones immerses and eats holy things. 1:1, said R. Yaseh Br. Bun, the teaching speaks of a case in which became a bereaved at the beginning between slaughtering and tossing. But if a bereaved after atonement, it has already been favorably received. 2:2, it is taught, the day of hearing is like the day of burial, so far as rending and mourning and counting the 7-day and counting the 30-day eating holy things is concerned, lo, they are like gathering bones, one immerses and eats the holy things. 3:3, it is taught, one who moves a coffin from place to place is not subject to gathering of bones. Said R. Aha, this which you say refers to a stone coffin. But regarding a wooden coffin, is subject to gathering of bones. Said R. Yaseh, even regarding a wooden coffin, is not subject to gathering of bones. A proselyte who converted on the eve of Passover the house of Shammai say, he immerses and eats his Passover offering in the evening. And the house of Hillel say, he who takes his leave of the foreskin is as if he took his leave of the grave. 1:2:1, what is the reason of the house of Shammai? You and your captives, just as you did not become unclean until you entered the covenant, so your captives did not become unclean until they entered the covenant. What is the reason of the house of Hillel? You and your captives, just as you require sprinkling on the 3rd and 7th, so your captives require sprinkling on the 3rd and 7th. 2:2:2, a Nazir who became unclean through a condition of doubt, a private domain. R. Hashea the elder said, the Nazir shaves? R. Yohanan said, the Nazir does not shave, for we learn there, every uncleanness from a corpse because of which a Nazir shaves makes one liable on its account for entering the temple. And every uncleanness from a corpse because of which a Nazir does not shave does not make one liable on its account for entering the temple. LXX Yerushalmi Pesachim 9:1 He who was unclean or on a long journey, and did not observe the first, let him keep the second Passover. He inadvertently or under constraint failed to observe the first Passover, let him keep the second Passover. If so, why is it said, unclean, or on a long journey? For these are exempt from punishment by extirpation, and those are liable to punishment by extirpation. 1:1, unclean by the dead, I know only, the dead. Whence those who are forced and those who err. The teaching says, each and every man included. Thus far according to our Akaba. According to our Ishmael. 2:2, it is possible for Israel to build the temple, an individual offers the second Passover, but the community does not offer the second Passover. R. Judah says, the community offers the second Passover, for thus we have found regarding Hezekiah that he offered the second Passover. This is that which is written, for most of the people, many from Ephraim and Manasseh. 3:3, if the community was, half of them Zabim and half of them unclean are Adabi. Ahava said, the Zabim are considered in comparison with those unclean like the unclean in comparison with those who are clean. Those who are unclean observe the Zabim are postponed to the second Passover. Arhuna said, there is no restitution for a Passover offering which comes in uncleanness. LXXI Yerushalmi Pesachim 9:2 What is the meaning of a long journey? From Modin and beyond, and in accord with this same distance in all other directions, the words of our Akaba. Our Eliezer says, beyond the very threshold of the temple courtyard. Said Ryose, therefore there is a point over the letter he, to tell you that it is not because it is really a distant journey, but even one who is anywhere outside the threshold of the temple courtyard and beyond. 1I1, R. Simon said, R. Haya the elder and Bar Kapara are in dispute, one says, in order that he should come and eat. The other says, in order that he should come and toss. And even according to the one who says, in order that he should come and eat, this applies in a case where he is within 2,000 cubits of the boundary by nightfall. 2I2, Abau in the name of R. Yohanan, both of them are interpreting the same scriptural passage, there. One says, outside where it is offered. The other says, outside of boundary. LCI Yerushalmi Pesachim 9:3 What is the difference between the first Passover and the second? The first Passover is subject to the prohibition about leaven, it shall not be seen and it shall not be found. As to the second, unleavened bread and leaven may be in the house right alongside one another. 1I1, it is written, and they shall not leave any of it over until morning. If to eat it 62 this is the positive commandment regarding it. They shall not break a bone of it. This is the negative commandment regarding it. So when it says, they shall offer it in strict accord with the law of the Passover sacrifice, perhaps I should include the removal of leaven and the eating of unleavened bread for all 7 days. The teaching says, they shall eat it with unleavened bread and bitter herbs. You have nothing besides the Passover offering itself which can invalidate it except pieces of unleavened bread and bitter herbs alone. 2I2, there are teachers who teach, for the second one is punished by excision, for the first one is not punished by excision. There are teachers who teach, for the first one is punished by excision, for the second one is not punished by excision. And there are teachers who teach, whether for the first or the second, one is exempt, one is not punished by excision. And there are teachers who teach, for the first one is not punished by excision unless he did not offer the second. The first Passover requires the recitation of the Hallel Psalms when it is eaten, but the second Passover does not require the recitation of Hallel Psalms when it is eaten. This and that require a Hallel Psalm to be sung while they are being prepared. And are eaten roasted, with unleavened bread and bitter herbs. An override Sabbath. 1:2:1, said R. Yohanan in the name of R. Simeon b. Yehosedek, it is written, for you, there shall be singing as on a night when a festival is hallowed. Passover evening comes to teach upon the downfall of Sennacherib. And it turns out that from it is learned just as this requires the Hallel, so that requires the Hallel Psalms. LCAth Yerushalmi Pesachim 9:4 A Passover offering which was offered in Uncle Anes, males afflicted with flux Uncle Anes, females afflicted with flux Uncle Anes, menstruating women and women unclean by reason of childbirth should not eat from it. 1I1, it was taught, our Meir declares liable, but our Simeon declares exempt. But if they ate, they are exempt from the punishment of extirpation. Our Eliezer declares them exempt even on account of coming into the sanctuary. 1:2:1, if one entered at night entered before the 6th hour. 2:2:2, said R. Yase, if R. Eliezer were to adopt the opinion of R. Simeon, what is the reason? She shall not touch any consecrated thing, nor enter the sanctuary. One who is obligated for eating consecrated food is obligated for entering the sanctuary, and one who is not obligated for eating consecrated food is not obligated for entering the sanctuary. L'Siv Yerushalmi Pesachim 9:5 What is the difference between the Passover of Egypt and the Passover of the succeeding generations? As to the Passover of Egypt, designation took place on the 10th of Nisan. It required sprinkling of the blood of the lamb with a branch of hyssop on the lintel of the door and on the 2 doorposts. And it was eaten in haste in a single night. But the Passover observed by the succeeding generations applies for all 7 days. 1. I1, there are teachers who teach, cataracts and growths in the eye disqualify it. There are teachers who teach, cataracts and growths in the eye do not disqualify it. The one who says, cataracts and growths in the eye disqualify it, it is fine, for it is written, your lamb shall be without blemish. The one who says, cataracts and growths in the eye do not disqualify it, how can he explain, your lamb shall be without blemish? 2. I2, concerning where the blood was placed on the door frame and the meaning of Hebrew saf, usually translated threshold, and it is taught thus, our forefathers in Egypt had 3 altars, lintel and 2 doorposts. There are teachers who teach, 4, threshold, lintel, and 2 doorposts. 3I3, it was taught, Ben Bag says, your lamb shall be without blemish, if there has been shearing without blemish. But lo, it has been taught, if his offering is from the flock, to exclude the smooth ones among them. 4I4, said Aryase, even Aryase the Galilean agrees with them that the Passover of Egypt lasted for only 1 day. For it is taught, Aryase the Galilean says, I say that the Passover of Egypt was only 1 day, for it is written, no unleavened bread shall be eaten today, that a beast declared to be substituted for an animal set aside for a Passover offering is offered, and that a beast declared to be substituted for an animal set aside for a Passover offering is not offered. And I cannot explain. Said Ar-Akaba, I shall explain, the Passover offering which turned up before the slaughtering of the Passover offering is set out to pasture until it is blemished, then is sold, and peace offerings are to be purchased with the money received for it, and so, too, is the rule for the beast substituted for it. After the slaughtering of the Passover offering, it is offered as peace offerings, and so, too, is the rule for the beast substituted for it. 1I1, Aryudan asked, the law is the same in the case of the substitute for a guilt offering. There is a case in which the substitute for a guilt offering is sacrificed, and there is a case in which the substitute for a guilt offering is not sacrificed. Said Aryase, a Passover offering which is offered in the morning is not a Passover offering. A burnt offering which is offered in the morning is a burnt offering. 2. I2, if he made a substitution for it on the 13th, Arzira says, its substitute is offered as a whole offering. R. Samuel B. R. Isaac says, its substitute is not offered as a whole offering. 3I3, there we learned, the offspring of a sin offering, and the substitute for a sin offering, and a sin offering the owner of which had died, the year of which passed, or which was lost, or which was found to be blemished, the offspring of a sin offering about which they dispute, a community set aside a female, or if a prince set aside a she-goat, R. Jeremiah says, it has not become sanctified, its offspring may be offered. R. Yase says it has become sanctified, its offspring must be allowed to die. 4I4, he set aside his Passover offering and it was lost, and so he set aside another in its stead, but did not have a chance to offer the second before the first was found, and both are available. There are teachers who teach, it is required to offer the first. There are teachers who teach, it is required to offer the second. THIRD Yerushalmi Pasahim 9:7, he who designates a female animal for his Passover offering, or a male 2 years old is set out to pasture until it suffers a blemish, then it is sold, and the coins received for it fall for a freewill offering. He who designates an animal for his Passover offering and who died his son should bring it in his stead, not as a Passover offering, but as peace offerings. 1I1, the teaching to after atonement has been gained. 2I2, did we not think to say the same? Whatever was fit to be offered on the day of the Passover offering itself is not offered as a whole offering. THIRD Yerushalmi Pasahim 9:8, an animal set aside for a Passover offering which was confused with animals set apart for other animal sacrifices, all of them are to be set out to pasture until they suffer a blemish, then are to be sold, and with the proceeds of the best of them one is to bring an animal of one sort, and with the proceeds of the best of them he is to bring an animal of another sort, and he must make up the difference from his own pocket. It was confused with firstlings. R.S. Imian says, if it is for an association of priests, let them eat it. 1:1, in reference to MMS 3:2, it is forbidden to buy heave offering with the money of tithe, because one reduces eating it. But our Simeon permits. Since heave offering has more strictures regarding its eating, being limited to priests and their families, exchanging the money of second tithe for heave offering may lead indirectly to the tithes not being eaten as prescribed. Our Simeon believes that there is no prohibition on indirectly causing offerings to become disqualified and, hence, has no objection to this exchange. It was taught, it is forbidden to purchase the sabbatical year with money of the tithe. R. Yase says, it is a dispute. Said R. Jonah, it is unanimous, those who eat of the heave offering are meticulous, which was mixed up with firstborn animals. R. Simeon says, if there is an association of priests, they should eat. And it was taught regarding it, they should be eaten according to the stricter among them. THIRD-Yerushalmi Pesahim 9:9 An association, the Passover offering of which was lost, and which said to someone, go and find and slaughter another one for us, and that one went and found and slaughtered, but they, too, went and bought and slaughtered. If his was slaughtered first, he eats his, and they eat with him of his. But if theirs was slaughtered first, they eat of theirs, and he eats of his. And if it is not known which of them was slaughtered first, or if both of them were slaughtered simultaneously, then he eats of his, and they do not eat with him, and theirs goes forth to the place of burning, but they are exempt from having to observe the second Passover. He said to them, if I come back late, go and slaughter a Passover offering in my behalf. He went and found and slaughtered it, and they purchased and slaughtered an animal as well. If theirs was slaughtered first, they eat of theirs, and he eats with them. And if his was slaughtered first, he eats of his, and they eat of theirs. And if it is not known which of them was slaughtered first, or if they were slaughtered simultaneously, they eat of theirs, and he does not eat with them. And his goes forth to the place of burning. And he is exempt from having to observe the second Passover. He gave instructions to them, and they gave instructions to him, all of them eat from the first. But if it is not known which of them was slaughtered first, both of them go forth to the place of burning. He did not give instructions to them, and they did not give instructions to him, they are not responsible for one another. Two associations, the Passover offerings of which were confused, these take possession of one of them for themselves, and those take possession of one of them for themselves. One of these goes to the others, and one of the others comes to these. And thus do they say, if this Passover offering is ours, withdraw from yours and register with ours. And if this Passover offering is yours, we withdraw from ours and register with yours. And so, 5 associations, each with 5 or 10 members, each one of the associations takes possession of, and so do they declare. 1:1, said our Yohanan, this is according to our Nathan, for our Nathan said, they fulfill their obligation by the tossing. 2:2, he said to them, if I am late, slaughter on my behalf, and so forth. Taught bar capara, silence is becoming for the wise, how much more so for the stupid? For thus Solomon said, even a fool, if he keeps silent, is deemed wise. And it is not necessary to say a wise person who keeps silent. 6 Yerushalmi Pesahim 9:10 Two people whose Passover offerings were confused, this one takes possession of one of the animals, and that one takes possession of one of the animals. This one registers with himself a third party, and that one registers with himself a third party. This one approaches that, and that one approaches this, and thus do they declare, if this Passover offering is mine, then you withdraw from yours and register with mine. And if this Passover offering is yours, then I withdraw from mine and register with yours. 1:1, said our Yohanan, this is according to our Judah, for we have learned, we do not slaughter a Passover offering for an individual, the words of our Judah. But our Yase permits said to him, if so, let us not interrupt lest the law be fixed in Israel according to our Judah. They did not move from there until they fixed the law according to our Yase. 2:2, what is the law, is it permissible to eat dried fruit? 3:3, said our Levi, because it is the custom of slaves to eat standing, here to eat reclining, to proclaim that they have gone out from slavery to freedom. And even if come from public charity. 1. 2:1, said Arhiabi. Atta, because it is not pleasant for a person to eat from the communal fund, here even if from the charity plate. 2. 2:2, it is taught, on a festival, a man is required to make his wife and children happy. With what does he make them happy? With wine. Arjuda says, women with what is appropriate for them, and children, with what is appropriate for them. Women, with what is appropriate for them, for example, fine linen garments and belts. And children, with what is appropriate for them, for example, walnuts and almonds. 3:2:3, whence for 4 cups. Ar Yohanan in the name of Arbaniah, correspond to the 4 redemptions, say, therefore, to the Israelite people, I am the Lord. I will take you out. And I will take you to be my people. I will take out, I will deliver, I will redeem, I will take. Ar Joshua b. Levi said, correspond to the 4 cups of Pharaoh. Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, and I pressed them into Pharaoh's cup, and placed the cup in Pharaoh's hand, and you will place Pharaoh's cup in his hand. Ar Levi said, correspond to the 4 kingdoms. And rabbis say, correspond to the 4 cups of retribution that the Holy One, praised be he, will give the nations of the world to drink. For thus said the Lord, the God of Israel, to me, take from my hand this cup of wine of wrath. Babylon was a golden cup in the Lord's hand. 7, for in the Lord's hand there is a cup, he will rain down upon the wicked blazing coals and sulfur, a scorching wind shall be the portion of their cup. 4:2:4, there we learned, one who takes wine out sufficient to mix a cup. 5:2:5, what is the size of the cups? Is it permitted to drink thee in a single span? Is it permitted to drink them bit by bit? 6:2:6, it is taught, cook sufficient for seasoning. Does a person fulfill his obligation with boiled wine? Arjona said, they fulfill their obligation with boiled wine. 7:2:7, said Arhananah, the log measure referred to in the Torah is the Sephorian Old Taman Tafur brine. 8:2:8, it is taught, dry the size of an olive, the words of our Nathan. L'sksi Yerushalmi Pesahim 10:2, when they have mixed the first cup of wine, the house of Shammai say, he says a blessing over the day, and afterward he says a blessing over the wine. And the house of Hillel say, he says a blessing over the wine, and afterward he says a blessing over the day. 1:1, what is the reason of the house of Shammai? Because the sanctification of the days causes the wine to be brought, and is already liable for the sanctification of the day before the wine comes. What is the reason for the house of Hillel? Because the wine causes the sanctification of the day to be said. Another matter, wine is perpetual and sanctification is not perpetual. L'sksi Yerushalmi Pesahim 10:3, they bring him, he dips the lettuce before he comes to the breaking of the bread. They brought him unleavened bread, lettuce, and a mixture of apples, nuts, and wine, resembling mortar, and 2 dishes, even though a mixture of apples, nuts, and wine, resembling mortar is not a religious obligation. R. Eliezer B. R. Sadok says, it is a religious obligation. And in the time of the temple they would bring before him the carcass of the Passover offering. 1:1, the associates in the name of Ar Yohanan, is required to dip the lettuce twice. Ar Zira in the name of Ar Yohanan, is not required to dip the bitter herbs twice. Ar Simeon b. Lakish said, if did not dip the first time, he is required to dip the second time. 2:2, merchants of Jerusalem used to say, come and take the spices of the commandment. 3:3, it is taught, and in the outer areas 2 cooked foods, one as a remembrance of the Passover offering and one as a remembrance of the festive offering. L'sksi Yerushalmi Pesahim 10:4, they mixed for him a second cup of wine. And here the son asks his father. But if the son has not got the intelligence to do so, the father teaches him how different is this night from all other nights. For on all other nights we eat leavened or unleavened bread. But this night all of the bread is unleavened. For on all other nights we eat diverse vegetables, but on this night, only bitter herbs. For on all other nights we eat meat which is roasted, stewed, or boiled. But this night all of the meat is roasted. For on all other nights we dip our food one time, but on this night, 2 times. In accord with the intelligence of the Son the Father instructs him. He begins with disgrace and concludes with glory, and explains, "A wandering Aramean was my father," until he completes the entire section. 1. I1, Arhaya teaches, the Torah spoke corresponding to 4 children, a wise child, an evil child, a foolish child, and a child who does not know to ask. 2. I2, Rab said, as at the beginning, in olden times, your ancestors lived. But I took your father Abraham from beyond the Euphrates, and multiplied. 75. Of Yerushalmi Pesahim 10:5 Rabban Gamaliel did state, whoever has not referred to these 3 matters connected to the Passover has not fulfilled his obligation, and these are they, Passover, unleavened bread, and bitter herbs. Passover because the Omnipresent passed over the houses of our forefathers in Egypt. Unleavened bread because our forefathers were redeemed in Egypt. Bitter herbs because the Egyptians embittered the lives of our forefathers in Egypt. In every generation a person is duty-bound to regard himself as if he personally has gone forth from Egypt, since it is said, "And you shall tell your son in that day saying, It is because of that which the Lord did for me when I came forth out of Egypt." Therefore we are duty-bound to thank, praise, glorify, honor, exalt, extol, and bless him who did for our forefathers and for us all these miracles. He brought us forth from slavery to freedom, anguish to joy, mourning to festival, darkness to great light, subjugation to redemption, so we should say before him, Hallelujah. To what point does one say? The house of Shammai say, to a joyful mother of children. And the house of Hillel say, to a flint stone into a springing well. And he concludes with redemption. Tarfon says, who redeemed us and redeemed our forefathers from Egypt. And he did not say a concluding benediction. Akaba says, so, Lord, our God, and God of our fathers, bring us in peace to other appointed times and festivals, rejoicing in the rebuilding of your city and joyful in your temple worship, where may we eat of the animal sacrifices and Passover offerings, up to, blessed are you, Lord, who has redeemed Israel. 1. I1, said the house of Shammai to them, and have the Israelites gone forth from Egypt that he mentions the exodus from Egypt. Said the house of Hillel to them, if he waits until the cock crows they still did not reach halfway to redemption, how do they mention redemption while have not yet been redeemed? And lo, they only went forth at midday, as it is said, and it was in the middle of that day the Lord took the Israelites out. 2:2, it was taught, they say the time only on the 3 pilgrimage festivals. 3:3, it is written, in exacting retribution for Israel, when people offer willingly praise the Lord. Let the heads of the people offer willingly when the Holy One praised be he does miracles for them they should sing a song. LXXXV Yerushalmi Pesahim 10:6 They mixed the 3rd cup for him. He says a blessing for his food. And at the 4th cup, he completes the Hallel Psalms and after it he says the grace of song. Between these several cups of wine, if he wants to drink more wine, he may do so. But between the 3rd and the 4th cup of wine, he may not drink more wine. And after the Passover meal they do not conclude with dainties. 1. I1, after the Passover offering, they do not end of Akomon y. So that he should not become drunk. 2. I2, Ar Simon in the name of Ar Inanani bar Ar say, kinds of music. Ar Yohanan said, kinds of sweet things. Lxi Yerushalmi Pesahim 10:7 If some of those present fell asleep, they may eat again. But if all fell asleep, they may not eat again. Ryose says, if they merely drowsed, they may eat again, but if they fell into a deep sleep, they may not eat again. The Passover offering after midnight imparts uncle anes to hands. That which has been made refuse or remnant impart uncle anes to the hands. 1I1, why? Is it because of being distracted from the thought, or is it because midnight passed? 2I2, R. Simon in the name of R. Joshua b. Levi, sacrificial meat in the status of refuse and remnant of sacrificial meat joined to impart uncleanness to hands, bringing about a punishment when they comprise an olive's amount. 3I3, that part projects out, what do you do with it? Does it impart uncleanness to hands or does it not impart uncleanness to hands? 4I4, you may say that midnight passed is not because of being distracted. Thus the reason that may not must be because of being distracted. If one has said the blessing for the Passover offering, he renders unnecessary a blessing over any other animal sacrifice that he may eat. If he said a blessing over any other animal sacrifice that he ate, he has not made unnecessary a blessing over the Passover offering, the words of R. Ishmael. R. Akaba says, this one doesn't render that unnecessary, and that one doesn't render this unnecessary. 1:2:1, said R. Zira, is it that said the blessing over the Passover offering, one did not exempt that over the festive offering, but that of the festive offering one exempts that of the Passover offering, because the Passover offering is included under the category of a festive offering. Tractate Shekalim. The half shekel, paid by all Israelites wherever located, serves as a principal medium by which all males are obligated, and women permitted, to effect an act of sanctification to God. The half shekel that is paid itself is sanctified in the way in which the heave offering or tithe is sanctified, and the analogy to second tithe, on the one side, and the heave offering paid to the priests, on the other, is explicit. The half shekel moreover is taken up in the consecrated manner randomly, through an act of raising up, and then is used for the purchase of animals in behalf of all Israel and for certain other purposes connected with the cult and the building where it was located. What the halakha of the oral Torah contributes is the articulation of the analogous relationship of the half shekel to tithes and heave offering. It is through this particular medium that all Israel, not only the inlandized components of Israel, relate directly and concretely to God. For its part, Scripture describes the half shekel in this language. The Lord said to Moses, when you take the census of the people of Israel, then each shall give a ransom for himself to the Lord when you number them, that there be no plague among them when you number them. Each who is numbered in the census shall give this, half a shekel, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, half a shekel as an offering to the Lord. Every one who is numbered in the census, from 20 years old and upward, shall give the Lord's offering. The rich shall not give more, and the poor shall not give less, than the half shekel, when you give the Lord's offering to make atonement for yourselves. And you shall take the atonement money from the people of Israel, and shall appoint it for the service of the tent of meeting, that it may bring the people of Israel to remembrance before the Lord, so as to make atonement for yourselves. The conception that through the half shekel everyone acquires a share in the atonement offering, predominates. Like Scripture, the oral Torah clearly understands the half shekel as a tax in support of the temple and its atonement offerings in behalf of Israel. Here, then, is one medium of Israel's relationship with God that transcends place, genealogy, and condition. The half shekel, unlike first fruits, comes from any location, even beyond the land, and comes from all Israelites. Yerushalmi Shekalim. Chapter 1. 1:1 On the first day of Adar they make public announcement concerning shekel dues, and concerning the sowing of mixed seeds on the 15th day of that month they read the Megillah in walled cities. And they repair the paths, roads, and immersion pools. And they carry out public needs. And they mark off the graves. And they go forth on account of mixed seeds. And why the first day of Adar? It is so that the Israelites will bring their shekel taxes at their proper time, so that the hees offering of the chamber may be taken up from newly given funds at the proper time, on the 1st of Nisan. And said R. Samuel b. R. Isaac, the heave offering of the chamber was taken up to begin with, in line with what is written, and in the first month in the second year on the first day of the month, the tabernacle was erected. And in this connection it has been taught, on the day on which the tabernacle was raised up, on that same day the heave offering was taken up. Tabi, Josiah in the name of Kahana, here it is said, of the months of, and there it is said, months. Just as the word months, stated later, indicates that they count only from Nisan, so months, stated here, indicates that they count only from Nisan. Said Jonah, Tabi ignored the beginning of the Tannaitic passage and stated the end of it. For lo, it is taught, this is the burnt offering of each month throughout the months of the year. Is it possible that one should take up the heave offering every month through the year? Scripture says, of the months. In a single month one takes up the heave offering for all the months of the year. Is it possible to suppose that one may take up the heave offering in any month one chooses? Here it is said, months, and elsewhere it is said, months. Just as when the word appears elsewhere it indicates that one counts only from Nisan, so here one counts only from Nisa. What do they issue as a public announcement? Arhuna said, they make a proclamation. This is in line with what you cite in Scripture, and proclamation was made throughout Judah and Jerusalem to bring in for the Lord the tax that Moses the servant of God laid upon Israel in the wilderness. There we have learned, there is no difference between first Adar and second Adar except in the reading of the scroll of Esther and in giving gifts to the poor. Simon in the name of Joshua b. Levi, also the announcement concerning the shekel tax and concerning the sowing of mixed seeds are differences between the two Adars. Arhuna in the name of Arhiah the elder, all towns carry out their obligation to read the Megillah if they do so on the 14th of Adar, which is the proper time for reading it, said Yase, that is quite so. For have they not said, public announcement is made concerning the shekel taxes so that the Israelites will bring their shekel taxes at their proper time? Now if you say in the first Adar, in that year there will remain yet 60 days. Furthermore, have they not said that they go out to inspect the fields with regard to the sowing if mixed seeds except so that the growths may be discernible? But if you maintain that they do so in the first Adar, up to that time the growths will be too small to be visible. Hezekiah asked, now if that is the principal consideration, then should the Babylonians not make announcement about the shekel tax at the beginning of the winter, so that the heave offering of the chamber may be taken up from the newly given funds at the proper time, on the 1st of Nisan? Arola objected before Armana, and lo, we have learned, at 3 times in the year do they take up the heave offering of the coins collected in the shekel chamber, half a month before Passover, half a month before Passover, half a month before Pentecost, and half a month before the festival. Said to him, now should we not say, those who are nearby do it 2 weeks before Passover, those who are far away do it half a month before Pentecost, and those who are still further away than they do it half a month before the festival? Said to him, all are subject to a single rule. And why have they said, at 3 times in the year? It is to publicize the matter. Judah bar Pazi in the name of Rabbi, lo, we read these verses, and can we not tremble? On the good side, all who were of a willing heart. On the bad side, so all the people took off the rings of gold which were in their ears and brought them to Aaron. On the good side, then Moses brought the people out of the camp to meet God. On the bad side, then all of you came near me, and said, let us send men before us. On the good side, then Moses and the people of Israel sang this song to the Lord. On the bad side, then all the congregation raised a loud cry, and the people wept that night. Said Arhiah bar Abba, all the more they got up early to make all their deeds corrupt. Whenever they made their deeds corrupt, they got up early to do it. Said Abba bar Aha, you cannot truly make sense of the character of this nation. When they are approached to build the golden calf, they contribute. When they are approached to build the altar, they contribute. Yasebi. Hananiah taught the following tradition, then you shall make a mercy seat of pure gold. Let the gold of the mercy seat come and effect atonement for the gold you gave for the golden calf. Ar Hananah in the name of Ar Simeon b. Gamaliel. 3 heave offerings were stated in this same connection, the heave offering for the sockets, the heave offering for the shekels, and the heave offering for the tabernacle. Speak to the people of Israel, that they take for me an offering. This refers to the heave offering for the sockets. From every man whose heart makes him willing you shall receive the offering for me. This refers to the heave offering for shekels. And this is the offering which you shall receive from them. This refers to the heave offering for the tabernacle. As to the heave offering for the tabernacle, it is for the tabernacle. Whatever they wish to do they may do. As to the heave offering for shekels, this is for an offering. What they wish to do, let them do, so long as the share of all of them is equal. As to the heave offering for the sockets, it is for the sockets. The rich shall not give more, and the poor shall not give less. Said Arabun. Also in the following passage there are 3 heave offerings. Everyone who is numbered in the census, shall give the Lord's offering. The rich shall not give more, and the poor shall not give less, than the half shekel, when you give the Lord's offering to make atonement for yourselves. On the 15th day of that month they read the Megillah in the walled cities. Did not Ar Helbo, Ar Hunah in the name of Arhiah the elder, all towns carry out their obligation to read the Megillah if they do so on the 14th of Adar, which is the proper time for reading it, comes to teach you only that the commandments pertaining to the reading of the Megillah apply to the 2nd month of Adar, not in the 1st, Adar. Ar Yaseh and Ar Aha were in session. Said Ar Yaseh to Ar Aha, applies post facto. But so far as the proper way of doing it. And lo, it has been taught, in a place in which they are accustomed to read it on 2 days, they do read it on 2 days. He said to him, I too maintain that view. Said Armana, and that is quite so. If someone read it on the 14th and then went and read it on the 15th, is it possible that they do not allow him to do so? If you maintain that view, do you not turn out to set aside the time for reading the Megillah assigned to the villages by your own action? It has been taught, Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says in the name of Ar Yaseh, they have to read it in the 2nd Adar, for all religious duties which apply in the 2nd Adar do not apply to the 1st Adar. Except for lamentations and fasting, which apply in this and in that. Rba, Ar Jeremiah in the name of Rab, Ar Simon in the name of Ar Joshua b. Levi, the law accords with Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel. Ar Hunah, the elder of Sephores, said, Ar Hananah was accustomed to practice the law in Sephores in accord with this view of Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel. He has said only, he was accustomed to do things thus and so. Lo, as to the actual law, that is not the case. And as to dating deeds, they write, in the 1st Adar, in the 2nd Adar. But they write 2nd Adar, merely as 2nd. Ar Judah says, for 2nd Adar, one writes a taf, and that suffices. And they repair the paths, roads, and immersion pools, and carry out all public needs. These are public needs. They judge monetary cases and capital cases and cases in which the penalty is flogging. They redeem pledges of valuation and Huram pledges as well as objects that have been consecrated to the temple. They administer to an accused wife the water that brings the curse. They burn the red cow, and they bring the neck of a calf. They pierce the ear of a Hebrew slave. They declare a Mesorah to be clean. They remove a shoe from a last, but they do not put it back. There we have learned, they water an irrigated field. And they mark off the graves. Were the graves not already marked off during Adar? We may interpret the law to speak of a case in which a stream of water came down and washed away the marking. And they go forth to inspect the fields on account of mixed seeds. Did they not do so in Adar? We may interpret the law to speak of a year were slow to ripen and the sprouts could not be discerned. How do we know that they mark off graves? Ar Berkiah and Ar Jacob bar Bat Jacob in the name of Arhoniah of Bart Oran, Ar Yaseh said it Ar Jacob bar Aha in the name of Arhoniah of Bart Oran, Ar Hezekiah, Ar Uzziel, son of Arhoniah of Bart Oran, in the name of Arhaniah of Bart Oran. Unclean, unclean, shall he cry out, it is so that the uncleanness will call out to you and tell you, keep away. Ar Ila in the name of Ar Samuel bar Naaman, and when these pass through the land and anyone sees a man's bone, then he shall set up a sign by it. On the basis of the reference of this passage to bone, we learn that they mark out bones when they are found. On the basis of the reference to man, we learn that they mark out the place in which the backbone and skull are found. On the basis of the reference to set up, we learn that they mark the spot by plastering a stone permanently thereon. If, in any case, you say that it is with a stone not plastered down, it may well roll away and impart uncleanness to some other place. On the basis of the reference to by it, we learn that it is to be set up in a clean place. On the basis of the reference to sign, we learn that they mark such a place. If one came across a marker stone, even though that is not how they make a permanent mark, if one overshadows such a stone, he is unclean. I maintain that there was a corpse buried there under. There were two, he who overshadows them is unclean. Between them, he is unclean. If one was plowing between the stones, lo, they are treated as individual markers. Between them is clean, but it was taught, they do not make a marker on account of coming across flesh. For the flesh may be consumed. Aryusta Barshanam raised the question before Armana, will it not then result in retroactively imparting uncleanness to clean things? He replied to him, it is better that people should stumble on that account for a brief while, and not stumble on that account forever. The shekel is due on the first day of Nisan, so there is public notice of 1 month. Warning also is given about uprooting mixed seeds. From the 1st of Nisan offerings are purchased from the funds which now fall due. The rest of the unit speaks of other events of the same season, tasks to be done on the 15th of Adar. The Talmud begins by providing both reasons and also scriptural foundations for Mishnah's rule. Unit I does both, and Unit 2 takes up the same task. Unit 3 begins with a citation of M. Meg. 1:4, to introduce the parallel between that passage and this one. Of special interest is the problem of how to do things when a year is intercalated and so receives a second month of Adar. 3.c is misplaced and should be deleted. In fact, it is the beginning of Unit V and belongs there. I assume that the various exegeses collected in Unit 4 are introduced because of the theme of donations in general, and the shekel in particular. Unit V supplements M1:1b. Unit 6 carries forward the same theme as Unit V. Unit 7 quotes and glosses M1:1cf, bringing the rule of E into juxtaposition with its parallel at MMQ1:2. Unit 8 supplements M1:1e. 1:2 said Arjuda, in olden times would uproot them and throw them before the. When the transgressors became many, they would uproot them and throw them into the roads. They ordained that they should declare ownerless the entire field. Arjuda says, etc. It has been taught, said Arjuda, in olden times would uproot them and throw them before, the owners would be glad on 2 counts, first, that others were weeding their fields for them, and the other, that they could yet derive benefit from the crops of mixed seeds. When transgressors became many, they would uproot them and throw them into the roads. Even so, they would still be glad, for others were weeding their fields for them. They finally ordained that they should declare ownerless the entire field in which mixed seeds had been planted. And what is the scriptural basis for the law that a field declared ownerless by a court indeed is regarded as ownerless? As it is written, if anyone did not come within 3 days, by order of the officials and the elders, all his property should be forfeited, and he himself banned from the congregation of the exiles. How do we know that an ownerless field is exempt from the requirement of separating tithes? R. Jonathan B. R. Isaac Bar Aha derived that law from the following. They do not intercalate the year either in the case of the 7th year or in the case of the year after the 7th year, but if they did so, lo, this is intercalated, and is in the month that one adds to the year not exempt from tithes. Up to this point we have dealt with the 7th year. What about the year after the 7th year? Said Arbun, it is so as not to add to the prohibition of the new crop. Said Arzira in the name of Arabahu, This statement which has been made applies to the case before Rabbi permitted purchasing vegetables from abroad for use in the land. But once Rabbi had permitted purchasing vegetables from abroad for use in the land, there was no longer any difference between the seventh year and the other years of the septennate. It has been taught, they do not intercalate, said Armana, that which you have said applied in olden times, when the years were in order. But now that the years are not in order, there is no longer any difference between the seventh year and the other years of the septennate. It has been taught, the household of Rabban Gamaliel intercalated the year forthwith at the end of the seventh year. Said Arabun, there is no proof from that fact, from which indeed you may infer nothing. Guard the new moon of Aviv. Guard it that it come with the new. Whence? It is from the following, a heap of grain, from underneath which gleanings have not been taken. Whatever touches the ground belongs to the poor. Now in this connection RMI said in the name of R. Simeon B. Lakish, this passage represents the view of the house of Shammai. But in the view of the house of Hillel, the poor may consume the produce but must tithe it before they do. And R. Yaseh said to him, we have heard that it is exempt from the requirement to set aside tithes in the view of all parties, on grounds of imposing a penalty. If it turns out that a farmer has planted mixed seeds in his vineyard, the punishment is as specified by Judah. Unit I systematically cites and glosses the Mishnah. Unit 2, which serves YPE 5:1, raises and works out its own question, specified at 2.c. The reason it is attached is at 2.ab, which provide a scriptural basis for M1:2c. 1:3 On the 15th of that same month they set up money changers' tables in the provinces. On the 25th they set them up in the temple. Once they were set up in the temple, they began to exact pledges. From whom do they exact a pledge? Levites, Israelites, proselytes, and freed slaves, but not from women, slaves, and minors. Any minor in whose behalf the father began to pay the shekel does not again cease, and they do not exact a pledge from priests, for the sake of peace. Said R. Judah, testified Ben Bukri in Yabna, any priest who pays the shekel does not sin. Said to him Rabban Yohanan ben Zakkai, not so. But any priest who does not pay the shekel sins. But the priests expound this scriptural verse for their own benefit, and every meal offering of the priest shall be wholly burned, it shall not be eaten. Since the omer, 2 loaves, and showbread are ours, are they to be eaten? They do not exact a pledge from minors.